Halfway through you start to lose control. Orange autumn leaves on the ground. At the end there's nothing, and you face yourself. Green is all you see as you fall. You go to hell, never coming back. There is nothing as it seems in your requiem for a dream. You go to hell, never coming back. There is nothing as it seems in your requiem for a dream. There is nothing as it seems in your requiem for a We've got obsessions that we can't control. We feel the heat, but we don't wanna let go. We answer questions that we ask alone. I hear the words, but they're coming out an echo. So, would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away? There's a race, so you win, victorious. Why complicate that feeling hate when it suffocates at the bottom? Don't take the bait, just walk away, resuscitate your nirvana. I feel a way I've never felt before. I finally found what I'm looking for. Stop, would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away? There's a race, so you win, victorious. Forever in our open arms, we're thankful we made it safe so far. We proudly show our battle scars because they made us true. Stop, would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away? There's a race, so you win, victorious. There's a race, so you win, victorious.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluent with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Wanna be, yeah. Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Wanna be, yeah. I left my demons in my past. I still want something that can last. You make me feel like I'm okay. We both know that you feel the same. Ooh, ooh. Baby, I got nothing else to prove. You're talking about your best, I don't move. Remember that you always get to choose. Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Wanna be, yeah. Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Wanna be, yeah. I don't understand. I don't wanna be friends, yeah, I guess you got my intention. Got no place I'd rather be, feel like another dimension. I don't wanna talk, baby, you should let it go. I don't wanna go, let me stay a little more. Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Wanna be, yeah. Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Wanna be, yeah.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I'm savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
You thought that I was blind, but to be honest I don't mind. Cause I don't feel the same way I used to do. Every time I see you, I know the truth. Cause baby, from the afterlife. Dark doesn't faze me anymore. I can see my tears into gold. Yeah, yeah, I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah, yeah, I don't care. I said, 'cause baby, every fucking time you've played me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, I took notes. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you don't. I know people come and go away. Sun is low, that's my time to shine again. 'Cause baby, every fucking time you play me,
I've been running over all the corners of my mind, trying to find a story to believe. And I've been getting sick of how I'm spending all my time, searching for a way to find relief. And I can stay inside, go to sleep, but I feel like I need to let go. And I can spin a web of any story that I like, but tonight I wanna make a masterpiece. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass and filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar. I'm just trying to learn from all the things that I've been told. I'm gonna paint a new reality. It doesn't take a lot to turn a person into gold. Yeah, I've been getting good at alchemy. And you can stay inside in the dark, but without it you never let go. And when you're done with hiding and you wanna have control, you and I can find a perfect fantasy. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass that filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar.
Wish we could learn how to love our mistakes, straight from the jump and not wait for an answer. Wish we could smile when shit's rough nowadays, change our reactions.
Feelings don't die around this neighborhood. We used to sell a double pills, young and misunderstood. My homie, tell me what is changing from your point of view. A smaller circle, but the range is so some deja vu. I recognize my future, and there is nothing with you. Unless you turn your boat around, success might come recruit you. But unless you analyze in depth that we're steps away from death, 1,000 possibilities, act on it, Johnny Depp. For real.
Cause we're lonesome trials, trying to know what father brought us down to here. I don't wanna be stuck in countless doubts. I just wanna smile and run away from here.
I swear to God, man, I just wanna be a model for my brother. Hey, I just gotta work until I'm on the covers. Hey, I just gotta work until my songs are covered. Hey, I just wanna make it proud to be my mother.
Wish we could learn how to mistakes. Straight from the jump and I wait for an answer. Wish we could smile when shit's rough nowadays. Change our reactions. You just gotta love yourself. 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 Hope you learned your lesson, girl. I cannot teach anymore. Hope you show some faith in men. I am not like anyone. 'Cause I am over being sober with myself and I'm with you. I am over being something I am not. I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handouts. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing now. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on my friends now. Huh? I'ma turn it to a man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handouts. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing now. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on my friends now. You just gotta love yourself. Yeah. You just gotta love yourself. Yeah. You just gotta love yourself. Yeah. You just gotta love yourself.
Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got 'em coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing summer to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know we'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. Yeah. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon.
Yeah.
You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing summer to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know we'll take it round and round again. Ain't no stopping us, we do the impossible.
Has already caught him, and now they're coming from one direction. They can focus their attention, but Cold Sarah's on a mad one.
Yeah. Ain't no stopping us, we do the impossible. Straight to the top, we're the top dogs and you're not. Too good, let me fake it. So close, I can taste it. Ain't no stopping us, we do the impossible.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Save the date, ladies and gentlemen. It is Friday. I mean, it is Saturday. We're
off to a great start already.
A roaring start. Saturday, March the 13th, of course, the year is 2021. Pro League, even being season of 13. We're ready to kick off Group B. No more of that Group A junk. We're on to Group B now.
We're off to better times, better games, better teams, Trace.
Yeah, one could definitely argue that. I think that makes sense. We looked at the last group. There were a lot of like roster changes coming into that. This one, however, sure, there's some roster changes. There's always going to be those. But the caliber and sort of the fighting capacity of these teams that we have coming on deck right now is something to bargain for.
Absolutely. You know, yes, the teams made changes, but they've also had more time to practice, iron out their game, right? And all of these teams will come into this group fresh. Maybe we see some new ideas. We see some changes in their map pools as well. So I'm expecting a lot of good stuff from Group B.
Yeah, me too, which is why I want to tell you exactly what to expect. So we can take a look at the schedule. We've got Mal's Ents, G2 versus NIP as your second game of the day, and then we're looking at Vitality FaZe to kind of close the day out. Now, Yanko, I knew this group was going to be special to you, but I think because FaZe is in it, it's extra special.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm eager to see how they're going to perform, how they're going to play. Finally, they have a roster that makes sense after 2 years, right? With having to plug holes, not being able to get a proper in-game leader, right? It's just difficult to come across those guys most of the time. And now they have a team where, you know, all 5 guys can be in a good place individually, and it's just about putting all the pieces together and seeing how far they can go.
Speaking of 5 guys, we are just shy of that. In fact, there's 4 of us here in the studio, so it'd be me, Yanko, and then Chad and Alex, who are standing, probably idly, just waiting.
Just ready for my Friday night. Just ready to kick back, relax, get this Friday started. What do you say?
Yeah, I think that's, you know, that's probably a pretty good idea.
It would have been Friday the 13th in that case.
Yeah, that would be spooky.
Look, I have a question. I want to hijack this. I want to take it away from Fridays.
Absolutely.
What do you want?
I have some questions for everybody. Now, we all know Bold and the Beautiful. We've got Days of Our Lives, Neighbours, Home and Away, even for Yanko, Plywood Dreams. I haven't looked at Serbian soap operas just to get that one in.
Serbian soap operas.
Yeah. Now, look, there's obviously the Ents drama that's been going on now for a couple of months. Alu in the podcast, it all falls apart. I want to know from everybody here. Let's start with Yanko, because I think he's probably close to this. What is the biggest drama we got in Counter-Strike? Is it the Brazilians, Yanko, or is it the Finns?
I think, well, the Brazilians, you mean the old MLBR team?
Yeah.
I think that's the one for me, right?
Okay, you like the drama there?
It's been such a disaster, right?
Is that like
it's just like, you know, yeah, we're good. This team is amazing. There's so much hype. We can go wherever we want, which is nowhere.
Well, they're missing the forward front drama, though, right? Because the Finns, they did it all live in front of us. They've been falling apart now for a year. Alexi's out. You've got all this X7 and Havu. Now, Ents isn't even Finnish anymore. I'm disappointed we can't get more Finnish drama.
But they're Finns. Like, even if it's drama, it's so mild.
Yeah, but it wasn't the acting we were
so
interested
upset.
in. We were more interested in, you know, the actual fallout.
It's what they aren't saying that's important.
It says the most. It is the loudest. I don't know. I'm looking at the, you know, the North American Counter-Strike scene as its own bit of a soap opera. That's a kind of a tragedy in its own. Either way, guys, I was going to ask you, like, you know, what is your most recent moment that no one is going to forget, Alex?
Oh.
These are those moments I don't think anyone's going to forget, to be honest. That's what I think. That's Chad. That's the Chad Birchall
and
pose.
if you guys miss it, then that's our moment of fame in the trailer. Can we go, Trace?
Yeah, you can. I imagine you guys have stuff to do. So bye.
Sick hosting, bro.
Thanks, man. I'll be here all week. So, Yanko, got rid of those guys. Now we get down to the meat and potatoes, which happen to be just a little bit of an overview of what we've had thus far. Our Group of A is done. We've seen Heroic top that one. They're going to be going to the SF play-ins. And then, you know, it kind of gets a little shaky, obviously, with Big, Renegades, and OG not making it all the way through. That's the bottom 3 teams there on your screen that you see now. This is how it all turned out for Group A.
Yeah, Heroic not dropping a game, actually, with the new roster at all. They won both of their games in the DreamHack qualifier too, so a 7-match win streak. Complexity, getting the job done. It was a close series against Heroic, which I think is good for them. And we see FPX, I think that's like the surprise package of the group, right? Especially having to play with Sunny. That's, you know, a 4 different player in a span of 4 months, basically. And, you know, I think it's great for them. They had to grind out like both of their wins against OG and Bing. They were not easy. There were comebacks involved, overtimes, right? And it's just props to them for having the, you know, mental fortitude, basically, and still not being in a bad place despite all these changes. It's easy to lose motivation in a situation like that, but you know, they just kept at it and managed to find themselves in the playoffs.
Yeah, it was a good game for Complexity, and you know, even they take an L right there. There were some still moments of brilliance and some moments of weakness. So a little bit of a ways to go there. We did hear Blame F say earlier on in the group that you know, there are no more excuses. All of that is off the table. They now need to put up or just shut up. And that's basically where they find themselves.
Yeah, there were good signs. I mean, that train T-side was super dominant from them. That was a map that they haven't played a lot in general, you know, in Complexity. So it shows you that they've been working on some of those weaker sides, and it gives you a lot of confidence for them going into the playoffs.
But no more of that Group A junk. Group B, that's what we're on about, especially starting today, being the first day of the groups. We'll have matches tomorrow. We'll have matches Monday. And then Tuesday, there ain't no more matches. So that's just about how it goes. Let's take a look at Group B and understand what do we have here, Yanko.
Yeah, I mean, for this...
There's winners, losers, and there's nearly always an underdog, especially in a tournament featuring 24 teams. And yet, in Group B, it's not quite so clear-cut. In the past year or so, NIP have often been regarded as one of the teams that will show up, make some decent plays, but not the playoffs. But now their young guns are gaining confidence in their game plan and seeing it delivered. They've also had a month to get ZTR up to speed, and as the young riflers already defied expectations with his natural game sense, they're potentially not the dark horse they once were. Look at G2. They're not an underdog, surely. After the loss of Kenny S and his legendary Magic Stick, Nico is taking on the AWPing duties in a hybrid role, while Jax returns. Given the praise heaped upon Jax's willingness to entry on command no matter the situation, G2 may be able to dig themselves out of the dire state of results they found themselves in as of late. And if not, they'll at least get some memes out of it. Things haven't been easy for ENCE for a while, and so they've made the big step of going international and taking on an experienced IGL and Snappy to snap them back into shape. The most exciting addition, however, is Diha, the Polish playmaker whose multi-kills elevated Sprout into the playoffs of the ESL Cologne 2020. Their only result was a month ago at Snow Sweet Snow, but they were knocked out before the quarterfinals. However, with no competition since then to distract them, Coach Saw has had the luxury of time to get them EPL ready. FaZe have been making the most of their early exit from IEM Katowice, with Karrigan getting to know the chess pieces he now has to work around, including Twist, who has looked nothing less than comfortable in his new home. It's fair to assume Dexter has also been doing the groundwork since arriving in Hamburg to lead Mouse. A bumpy start was to be expected at IEM Katowice, but when you have one of the best players in the world in ROPS, the pressure is on to get results sooner rather than later. Given that these are 5 teams with recent roster changes, Vitality will be looking to assert themselves as top dog. But will our other teams show them respect in the server? Even for the best teams, a playoff spot is never guaranteed.
I think the most difficult groups are Group B and D. I think Group D are very top-heavy. I think they can have Liquid, Virtus Pro, and Astralis, as far as I remember. And then I think in Group B, there's just a lot of very good team. There's like no, like obviously it's easy for me to say as we are in there. I don't consider us a weak team, but I don't think anyone, there's no teams that people will see as a walkover, I think. So I definitely think Group B and D is the hardest.
And you know what? He may just be right. We've got Mal's, Ints, G2, Nip, Vitality, and FaZe in this group. So a lot of name brands, a lot of household names even within those teams, Yanko.
Yeah, I can agree with Snappy there. I think for me as well in this group, the likes of Vitality, G2, FaZe are the three favorites, but I can definitely see, you know, teams like Mouse, NIP, ENCE, they're going to get some wins in this group. You know, we don't have a Renegade sort of a situation where you feel like every team is a massive favorite coming into that one. So yeah, I believe this group is going to be much more interesting, and we're going to have complicated last round results this time around, yeah.
And everybody lives for the math, which is why we've done the math here and deduce one from the 6 that Vitality had. And now Nivera, you know, obviously he's not playing with them anymore. That was announced very, very fresh, very, very recent. What did he bring to the table other than the idea of a 6-man rotation and being successful with that?
Yeah, I mean, Vitality were basically the first team to really push for the 6-man lineup and actually use it actively in their games, and they're the first team to win a tournament, to, you know, to swap players in and out in a grand final. I think they won IEM Beijing actually doing exactly that. It was a 3-2 series. So I don't know, for me, I personally don't really agree with this decision. It's all because of the major and the RMR events, right, and the fact that if you swap players in and out, they're going to be losing points. But major is not a given at this point. There's so many other tier 1 tournaments where, you know, if this is really hurting you for those tournaments, is it really worth it, right? You can just keep going, then select a 5 for the majors. But I mean, they've been making really good decisions so far when it comes to their roster. So we'll just have to wait and see. And yeah, it's also interesting that he's the one to get removed, considering there are some definite, you know, older players out there as well. Maybe you wanted to freshen the team up, but again, we'll have to see what they have in store. So far, they've been making really good decisions about their team.
So, Yanko, you've been in that position before when it comes down to, you know, coaching role and making decisions like that. And albeit it's said that Nivera stepped down, who would you have perhaps picked to go in his place?
Well, without knowing, like, the inside of the team, right? Yeah. I think I would have personally gone with either Shox or RPK, simply because you make the team younger, right? And Nivera is still a young player, new player, a bit inexperienced, right? But he's been doing well, and that way you're kind of playing for the long term. But just the fact that they've never rotated RPK out of any of the maps tells you how much they value him, you know, in that particular lineup.
Yeah, and speaking of value, they have that FaZe clan over there. You might know a thing or two about them. Stature,
really?
Where do they stand? What are they about now?
Yeah, they got Kerrigan as the in-game leader. Obviously, now that he actually has some time to work with the team. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play. I imagine that they're going to change their game a lot compared to me and Nico in the team. I think just Kerrigan is going to bring his own stuff and work with the team in that sense. So they've had some good performances when Twist joined, before Kerrigan joined as well, right? In their Blast group, beating the likes of Liquid 2 times. Not too much to write home about in Katowice. They fell to Liquid, beat OG, and then they lost to someone in the lower bracket, right? So just now they had like 2-3 weeks to practice. So I think now we're going to be seeing some things from FaZe. We're going to get the first real look of the new FaZe lineup.
That makes sense, right? You want to hope that they come here and they show everything that FaZe has to offer under Kerrigan's leadership, with Twist being activated, animated, everything in between. For us, we need to go in between times here, being the break, because when we come back, we're jumping into Mouse versus ENCE. Then we're going to have G2 Nip, Vitality versus FaZe on this first day of Group B. Join us when we return for more ESL Pro League Season 13.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
No, I'm exploring. I'm exploring.
Oh. Exploring? Oh. I take this weapon. What the Okay. Need to take the scar, guys. Enter, cover me, stay here.
Oh, Manek is
Better.
Where?
Top of jail, bro.
How did you get there?
Take the teleport now.
Oh!
Where's the hope?
Tough myself, guys. Hunter, you need to save me, bro. In the jail. I fucked up myself. I'm stuck in the.
You're in the jail?
Ouais.
Ouais.
Tu me vois? You saw me?
Yeah, I saw you.
I suicide.
Okay, Hunter. He knows now.
What a position. Come down, guys. We all fight down.
Okay, Rocky.
Where down, bro?
Down. In the L, bro. Oh putain, I'm the new bird, it's not Nico. No, No! Relax, relax.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
One in jail, Hunter. Hiding team. Attends, a little rat in the laboratory. A rat.
Where are you?
I wanted to go on the ladder, but I'm down now.
Wow,
Sick duel.
it doesn't work, man.
Okay, Jackie, we are coming. Okay.
Beware, I am the ghost. I am the ghost of the map. I disappear. Wouhou! Ok, pourquoi pas. Mais ouais, die. Salut. Coucou. À ma bite. Mais c'est pas possible.
ESL Pro League is brought to you by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, and DHL.
I think since EPL is round robin, it makes it pretty easy for us to develop as a team. So it's definitely very good for new lineups to just get exposure to a lot of different play styles and play, and then be able to review our games a lot more because we have a lot of games to review. So it's definitely one of the better styles of tournament formats.
You heard Dexter. That's what he said. The guy over there at Mouse Sports. He's the new addition to the team, one of the guys that's now responsible for the team at the helm. Welcome back over to the ESL Pro League Season 13. I am Trace, and there is Yanko. Yanko, Mouse Sports. Are they in a weird spot?
Yes and no. No, because they have all the pieces there, you know, proper in-game leader, Opper, right? They have the players they need for the spots. And yes, because, well, now they have a roster that's pretty inexperienced, right? Like that's the issue for them, not in terms of age as much as terms of playing on the big stage, on the tier 1 level, right?
Yeah, and that's kind of the whole, downside of the idea, right? Is like you have to grow and nurture your team as if this is a newborn.
Yeah, definitely. I think also when you look at it, the likes of Dexter, I like their pickups. I think Mouse in the past couple of years has done a great job with their roster without, spending too much and just getting the right pieces, picking up some, new talent that's not that expensive, giving them a chance to grow, especially with the lineup they had with Kerrigan, the likes of Frozen really stepping up, Voxic while we were on LAN as well. They were the star players of that team.
Which is wild, right? Like it's been a journey for Mouse Sports, and I'm sure that if you're Rops, you've probably been there through just about every single turn and twist of the way. So it would only be fitting to hear from Rops himself.
Yeah, with the question with Rops being the most experienced player on our team, being so young could be a big burden, but I don't think he takes it that way. He's very professional and he understands what to really do. So it's not like anything's really stressing him out. If it does, for whatever reason, we have players like Frozen and Acor who can easily step up. They've experienced quite a lot as well. So it's just a very diverse lineup we have.
Rops looking a lot like Dexter these days, or vice versa. However you want to put it, Yanko, doesn't matter though.
Yeah, and you can see, right, like Rops is only 21, and he's most experienced when it comes to tier 1. Like Dexter, it says 3.5 years, but I mean, he's only had that experience here and there whenever they would come to Europe to compete, and that's not for every tournament. Acor as well, with his time in Mad Lions, didn't attend as many tier 1 tournaments, right? So it's basically just your guy Rops and then Frozen after him.
I mean, Rops has been on there for what, 3+ years, right?
Yeah, almost 4 years, and then he's only 21, right? So he is the star player of this team. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. He's the guy you look to. This game exactly that you guys are seeing now, this was the mad comeback they had against Complexity in the play-in to make it into the main Katowice tournament, and he just single-handedly almost made the comeback happen, right? But for a guy that's so young, like, you don't want for him to have to feel all that pressure, for him to always be the guy that you look to make the high impact kills, to win your rounds basically in crunch moments.
Well, a little bit of that impact that Mouse Sports did fine. They go out last at the Katowice main event, and basically at this moment, they're about a month shy from their last official. For going out in Katowice, though, they had to battle hard. They had to go through the play-ins. Then their first 2 matchups, you get Astralis and then you get Gambit who go on to win it. So it really wasn't the luck of the draw for them when it came down to the main event. Yeah,
when you put it that way, you can see that you can't blame them too much for losing those games. And I remember when we were talking to Rops as well, in that Complexity post-game interview after the play, he was saying like, this was the main goal for us, just to make the main event, so we get some more games, so we can see, how we're setting things up. If there are things we have to change, we're just looking for experience here with the new roster. We're gonna try our best to make it as far as we can, but we have no illusions about being a contender right now. We just need more time. So, and I'm also willing to give Mouse Sports this event as well without having any expectations from them, because as Dexter said, you have 5 games here, a lot of things to look back to. Right. So from this point on, after this tournament, then you say, okay, you had everything you need to have. Now we need to start seeing some results.
Yeah, and I think that window of exclusion from being just held on the fringe is kind of shortening the longer this online period goes. However, for ENCE, I think Frankie said it best, that it hasn't been as easy for ENCE as it once was. And actually the easiest way to kind of, I think, narrow this down, because it probably looks a lot different than the ENCE that you're used to. So you got Sergey, who steps down from the lineup. A month later, Sunny is benched. Ariel then joins Rival and Havu. And that's to kick off the new year. Finally, Jumpy goes to Valorant, and by the way, Twista gone too.
So things were so dire that Sergey would rather go to the army than keep playing with Alu. Like,
He's got that shovel now.
Like things gone south when a dude's just straight up gonna enlist, right? Yeah. Do his duty, then play CS. But I mean, you know, ends props to them for creating a new roster basically out of nowhere, right? And we see that these were their results before with the old lineup. Yesterday, they had the game against Havo. Havo was on a 16-match win streak, man. That was no easy scalp to take. They did a great job yesterday. And, you know, they're a very interesting roster now. A lot of different pieces, right? Players that you wouldn't necessarily imagine playing together. But they have, I think, a good mixture of experience with Snappy and Alu. And then some new young blood, Diha, you see him on your screen. Then also guys like Spinks, right? He's a very young player from Israel who's now playing from the ENTS office, so can finally see how it is to play with a ping that's not 100.
That's cool.
This is ping, so, you know, I think they found a good mixture for themselves.
We'll just go back just a second to, you know, stopping Havu, who were on a 16 matches, you know, consecutively won. That's a lot of games, first of all, but that's also got to be a little bit of a high to ride into your opening day of Pro League. If you're ENTS, you're thinking, okay, well, we stopped Havu last night. A lot of Finns watched that game. We were just talking about viewership, and we were watching that.
Yeah, we're 30,000 at some point, right? A lot of hype created around that game, and I mean, for ENTS, the way things have been going previously, that's just a great result for them. Looking at the veto, you know, it can be, I'm not going to say anything because, like, you know, Mouse Sports practiced for 3 weeks. We're not sure how their map pool is going to like. ENTS, they've been also, prior to the Havo game, they haven't played for a month. So we see ENTS go with the train pick. That was one of their signature maps, even with the full Finnish roster. Mouse Sports with actually a Vertigo pick, Inferno as the third. So a bit surprising there, maybe, that Mouse goes for Vertigo out of all maps.
We haven't seen Vertigo on our stream, have we? Did we even watch it on the first group of A?
I don't think we did.
I don't think we did either.
Thankfully, but of course, Group B is here. First game, here's your Vertigo.
Guaranteed Vertigo. We're going to be starting on Train, though. We're going to be doing that with Chad and Alex, who are ready to take away the match.
That's the plan. Mouse Sports ENTS. Sponge Birchill is what they call him on the streets. I call him Chad.
That's on my birth certificate now.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've got that point. We start on Train. I'm happy to be seeing Vertigo. I'm taking my jacket off. We're turning these lights off, and we're getting in to the game of the day. Good morning. I hope you are at least starting your process of hydrating yourself. I hope you got a snack. I hope you're...
Stretching.
Yeah, just limber up, you know? Keep that posture alternating. Don't feel like you have to keep that Superman posture all day long. You can look like a goblin from the Mines of Moria for 30 seconds or so.
If you can touch your toes, you're doing better than me. But let's glance on into this one. 1xBet, they're going to be favouring Mouse Sports in this one, even though ENTS, well, we've seen a bit more from them in recent times. Diha.
Quick smoke.
Out of the moment, really.
Yeah, he's been looking great and starting as he means to go on. That's why you put a P250 in his hands. Beamers makes a bit of a meal of his taps, and another one fills the feed. This time, Spinks. Good to be seeing him in a team. And look at Diha go, looking great so far. ENTS with a two-man advantage as they flood onto the bomb train and extend it. Only Rops, but cancels the bomb plant by virtue of a frag. He shuts down Snappy, and this was his chance onto Diha. That's P250 versus USP. It's a fair fight. Diha takes his third. Hello, nice to meet you. I mean, I was actually really impressed by his interviews he gave when he was just starting out, you know, throughout Aristocracy into Sprout. Yeah. A couple of his interviews on HLTV, he talked about how hard he'd been grinding, and the way he described it was very, you know, articulate. He clearly has been putting in the hours, and now he's wearing an ENTS jersey. He's a salary professional, and he's about to give Mouse a good go.
Look, it's a bit of a shame that he's not playing within the Polish scene, isn't it? But when you have to take these options, when you want to be a star player like this kid is clearly showing to be, you got to make these decisions, and getting to play on ENTS, well, it's an organization that we know has some pedigree behind it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I do think this is his best opportunity to kind of put himself on the pedestal, put himself in the limelight. Snappy calling the shots, always feels like the limelight's kind of eluded him as well. Chance for him to give it another shot. Oh, Bemis has missed his shots, and he'll be punished for it. 3 Ivy, maybe the call. Bomb spotted. Acor tucked on bomb train, the only unarmored opponent, but they're up pressuring main as well. Don't forget Dexter joining Mouse Sports. You know, he's pulling the strings for the first time. Ooh, Frozen giving it a go. Snappy catching some flak. The smokes will fade soon. Expect to see more bodies hit the deck in about 5 seconds. They haven't pushed out of this Ivy contention. What was that from Alu? He gets 2 wallbang headshots through the box in the same spray, concluding the round, and also perhaps even keeping all 5 alive for ENTS.
Might see a lot of this here. Rob's coming in late, as per usual. It is only the 4th buy, but this kid is going to be the man we're looking to have the consistent star performance for Mouse Sports. Who's going to be that second in charge? Well, I'm hoping Frozen steps up in a big way here. Looks like Robs is content with holding on to the Deagle, seeing if anybody offers up their life, but a nice slow start here on Ence's map pick. We can breathe as the bomb now halfway ticked. We've got about 20 seconds left before we get away with round number 3. And we can do a bit more housekeeping. So Group B, as the desk was discussing, so many new roster changes or role changes. There's going to be a lot of action in this one. I think the caliber of the teams as well across the board, maybe a little bit higher, or at least our expectations for that, just because of the star players held within this group. And there's so much room for any of these teams to come first or any of them to come last, right? I know Vitality's here, but we know that they're not having their 6-man anymore. Des touched on that one as well. There's that double kill from Alu.
Just as he comes out as well.
You love to see that.
Just as he peeks out from red. All right. They concede the first, and we'll have to concede the third, I imagine, as well, just to preserve Kevlar on Rops. Now, whether or not they'll get a chance to slow things down, it remains to be seen. Diho equipping himself with a Mac 10, and his partner Doto ready for the trouble as well.
Ego has a Zeus here. Where's he headed?
Pop, he says, as he mantles the bomb train. Maybe not. Rather get the boost set up for the Deagle. Makes sense. Try and set your only weapon up for a bit of success.
Flanked on in here. Diho's made room towards Sandwich. Now pushing down towards Hell. Snappy's going to draw some attention towards Ivy with 2 big kills.
They found Rops as well, or Frozen, excuse me, with that Deagle. He actually chose to invest. There was 2.
Yeah, Rops dropped 1 for Frozen, so that's
okay. I didn't
quite
see that
telling right there that he's given 1 to Frozen, who should be the second star fragger of this unit. Rops has found another kill. But this round should be clean. The low HP of Diha and Snappy, not too much to worry about with those AKs in the hands of Alu and Spinks. Now, the 2 Finns remaining in this roster. Alu, obviously, the guy who's been there. He was with all the youngsters. We had Alexi, obviously X7, Ariel, that major run. The drama that we were talking about a little bit earlier, it has haunted Ents, but it feels like they've come out the other end better of this, because ever since they got rid of Alexi, things kind of went
south.
Yeah, I wanted to... now, with this new roster, there's hope, because it's a whole new direction, right? You've almost dropped the baggage of the Finnish scene. You've carried across Dota. They obviously have Soren here as the coach. He came over from Harvu as well. I'm really interested to see how good this Spinks kid can be. We've had a lot of revelations, a lot of youngsters.
A lot of people out of their eyes on him.
Oops. Yeah, Rops as well. I mentioned this to you before. I was like, yeah, the first time I saw Rops was actually during EPL, when he got to join Mousesports all those years ago. Had my eyes on him then, and now it feels like it's the blueprint for a lot of these players to come through, make it into an international squad, to now which we seem to have so many. But we'll get the gun rounds underway here. Round number 4, AWP out for A-Core. Rops is going straight into an AUG.
Same for Alu. Picking out that T-side up. Doesn't have a dreamy spawn. May not see any aggressive maneuvers off the bat, but we are going to be seeing just Rops playing solo inner for the boys of Mouse.
Quite passive as well here. That smoke's going to slow down the box hall reconnaissance mission. Doto here respecting the smoke. AWP over towards Ivy. Might get a fight against A-Core when this smoke starts to fade. How patient will Alu be? It's a bit of a default spread here early from Ents, and now the chance for the fight. The smoke will be fading. Frozen gets a kill from Pop. Snappy goes down.
We'll take that any day of the week. Snappy caught out. Pop still remains under Mousesport's control as A-Core gracefully glides towards his new main line. Dexter playing rotations. And a pause from Ents. They've lost this man early. Be hard to overcome. Just a single smoke grenade as that one does get thrown out by Alu. Only Doto has a chance to obscure vision again. 45 seconds, bodies dropped. Spinks falls as well. Looking great for Mouse's first buy here.
Yeah, back towards B they go. So maybe a last-ditch attempt to get onto that B bomb site, but 35 seconds, a very slow round. One that was just a chance to go for picks. Alu, he has, well, the bomb on his back. So if he dies, yeah, okay, just one at a time. Enter trying their luck across the map here, seeing if they can find any kills, any openings whatsoever. But with 24 seconds, this will just be a save call. So Ents just went looking. They just went searching. They didn't find anything. And Mouse, they get a bit of an easy round, all things considered. Not a single point of damage done to any of their members. Nobody having to swear, a chance to just reinvest in utility, maybe grab a couple of extra defuse kits. That's a very slow start, but this game, this group, we have a lot to learn. I hope everybody at home is not coming in with too many expectations for all of the names here. There's been adjustments across the board, so put on your learning caps. Let's sit on down, let's take some notes, and let's see what these teams have to offer. We'll be getting the guns back out, of course. The saved AWP means Alu can stay viable. Rob's your impact player with 1 kill.
That was all it took.
Yes, nice and strung out right there.
Now, after conceding a round as nasty as that for a T side, it can be easy to try and change too much. It looks like that we will be seeing ENCE go for a similar start, default spread. Same smoke for Doto to contend with. And Snappy makes no secret of his Pop Dog presence. Wants to at least force some util out of Frozen, doesn't want him walking in willy-nilly.
Looks like they're setting up for a B exec here. You're going to have late Ivy presence from Diha. 4 players now taking the box holes. Dexter on that early rotate, so they will have 2 players over towards the inner bomb site here, Mouse Sports. Utility is low to deal with this though. No stop molly. Dexter only with a HE, so if he can time that perfectly, might be able to do a bit of damage. Snappy still above Pop Dog, so really waiting out the clock here.
He is going to keep Bemis' feet planted, that's for sure. Ivy smoke feels a bit intense. 2 smokes arriving, but here we go. It's down the ramp. Rops, elevated angle, tucks in, but he's been spotted. Don't forget, Dexter rotated in. Rops does well to win his duel, retreating as the swing comes in. That was Dexter's responsibility. Rops does more than you could have imagined, a double. Bomb planting. Bemis wins out his duel on the lurk, which does just leave the 2 planted now on site, biding his time. Acor didn't rush that shot. And into the smoke goes Doto. Shut down again. Big comeback on the way into the site there.
Yeah, that was nice stuff. I thought that Dexter was going to be good for at least 1 on that site take, but the bomb will go down, hence keeping that money flowing. Might even see another buy round out of them off the bat of that one. Now, that was another slowerish approach. There wasn't too much indication across the map. It feels like Mouse Sports are just able to stand and deliver. They weren't pushed around with rotations. They weren't really made to work for anything. Simple as you like. Acor using that smoke to his advantage here. Second one walking straight on in. I'm sure Doto saw absolutely nothing. Scoring 3-2. Guns coming out one more time. Galil's for Snappy and Doto on the lower end there with the investments, but AWP once more. Let's see, do ENCE have anything more convincing? The standard smokes over towards Yard. E-Box 5-lane smoked off, forcing out that util and Frozen. Again, he has to deal with Pop Dog. Straight back towards B they go. Acor's already here towards Connector. He's floating. Rops is close high ramp.
I mean, Rops' double was a big reason that he even had a chance there. See if he can pass the test again. God, he is doing it solo. He's gobbled the flash, hoping they don't check. Smoked off, trying to find something, and more impact from Rops in the most dire of circumstance. Smokes bloom. Now Sports trying to contend with the plan. It's not going to be enough to stop it. A little shy of Alu. Oh, and this is going to be an awkward one. Even if they choose to save now, Diha's working on a flank through Ivy. This is going to get costly one way or the other. What are you supposed to do? Shooting at toes. Diha's backtracks. Dexter does find 2, and actually it's Acor alongside him.
Snappy's on the bomb here.
Diha can spoil. Snappy just needs 1. Diha reveals, and now it's all good for ENCE. Just Frozen. Rocking a hard place, and they put it across the line, just the 2 of them.
Oh, that one is a bit rough for Mouse Sports to lose right there. Just a simple B exec. Rops getting caught off, even getting a kill though before he goes down, and then they couldn't push in on that retake. Looked like they were stalled out in a very big way.
Once there's I mean, when the AWP's on bomb train, it does really, really kind of hinder your lines of sight.
Yeah, it needed like a flash to push him back or something, take some space, but everybody was so stifled from Mouse Sports right there. Again, a simple approach from ENCE just to hit onto B, but when the B bomb site is your option and Rops is there, it's not too often you're going to get away with him only getting 1 kill and traded. So ENCE have conditioned that bomb site. Acor's actually over towards the box holes right now, but the fight is towards Yard. Alu posted up. There is one spotted top green. Dexter needs to be careful. They're
trying to boost
for him.
Yeah, I think he realizes it. He's long gone. Oh, he actually wants to give him a little bit of a love tap.
He's
Tucks back in.
Very brave right now. Rops?
Doto was not ready for that. Aggressive CT maneuvers. Shut down the T presence in Pop, and Frozen's good for 1 as well. That's 2 of the aggressive prongs gone. Finally, Alu claws 1 back. Rops trying to continue to go around the world. Dexter, he could go down here. He has got the support. Sandwich is held. Oh, good shot from Spinks. Quickly traded. But a competitive round starting to establish itself, especially if Alu continues this crawl.
They're not going to check this,
He's
surely.
looking for Frozen, aggressive maneuvers and great jiggle from Frozen, baiting out the shot. Safer now. But not entirely. Look at Alu's moves. Look at this. He hits the no-scope. Of course he does. Akor's been caught as well. Ents can go B. Bemis only has Alu's cross and he can go around the world safely. Oh, this is just in a blink of an eye, falling apart for Mouse. It looks so good.
Oh,
and it
Alu's
still
overextended
can be
there.
saved. I thought he was going round through main. Now Snappy to clutch. Bemis to pull it back for Mouse.
Has to clear everywhere right now.
Yeah, but he's done it very quickly. I think he's going to be able to work this one out relatively safe. He's being loud enough, though, that Snappy's got a pretty damn good mental image as to when and where this fight is going to be going down. Just peeks on the fake, knows he's going to check one of the two.
Money broken.
Money broken, ends 5. And I mean, dude, I was convinced Mousesports had that round until we rushed, desperately caught 2 frags in 2 seconds.
They should have, right? They really should have won this round. Rops with all
After this?
And then he continues to push, right? Trying to suck back a little bit more, but you have to paint Alu as the hero. The fact he gets the no-scope into the belly here of Frozen.
Yeah, man.
This is the undoing for Mousesports. Caught knife out, Akor pushing B, Ropska pushing B as well. So multiple players caught out of position there for Mousesports, and now they would just be down to these pistols. Sphinx taking control towards main. Nobody close pop. That info is free right now. Ents can go down the ladder into the pop dog and set up a bit of an attack. We'll see some nades, some Molotovs towards that bomb train. If they want to continue to comb forward, it will just be these pistols to contend with. And Ents are looking great for 6.
Good shooting from Snappy. Just take the fights, long range, good use of util. Frozen's Deagle's not got him too far.
Simple stuff. I do worry a bit for Dexter here. Obviously, been with this team now for a month, 31 days on the nose since he officially joined. Been in Europe playing since. And look, it is difficult to now have to in-game lead in a European standard at all times, but also fragging to a European standard.
Yeah.
There's a lot more for him to consider, and that might be a bit of a detriment to the kills that he can put down in the server. But I'm excited to see how he grows within Mousesports. Top's having a look in. We know that he can be absolutely deadly, and anything is costly, so Alu falls. How much more can he get here? Thing is, in modern Counter-Strike, you have to sell this as importance. If you were back when I played Counter-Strike, we'd call Rops a beta. Now, every single penny in modern CS matters, and every single kill that he can get, it's going to help him get a bit more to invest in, going to take a bit more off of the Ents roster. But 6 rounds, T-side, your map choice, you'd already be happy with this one. Bomb's about to go off there, a few seconds left, and curious to see how Mousesports respond, because the aggression that Rops had was good. It's a change up from those passive rounds he was playing with the AUG, but they all got caught out of position. So I'm not quite sure where the issue was. Just a little bit of overextension by multiple players.
I'd like one of the 3 options you have, you know, like, or even 4 options, you know, take some part of the map early. You know, we've seen teams send an AWP for that aggressive main line. You usually have someone supporting him, eventually a deep smoke. Suddenly you've just completely denied that from Ents' default. And it's not like we haven't seen Mousesports pull that one out in the past. Of course, Carrigan loving those CT aggressive maneuvers. But new names. Dexter obviously pulling the strings as well as trying to get the frags. D is not going to let them think too much about it. He's already up sandwich. And Dexter's not ready. Another death for the leader. And D takes 2 before Bemis can find him. Ouch. That one's going to leave a mark.
You mentioned Carrigan. That's the Carrigan classic right there.
Yeah, executed to perfection by Diha. Bemis, responsible for Ivy, but can't win the duel. Snappy looking sharp. Just the 2 then, both on bomb train, Rops and Akor. Not out of the realms of possibility, but now he's lost his teammates. Only Akor hits his first shot, pays quite the price. His blood cauterized down to 47. Doto's taking space. Akor, is he going to get there in time for the line? I think actually with Doto going upper, he will be able to preemptively get there. This is a chance now. Oh, he might have the element of surprise here. This is great positioning from Akor. He's reading them like a book. Sound confirms his suspicions. And now a chance for the first. He even saw the second. He knows he's there. Waits it out and connects the shot. Akor, an absolute criminal act. Steals away at a crucial 3rd round for Mouse.
Yeah, and that one right there, look at Akor. didn't even do anything crazy right there. That low ramp smoke from Doto was fumbled. That gave Acor a lot more room to work with than what he probably would have had otherwise. And on that peak, the fact he sees both, that is so lucky, because if Doto keeps pushing, he'll be out of the line of sight. The bomb may have gotten planted. Acor would have had no idea where he would have been. Mouse Sports will take the timeout to talk through their options here. Even though they won the round, their money is not fantastic. They will have to work out who they're going to drop what, who's going to buy what. Bemis with 3.6, Frozen with 3.2, Dexter with 3.3, Rops with 3.6. So you can see here, they have to work out what type of a round they're going to go in. Their gun's going to be abysmal. Whereas you compare this to ENCE, at least they're able to get out AKs. And alt for Alu, it's looking much better for the T side. I think after the fumbled round on this one here, round 7, where the mid-round from Alu came in, he made a lot of plays, made a lot of space. For Acor to steal one back, probably deserved here for Mouse Sports. So both teams have got a bit of a
gimme.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not a great buy, is it?
It's not pretty. ENCE have a distinct advantage here.
Snappy not looking as smooth on those ladders as some of the youngsters by any means. Nade's going to chunk down Spinks and Doto. Look at that, half HP for both.
Rare to see the nade actually find such a perfect connection. Onto 2, no less.
This is a good read. They've got the M4 towards B. They're going fast.
Okay. Rops needs 1 and finds more than that. 1.9. Spray from Frozen is wild. It's loose. It's 2. And despite the weapon disadvantage, the 2 rifles are tested early. And ENCE, they've fallen flat as a pancake.
Surely they know this is open. Dihar has done this lurk multiple rounds now.
Oh, I'm
Space
scared.
taken again towards Old Bomb. Dexter's evaporated up the ladder. Heaven.
The glass isn't broken. He won't be able to check that Dihar walker. But if he considers going up Heaven, I will scream. There's no way.
This is a hard fight for Dexter, even though Spinks is low.
Nice shooting. Dihar knows now.
I think Dexter knows too.
I think so. He knows there was a gap. He knows Ivy could have easily be walked. He knows D has done it before, and so Dexter's just holding his push as any switched-on player would. Does really remove Dia's chances now, and oh, actually a miss from Acor, and the pistol's just not quite there. Dexter swings out to help his teammate and preserve all of that goodness, even upgrading on the last few seconds. So let's see that spray. No one shooting back. Yeah, 100 HP the whole time.
Yeah, yikes. All right. It felt like he could have converted that one a little bit quicker, but regardless, it's the W on the board for Mouse. 4-6. ENCE, their money's in question, and they're actually going for an all-in. They've 4-spot to this. Just going to be some pistols. Tech 9's 3 of them. Deagle's 2. Utility good. Where do they want to head with this? Could go for a bit of a yard set piece. Nade's getting thrown on over. Snappy looking to make some room. Jumping out to Olaf. It's out for free. Lots of eyes drawn to him now with that molly. And they're going fast Ivy. They're coming through.
They are. Bemis still doesn't have his vision back. It's restored, and he does connect. Only 1 so far from the Tech 9s. Full investment. And that is a competitive frag. Doto's put them back on the board. They can slow things down now. They've got space. Sandwich is theirs. Green Train 2. It's changed. Rops puts the bomb on the floor. Acor for 1 more. Only Snappy. Oh, Bemis is low. I think he realizes it's not worth the exchange. Keep hold of what you can. This was not a pretty FAMAS and SMG buy, but they've dealt with it nicely.
Yeah, they pick up 2 of those AK-47s there, so it's nice to get the upgrades from the FAMAS to the M4. Dropping those across now, starting to stabilize with their economy here. Mouse are up to 5 rounds. ENCE will have to take an eco, so we should see things tie up at 6-6. Snappy with a pretty good performance so far. 12 kills for him, and if you're not too familiar with Snappy, he has been a Danish in-game leader for as long as I can remember. You can go back to the 1.6 days Snappy was playing. Now, that means he's old, yeah.
Looking good, though. Looking fresh-faced.
That's the thing. Think about all the Danish leader exports we have right now. Blame F, Carrigan, Snappy. I'm definitely missing a bunch. We've obviously got Glaive. MSL is looking for a team. Cadian.
Oh, this is a weird duel for Dihar to deal with. He's got 2 to find, and they've got so much util, really. They couldn't afford to go down.
Just flub nade there from Dexter.
Yeah, I think he's feeling the pressure. Oh no, that's another nasty death for Dexter. Acor finds the necessary frag. The bomb now loose. Spinks made that one hurt. And with a missed shot, there's now a little bit more room for Alu to work his magic. Oh, Spinks. Oh, shot, but he's hit it. And now with the bomb going down, they could turn this around. It was a fake from Alu, hoping to draw Rops out of his hidey hole. Bemis is so disconnected from the pack. Coming in from main now. And that could be the element of surprise. He's planted safe from it, though. Alu's considered it. And now it's all on to the new boy on the block, Spinks. Some great shots hit. 2 more required. Bemis is low. And they do have a lot of util. This will make it increasingly difficult with no armor, 30 HP. You'd have to play it perfectly.
Oh, wow.
And Bemis will punish perfectly as well.
Well handled. Lots of util there for Mouse. They were using it, flashing, checking all the corners. They weren't just running into it. If anyone was a bit cavalier about their picks, then they would have gone down to that AWP. But that was just an eco coming down to that kind of an environment. Here's Spinks on the replay. Nice shot onto Dexter there. This one here onto Acor. We caught that one. And the bomb going down with all that damage done to the economy. This is setting ends up in a nice way for the tail end here of the first half of map number 1. On the first day of Group B. Timeout taken, talking through their options. It's going to be, this time, Ents. So 6 rounds, happy with that. If you can get yourself 7-8, that's a big bag for the T side.
Group B, by the way, for anyone that hasn't taken a look, we house not only Ents Mouse Sports, but also G2 Esports, NIP, Team Vitality, and FaZe Clan. There's a lot of interesting storylines that will intertwine over the course of the next coming days. G2 NIP today, you'll get to see Vitality as well. Closing out the day, brought to you by Harry and Hugo, there is FaZe. Get to see that action unfold before your very eyes. Vitality G2 tomorrow as well.
So many good matches. G2 versus FaZe is going to be a great one there with Nico going up against Carrigan and the FaZe boys.
Yeah,
obviously, when we get FaZe versus Mouse again, a rematch of that one.
Dorping, equalized though, 6-6. It's a string of 4 that's brought them here, but fully invested now. Ents are equipped to return to their winning ways. Rob's taking info. It's Doto to challenge him out. He will have to contest with the Flame. Does he really want to pay that price? He does! Misses his shot, pays the price.
Big risk there from Rops. It's unusual you don't see him getting 1 kill without going down.
Doto's taking liberties here.
Lots of space. That's going to be heard. He spotted him.
Oh no, Dexter has conceded a couple of difficult deaths here, and if he goes down...
Dexter doesn't know he's here.
Surely he does.
He must do. Oh, he's being absolutely dismantled this game. Well, Doto's got B, but
yeah, but we've seen this before. We saw what happens, you know. It was refreshed, parks himself on B, and now the rest can walk on in. He doesn't have to do anything else. Rotates too late. Util drop for the cross.
Snappy even has another smoke for this.
Oh, this gets really awkward really quick. They have no info. Frozen's taking a chance, and it's enough to at least have a bit of a flank here. Flash indicates his presence. Baits it nicely. What a move from Frozen, the tightest of jiggles. And now that's denied Brownholes. They can't use that avenue to defend themselves. He keeps them busy. Bemis and Acor have that information conveyed. It's all about timing. He sees them. Both there. Oh, good damage. It's Diha and Doto doing it all. Just to Doto for his 4th frag, and I don't think Acor's got the time. He has got the moves. If he hits it, not to be. Doto, quite the round, doubles his kills in just the 1, puts the 7th on the board.
That was an impact play right there. That kill onto Rops, it turned out to be absolutely everything in that round because he takes the space towards B, takes down Dexter. I have no idea how Dexter's not ready for that type of a play.
But to have the audacity, so when he knows admittedly that there will be a lean towards A when you've got an AWP going B on spawn. I understand he's leapt through that gap and taken a chance, educated guess if you will. But to be able to find Dexter completely off guard and then run that round over with more impact frags in a close retake, really, really impactful stuff.
Mouse have big questions here, right? It's either go all in with this really awkward money situation. It appears that they will be purchasing. Rob's just dropped an AWP for Acor. He's got himself an M4 in exchange. Dexter will be able to go on to something low. This is Acor with the AWP, and as you mentioned, he's smooth. That's a nice one there onto Spinks. He's a great player at movement, Acor, so you'll see a bunch of those little hops around. They're making this buy work. Frozen's got himself onto an AUG. Dex down onto the MP9. BMAS will be into a FAMAS, but the utility is the problem. They only have 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and 2 HEs between them. No defuse kit. Mouse Sports are really up against it.
Acor aggressively AWPing towards main. He's hunting for Spinks. And Spinks becomes the hunter. Mounts Akor's head to his wall.
Just one flash gave away the fact that there might be an aggressive move, and Spinks was ready. 4v5, problems, big problems. As I mentioned, no utility. How are you meant to defend against this?
Oh, he wants more. Just as the util starts to arrive, so does N. Spinks caught. Snappy keeps the advantage, trying to maintain. Dexter caught out with the W pressed. A two-man advantage. Make it even more. 3 discrepancy. D-Hurt probably finish this just with the Mac 10 if he wants to. Yep. 8 found for Ents. They are making quite the T side out of this. You can see why they picked it. Not only did they win the pistol and convert it, but these bursts of 3 rounds in consecutive fashion are starting to really hurt the bank.
I know D-Hurt's good, but he didn't go and pick up one of the rifles there. He just kept that Mac 10. Now he's upgraded it to an AK. So I wasn't too sure if he was more than happy just to rock with the Mac 10 again. I was waiting. He bought it just as I started speaking.
Last round, though.
Yeah, and it will be those Deagles again. So Mouse Sports, 7 is the best they can offer here, and it might be off the back of some individuals. Smoke's over. The conditioning continues.
Nice shooting from Akor. Snappy made a bit of a loud announcement of his E-box hold, and he's lost his head for it. Akor smokes onto Alu. Up in main is the call. They're going in, though, and it's Robs who's found them all! Only a Deagle required! Straight to the belt. 2 clicks apiece. Easy as that. Ouch. That's why people say the Deagle's overpowered. I can't do that. But people like Robs can.
Sit as close to the screen as Robs does. I bet you get a couple more.
Yeah, you might be onto something.
Oh, Alu now tagged on up. Gets a kill. 1 on 3 now.
And there you have it. Robs will secure the 4th as well. Stylish stuff and close as well. 8-7. A single round separates them. Mouse Sports take it to the T side after the break.
Yeah, Dusha is just an amazing player. I think everyone can kind of see it. Everyone could also probably see it in Sprout that this guy has enormous potential. He's just a nice, quiet guy that just does everything on the server, and I really love playing with him.
Hey Future Pros, this flash will aid in pushing out of T-Connector. It will also flash off any AWPer posted on T-Con from Connector. First of all, whack yourself into this corner. Aim anywhere inside of the highlight section, then throw the flash.
Group B's opening game for ESL Pro League's 13th season. We get to see what's going on in both camps, ENCE and Mousesports. New names on both rosters for us to process and fully, well, get to gauge the development of. They've had a bit of time off. Mousesports discussed on the desk, of course, their brief stint in the Katowice play-ins into the main event. And ENCE looking pretty damn competitive so far, Chad.
Yeah, I think ENCE come in here as the underdog, but just on paper, considering what this team has been doing lately, they've been looking good, hot to trot, and well, the 1x bet odds have flicked on over to favor them here.
Seems like the eye test does seem to favor ENCE right now. It looks like Rush's tutorial is being used for the smoke grenade. Out they go. Good shooting. Spinks does well despite the flash, finds one. Only Mousesports frozen with a frag.
Well, boosting over, boosting over.
Yeah, Frozen's not ready for this. Doesn't go down, which is something. And boosting elsewhere as well. This is nice from ENCE. Keeping it dynamic, keeping it unpredictable. And those one taps, silence taps, yeah, it takes you a while to work out where those shots are coming from, especially over a smoke.
Rops is still worrying about the flank here. He might need to get activated to help out Frozen and Dexter. Sure, they've been able to get Olaf. Sure, they've been able to get down towards Sandwich. Oh, that was short-lived. Now we have real problems. 2 on 4, 1 on 4. Just Rops remaining.
Looks good. And Rops has as well with 17 frags and being tested by both. Double peeking from either side. And I mean, that couldn't have played out any better. Look, keep him at long range. Use your USPs at the very back of Ivy, the very back of Z. Boosted up. Perfect.
Yeah, Diha was a nuisance there. He actually used that smoke that we saw Dexter throwing down towards the back of Green Chain. Just stayed on the cusp of it towards the right side. Gets one and then vanishes back through it. The pistols at range not able to punish. And Mousesports on the back foot again. So this is both pistol rounds going in the favor of ENCE. Can they convert? Force bite from Mouse. It is the 5 Deagle strat. They really do love this. We're not seeing a scout for Acor. He just goes Deagle, saves himself residual cash. Everyone else with head armor. A couple of smokes in the mix. And they're kind of just waiting for aggression here. Alu's actually opted in with just a USP. He'll be able to get that AWP out next round. And he's not favored in many of these fights, especially with that head armor. Slow stuff.
Of course, it's the one without head armor that's peeking the USP. He chooses.
That smoke does nothing so late, right? They're actually playing in front of this, and Alu can peer in towards main at any point to see that it's clear. So it will keep them a little bit busy, but there's already 2 players rotated over towards B. Diha playing deep from connector. Snappy towards the back of bomb train. They do have 2 smokes. Pop control. Oof, almost called clear.
Silence. Suspicious. Diha could be set for success here. Just tapping into the smoke. Nothing's connected just yet.
Well, they've got a lot of room.
They have got a lot of space. And now the shooting does get more awkward. It's Deagles, though, for Mousesports. They need to start finding heads. Spray from Snappy. Running out of bullets. 14 left in the mag for Diha.
2 on the flank here.
What was that? He's actually opened up for a double kill. Acor could find another hit. And it's only the USP. It's enough for something. He'll grab the Deagle, but not ideal for a clutch scenario. MP9, no armor. Frozen's close. 1 bullet will do, and he does. Cuts him down to size. Mousesports sees control of the second half in the second round.
Wow, okay. That was just 5 Deagles and a couple of smokes, and they get onto B as easy as you like. I think Diha spamming the smoke was actually the avenue for Mousesports to punish, because as soon as he peered away, they took all that space. They dropped into the site, able to overwhelm Snappy. And this is Rops just continuing to find impact. He has to be the star for this team.
Well, he's doing exactly that right now, Chad. That was exactly what you asked from your star. A double kill to get you into the site. Could not ask for more.
Force by Wars, though. One back here from ENCE. And look, Alu has money for an AWP.
My lord, they may not be expecting this. He's burning, though. Half of his functional health pool's gone already. Spinks wins his duel. He's going to be under a lot of scrutiny. Doto, tight line, can surprise, misses his shot. Down, advantage ends. This force by War will be a vicious one. Spinks does fall. It's armored Deagles, and one is no. Despite that, Diha swings out with ease. Don't think he wants that duel anymore. Okay, scary stuff. Rifle found.
On his feet, too.
Both coming in from Green Train, and good shooting again from Rops. He's on for his second, maybe even a third. Now Snappy makes it a 1v1. This is a crucial one. Should ENCE win it, back to their control. Duking it out. Rops stole that control from them in the second. Now a one-on-one. Rops holds the 9, holds his nerve, tags him down to 73. Snappy advancing. That's what Rops is ready for. And another triple kill from Rops. Drops 3. 9-9 the score. And that's exactly what Mousesports, that's what the doctor ordered. Wrote it down in hieroglyphics, but he said you need to win that pistol conversion. They win the second round, couldn't be any better.
Yeah, good shooting here from Rops again, and you can just see how precise this guy is. Clinical right there, and bails them out in a big way. Alu's AWP purchase, it wasn't enough to rattle them, so ENCE will force again.
Woof!
Couple of Deagles, Scout this time, CZ for D-Hut. Utilities in the mix as well. I think that if you're Mouse, you might be expecting a full eco after a buy like that, so straight over towards B they go, and there is a gap. They're fast down low ramp, pressure on Snappy. Frozen continues forward here.
Oh, ho, ho. His Deagle bullet did connect. And they're throwing bullets down range. No one too vulnerable. Snappy not playing for the denial, but he's been caught out by Acor, who can continue to be a bit of a nuisance now with this Mag-10, and every single member of Mouse has found a frag. Only Frozen, who's been left out in the cold.
Yeah, Alu should try and hold on to this if he can. Rops is here to deny that, though. Your escape route. Nope. Rops takes him down, 10-9, and now Mouse really are in control. I did not expect 2 force buys back-to-back. I understand why. The loss bonus just not there for ENCE.
But now what it's done is created quite a tempting scoreline for Mousesports.
Yeah, so this will be the 11th. It should just be some USPs, maybe some P250s. Nades are actually being prioritized here. D-Hound's purchased one. The same can be said for Doto. Zeus in the mix. This is just about doing damage. Maybe see if you can keep Mousesports' economy honest. Hard to see how you win around with a buy like this. D-Hard doesn't get a chance to even use that Zeus. And the kills keep coming. So this is going to be a quick one right here. Mopped up, no armor, not many upgrades. Easy as you like. Another 3 kills from Rops. 27 kills in 20 rounds.
Yeah, he's really kind of started collecting handfuls of frags in this second half.
He is going to stand out like a sore thumb in terms of his consistent superstar level in this team, right? Because Acor, we've seen his moments. Frozen, we've seen his moments. BMAS, he's still, let's say, a rookie, right? He's still coming into fruition as a player at the Tier 1. And the same for Dexter, who played domestically in Australia all of last year and now is over in the big leagues, right? So Rops is the one who needs to be doing this. He needs to be getting them 27 kills in 20 rounds. How many more can he get? Only towards high ramp. Dealing straight with a B execute here. Pressure will be on Snappy. He's had to dump some of his nades early here. That HE through, well, shy of everybody. They're not setting up for nades just yet. Rops is doing it all. Clears box holes, clears pop. Boys, where do you need me? Who needs to die? I'll be there.
Yeah, he's doing it all. Faking the sound and walking into the site first. If anything, I think he's probably your second man in. You make a mess and Rops is the one that cleans it up.
Yeah, let BMAS and Dexter go in first, and then Rops, you can come in and fix it all.
Yeah.
Looks like a B exec here. Lots of nades for this.
It's a different variation on the bait and switch. Snappy on the lower side of oil. Ali responsible for upper. And they are dropping now into Snappy. Vision's restored just in time. And yeah, it's a good big opening from BMAS. He's provided. Enables him to walk down with the smokes bloomed. Over the smoke, though, Diha arrives. He just came straight out of Z with a spray. And he's going to make a third look easy as well. It's only Rops. We talked about his impact. Not today, though. At least not in round 21. Wrapped up. Diha delivers for ENCE and puts it right back into a contention.
Yeah, those low ramp players, they were stalled out there by utility on low ramp, which meant it was a bit of a disjointed hit. BMAS gets that opening, he drops into sight here, you see him get traded, so Alu's able to at least stop that one port. But Diha, look at all this, mate.
Yeah, man.
They've got nades in hands, he jumps up, gets 2, and then the third here onto Acor means there's no chance for anybody to plant and set Rops up with a clutch. So that is a big round from ENCE. The scoreline now 11-10, back and forth as the double AWPs will come out. Timeout taken. Second one here from ENCE. Just want to talk through their options with their buy.
Sick clutch, Diha, but you can take the MP9 for this one.
Yeah, you just saved us that round.
You just take the M4 off my body, okay?
But watch this. He's going to do something absolutely randy. He's going to go straight into pop. Maybe he's going to push into main. Might get a fight. Picks up a free AK. He can make this work. Diha is looking hot with every single gun in his hands. We're talking about Rops impact. Well, Diha's has 20 kills. 28 for Robs, the 30. It's definitely coming. There's no way Robs stalls out now.
You can't afford to. Not when you're this close, and especially on your opponent's map pick. It's within touching distance. That was Diha. He hasn't gone down. In fact, Alu keeps him safe and sound. Pulls the trigger before the smokes can obscure. He won't expect a second. Bemis doesn't go down, though, in Pop Dog. Util exchanged. And over this train, it's a tag, yeah, into the shoes of Acor.
They're committed to this.
They've got Robs in B, though.
Oh, they're actually got out.
Yeah, he's screaming, I have B. Snappy's the one to try and take this away. If he wins the duel, that's huge from Snappy. Do you commit? You might have to. Jumps for info, confirms that he's playing this perfectly. Even catching another. Snappy wins them the round unless Bemis. So low, he's gonna get dunked on. Watch this, it's a hot, speedy Pokeball with Bemis' name written on the side. There you have it, a full 11-11. If you've got a wish, make it now.
That was well handled there from Ents. I thought they were under a lot of pressure on Yard, especially after that leg shot onto Acor. Didn't quite land, then they were going to have to peek around these smokes, but that is the kill on Rops. I'm not sure if he was busy communicating, maybe he lost a little bit of focus right there, but Snappy just steps on out, picks up that kill, and relieves all the pressure. It's this fight right here that's the changing of the round. Yeah, just stepping straight into Rops' line of sight. Good stuff from Snappy, in-game leader over there at Ents. He's had to pick up different projects over the years since he was let go from Heroic. Was over there with Contact. Now you can see here him, Ents, doing a lot of these international gigs at the moment. Pressure. Snappy's heard some footsteps. He's heard a flash. He knows that somebody wants to look for some early box halls control.
Yeah, it didn't fall into the trap. It just dropped in the util on the first step, though.
Yeah, it's so risky, right? You need to have a perfectly balanced time of, are they there, are they not? Well, Spinks is there. He's been burnt on down. He'll be mollied back even further. So pop control. Oh, might not be Rops's.
I think he might take the chance. No? Yeah, he's not sure.
He wants to. He's having a look.
Look at Spinks. He's responsible for so much in that angle. He's got D here in support. They're walking back Ivy, so this is going to have an interesting flavor to it.
Oh.
Sweaty lineups. He actually hit him. He actually hit him. Pulls Doto away from Ivy.
That is a massive gap now.
Hoping and praying that they won't walk through that smoke. He's right to do so.
With the bomb though, right? Dexter's the man we have to focus on, right? If the kills come in Yard, he still might be stopped. If Dexter cannot get out of main, Mouse lose the round.
Especially at the 30-second mark. Dexter's life is as valuable. Need Rops to come up big here. He's gone down. Dexter, crucial frag. Gives him a chance to get closer to the bomb train. 14 seconds, another frag for Mouse. Frozen delivers, it's Alu to deny. He can't hit every shot, only pop. But watch out, he's knocked him off the bomb. Great is there in time. Bemis, if he got back into pop, I don't think they got it. That was down to a bloody second.
Snappy almost unraveled that one, wow.
Single second separating that. He gets back into Pop Dog. My lord, look at this lineup he's got there.
Just off.
If he wasn't crouching, I reckon.
He walked back into it too.
Oosh.
Savior BMAS here.
His face says it all.
Looking to the gods there, Frozen.
Thank you, Gaben.
Hobbled together here, Ents. They've got the AWP out once more, but utility this time it's Skimp. Snappy aggressive. Sees nothing, doesn't get a chance for a kill, has to drop on back. Yeah, cannot deny space, and Rops is walking down low ramp.
Spinks has been really going through his paces as the Pop Dog player. He often put a bit more of a touch of art into that role, CT and T alike. Rops has given him the rough treatment with wallbangs and nades, though. Snappy's up here.
This is such an awkward angle from Snappy.
Yeah. I don't see how he's going to overcome this double, if not triple P. Good shooting. They swing out. It's a lot of information and good damage done. Acor down, but so is Dexter into the site. Charging up. Oh my god, he even bounced the molly off of Alu's face. He'll hear that. He can punish. The bomb is down. Spinks is aggressive though. Bemis is unprepared. And Dexter struggles. Shut down now by Alu. Spinks for another.
Frozen's not here. He's on the other side of the map.
He doesn't have a chance. Unless they... No, they didn't even plant for him. 10-second defuse. It would have been great if he could have had a chance to deny, but this one will be 12-12. Continue to trade rounds, trade blows.
Frozen just seeing how many kills he could get there before a round ended, but it will just be held to 1. And well, a lot of space taken there from Mouse. It felt good off the initial trade, a lot of room taken, but Spinks, he was spoiler here, getting Robs and BMAS unawares that that gap was pipped. Mousebots have to talk through their options here. 5k for Acor. He's the only one in the realms of buying, so this is a chance for Ents to take back control here. Just some upgraded pistols, 2 Deagles. Going down to the wire in the opening map.
Continues to contribute. First blood drawn for Ents. New addition Spinks, probably loving that finish ping.
Must be nice, right? To go from playing on 70, 80, 90 plus to 15. Like, it is life-changing.
He's playing against the same, the same level of opponent. You know, you've been trying to beat them with 70 ping. I'm sure that 15 feels real crispy.
The thing is, there's probably a level of adjustment, right, where he has to realize, oh, these are the type of angles I can hold with 15 ping.
Sure.
I know it seems silly, but there have to be adjustments to the game. It's same with LAN online, high ping, low ping.
Okay, Ali was so primed and ready for this, and a bomb plant is the dream for Mousesports. That's about as high as their expectations can be. Trying to bunny hop in. Couldn't have found a better target, really, in Rops. Nade hurt, about 100 damage. Bomb is going down, though. I'll take that. $800 for every single member of the losing side.
That happened quick. Everybody dead. Bomb gets defused. 13 now for Ents. Gun's going to come back out in the next. And neither team has really been able to build a bank right now. If you take a look at the economy of both teams, you can see here, middle of the pack for Ents, 5k-ish, 4k. They will be able to buy if they do lose this one right here. Mousesports, them lost bonus, starting to build now. Easy as you like, but this one is a simple round. When they go out with just a couple of Deagles, your initial stages is, hey, let's just go for a pick or two, see if we find something, and then if not, we'll regroup, trade out onto a site, or at least run into a site, get a plant like that. So mission accomplished. Third timeout for Mouse. Mytha gets a chance to jump on the mic. Spent a lot of time with Dexter, when I say with, I mean on TeamSpeak, of course, as the coach of Renegades last year. So working together to solve this puzzle. 4 more rounds for Mouse, 3 for Ents. Well, maybe we go overtime.
Certainly not out of the realms of possibility. Competitive game so far. Mousesports coming in as favorite. Very quickly shifted as Ents proved that all of their individuals were firing. Alu, Snappy, D here at the moment, top of the score. Of course, Rops top of the server.
I think I said that, he wasn't going to slow down. He has a little bit.
And he can't afford to, I believe, was how we framed it.
Yeah, so only 1 kill in the last few here for Rops.
Oh, Acor under a lot of scrutiny. And they do tag him up, trying to dunk on him. Does look pretty damn deadly. Rops delivers at quite the cost. 2 members at 20, and look at Diha's angle. This is gonna hurt, finds Acor. Oh, Diha with more. Making it hurt. The bomb's back there as well. Frozen's gonna have to take a gamble now. Straight through the smoke, and that's the end of him. Oh, Mousesports. That one is going to throw you off kilter.
Oh, Rops is still alive, but he's so low.
I've never jumped on that pallet in my life, Chad. Have you?
Yeah, it's a sexy looking pallet, isn't it? Up against that wall.
You throw your own smoke, you sit and stare at it.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how Mouse get back into this. So Doto will have a duel with Rops. It's a fight where he has advantage. Bit of a hard peak for Rops here, especially late. Ooh, but timing. She's a cruel mistress. Doto now tucked on into a tight line.
I mean, you'd have to, like, duck under his crosshair. Not to beat. Doesn't get to pull the trigger instead. That's the bomb delivered to Doto. Next day shipping. Ropsicle Express. Diha finds his third. Wraps it up. He started the round and he decides to close it as well. He's chasing his very own 30 bomb.
Yeah, looks like we guaranteed 15 for Ents here because Mousesports' economy, it hasn't been able to build completely. This is how Rops got the kill, all that action towards main. He pushes on out just in time So that was communicated from Acor and Dexter that they were being pushed. Rops played off of that sound cue. And maybe hanging around in main a little bit too long there. Our sports players. Diha with a lot of impact, and now it will just be Deagles again. I feel like I've said that a lot with Mouse in a game like this. So looking to concede the 15th round. Through the molly they go. Frozen spotted. Doto now to dump a bit of U2. Alu here to help. Just having a look here, Mouse, around the map as a team. BMAS has taken pop control. They know that there was two over towards Ivy. So a rifle and an AWP. Milking at utility now. More thrown towards inner. Rops will call that out. Smoke towards low ramp. Maybe they'll go back for that B piece they did earlier with the Deagles. This time only with a smoke and a flash on Dexter. A HE for Rops. And if you're Ants, you probably have a good idea this is coming. It seems to be one of the only bailouts Mouse have, especially on a round like this. Just go back towards that B bomb site, see if you can get it planted.
Is Dexter just staying there for sound cues if anyone wanted to?
I think he's still working through their options here of where they want to finish, because Dexter's lining up a smoke that may be deep towards Connector. That, I think, is the front bomb train smoke. So they're coming out pop. Flash does nothing at all. Flash assist was actually onto BMAS, so Spinx sees everything. BMAS nothing, and yeah, this is just getting milked apart. Really individual here.
Sorry, I got a strange visual with milked apart.
Yeah.
It's just like sort of brutal.
See him milking a cow or drinking milk from a...
Let's just see what happens here, Chad. He's gone down. There we have it. Okay, Spinx with 4. He manages to tie up that KD neat and tidy as well. Makes sense considering the impact he's been having here in the second half. Hence, 1 round away now from securing their map pick. And it's been virtue of a strong CT side. Let's not forget, we had a close one. 8-7 on the half. Mousesports just having a bit more of an issue getting into these sites. And you saw not only the buys falling flat, but they haven't been able to turn any of these ecos or these decos into anything particularly scary.
Last chance saloon here, and we could just be quickly onto Vertigo, a map that I know Yanko loves.
I do think Rops wins so far in terms of who's set up their sponsor backdrop, the most aesthetically pleasing.
Okay, I'll have to take a better look.
Yeah, take a look. He's got a nice angle. It frames the whole. It fills the whole frame.
We're giving out awards for that, by the way.
Yeah, just started actually.
The gold star system, I think we call it.
I don't ever feel particularly secure when your hopes and dreams of a competitive map on T-side train hinge on an Ivy walk. Nade has landed on the Pop Dog CT. There was 2 in there, so he's got a lot of bang for his buck.
They're holding on to a lot of nades here, Mousesports. They're just waiting for these.
They are walking as it fades, dude. Here we go. Doto has no info right now, so if you're in his eyes, let's go X-ray off and watch Doto. Bearing in mind, he's just walked away. He has no info. This is how he gets it. Smoke blooms. Does he hear anything? He doesn't. Now he does. Ivy steps. Spinx takes down Rops. Mousesports now have to win this round with 4 or it's all ends. Alu fends them off as they aggress. Now Doto advances through the smoke perhaps. Acor false sense of security, and that's another one. Quickly traded. Bemis desperate. All alone. Ace clutch required. Damage onto Alu. And that's it. 16 for Ents. They take their map. They'll take it by force. An offensive defense. 1-0 puts Ents not so much of an underdog and definitely earned his tea there. Diha with a great performance. Alu as well on the AWP. Map 2 after the break.
this whole matchup right here is the David versus Goliath.
Yeah, I think, well, obviously Liquid is going to be overwhelming favorites, and I think this would have to be such a massive upset for ENCE to pull this off, and we've seen them kind of do it. 18-16, ENCE about to knock the North American hopes and dreams out of this major.
Alu, 32 kills to his name, gonna add another one, and here's Alu with 2. This could be all she wrote for Liquid. Alu chipped in for a third, 20 seconds left, and a fourth. ENCE have done it, they pulled off the upset.
ENCE eliminates a tournament favorite right at the start of the playoffs.
Hey Future Pros! Continuing the advanced pro tips trend, I analysed a pistol round strat that Liquid like to perform on the A side on Inferno. For this execute, you will need 2 Future Pros, 2 smokes, and 3 flashbangs. It also helps to have some form of apps control just so you don't get caught with smokes in your hand. The idea of this execute is to isolate the CTs playing in pit and on the site, allowing your team to overrun each position. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the short-sided smoke and a supporting flash. To throw the smoke, first get into this corner near alt mid. This smoke lineup requires the classic view model as the lineup is quite precise. Position the right corner of the top of the smoke to the corner of the highlighted railing. Then throw the smoke. This smoke will block off vision from any pit players. This will allow the rest of your team to storm the A site as one pack. There is no real specific lineup for the flash, so aim high and jump throw. As this flash is about to pop, the rest of your team should start making their way at mid. Then head into apps and peek out with your team as they make their move. Future Pro number 2, you'll be throwing the smoke to block off long, accompanied by 2 flashes to help your team take the site. To throw the smoke, line up with the middle of this grate while up against the wall. Find this plant part and aim to the top left corner of it, then throw the smoke. Next, you'll be throwing your 2 flashes. For the first, aim to the lower left side of this window and jump throw the flash while running forwards. This will flash anyone on the site, allowing your team to pounce. The second flash will land over the pit and also help Future Pro 1 get out of apps. Again, there is no specific lineup, so just aim above the roof's overhang and running throw the flash. That's about it. Unless one of the CTs goes absolutely cataclysmic, you shouldn't have too much of a hard time taking the site as long as your team sticks to the strat.
First map has concluded. It goes the way of ENCE. Mousesports make it super competitive, though, and that's what we're going to keep our eyes on as we continue to look forward into Group B. Easy does it, Yanko. Easy.
Nice.
ENCE or
is for ENCE. Well, at least map 1. Right, Train used to be a staple map for ENCE, and it continues to be that way. I think like it was a lot of just vanilla CS. Nothing too fancy basically from either side. I think what really helped ENCE was in that first half the fact that despite winning pistol, right, converting the 3-0, but also in the 2 anti-ecos they lost only 1 player. After that they lose 2 gun rounds and they still have enough money to buy, right? I think if they didn't have those clean anti-ecos, they would have had to eco there. Mouse instead takes control of the economy. They start building up bank, and that T-side becomes, you know, much more harder for ENCE. But they could rebuy the 3rd time. They win 2 rounds of their own. They break Mouse. They get a couple of anti-ecos there in the first half too, and that was just the cushion they needed coming into the second half.
Yeah, it seemed like it got to a neck and neck up to a certain point. Then, you know, ENCE found that rhythm to their rhyme.
It's crazy how they, you know, stopped the comeback early on in the second half from Mouse, because they did this weird thing where they forced 2 times in a row, right? Because there was this 1v1 in the end where Bimas killed the guy outside pop, right? With low time. So ENCE was thinking, let's just rebuy again. They only had 1 guy alive. We could reset them. The round goes horribly wrong. Then they have to eco. So Mouse now, they have, you know, 6,000-7,000 in the bank. And the problem for ENCE is if you win a round but it's not clean, then you lose it. Well, you're right back at equing. But they did manage to win a couple of clean rounds. Instead getting, you know, breaking Mouse somehow, winning like 3 gun rounds in a row. You know, it doesn't matter if a map is T-sided, CT-sided a little bit. Winning 3 consecutive gun rounds against, you know, on any map, on any side, it's not easy, right? So anytime it happens, like it's a bit of a, you know, special thing, Trace.
It's very special, almost as special.
And Ens did it 2 times.
As our U.S. Air Force aim high, head to head. That's Rops on one side. Now, I'm really looking at this, you know, this Mouse Sports lineup, and what we just saw here on Train was a double op setup come out, right? We've got A-Core grabbing an op, Rops picking up an op. Rops was on a tear right here. Just to put that into perspective, you know, we're 6 rounds into the second half, and he's about 30 kills in, right? I think
this round was also just ridiculous, you know, 6 bullets with the deagle into the body and getting 3 kills. You can see him laughing about it as well. And yeah, obviously Rob saw a lot of action first half as well. Ens was hitting that B-bomb site a lot. Then in the second half, he's the guy who plays above pop, takes control of Brown Hole, so he was very active there, winning a couple of clutches early on, which got them on that winning streak. But in the end, it wasn't really enough, and we had Deha in that head-to-head as well. He had a lot of impact, despite having less frags. You know, remember in the first half, when they were hitting B, he was constantly lurking Ivy, despite being punished the first time or second time he did it. And that played with Mousesports towards the end of the half, right? We saw a 3v2 retake for Mouse at the very end of the half, where they're constantly looking behind and checking CT spawn, worried about Deha, while he was actually, you know, in the actual bomb site the whole time. And that wasted valuable time for Mouse that A-Core didn't have enough time to defuse.
Yeah, this guy's certainly showing, you know, what it means to be an Enceladus.
and in the second half, right, remember the round where he got kills through the smoke? That was another swing round. Both teams low on money. That got basically Ens to 15. So this was also insane. This spray, another reset round for Ens. So you see, like, in all these rounds where it's make or break the economy, he had a lot of impact on one side. Robs tried his best on the other side. Like, this is the round I was referencing, right? Another kill through the smoke.
He knows that Dexter might.
This was just he's a gamer, man. You see this movement, like the crisp aim, you know.
Yeah,
he's doing it.
Crispy aim. Shout out to M one time. I think he's doing Valorant now. But for us, we look at Vertigo as the second map of the series. Yanka, we don't have much time before we go to a break. Thoughts?
I would assume a 3-mapper. Vertigo used to be the permaban for Ens. I mean, sure, like we only have Alu from that lineup, but it's not like he can contribute much. And being at a new team at all, I don't know. Like, they haven't played up until the Havo game for a month, so I would give the edge to Mousesports. They played a few times in Katowice as well.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see stylistically how they match up. I'm excited to see what Ens has to offer on Vertigo, which is what we're going to get after the break. Mousesports and Ens starting off our group of B here for Pro League Season 13. We go to a break, we come back, and we get Vertigo underway.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Future Pros. I'm a big fan of Vertigo, and I know a lot of you out there probably don't love it as much as I do. So I thought I'd help you out and show you a smoke that will help you lock out the T's from the A ramp. It's a nice and easy smoke to throw and will even work on 64 tick servers. To throw the smoke, get up next to this wall. Find the corner of this tile. Run forward and throw the smoke before you pass the edge of the wall. 9 times out of 10 the T's will respect the smoke and not push through. However, be aware that they can still peek over the top of the smoke, so don't show too much skin. Good luck.
Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. I don't understand. Friends, yeah, I guess you got my intention. Got no place I'd rather be, feel like another dimension. I don't wanna talk, baby, you should let it go. I don't wanna go, let me stay a little more. Now talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me.
ESL Pro League is brought to you by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, and DHL.
Vertigo, map 2 of the day. Ensign Mouse Sports clashing as we kick off Group B of ESL Pro League. 4 groups, 6 teams, top 3 you're through. We've already witnessed a battle for the top spot in Group A. It concluded yesterday. We saw Heroic and Complexity duking it out, and Heroic getting very loud as they closed that one out. But Vertigo, first one of the Pro League, Chad.
Yeah, this one's going to be quite highly contested. Now, we didn't bait you into this. We were ready to go. Then one of the Mouse players dropped. So we'll be starting this any second, but getting to see Vertigo here, at least covered by us, is a map that you and I enjoy, one that I know from Yanko's comments he doesn't love.
No, and a lot of the community seem to, you know, kind of, I don't know how much it's just following the
well, a lot of them are sheep, right? I hear a lot of them go, oh, it's just A executes. The amount of variety that we've seen in this map, if you actually pay attention, it's there.
I mean, look, if you watch like 2 Vertigos at the start of its release and you saw the wall banks and the, you know, the wooden boards in the 6 versions ago, then you can still reiterate that opinion. But if you've seen it recently, I do think that we've seen a lot of power of the B defense, even B aggressive maneuvers. You see how quickly that rotate is. We are off to the races now. T-pistol for Mouse. HF's in the chat.
Yeah, a lot of responsibility. He's on his absolute lonesome over towards A. They've done a heavy B lean.
Look at that sweaty angle from Rops to hold the flank.
Yeah, that actually is very geeky. But Diha, he doesn't want to give up this up for free. So he's taken a fight, taken some damage. He's on his own, right? And the reason,
still, though.
Yeah, the reason he wants to make this as slow as possible is so hopefully they drop back and think maybe a few more members. Rops with a nade through the skylights. That's a different angle.
And just as it blooms, so does Acor swing in for the first.
So they're taking A with 3 and 2 are flanking middle.
Yeah, this is actually a really cool strategy. Dota's done very well to find one through the flash and smoke, but swung upon, frozen under a lot of pressure here, and he's been found. A competitive round here. Good shooting. Robs from Elevators, quickly traded. CT a threat. God damn, Rush catching them all. Spinks, however, dealt a hand he can handle. Kit's close. He'll be able to retrieve that, so he doesn't have to rush this. Robs is tucked in. They can take this fight together if Dexter doesn't overextend. And he's been found. Nice work from Mousesports. Rops doing it all, not only the smoke, but also 3 kills. No Kevlar required.
That looked a lot better. That's probably one of the better T rounds we've seen Mousesports play from train into this map. I know it's just the first round, but just a couple of details here. Rops throwing a smoke that we traditionally seen thrown from the ramp. We will be taking a bit of a tech, so everybody, we can take our time to talk through this. The smoke that Rops threw, normally what happens is you take A ramp control, you get up to that sandbag, we see everybody throwing the same jump smoke. But what they've done is they've helped out their A attack from middle, where the utility is safe. They've been able to walk through middle and take away that rotation point because it's very unlikely that CTs are going to push for a flank. And then they're able to cotton off those rotations and make it awkward. Dexter the entire time was staying in limbo, right? If they get the kills on the B rotators and they clear that out, then Dexter can fall all the way back towards B. Acor and Frozen it was, were pushing through those smokes to take the fight and bottleneck Ents. And it worked out perfectly with Rops coming through as the hero once again. Now, he did a lot of work on Train as far as the kill department and impact department went. Just need one other player to show up in a big way with him. And Mousesports are probably on to take this 1 to 3. Ents, as you like, will be force spying in. And this tech issue has subsided, but we're getting this one back underway. Deagles and a Scout against SMGs, an AK for Rops, and a Galil for BMAS.
Might need to refresh the HUD. Never mind, we're good to go.
It's the audio, but it's on now, and
it's going to be a bit of a bumpy ride to start this one off. They're into B already, and Snappy, he's gone down as well. The MP5 from Frozen. It's so silent, actually. I've never heard a silencer quite as effective as that one.
Well, you know, we've upgraded them. I don't know if you caught the recent patch notes.
So it's the super silent.
Yeah, you have to pay for that one. It's quite expensive.
Yeah.
And this round is already over. So, yeah, just bear with us, guys. We'll fix this. Don't you worry. We're pretty good at the tech issues around here these days. 2 players surviving, Diha and Alu. They'll just be holding on to their invested weapons. BMAS, Dexter, and Acor will keep their goodies too. And there you go. I told you we were good at these days. We're already back underway. 2-0 to Mouse. An interesting choice for them to be picking into a Vertigo. Now, a couple of reasons they might pick into a Vertigo. Maybe it's the map they want to establish as the strongest in their map pool, or at least, you know, one of their top 2 or top 3. But also, if you take a look at Ents and this team, since they've been together with Spinks, Snappy in the mix, obviously Diha, they've played Vertigo once, and they lost it once. So maybe a bit of a punish there. It was a 16-14 against Natasafix's crew.
How is Natasafix's crew doing?
They're doing all right. They have some up and down results, right? Occasionally, they've got some names in there that people might remember. I think Rouse is one from the Danish team from some time ago. They got Bird from Sky, which is quite an alias. He's the in-game leader of the team.
Bird from Sky, I recognize that one.
Some interesting
names.
Look
at Diha. He's got this saved AK, and he's taking a lot of space, a lot of liberties. We will try and fix this audio issue because it's
making our job quite difficult too. Don't you worry about that.
Very distracting. And they'll not only find the first off the back of that, they'll put the AK in healthier hands. Sounds like a dink has happened
before.
Guys, the replay op has got his audio up. I think if we could just have someone on that, that would be awesome. Three on 3 into the site. Even more frags from Bemis. Just trying to screw my head back on tight here.
Doso has this AK, but he's going to find a kill. Almost gets one.
Does well to actually adjust. A chance perhaps for his teammate to do the damage, but there we have it. Mousesports 3, Ents 0.
All right. Now we can get underway with these gun rounds. So Alu's been saving up for this AWP. Let's see how he applies it on the CT side of a map like Vertigo. Some AWPers have just opted not to AWP on a map like this. I remember Woxic, when he was playing this with Mousesports, he had a hard time of AWPing on it. So he would drop it. I think we had other players picking it up. We know Rops likes to do it on the CT side. Let's see how Alu goes. Over towards B in the early stages. Acor, his AWP is out.
Ooh, baits it with a cheeky bit of ankle there.
That'll force Spinks back into this B bomb site. And we've heard from the players' mouths that this can be quite an awkward bomb site to hold if you don't have any util. Lining up some nades to harass here. There you go, Spinks copping a little bit of that damage. There's nowhere to really hide, only a couple of boxes, and all can be dealt with simple utility.
That's been one of the more valid criticisms, I think, of the B site of Vertigo. Is that as a CT, I mean, look at his options. He's basically standing in the one place they won't molly. Snappy swings out on short. Perfect timing on that one to catch the A-ramp presence, and now that will enable CTs to take an educated guess. Alu confirms that ramp is on lock, and they still want to walk in. You're going to have to invest util to force Alu off the line. He's tucked in on short, though, so here we have a very uncomfortable round for Mouse Sports. 2 casualties. Frozen's gone, as is the new in-game leader. Setting up for Bemis' walk. Sandbags has become such a power position recently, Chad. Diha, how on earth do you handle this? With such grace. Look at that.
Just dipped on out, so easy stuff here. 25 seconds left. Mouse may even consider saving here. They're going to walk into a 3-man stack on A.
Yeah, I don't see how you're supposed to overcome this. This is a frag any day of the week for Alu. D has been found. Bemis left alone, hoping and praying for a fight. He can win. 4 frags from Alu in total. He defends A piece by piece. Ents posting there first.
Yeah, just asking the question if Alu's going to have any trouble CT side AWP. I think he's answered that straight away. And straight away, Mouse Sports will have to reconsider their buys. Good shot here. Just another easy one in the back. And some good impact, slowing them down, making their life difficult as they try to ascend up that ramp. Mouse Sports will be buying on in. AKs for BMAS and Dexter, pistols for the rest. Back towards B, smoked on out. That'll deny the molly. Alu, does he want to hang around? He's going to throw a nade in. But for a bit of damage onto Dexter and A-Core. Spinks is playing up close and personal.
Yeah, kind of anti-flash as well. Hiding his head.
Of the head. Oh,
just visible.
Boy.
Bemis finds it over the edge of the smoke and the box. It's a big way in. And when you've only got 2 AK-47s in this run, you really have to make every frag count, every opportunity. This is one now for Rops. Holds the line perfectly. Doto thought he had them booked. Now it gets uncomfortable for the Ent squad.
That's a geeky one-way right there. I have not seen that one.
Is that? Ugh, you're going to peek over that one?
Oh, that is nasty. That is real nasty.
I haven't seen that before.
I've seen the sandbag one, the one under the stairs. I haven't seen the one on top of the little plasterboards.
Someone's been looking at the clip brush.
Oh, they need info. They need a kill. Snappy needs something.
Yeah, Rob's got that kill onto Doto, and now baits in for another. 2 frags on the Deagle. Don't even need the AKs to show up, and oh dear, completely books Diha. Only Alu. He had such impact in the previous, and now, well, they require it all.
Look at this tightening right now. They're all around him. There's no way out.
No way, Jose.
4-1, and a bounce back off of a force buy there from Mouse with just a couple of rifles and mainly pistols. They all walk away with a rifle, so
yikes.
Nice little upgrade, and now Ents their money. Well, it's in a middling position again, but the CT side, they're going to go for the force.
I saw Alu had 4750, and I was like, well,
here we go.
Here we go.
He found impact before, so maybe he can find it again, but that one way over towards B, I don't want to be Spinks right now. What this means is the Ents potentially have to play a lot more aggressive on their B lobby. You can't give them control if they're going to be naughty like that. Over towards A, bridge steps heard. 3 players here, and Alu with the glass cannon.
Thinks better of it. Some shots towards the sandbag angle. Wants to stop them from getting that fight clean.
Dex is through the smoke, though, so maybe a bit ahead of the pack here. In fact, Alu didn't go for that pick. Maybe they don't expect an AWP.
It's true. The element of surprise still present for the AWP. And now his chance to pull the trigger. He does find Bemis. This is a crucial duel.
Oh,
D has won it. Doto 2, the double Ds fill the feed. This gets awkward. Bombs loose, and only Rops and Frozen. An elevated angle. Doto wins his duel. 2 now on the FAMAS. And Ents. They put all of their chips into the center of the table, and it has worked. A gamble rewarded. Jostling for control of the finances. It's only Rops now, and he is hitting great shots. 2 so far.
3
maybe
now.
3, okay. Maybe he's got some more to say. 25. It's Alu. Oh, agged up, not going to finish the job. Does with the Deagle, 20 seconds. Is he anticipating? Sure, he wasn't ready. Rops makes them hurt. And this is going to really make the finances oh so interesting.
Yeah, really good shot at that one there, Robs. Almost a 1-on-5.
Like, they just lost the round, but it kind of is sketchy for both.
Yeah, and keeping the middle where Dexter and Mytha over in the brain trust of Mousesports may consider a rebuy, but this was good. So not allowing them to establish control. You can see Ents jumping up and fighting in front of those smokes, and that was the difference maker, as we do see a hero AK come out for Frozen. The rest of them will just go for Deagles. So they want to keep this costly as they can. Frozen immediately dipping on back through this smoke. Has teammates with Deagles just peppering through. That'll tag D-Hard down. Unconfirmed. They can stay silent and they can set Frozen up to find a duel, maybe an opening to crack open this A bomb site. Another smoke over towards short. Minute 20 on the clock. Lots of util used.
A lot of faith on Frozen. Oh, there's 2 of them here. 3 of them here. Oh, and Diha gets 2 heads. More provided by Doto. Acor takes the AK and takes 2 by force. Only Rops.
Here he goes again.
More damage to be inflicted from this human aimbot. Oh, he's made a sound.
Short pushes. A big possibility now. 2 of them lined up together, just defending. With Aloe in swing.
Anything you give him.
They gave up the bomb, though.
They did. Ali wants info. And it's more than info. It's a frag. Robs gets him. Uncomfortable now, especially as the smoke is deployed. Going for a plant. Actually fakes it out, confirms his presence short. Great play from Robs, isolating the angle. Snappy's there, and he's low. Famas was heard, and he finds it as well. Robs, good for the clutch. Steps up and snatches 5. Oh, that's going to break Ents. That's going to break the bank. It was only a hero AK. They didn't even fully invest.
Yeah, this economic struggle that Ents are under right now, they are under the pump. And look how easy it is for Rops, right? He's just hanging around waiting for these fights to come to him. Eventually he forces the issue, knows the Famas because of the spam through the smoke. Diha's low. 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
He almost got that 1-on-5. Gets the 1-on-3. And yeah, a lot of frustration for the Ents camp because that felt like a round they should have been winning. That could have been their 3rd here, and we know this is the map choice of Mousesports. This is a bit earlier on in the piece when Ali was able to find a lot of AWP impact, but now with this timeout taken, of course, Ents are for sport. Don't you worry about that. They don't want to give up on the economy, do they? They understand that Mousesports haven't been able to establish anything great. It's still better than, I think, what Ents assume, but
I mean, the frag onto Alu, like that, for most people, that's where the clutch is lost, right? He peeks out, he misses his shot, but so do you. Yeah. And that's the end of that. Instead, hits the wall bang and isolates what was the only healthy player of that clutch. Finds Snappy, rest is history. Great stuff from Robs, puts 5 on the board for Mouse as they look to try and extend T-side lead here. It's up against another force.
It's 4 players early over towards A from Ents.
Dexter yet to frag. A chance here for a couple. Snappy found, quickly traded back. It's Alu trying to make things uncomfortable, and with a scavenged AK, he can continue to do so. He'll pull out, bomb spotted, Diha sticking around. They want to fight this, Chad.
Looks like they're getting ready to nade and push. They want to get some info. Acor needs to grab that bomb in the open now. Smoke's cleared. Alu can swing at any moment.
Diha turns the flash and the bomb is retrieved. So this is where they can use Diha for very early information. He'll take risks in pursuit of a stack. Frozen. Oh, okay. Narrowly escapes the push for info, but he now can deny that.
Oh, forcing the issue here.
Such a tight line held by Doto, it enables a frag. This is completely slowed down Mousesports. And now swinging out with his deagle, he peppers them. A tag apiece. Pivoting to A. CTs. Don't forget, scavenged an AK off their early exchange. Dexter's AK fills their ranks. Diha's playing for spoil. He wants to deny that first plant. In the absence of a molly, use the deagle. He's caught 1. Beamer's next. Diha again. So reliable for the multi-kill. And Acor using the smoke to try and evaporate. Needs a no-scope, and it's not to be. This is such a battle for control. Bring up that round recap if you can, because it's been one back and forth. for the last, what, 5 rounds in a row?
Yeah, it's a tug of war, right? And Diha here doing his best Rops impression, right? Deagle bullets to the belly, making it work. Gets a little bit overzealous there for the final kill, but lucky Alu's here to save the day. Even gets himself an AWP upgrade. So a great round there. And Ents with these force buys keep it competitive time and time again. Mouse Sports, they do the same. Drops back onto an AK. Pistols for everybody.
Good grief.
It's like we've gone back to Envy vs Fnatic 2015.
Yeah. It used to be a French thing. God, I forgot all about that.
Yeah, just the buys after buys after buys.
Yeah, now it's just Counter-Strike.
They would have been licking their lips back in the day if things were so cheap.
Yeah, they would have. That's when we've seen the resurgence of shocks.
Oh, the Molly doesn't land, at least it...
Ooh, a couple of weird timings in this opening 10 seconds. Rops previously very effective in middle, and while they've sharpened this spear, especially for the job, they'll be boosting him up. The off angle, however, being adapted by Snappy could very well lull them into a false sense of security. How wide with the boost will they go? It's actually going to be for the box. Snappy.
Oh,
just in time. Felt like he had his crosshair close. That's going to be Spinks reacting, though. He knows mid is a threat, and how he's supposed to defend B and B stairs. Or, sorry, construction and B stairs. Dexter bringing that bomb over now. Can't afford to be caught by the flank. Bit flustered. Flashes in. Spinks will eat that. Oh, no, he's fine. Needs that frag, but he can't find it. Frozen's quick to the trigger. Tech 9 for 1. Rops for a second. Finally goes down. That's the best weapon for the job. Now lost into enemy hands, but bomb ticking. And already tucked into the off angles, more headshots as we continue to trade blows. Another one added to the list. 6 rounds of back and forth traded in between Ents and Mouse Sports, and you wouldn't believe it.
Do they force fight again? Yeah, of course they do.
Of course they do.
Snappy immediately.
They only had 1 AK, Chad.
Yeah.
How did this one transpire? It's the mid frag.
I think Dexter coming into this team has got himself almost the perfect recipe for an in-game leader. When you have Rops, you just say, go kill them, please. Whatever you want. We'll give you an AK. Just go shoot him in the head. Gets them the entry. And you're right, that pressure on Spinks is the undoing of the round. Because first of all, they have to deal with mid, but they also have to deal with B. And it just looks awkward. Mouse Sports comfortable now. But Snappy's purchased in. No one's followed suit just yet.
Oh, dear.
He is the in-game leader, so I'm going to say they probably will be buying. And he wouldn't be doing that. Such a throwaway round from an in-game leader. That does not happen.
But as an AWPer on CT side Vertigo, you do feel like you've been hard done by when you're at 1400 and you invest again. You're just like, I won't be seeing that Zoom banger for a while.
Yeah, I think his best bet right now, try and steal it back from Acor because they seem to maybe have just been throwing the ult back between them.
That's true. Drops. Good for 1. So flashy. Should go down. Shot in the side of the eardrum. 2 early casualties. Diho did get caught elsewhere as well.
Aggression right now. Ents are making this so awkward. Push mid, push ladder room.
Yeah, and like Bemis could get flanked here if Snappy takes... The timing on this is everything. Dexter's responsible for the flank. He knows it's a possibility. Rops' death indicated as such.
It's really awkward right now. Mouse Sports are just putting on the brakes here.
But yeah, I mean, the fact that Snappy can now just sit in limbo does enable Doto and Spinks to basically go 1 apiece, but at this point in time, they haven't. B is so open.
Yeah, freebie for Snappy could be everything, right? The fact that they know he's down here, or don't know he's down here. Oh, that was the chance.
Bemis has confirmed it. And Bemis, lethal onto Snappy. Last chance saloon for Doto. Held by the AWP and spots out Acor trying to hit that 1 tap. Dexter's his next victim and first actually of this one. Trying to retake 2 versus 4, now 2v3. Acor looks to have secured the round as he finds it first. Doto not really willing to take that duel.
Oh, a save. Wait, maybe I spoke too soon.
No smoke. Near impossible round for him. Acor is passive, just waiting for the sound cue.
Oh.
There you have it. Nice shooting. Acor tested. Gets away scot-free. 7 to Mouse on the T side of Vertigo, and that was the investment. That was the force.
I finally feel like we might actually have some rounds here that don't involve everybody going all in.
I think it might be happening.
If Snappy got that kill, that's a completely different round, right? Because then there's pressure from behind. Maybe Mouse Sports fumble and go a little bit faster into that A site. But it will just be the USPs. And this is where Mousesports can get up to A. Look at this, straight down towards B. Lots of damage done, guns scavenged.
Yeah, but this is the other side of the coin, is if you've said 5B, you probably take the bomb to A. I'm saying this, I'm looking at the slow movement of Mouse. They are just letting this one run out. And based off of that assumption, they're doing the opposite. Look at that. Just wait, let them rush B, grab the weapon, and then panic that we're flooded into A. And what do you know?
No one's home.
Nobody's home.
Yeah, a little bit frustrating there, I suppose, for ENCE, because you would assume after all those bodies how committed they were that they would just flood onto that other bomb site, but not to be the case, and Mouse will be getting their 8th round here. I can say that so early. It is because the damage done to Snappy, even though they have the AK with Doto, it's just not going to be enough here. They'll hang around, they'll try and do some damage. I think ENCE actually, you know, a lot of people might criticize how risky those buys were. If they don't feel comfortable on a map like this, one of their only ways maybe was to stay in control of the economy, which they tried to do time and time again. Now that they've eventually been humbled and bankrupt, that AWP you were talking about for Alu still feels like it's a long ways away.
Yeah, Mousesports are definitely looking in like much better comfort zone.
Yeah, Train, they looked lost
at times.
Stages, didn't they?
This doesn't feel that way. Even the pistol round was enough of an indicator. Like, okay, this is a map they picked for a reason. Wow, actually some significant damage.
Yeah.
It's something. It will keep them honest. But as you said, and as you've already highlighted, this wrestle for control of the economy has already been won out. The score indicates as such. Now back into what will be more rifle driven. Yeah. 17 again for Ops. What is his stats for the series so far? Lordy.
What do you have, 32, I think?
32 on
those lines?
The first map they lost. Now 17 and 7.
He almost has 50 kills.
It's like he's taken to this new challenge. New motivation. Out he goes.
All right, they're going to drop that molly over towards construction.
Doto, what have you got for me? A pop flash for the elevator swing. Alu, straight in, great shot, takes down the head of the snake. Dexter for 1 though, traded. Not looking at construction, that's because they flood on in. Spinks only gets his 1. That should enable a plant. Mousesports have control, the rest are disconnected. D is on his flank. Frozen responsible for it. I wonder how much he pushes this issue. Yeah, D is not going to be expecting this, so close. Powerful off angle.
Snappy should save. They've had a real issue with trying to save or being able to save or having rounds where they can save. It almost feels too late now as the score will be 9-3. As we mentioned that Alu AWP was not in the mix, and one of the gun rounds they did win, Alu had 4 kills with the AWP. Might get to see it maybe 1 or 2 more times before we get over to that second half, hit that ad break. But Mousesports are looking like a different team here. It is still obviously through Rops with 17 kills, a lot of impact. He had the clutch, he almost had the 1-on-5. The thing is, you look at this team around Rops and they're skilled individuals, right? They're very skilled individuals. Acor over on Mad Lions, people really liked what they were seeing from him as an AWPer. I think that Frozen, like I mentioned before, has had his moments as a player. BMAS is still relatively new, but mechanically speaking, and when he entries, he can be one of those little robots cracking open bomb sites for you. And then Dexter is one of the more experienced members in terms of his tenure in the game, but not overseas. So the biggest factor here is Dexter. How long is it going to take him to acclimatize, and how is his calling going to be over on European soil? That is the question for Mousesports, right? Because in terms of the firepower, it's there. It's not all activated right now, but it is there. Well, another timeout taken. Eagles again. So it will be a partial investment behind this saved M4. Should be able to get the AWP out next round for Alu. But that will be a scoreline of 10-3. They've already secured themselves the first map here, so maybe not the end of the world, you know? If you get through this one quick, you just shrug it off. Yeah, we're not great at Vertigo yet. It's all good in the hood. It's back towards A. Frozen spots 1. No damage. This is awkward around the smokes now. Very awkward. fade. Snappy's going to see 2. Snappy's not going to see anything.
Nothing. Just that little bit of extra smoke completely obscured his view. Acorn, double zoom, no issue. Shouldn't be too many options now for this Deagle Armor round. Acorn confirms short is still housing a CT and
shot.
Frozen making it look very, very precise here. Just one more body for them. Dexter will grab himself his 5th. And Mousesports will take their 10th. Yeah, it does seem like the picture Chad is painting is starting to become a reality. Hence, they were jostling for control. I think it was the most competitive rounds we've seen this half as they were battling for that financial superiority. But when you see 10, Ents, the elusive AWPs are back. Took him a while after the double eco territory, and Spinks' AWP has only lasted the first 5 seconds. He did well to land a shot. This time Acor's a bit more lethal though. And with Acor still standing, we might get to see that B one-way again. We'll see. Towards ramp, Frozen's been lurking this. Oh, a tiny gap for Diha to work with. I don't think he actually's had any info. It favored Frozen, but he sprays in nicely.
There's this underarm smoke here, so
you're looking at absolutely nothing. He's pointing his finger at something,
I guess he's pushing himself into the side of the stack of boards there, and then underarms are up and on the top. We'll have to take a close look at that one. Maybe Rush could do a pro tip for everybody at home.
Yeah.
Hey, Future Pros.
This is where it's awkward, right? Just look at this. They can just weasel up behind this smoke. So filthy.
Dota doesn't want to even give a look in.
I don't blame him.
Bemis is crossed. Does find one. Good defensive work from Doto. Gives him an advantage, but Bemis is quick to relinquish control. It's only one. Snappy. Robs in mid, so clean onto Diha. And now Snappy's got rock in a hard place scenario. He has to bail himself out of trouble. Find the contact, and just like that, damn, somebody get Robs a glass of water. He is thirsty.
Well, this is looking very, very quick here. Ents are going to do their best. They're going to invest in this final round of play. We'll give you the replays of those lovely Rops headshots. Just boshing them all over the shop here. But this time around, it's not just the Rops show, right? They haven't gotten to the scoreline of 11-3 only by Rops. It's been other players contributing here, and I think tactical superiority out of Mounds just in terms of how they have approached this map so far. We still do have an Ents T side ahead of us, but if this half ends 12-3, which is looking likely as Alu spams his up down, they know that's one of the best weapons right now defending this A side. Cops a nade for his troubles. Maybe very, very quickly here onto Inferno.
Hot off the presses from Petter of HLTV, says Mousesports have been leaving Vertigo in the pool often, but they've never actually picked it. The core trio of Rops, Frozen and Bemis are 4-4 win-loss ratio on it.
I think it's a great idea for Dexter as an in-game leader to have this map towards the top of his map pool, because you can be so unique on it, especially when you're coming out of the black box. Oh, they're going to get pushed, or are they? The run boost.
Damn, Snappy catches them. At least enables a clean trade. Now, Dexter. Smoked off. Won't be able to contend with Spinks just yet. This favors the T side, though. Not only in weaponry, but now about
full gamble.
4-on-4. Yeah, he's got a pop flash for him.
They need info. They need something. There's the flash. Spinks is peeking off of it. Doesn't see anything. At least that's an indication that maybe no one's home.
They're trying the A-smokes for the first time this game, by the way. If anyone's watching in that clique. Oh, Ashley pulls out a headshot. I don't understand.
Blind flicking, gets the kill. Ents have a chance now, but
it is a consistent chance. He's actually losing a lot of health to get that bomb. No, and he's gone. Doto takes down the prize winner that is Rops, and now Doto can do it all. He's taken another, trying to elevate over the sandbags. Doto clutches to put a crucial 4th in the final round of play. Vertigo, 4 for Ents, 11 for Mousesports. My lord. It spells trouble. It even smells like a 3rd. Join us after the break to find out if it is. 4 rounds from Ence's CT side. Mousesports putting on quite the show on their attack. Now it's going to be swapped on over. We are in the second map of the day. Joined by Machine. This is Sponge, the Australian voice you'll be hearing momentarily.
G'day.
Got a bit of util. Snappy and Doto sacrificing Kevlar to bring some flame and smoke to the equation. Looks like they've got a lot of intent early. Skylight smokes may be involved. Look at Snappy as he prepares himself for something. Okay. Rush knows. Something's afoot.
So it's similar to what we saw Rops do, but just from a different position over on towards A here. So selling a bit of a fake as they are walking through middle. Acor and Dexter to deal with this. Oh, it's deep.
Oh, it's very deep. I don't think Dexter was expecting that. Acor baiting in, hiding in the sandbags, does well to find one. Will be overwhelmed when there's 4 Glocks in mid. CT, nice from Dexter. Bomb CT, he has the call, he has a flash. Trying to get some information, they're ready to contest.
This is awkward now for Snappy.
Rops is holding that flank. Oh, great shooting. He's actually managed to goosh him. More pressure. Doto swings back out mid. They're finding the frags necessary. Ents have dug themselves out of trouble here.
They've even got the bomb, so back over towards A they go now.
Doto not only clutching out the previous round, he was the reason it reads 4 at the top of the score. But now these CTs are hindered, even more so as he finds some more impact. Frozen, the healthy one of the equation's gone, and well, with Rops' 9 HP, he's just going to have to accept his fate here. Give it another go. I'd make no mistake, he's definitely capable of some impact.
I was curious if he was going to go and have a look in for some kills or not down the ladder and try and cut off rotations. He's still going to have a look in for kills. But the defuse kit and the Kevlar...
You know, you buy a smoke grenade, you're a potent little threat there.
Yeah, and I think considering Mousesports have this chunky lead, we might see them go for a force 5 to own, because I think the 1v5 and or the 1-on-5 attempt from Rops and then the 1-on-3 successful clutch from Rops, that's very telling of Ents on this map, right? They looked a bit clunky, they weren't playing with each other very well. This was Acor grabbing one, and yeah, Dexter fell back almost into their Molotov, right? So you would be expecting that Molly to be landing on top of the construction position. It did land deeper. That did stifle the rotation. So Ents' plan worked perfectly to get the control they were looking for. And Mousesports going for this. This is the classic Mousesports force. They don't seem to go the scout on Acor. He just goes into a deagle, saves himself residual money, or residual cash for the AWP, and they rock these 5 deagles to the belly.
Yeah, Robs gave us a perfect demonstration of the power of these rounds on train. 3 kills in 6 bullets. Simple maths.
Okay, slow stuff from Ents, just feeling this one out. A bit of a default spread. Nade shy, nobody has pushed up that far just yet. Snappy leading the charge, will be mulling over towards Sandbag, so information starting to be taken back here. Smokes, 3 of which still stand for Mouse, will be thrown on out to stall this. Oh, Acor, the only one without armor. He's down to half HP now. Minute on the clock, starting to dump their smokes. Mouse, they're feeling under threat over towards this A site. Frozen bullets left, right, and center. Bemis is over here as well, and wow, Dihar threw the smoke onto Acor, so it's looking like they're heading A. So many smokes now, and everybody's on the site.
Snappy, no issues. Frozen's causing a couple though, and if Doto goes down, there's a chance. Dexter and Rops. 25 seconds trying to play spoiler. Alu the bodyguard though, and nice shot from Dexter. 2 in fact. He only needs Snappy. They know where he is, and the bomb now is ticking at such a slow pace, practically in slow motion. Snappy knows he's going to get double peeked. He does very well to get the first and get away. That's the dream scenario to play this one out. Rops did preserve a kit, and he's trying to ninja it.
Played him.
He's actually pulled it out. Straight 5-second defuse. That's why you saved the kit, Chad. That's why you saved the kit.
Oh dear, Snappy thinks he's played it. Thinks, of course, there's no way he's going to sit this. Doesn't have a defuse kit. What are the chances he's forced into a defuse kit?
Dude, Dexter made this possible. This shot opened it up. This one secured the 1v2. And Rops, that 5-second defuse in front of Snappy's nose. You can see the hesitance. He knows there was a rifle in play, expecting potential pushes, didn't want to overcommit, but Doto, yep. Head in his hands after that one. Alu looking to pick up the pace of Mac 10 equipped, and not easy. Rops is there. He wants to take this round by force, and he has. Partnered up with Dexter for 2 early frags. Bemis, if he goes down, there's a way back in, but he has a good chance here onto Doto, just peppering away and eventually wins the war of attrition. Bomb loose. Rops will confirm that. Hello. This smells like a 13th. Certainly unlucky for Snappy and Diha. Second eagle shot. And as he takes his shot on Dexter, he can be swung on by Short. They can jump up boost box.
He's in trouble.
The ways in which he can find a one-on-one duel really are just A-core. And he wins it out. Nicely done.
This is feeling done, I think, ladies and gentlemen. It felt that way in the first half, especially after we had such a huge lead from Mousesports, and now that they've been able to wrestle control of the economy, they've converted. We do see another all-in here from Ents with a force. I think at this stage, if you're Ents, you're like, let's just get the bloody hell out of here and get to Inferno. That will be map number 3 coming up next, but 3 more rounds from Mousesports before we can get across the line. Over towards A, nice and noisy. Early util coming on through. Snappy takes a little bit of damage just there, down to 69. Dexter with all the info towards B, so they can have 3 players still facing A. Just searching was Doto, but A-Core punishes, and the rest will follow as the utility gets thrown on out. Trying to make the most out of this here, Ents. It's just so difficult to see anything at all. Okay. That's something.
It's something, it's not much. 2 wallbang bullets connect. Frozen mops up short. Off angle for A-Core. There we have 14. Mousesports certainly are looking like they are firmly in control of their map pick. Ents, though, as we've already walked you through, not a map they're particularly familiar with or have been working on in Affinity 4. In contrast, though, I think the storyline is more about Mousesports leaning this way. You know, like this is the interesting part, and it will get more interesting as this group progresses. There is more and more of their adversaries, big names in this group, that will now be cognizant that Vertigo is going to be part of this veto.
Think about like a team like G2, who you're going to be able to pick this against, and Nico's going to be primary AWPing, right? So you got a couple of choices, as these pistols will get shredded. No armor, just some upgrades, nothing. There's more B lobby aggression. That's the one name. Vitality don't mind Vertigo, so having that picked on through, there are threats for Mousesports if they want to make this their #1 choice throughout EPL. And everybody's dead, 15 to 5. Matter of time. Buys coming out, just quickly purchasing on in, AKs, Galils, everything you want. But
oh, there we go. I thought Dexter was actually going to sit there on a bloody MP9. He's got 11 grand in the bank, treated to an AK-47 no less, for potentially the final round of our second map tonight. Tonight. Just because it's dark in the studio, Alex. It is 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
It's tonight somewhere.
Somewhere, somehow. Nades for mid. I think that could actually do significant damage. It's Bemis who evades most of it, and Rob's What the bloody...
All right, Dexter's there.
Okay, it's fine. And Alu does stop Rops before it gets a bit out of control. Bemis.
Oh, sketchy.
Sketchy on the way out. Gets it done. And all of these duels are actually finding connections. A-Core on ramp has fallen to Diha. The bomb's in mid, so...
Oh, he's so committed.
Go either way.
He's
but yeah,
so committed.
He is fully committed to this, and he will have to make a little bit of a peep on the way down. Bam! Snappy suddenly competitive. Dexter asked a lot of him. If he can find Alu. Oh, it's huge. He can now play from stairs. Confirms no one's home. Snappy, however, could be B. That's the info. Diha working on his own flank for Dexter. Oh, he's rocking a hard place here. Can't be caught in limbo. Nice. Great shooting. Traded. Diha now to clutch up and keep Ince's chances alive. Frozen hears all of this. The bomb's Jen's. How does he intend to go about his business here?
Diha has to get the bomb back, and Frozen knows that, but the longer Diha waits, the more Frozen has to consider potential flanks.
I think he wants to just let him waste all the time, won't be able to play the fakey game, and then just put the pressure on there. Like, he wants to completely disappear, let him hunt, let him waste all the time in the world. You can see the passive line he adopted. And if he goes hunting, that's what Frozen's ready for. Maybe not the CT, though. My God, they missed each other. And now this is perfect. It plays into Frozen's side of the court.
Molly's great.
Molly on top of his face. Losing health with every passing second, and Frozen takes it. That is the power of patience and the power of some well-placed utility.
Don't you jump off now, Frozen.
Yeah, hold on, bro. Hold on. You're freaking me out. There we go. Defuse comes in, and there you have it. Inferno is secured. We're going all three. Mousesports, a speed run of their map pick. Only 21 rounds of play. Seems there's some room to maneuver for ENCE on Vertigo, but we'll be separating these two on Inferno.
If I had to put my main team, I would start with Nico as an intro fragger, because he's just. I remember at E-League Season 1, and I saw Nico playing Deathmatch, and he was just destroying that server. And then obviously we felt the same thing an hour later when our match started against them. So yeah, I would definitely put him out first. I'd have to go with my boy Civics. He's a guy who is extremely good at reading his opponents, obviously, especially in clutches and when you are that anchor position. Yeah, he's by far seen over the history of CSGO, the most valuable player on that position, in my opinion. It's either between Kenny or Fallen, but I would go with Fallen this time, because I think that being an in-game leader, winning 2 majors, and being so consistent with the AWP and being the AWPer, being the in-game leader, having to call with 10 seconds left, I think that's quite impressive. I'm gonna have to choose one of my players as well, and it's Glaive, definitely. I think that Glaive is a phenomenal leader. I think that's a must-have trait, actually, if you want to succeed as an in-game leader, because a lot of the times it's about your players believing in your calls. And Glaive has this magical way of just making his players believe in his calls. There's no question that it's simple. It could be Saiwu in the future, but I still think that if you want to be the star player, like the history of CSGO, you need to prove in yourself. So it will have to be simple. He is that X factor who just can always carry his team and always shows up. Has been proving himself on different teams and in different scenarios. So it's simple deserves it. I would definitely go with someone I think that I know, and that is Zeus. He has won 2 majors and has been coaching a bunch of teams and has made them successful, in my opinion. So I think that he has been proving himself time and time again, and he's also a leader and a guy that I think a lot of coaches looks up to. So yeah, definitely put him on the team.
Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because...
Well, ENCE put us in a pretty cool position here, having won the first map. Mousesports will retaliate and come back with the second one. Leaves us up for Inferno. That's in the future. The past is the discussion of Vertigo and everything that went down. 55 frags for Rops in the series thus far. I'm Trace. This is Yanko. And Yanko, is it fair to say that when we look at, what ENCE was trying to do on this map, is it like throwing spaghetti against the refrigerator?
So-and-so, I think they were perhaps caught a little bit off guard with the pick. You know, it's hard to know what Mousesports is going to pick. As the guys mentioned in the cast, they left Vertigo a number of times in the pool. This is the first time they actually use it as their own map pick. So we saw that they had to take some gambles in the rounds they won, right? And Mousesports just had a bunch of cool little moves as well that you saw. They really put the work in. We saw the one-way smoke towards the B bomb side. The ramp control was pretty solid from them all around. And yeah, Robs with another great performance doesn't hurt.
Yeah, him being consistent across the two maps is certainly helping to push Mousesports over the finish line. However, you know, for all intents and purposes, I don't know that Ints were in this map, if that's fair to say.
They weren't at any, you know, point really in it. Mousesports had control throughout, and even in some of the rounds that Ents was winning, it wasn't clean by any stretch of the imagination. Actually, it was really disappointing, some of those rounds. You remember the 1v5 from Robs, right? He gets 4 kills and it's just straight up 4 1v1s that he's having. That's just basic CS, right? Why are you allowing that to happen? And right after that, he also wins a 1v3 round, which completely just breaks sense. This is what we're talking about. It's okay, you're not sure where he is. He's usually towards the B side of the map, but after that first kill, you know, why aren't you just trying? You can just swarm him. You can do so many different things. It's 1v1, 1v1, 1v1. Just keeps happening. Like, it's the most basic part of CS. Like, whenever you have a 2+ man advantage, you don't give your opponents duels. You have to have that at the back of your mind. You have to be in a position where you can either be traded or you can double pick with your teammate, and thus not giving Robs really an opportunity to pick you off like this 1v1. This at the very end, you know, I can give Ents, cut Ents maybe some slack for that, right? Because there's a smoke in play and all of that stuff, but it's just like Alu goes for a wide peak, you know, he just dies there. You just want to get information and just try to get the jump on him, right? Instead, you're giving an opportunity like that. He's playing lights out. Like, Robs' lowest rating in a map that Mousesports won with this lineup is 135.
Pretty good.
Like, whenever they win, he is the driving force of the victory. So they're dependent on him, and he just keeps delivering for them.
Well, let's fast forward a little bit, right? So we have the past, now the future being Inferno. I want to know, you know, from your perspective, when we're looking at this new formed Ints, if this first look we have, you know, what are we thinking in terms of longevity? I mean, is this are they showing things right out of the gate here that make you believe?
They're showing some good stuff, right? We have to see how they're going to fare. I think we'll know much better. We'll know much more after this group, where they're going to have a lot of tough games against really good teams. You know, they did win the first map. Let's not forget that.
Of course.
They got it all the way to a third. So we'll see. They did beat Havu in overtime. Inferno was the decider there as well. So we'll see how they fare against Mousesports this time around.
You know, I'll put it into perspective. You know, you're talking about what Ints have left in the group. Okay, so they're playing Mousesports today. Next, they're going to have NIP. Then they're going to go G2, Vitality, and they're going to round it out with FaZe. I mean, it's not really a secret here. They're not the favorites to win the group, but they could probably cause an upset.
Yeah, and also looking at a map like Inferno, a very team-oriented map, right? A lot of emphasis on utility. How are you approaching banana control? How many times are you going to risk starting 3B, maybe even 4B, like we saw from some of the teams, right? And also on T side, how do you approach that same situation, right? You have some fast A pops to counter that. So we'll see. It's a map where you can compensate for maybe having weaker individual players by having good team play, some good strategies, like good protocols on the map as well.
Strength in numbers.
Yeah, just being, you know, allowing your team to be more than the sum of their parts. There's a lot of choke points, not that many places for pure aim duels. So yeah, that can help them out.
And just like any Inferno matchup, you can imagine that Banana will be one of the most contested, which is obviously, I don't know who we're going to expect to see over there, Yanko.
Yeah, we'll see. Acor is a guy who also, he's one of the operas out there who has the best movement, right? And I don't mean moving around the map, just pure movement, bunny hopping. Mechanically, yeah, it's great. So I'm curious to see how much he is going to move in terms of around the map as well, right? I think from what little we got to see them in Katowice, he was, you know, switching things up a lot, going towards banana as well, trying to get early advantages there. So I'm hoping for an exciting decider here.
Which is exactly what Inferno brings almost every single damn time. Inferno being the third and final map of this series, Ents and Mousesports now have a level playing field. Who's going to come into Inferno stronger? Surely comfortability will be there, and so will we after this break.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
We as pro players and coaches, we say this so many, stats don't tell the full story. So not always the most impactful player in the match is the one who had the most kills. Of course, you do have to headshot people in order to win the round most of the times, but you have some supportive players. Like if the player plays the solo side, an anchor side, he's not gonna have those amazing stats most of the time. The last is like that one-off game. But if he's using his utility correctly, blocking, when he's a man-up advantage, he doesn't give away the difference. He doesn't put himself in a situation where he's full committed to the fight. He's just jiggle peeking, getting information. He's able to delay, survive, something like that. He's playing such an important role. So I think in leagues, team dynamics, and matches, that's where we always have to be scouting. There will be the occasional one-offs, which will be in a rank cast or just a pug, or they'll just come out where they're so mechanically gifted and talented that their talent shines through. Other than that, it's in team environments, and you'll normally see it's never one person. It's a big team because, like I said, this is a team game. So not only that player will have to have it, his entire team will need to understand that. So you normally don't see just one player popping off unless he's just that talented. You'll see a whole group evolve together. You'll see the entire squad get better because they'll get more fundamentals, more team play, a better understanding of the game, and that raises the level by so much it's not even fair.
Well, if you'd like to develop the qualities necessary to be a pro player, be like my boy Naf. Right here in the upper left section that I'm pointing at right now, it's 8 a.m. in the morning, and he's in here watching VODs, watching demos, studying his opponent, and becoming the best player that he can. If you learn how to study like demos, and you learn how to study VODs, and you learn how to study your opponents, you will gain more from watching a demo than you ever will from playing in like a late night professional pug system game. If you kind of learn how to understand, you know, oh, I like this play that this player did, now let's go deeper and let's discover why he did that. Now let's go deeper and discover what did his teammate do along with him while he was doing that. I think once you start looking at it on that level and breaking it down to the smaller details, and you start to really investigate why players are doing certain things, it's very easy to kind of just, I don't know, brush off the intelligence of pro players and just see that they're playing the game and just see the decisions and not think there's a deeper thought to it. And I'll be honest, in some cases that's true, but I think for the large majority of pro players, there's a very good rhyme or reason for every decision they make in the game. Even if in the moment they have the wrong read, there is a reason to why they did something. So I think once you start to learn how to kind of dive into that and understand that, you're going to learn, you'll learn so much more from watching a demo and watching a VOD than you will from just playing the game casually with a bunch of other pro players.
One of the most important things you have to do is sacrifice your own gameplay to help others, and you have to play together and have a hive mindset. So your teammates and you are one, so you can help them and they can help you to improve. And I think that's very important to be like this in a team game, like agreeable, a person that helps others, and just don't think about their own game. So I think that's general for most team games, and there's a lot of stuff about it, and you can just study it and just get better at it because it's very important.
ESL Pro League is brought to you by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, and DHL.
Third map, ladies and gentlemen, Inferno required to separate Mousesports and ENCE as we kick off our second group of ESL Pro League's 13th season. It's a big group, big names, and we start off with a test for ENCE. And they did certainly pass with flying colours, at least on train. Mousesports have proven that the hard work on Vertigo has certainly paid off, and now we find ourselves on often seen as the most idyllic third map to separate these teams. There's no doubt it's familiar territory to both, Chad. And we're going to be starting off with ENCE on the T side.
Yeah, this is a test indeed. I think both of these teams have a lot to prove here. ENCE that they can compete with the big boys in Mouse to show that Dexter and co have been hard at work. One expert odds favoring Mousesports here is we do set up in Banana. All 5 players quick out from ENCE as they go onto the site. 4 players from Mouse to deal with this.
Damn, super fast smokes they've deployed there, and it looks like Spinks has done well to get into the site. Dueling now with 2. Tucks in. That's the bomb on Diha. No longer. Some taps successfully connect. Dexter adds himself to the list of successful names, and just like that, the USPs tap away at ENCE. It's not an easy flank, but Robs confirms it as well.
Yeah, that was beautiful. So ENCE just fast onto that site, locked on in by Robs' flank, and 4 players at home to deal with that. Now, Frozen fighting. You think, why is he not fighting with his teammates? If he waits and they run in, maybe one guy runs in, they might not fully commit. Frozen dying, that's going to force them to accelerate into the site, and that's where the trap is sprung. Mousesports get it done.
Are you saying that Frozen's death was actually the play?
Like, he probably would have liked a couple kills, but him dying was part of that, right? You want to bait them in as much as you can. You don't want to stall them out if you have a stack like that.
Well, we've seen Armored Deagles do much over the course of this one. My
laser beam!
Yeah, it did sound like a laser beam. Every single one rattling out of that MP9 into Diha's head. He will continue to have a quiet start.
Josh, can you just go to Frozen? How many bullets did he shoot just there? Let's see how many he's got left in the... Oh, he's got a smoke out. He's going to jump here for the next 45 seconds. Watch this.
Essentially.
Won't give us a chance to have a look how many bullets he used.
Give it time.
Are you going to commit to this?
Yeah, he wants to know. I mean, he might have reloaded by now.
Who's doing the quick maths?
I mean, you know I'm a specialist. It's one of my specialties.
He probably has reloaded. Hold up. I might have to look in game here.
That's the cue. He hears
5 bullets.
Steps. He used 5 bullets. Chad's solved the mystery, and Robs wanted to get info, but he gets more than he bargained for. Doto's dealt with him, and that might change the plan here. Beamers takes initiative, takes a fight down mid, doesn't manage to convert it, but off the back of the flash, Snappy peeks up. Couple of warning shots, certainly aware that there is a presence.
Bit of argy-bargy on this one here. Mouse want to take some fights while ENCE in limbo, but now that all that aggression has been dealt with, ENCE can regroup towards Banana. They have utility for this. 3 smokes. They can go for deep smokes. They can do front sight smokes. They could really get away with whatever they want, but 2 players on the site, both with MP9s, both without any utility. Frozen and Dexter have to defend against this. The rotation is miles away.
Will Dexter just be denied by the smoke, or will he choose to push in? Contest. I think he's opting for the latter. And it goes so flat for the CTs. Damn, ENCE into the site, looking good for a quick equalizer.
Might be the save here, Acor and BMAS to get back into this. Have to make their way all up Banana, make through multiple players. They've thrown away a Famus that can't be scavenged right now, so it will just be MP9s picked up from ENCE in this round win. That stings a bit. You think if you're going to win a Force Buy, you'd like to pick up at least 1 rifle, but it will be denied. They do get the round, and the Force Buy wars that we saw kick off earlier over on Vertigo will be continuing here right now. But simple stuff, and you understand why Mouse have a look in after Rops goes down, see if they can grab somebody else to get that number advantage again, but all in all, maybe a little bit overzealous there, Rops. He has been having a great series. Bomb goes off, round posted on the board. Now, it is likely we do see Mouse Force. We have been seeing them go in with Deagle buys. This time it won't be all 5. Here's that nice little way to start it off from Frozen. The 5 bullets. Simple as you like. And they will be buying. So, MP9 for Frozen. BMAS has dropped something as well. I think there's a scout being purchased up. So, MP9s, couple of rifles, and a scout. Utility good. Or okay, no Molotovs.
Still a distinct lack of M4A1S representation in tonight's game.
It's just not good enough.
It's not far off being good enough. I imagine it's probably like a 5% touch-up away from being used.
Shadow of its former self, Alex. I remember it in its glory days. It was beautiful.
It's got a few more bullets in the clips now. You can, you know, get away with those smoke sprays a bit more, but maybe a bit more touch on the rate of fire. People would have less to complain about, but a bit of a tag exchange. It's Alu with a bullet lodged within his rib cage. It's Diha to open up the account for ENCE. Up mid, wins his duel, and not just that, he's found a second as well. Quite an announcement of Diha's presence here on Inferno. Bemis solo. Pit, a power position, but they're already taking a lot of space. He does just have 16 bullets left after the first exchange. Molly onto him, doesn't have time, he was supposed to stand and fight. He takes another for his troubles. Alu low from the former exchange, but no, the MP9 does not find the bullets. Awkward for Frozen now, will be surging forward, trying to pip the gap. Spinks holds it perfectly. 2 to Ents.
Big shot there by Spinks, Alex.
Yeah, but Diha is the one I want to talk about. The fact that you just, I mean, many teams dream of having a default end up being, oh, I've just killed 2 mid.
Yeah.
You know,
let's go away.
Okay, I guess we'll just go away then. Thanks very much.
Dealt with the force buy as well. So Ents have actually won that. Yeah, Diha's very impressive, right? I think we've seen his name at the top of the Ents scoreboard since they put this roster together.
Yeah, I mean, there's no strategy required when you've killed 2 people in 2 seconds as the defenders of A.
It's the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid.
Gene Simmons would be proud.
Oh, it will just be the USPs. There is a P250 for BMAS, and, well, there was Zeus. So caught that one through the wall.
Yeah, and Doto's actually in a prime position to catch any of the fishies that slip the net.
A couple more here if Spinks wants to keep spamming, but it's a little too late with that one. Get himself close to Boiler. They could go for a little bit of a peek, and now Doto's on his lonesome. They're into B. They're all going to corral back over that side. They might hear this. Doto's hearing something.
Oh, just couldn't quite piece that together. Next to it as well to find just the one frag, but that was the lurk, and they'll be aware of what's happening here. As you can see, Snappy's completely confirmed it for the guys. A bit of lackadaisical charging and jumping with the MAC-10 enables info quick. Stops the CTs from gathering their resources too quickly either. I mean, in a scenario like this, Chad, is it just going to be trying to take anything you can?
Yeah, just try and keep it costly, right? Don't allow them to have a free round. Make sure that you're keeping the economy honest. You're keeping yourself annoying.
He certainly is annoying. Does go down. And there you have it. Alu solves the mystery.
You got all the different types of aim there from him, Alex. You got the taps, you got the controlled spam, you got it all. That's what you want to see. Alu showing you how easy it can be against those unarmored pistols. Now the guns come out, but Mousesports, they seem to like to operate in these rounds where they're buying rifles, so they're putting a lot of stock in their firepower as opposed to their utility. And utility-heavy maps, especially on the CT side like Inferno, you need to do more team-related plays, right? With this, we're not rocking banana control, you two. We're not getting banana control for free by any means. So they're going to have to play together and hope that they can trade out efficiently, maybe an Aggie move. Because if you sit back and you wait, Snappy and co will just execute on you.
That Molly's going to force Frozen back. So with the use of a single bottle of flame, the second as well invested, they should deny early CT peaks. They might even have to invest that util Dexter was flirting with to get that information back. Spread now towards A. Plenty of util to dump, and speaking of, it's actually a smoke, a poorly positioned one. I doubt they want to go through it.
Yeah, should still stall them out, but you can see how poised Ents and ready are for an execute onto A. There's multiple smokes lined up. They have a lot of utility.
He has no info right now.
And nowhere has any info right now. Mousesports are playing in the dark.
And here comes the smoke exec. Flying through the sky. 3 in position to deal with it. Opting for long. Smoked out. Acor has a flash. He wants to try and contest this. Damn, that's brave. That's brazen. Doesn't work out. Bemis lost as well. Spinks with more impact here on Inferno. He's looking comfortable. Very comfortable. He might even find a third here. He's hunting on Graveyard. Rops, no slouch. Found. And just like that, enter into the site. Another round. They are speed running into this T-side start. Only losing 1 man as well. You've already got 6K, 7K high end on Spinks.
You see how desperate that is from Acor, who has no choice because his players over towards Pit and they don't have a lot of utility as well. And as soon as they get swarmed, you knew they were going to lose the round. So if Acor goes out, he gets 1 trade, slows it down, gets some info. That's something. But he had to push because his players were marooned on the bomb site. Mousesports conceding another, and Enter looking much better here than they did on Vertigo.
I think Dexter might actually struggle to hold on to the M4 here. Gets the info. No. Okay. Bomb radius and bullets. No. Short-lived success. He does go down. Let's see this from Spinks' POV. He turned that flash.
Beautiful stuff.
I wonder if he heard the pin. That's just quick reactions from him. Eyes like a hawk as he finds that tiny gap the Bemis was holding.
Oh.
And Doto,
shots.
yeah, just predicting the shots, knowing his teammate was putting pressure on. You want to try and draw the fire and crosshair away from your advancing teammate.
This group is really stacked, right? We've spoken about the names G2, Vitality, FaZe, NIP in here as well. That's the other names other than 2 on your screen. A win against one of, like, if you're Mouse or your Ents,
you're
it
right.
almost feels like it is a must because the other opponents are huge opponents.
Yeah, this could be the separating win for whomever finds it. Dexter in a lot of trouble. He's able to reload, but D has got his number, does cross back into the side, and that's huge. That's like, could be round winning if Bemis hadn't already gone down. Now, unfortunately, it's just a matter of time. They know where he is. Last seen on B. Knives out to A.
Stay away from him. Get that bomb down.
Avoid him like the plague.
Well, at least the next gun round will have a decent buy coming out, right? At this point, the loss bonus is maxed out. 3,400 time and time again into that back pocket. So we will see a full gun round, finally, from Mouse. It's just, I find it so hard to go into that first gun round with just M4s and low utility and then no map control whatsoever. It's not the way you want to play on your CT side. You like to be dictating the pace as opposed to being dictated to. And Alu, oh, he might go down to this Mac 10. He's not going to save this one either. Dexter, you're in so much trouble.
Don't fancy his chances. He's going to get Molotov'd out, pushed through his smoke into another waiting player in T-Apps.
Doors open. Come on in.
Just start the lawnmower. They'll find him eventually. He's hiding in the grass somewhere.
All right, full gun rounds. Let's get this one going, as even Acor can buy into his AWP if he wants.
It's a big duel to win. And Doto making it look stylish as well as he unloads. I think even mid-air. You weren't getting away from that one, that's for sure.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And timeout taken from Mouse. An important gun round to talk through here because this is where they are essentially putting their best foot forward. Dexter hasn't purchased just yet. We'll finally now go into the M4A4. So 4 of those, AWP for A-Core. 3 Molotovs, everybody with a smoke. There's HEs in here as well to chip down the Ts, put them in one-shot headshot range for these M4A4s. Perfect looking buy on the other side as well. 4 AKs and the AWP for Alu. And Alu and Inferno and Orping, he's always been pretty proficient on this one.
Yeah.
When you talk about players who struggle with the AWP on this map, he tends to make it work.
God, I remember talking about Alu's Inferno T-side AWPing when my voice was very different.
Lots has changed, but Alu has remained the same.
Yep. Ouch. Ouch. Could not have been more damage from that single HE. 100 inflicted into Spinks and Diha respectively. Oh, they respond with more.
Tactical nukes.
Their nades are even better. Frozen in jeopardy. Solo now on Banana. Damage inflicted. Frozen locked behind the half wall.
Everything right now that's been done damage was all nades.
Yeah.
Look how much over both teams.
Like, Mousebots have just lost everything. You can't really actively fight for Banana when you've got to solo it with half health. Diha's lurking. Good opportunity onto Frozen, perhaps into the mid-round, but they are advancing A and they're setting Alu up for success. It's a bait-and-switch combo. Rops can peek in for a chance, and look at that. Perfect from Mouse. That's going to send Ents packing their bags. The bomb's loose as well. Doto can save things. He can switch things around. Of course, balcony's going to be something they've addressed. Bemis is considering that as an option. Rob's responsible for middle and boiler. Doto with util and health, so it is kind of down to Spinks and Diha to force the hand to favor them. Rops, however, has caught one already. Doto steps into Bemis' line of sight. Jakes baits it nicely, but not to be. A great defense. Bemis and Rops combined for all 5.
Yeah, 2 men doing it all right there, and they even get that AWP, but they picked up 2. Now, I don't know if that was the intention. Dexter might have to wield that one over towards B, make it Frozen.
Like, that's the dream scenario when you have a setup like that is first contact, you see 2 blue on brown frags.
Rops loves that position up on the balcony as well. So I think that you don't see that often. Probably you get away with it once or twice in a game.
He likes that you can peek back into mid from there. Like, you don't have to actively be visible when they jiggle it.
Can stay dynamic as do see the double AWP CT-sided setup. Nade onto Spinks. Damage onto Diha. And more nades get thrown in Banana here. Look at Frozen, chunked on down to 23 and flashing forward.
They want it. They want this info. Snappy's going to eat that flash. Clean kill for Dexter, and he gets away. Doesn't pull the pin. Nice work. He's shown restraint there. Look what Europe's doing to him, Chad.
Yeah, he would have dumped that back in Oz for sure. But there's still a lot of pressure towards B.
They've still got 2 smokes, though.
There you go. So now the first smoke comes out, and Alu has to walk away. He doesn't want to hang around here. Knows them likely to chain smokes together. And look who's searching for a little bit of cheeky info. Rops very forward in the apartments, clearing it out, calling nobody home.
They've had a very high-flying series so far, has Rops.
Look what this has caused. A third man rotating over towards B. Acor's already got to move on over through Speedway. There's going to be 2 AWPs on the B site. Frozen's locking the door.
This is huge.
Rops is locking the door. Even Frozen's already on B. Here he comes.
And they've got another smoke as well. Ensa in such a tight spot now, losing Alu.
Can have Banana.
Flames and boosted. Quick scratch to the nose as they know this round is starting to get easier with every passing second. They're trapped. Flashes, smokes, flames. They've used their util to win this round. And I'm speaking out of turn. Frozen ensures I'm not misplaced. 3 for Mouse. Don't lose a single man either. And that is great test from Dexter and Frozen's B defense.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the double AWP coming into so much success straight away. So now that Ents know that they're up against the double AWP setup, they can go for something a little bit execute heavy, maybe try and run down the AWP on the outside of mid with a low buy like this. Spinks with an AK. Oh, it's a force buy. Of course it is. I completely forgot who we're watching. Ents are really trying to roll back the years here. They go for so many force buys. I tried to justify it on Vertigo because there was that real back and forth nature in the early stages, but here, keeping their foot to the gas. They've been able to get out 4 rifles, 2 Galils, 2 AKs, Tech 9. Every round's a gun round. And fast up mid this time, so they don't want to take any of this banana flak. They're looking to pop up mid. Smoked off, nade through.
Great use of their util. Look at this. They're really cornering Ents into a bit of a hurt locker here.
Halu to the smoke.
Yeah, he's found one. Need to see the return here. Rops yet to see anything, and he loses his life. Spinks just head on a swivel. Finds sight and balk in quick succession, and there you have it. The force buy pays off.
Acor rotated over to help out the A defense, and Dalu actually pushed that arch side smoke, I believe it was.
You could see how difficult it was. I mean, yeah, with the X-ray, he looks like he had so many opportunities, but from Rops' POV, it went from everything, or rather nothing, to everything. Losing Bemis instantaneously as he had to take his fight. But that is 2 rounds that I can already attribute exclusively to entry frags from Spinks. Alu, of course, as Chad highlighted, did find one.
It'd be good to see Spinks really come into his own, right? Because he's been touted as one of these stars or one of these mechanically gifted aimers. It feels like they're coming out of the woodwork at this point everywhere. Every week there's a new name on the tip of our tongues. Lots of money for Mouse Sports to work with here. Should be no dramas getting the buyback in. Not sure if they want to continue with this double AWP setup or not. They will. Seems to be a priority here is the double AWP. Spinks into the site. It's going down, and lovely transfer there.
Double AWPs are out. Let's see how they patrol. Test the fundamentals of this T side now from Ents.
Looks like they want to... Oh, I thought they were going to boost him up. He's just going to pick. This is fast.
Yeah, loud
quickly.
Steps. They hear a lot in apps, making no secret of their presence in it. And now, with that presence, they plan to crawl.
Oof. I like this. I like that they've gone for boiler and holes control quickly.
But they're doing it so deliberately loudly, Chad. Like,
yeah, it's because when you do this, you mean you can't play 3 players B anymore, right? So have to respect that it could just be an A piece off the bat, considering how explosive Ents have been. Now they can go for banana control. They get it without copping all that flak damage we saw earlier. They even flash the AWP off the line.
Yeah, smoke blooms though, and Apps has fallen quiet, so perhaps suspicion is starting to rise. 50 seconds to work their magic. Spinks, as we've highlighted, has been a real strong individual in finding gaps for his squad, and he might even try and pip the gap. They're going to leave him to lurk. Okay, so this is the play. It will be B. Bemis has even rotated back to A as they've cut noise, so this is working out wonderfully for Ents. Calling a good game here, Snappy.
There's not really many nades to delay this on B. It's just the Molotov for Dexter. It's going to get thrown down when these smokes come over. There it is. Not going to buy them enough time, though.
Yeah, the flash pool could do something. Frozen, it's enough to buy him time that the mollies aren't so much of a threat. Spinks, though, wrapping around the world. Bemis is tasked with it, but he turns his back at an inopportune moment. Frozen, perhaps, can do something. Dexter provides one. Frozen, given a chance by his in-game leader. D-Head trying to plan if he could just deny it, if he could just hit that shot. Oh, that was his chance. That could have been a round winner. But now they may have to cut their losses. Locked out. Spinks tucked in. Rops may have caught a glimpse and a whiff. It doesn't seem by his posturing that he has, but he still wins his duel, and now perhaps a competitive one after all. Alu actively contesting this, and that's enough for him. Surely that's enough for Acor as well.
You'd hope so. Money has been beaten down from Mouse. Acor, you don't want to hang around for this one. Hand off the Mouse. Just seeing if he can get anything on the way out the door. Not to be. And Diha, the cheeky plant right in front of Frozen. He knew that time was an issue, wasn't worried about going for the kill, trusted his teammates to cover him while he got the bomb down. And 7 for Ents now. It feels like we've blinked and the score's 7-3. Yeah, Bemis not ready for that flank, so Spinks, he took a lot of attention away from the rotation. 2 players were stuck on the A site. When they had to rotate through, they had to worry about spawn. And then second timeout taken for Mouse Sports here. They are buying back in. There is money to work with. Maybe in search for an opening kill. If Ents want to go that quickly, that brazenly in towards Apps and Boiler, see if you can find yourself a little bit of an entry. Maybe even do some early nade damage here, Mouse. But it's not looking good here for them at all on map number 3. Looking at a pistol victory. They lose the force. They go on to lose 4 more rounds after that on the trot. They bounce back eventually. But now the last 2, one-way traffic for Ents. Anything more, if they win the half, they win this round right here. Ents are going to be very happy going into the CT side. But double ops again are out. Clear game plan from Mouse Sports. Something they want to roll with. Something Frozen feels like he needs.
The aggressive apps hold. D has got full control of Banana, and a CT's flash actually catches them and gains more control, forces the smoke out of Dexter.
Yeah, very slow stuff here, but this aggressive positioning from Mouse Sports, that smoke's going to give away that maybe they're playing in apartments, and if Rops overlooks this, Dodo may have the advantage.
Was caught out last time they did this balcony look. Snappy surely going to account for this. He doesn't. Aggressive apps pays off, and he can disappear as well. Just as the smoke fades, Bemis loses his life. Doto, what a punish. A crucial late trade into the apartments. But it does leave Rops on a bit of an island. Acor long. Smoke's now towards B. They like to divide and conquer here, Ents. They like to keep the pressure mounting. Spinks with all the sound cues in the world. He's trying to force out.
Oh, come on, mate.
How does he hit that? Sprays through the coffins near flawlessly.
And now they're on to A.
Yeah, and they've completely tucked out of the site. Ents playing a seriously fierce T-side here.
Mouse should be saving this.
Yeah, but Rops can kind of play spoiler.
Oh.
That's the end of that.
Even runs back into the nade for him. Oh, Rops has found Doto. Okay, hold up. 8 seconds, bomb planted. 40 seconds on the clock now.
Still, though, that conversation's happening. Dexter's arriving up from mid.
They need rounds.
Desperately. Util not really present, nor is that kit. So perhaps just containment at this stage.
Are they calling it off? They have the one flash, right? Acor could set them up, but yeah, they've called it off. The fact that Dexter, the in-game leader, is no longer there means, yeah, that's going to be the 8th right here for Ents, and they've won the half.
Yeah.
They've done it the hard way too, right? Because you think about some of these rounds, they're force buying in, they've got hero AKs, they win the force buy. They didn't get there by pistol conversion and then against a bunch of ecos. They've actually been going up against double orb setups. Mouths have remained threatening. They will continue to do so with these saved guns. Max loss bonus will be dropped across, double orb setup retained. but they're not getting anything done with the double AWP setup. It's very frustrating. If you're going to rock double AWPs, one of the key reasons to do so is you can hold on to utility for a little bit longer, right? You can just sit there and watch Arch side. You don't need to dump smokes out of panic. You can watch top B, maybe be even a little bit more aggressive, but they've been naded quite a lot. And the early stages where we saw both teams having back and forth flak damage, that's ceased. We haven't seen a lot of that since. So mousesports aren't getting that utility damage.
Yeah, well, you spoke about the CT AWPs. It is Acor who's not going to be able to take the first fight. Actively holding middle. Dexter has banana.
Well, that's something.
That is something. And it's something the mousesports have been longing for a while.
Dexter has another smoke for this, so he can either hang around behind the smoke that was just dumped, or he can drop back and do the jump wall spotting. So they can just play 4 members over towards A, but that means you'll be playing a double A setup with 2 AWPs. So it's awkward at best for mousesports. Dexter re-smoked, so he's fully invested to holding this until about 40 seconds. So all in all, you might want to hope they come back. Dexter tucks in, Frozen stayed around. Snappy is actually coming back over now. He has the bomb on his back. The in-game leader signaling they need banana control. Diha flubs his molly.
Rops is on his comfortable little roost, and they're about to put pressure on Dexter. He gets his first. A missed shot, though, from Frozen does put his leader in a spot of bother straight through the flames. Doto pays quite the price, but Frozen finishes him off, and that will slow them down. They were waiting behind the flame. They'll go on the flash. Frozen loses vision, but it's restored in time. Flames force him even further out of the line. He pulled the trigger nicely. Does burn in the flames. Spinks to clutch up. He's had a lot of impact, and he continues to hit huge shots. He's got time. He's even got an idea. He knows where Rops is coming from. Looking at banana immediately upon the conversion of that plant. Outlining his options. Opts for new box. 14 frags as he's coming into his own on our 3rd map here. Rops, he's clearing through construction. That's going to leave him with very little time. Very little time here. Spinks, just by virtue of the clock and Rops' decision-making, looking to clutch up the 1v2. It started so well, Frozen hitting shots.
There's no time for this.
Not at all. Rops, no time. A clutch up, great shot all the way to CT. Spinks will take it. 9 delivered by Ents. This is running away from mousesports now. I thought we had our most competitive map of the series. T's side from Ents is just looking too damn good. Look at this. Frozen holds them at bay, 18 seconds. If only Spinks could hit this, followed by that. This was the only way he could get back into the round. A 1 versus 3, I should correct myself. And Frozen, my God, he's looking like an anime character.
Yeah, well, I thought the fact that Dexter gets 1 and Frozen gets 2 should be enough to win a round right there. You had Acor chiming in for 1 as well, and then Bemis and Rops are unable to get anything done. It's really hard for Rops in that situation, right? Because you're rotating in, you don't know where he's gone. He could have planted and gone anywhere. So Rops has hedged, he's cleared out construction. It was the wrong call. At that point, you're almost tossing a coin. And mousesports, the best that they can really hope for is 6, but I don't know how they're going to get there. This double AWP setup, they are running it again. Okay, let's go back out there and try it one more time. mousesports forcing the issue with the double AWPs.
Listen, 9-6 sounds great. If they can just find a way in. Is he going to peek into Alu? That is brave. Second mid's got a timer on it as well. And you've eaten a flash, and you still stick around.
He has to.
Oh, and he's missed his chance. A sitting duck with a smoke pulled. And nothing to report from Acor's aggressive maneuver. Frozen's, he's caught a bullet, as has Alu. They trade blows.
Oh, they know if it's both AWPs again, right? Immediately, they know Acor shot mid.
Pop looks hot.
This is a great call as well.
Snappy's making the call. Bemis to be tested. Flash does catch him. He's going to be fully blind as they drop into pit. So many targets now. Great adjustment. Deals with the initial swing. He knows there's more. Oh, Bemis. 3 from Bemis. They weren't ready for that. Supportive flashes fill the feed as well from Acor. And there you have it. Bemis, 4 kills in quick succession. He was isolated, but it did not matter. He rises to the top. And I said 9-6 sounds competitive. Well, he's taken them the first big step in that direction. He had so many people after him waiting for the flash, and look at the damage just as they were dropping. No vision and no heads when he was done with them.
I winced after Acor missed that shot in mid because that seemed like an absolute freebie. He worked so hard to set him up for that, but BMAS bails him out in a big way here. Has looked a bit awkward when he's been in transition on that arch slab, but when his feet are planted, his aim looks good. And now Ents, well, they've strung together a buy, a couple of AKs, AWP, and, well, pistols, so they've already been whittled down to not a lot. They lose this one going into the last round of the first half. Their buy will be rubbish, so a lot on the line here for Ents. The difference maker between 11-4 and a 9-6 on the cards here, and Alu's down, double dunked. Nade damage is good. Mousesports are adjusting.
It's going to get even worse for them now upon the loss of Diha. Doto has to take some gambles here, has to try and work some magic. Great angle from Bemis under that smoke. And Frozen, easiest frag of his life, a second as well. 3 in total for Frozen. The secondary AWP does justify its worth there. And now they're down to 2K, I said. This suddenly gets a little bit more competitive as Ents do just take their foot off the gas in these final 3 rounds. Bemis with a hero moment. 3 now in the following from Frozen's B-side AWP. And, well, look what it's done to the boys of Ents. Will be armor, pistols, if Mousesports can continue to batten down the hatches. Second half will have a very foreboding feeling about it for both of these teams. Flashing second mid, Rops to try and punish. Whoa! You don't see that too often. A double, make it triple, quick collection. He wants this round done. Get it done before any of this funny business. All of those nades now lying idle on the floor. And just like that, 6 is secure. Mousesports, they're behind. But they're picking themselves up, dusting themselves off, and we will see how our final half of this series shapes up.
Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Since we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. Now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Introduce me, I'm the renegade. Ooh, every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gate. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast for you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast for you. Look into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast for you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast for you. Fast for you. I tell you the truth. I'm fast for you. just faster than you.
Very competitive towards the end of things. 3 in a row puts Mousesports on 6. Now the defense goes over to Ent. Differentiating factors have been some individuals. Rops has had a blistering series so far, consistency even in defeat, closing in on over 30 on Train. We then witness Vertigo, where Mousesports demonstrated that they have integrated a new map into their pool successfully, or at least punishing Ent's gaps. 9-6 on the half though, Chad. I do think, as cliched as it may be, this pistol has a lot of weight attached to it.
I was going to say the same thing. Alu tucked in up close and personal with the CZ75 towards the half wall. Spring that trap over towards B.
Ooh, Alu could gobble that. That nade seems primed and ready. If they're not careful, Bemis could get a beating. It's all about this bait and switch.
Is Dexter going to flash this half wall?
So Snappy wants to try and make them tuck in. The nade is perfect. Bemis catches a lot of flack on that, and now Alu can swing and finish the job. Just like that. Doesn't have to actually connect the bullets. It's Snappy to do so. Get into the site now. Lots of pressure. Spink's being baited in.
He's mollied out.
That's a problem. Rops has got 2 to find, though, and he's not going to get both. Spinks really is in a tight spot. The flames don't catch him, though, and that enables him to maintain control.
They know Diha's close mid here.
Oh, he hit that. Gets him lower on his quick jiggle. Swaps to the Glock for the close quarters. It's the perfect weapon for the job, and he does eliminate 1. Make it 2. Diha passes with flying colors on his test of pistol.
Huge. He only has 9 kills. He hasn't been needed so far for Ent in this map for them to have such a lead. And you were talking about this pistol round and how important it is. Well, we know that Mousesports like to force buy with Deagles. If they go for that here and they don't convert, Ents are going to be looking great to finish this one off. You got A-Core.
Was it a burst?
I think A-Core was the one changing to try and bait him out a little bit.
Because I heard the sounds, but it looked like an instant kill.
So this will be the force from Mousesports. A-Core holding onto that extra cash as
every force is identical, Chad. You've really drawn my attention to that one.
They don't opt for the the scouts or Mac 10s, or it's just Deagles. And the reason that you can kind of use this identically across all maps is you can just go for a simple spread and pick, right? Just go to your spots, take it slow, try to avoid utility damage, and if you get a chance, that Deagle headshot can change the round. But this nade, just flubbed. It could have done so much more damage. Didn't land it exactly where they wanted it, but the extra nades on top are coming on through.
Oh, the jump, then swing. Great work. Textbook from Spinks.
Ooh.
Not quite done. A-Core catching a couple more bullets through that smoke.
Brave. Brave on both sides, so damage done, unconfirmed for both teams. Spinks is up close and personal on 15. Might just have to hang around towards the bottom of Banana for the rest of the round.
I think it's a job he's willing to do. Up mid then.
A third man rotated over towards B, so there is a slight avenue for Mouse now to isolate 2-on-4 on A.
Dude, imagine going for the full flank. So Spinks...
Oh, the timing.
Oh, Frozen just looked away, and that was the low HP player. Oh, silver platter situation for Spinks.
Coming fast.
Yeah, may as well take some space when he's got the low HP. Just get the info for his squad. Nothing left side, nothing right. Boiler, no way! He inflicts good damage to Rops as well. And things go from bad to worse upon the departure of A-Core by the hands of Alu and his UMP. 50 HP.
Oh, Rops has heard 1, but they're all around him. Wait, if he grabs the bomb, 15 seconds, never mind. Getting way too far ahead of myself.
It's a good shot. Looked good. Feels good, though, for Ents. Converting the pistol. You know, we talk about the power of Deagles, and completely, we witnessed it on Vertigo. You know, the battle of these trading blows. When you lost the pistol, keep spending your schmeckles. It just gets very messy very quickly. Ents, however, have completely diverted from that storyline. And now get the luxury of playing up against unarmored Mouse Sports members.
Dexter invested in a flash, so maybe they want to try something as a team, flash and pick, save it late, see what comes to them. Spamming up, Frozen. Trying his luck, and Alu, well, doing the same. Heard that. Scrappy.
Gets there.
Fence can keep this one clean. That's going to set them up for a big bonus round going into round number 19. Ecor tries to take some space, not going to happen, and more aggression down Banana. Being relentless with these type of pushes here, Ents.
Yeah, and I mean, they do have to pay the price at times, it seems. Dexter, however, has been caught. Frozen, good Deagle work. But I think an ace clutch is too tall of an order. Oh, there's a chance! Frozen! He catches 2 as the smoke fades. It's only Diha. He denies, but good grief, that could have been the highlight of the year. Just a Deagle. Up against 5, hits some smackers there. Let's see this one again. 100 HP in a dream. First into Alu, the second spicy, but these frags came too easy. Just catching Spinks sleeping. Snappy gets a bit scared. He gets that fresh clip, and my lord, Ecor reserved after realizing the reality of the situation. This round holds so much of Mousesport's hopes and dreams. It's a quiet first half for them. They could be silenced even further here in the second. Alu pre-aiming Acor's peak, just a matter of timing on that one. Battle for Banana continues. It rages on as it always does. Spinks, every trick in the book, just waiting those smokes out, using that for any additional time. Now util starts to be exchanged. Bombs on T stairs. They will just be looking to pull some util out of Ence's defense.
This is crazy from Alu to still be top mid like this, so they still know they have Boiler and Halls control. He wouldn't be able to get away with that otherwise. So he just called Banana clear, mid clear, and that's why he's heading over towards Banana.
And that's what they were hoping for. This is the go sign.
Ooh, just denied right now.
Perfect timing on the deployment.
Look at how many they have left as well. Still 2. 1 for Diha, 1 for Alu. They're going to go through this.
They are. Okay, well, there's only 2 to defend then. This is going to get very hot for Diha and co. It's Doto on site as well. They drop their util. It's very indicative that they are understaffed. In fact, this is one way to counter that. You group up and you can test together.
This is the round.
Everything swings and hangs in the balance of these next few seconds. Diha swings out for 2. Not enough. It's saved by Frozen. Rotate in. 3 on 3, but the site is theirs. Dexter's up long. The smoke has time on it. Completely unannounced. Now the sound cue's made. Ali will piece together this, but the site is theirs. Couple of seconds to spare. Spinks advancing through towards the apartments.
This is different than a normal A retake. They were here in enough time for the bomb to go down. They're going to have a look at this, Ents.
Tries to wallbang Dexter out, trying to find a safe haven. Util such a premium. You got 2 flashbangs. And Robs is lying in wait for his peek. Pit does peek out at the right moment. The trade, though, he's lost Dexter in Pit. Crossfire established. Snappy doesn't check it. And now Alu decides to save that last weapon of the job. Mousesport's posting 7. Frozen giving them a gift there.
That was tight, that round right there. I love the aggressive play over towards short.
And you see Diha hitting that first shot. You can't help but feel, stick a fork in it. Frozen just head on a swivel, was looking at long, manages to find both of those A defenders.
Yeah, normally I would be, a little bit skeptical of teams going for a retake after they lose the site like this, but because they were able to be aggressive and the bomb didn't go down for about another 10 seconds after those initial flurry of kills, the rotation from Ents was able to get in place to be threatening, right? One of the problems is when you have to rotate all the way over from B and all your teammates have died on A, is you don't know where they are, right? You have to worry about them being still in second mid, maybe they're in boiler room fighting mid, maybe they're pushed up library, maybe they're in arch side. Here you knew that they were still contained to the site. So Ents had a crack at it, didn't fall in their favor, but in classic Ents fashion, they'll go for another buy. I'm loving this. All in, double AWPs. Diha did double AWPing when he was on Sprout with Snatchy. Those 2 were the superstars of that Sprout roster.
It's good use of their util.
Ooh.
He responds in kind, though, immediately. That advantage is nullified. He's hit a bullet through the wall.
So many nades here, but this is late control here from Ents. So that smoke just towards the half wall will buy them a bit of extra time and forces Mousesports to now start looking towards Halls, Boiler, and mid. Alu's pushing them around the map with his AWP. They know that 1 is saved.
And he's back in time.
Oh, Diha wants a boost here.
I don't know if they're going to get vision.
Going to be difficult to see something here.
Well, just about, yeah, confirms no one's home.
Soundcue would be hurt, so top mid's called clear. They need to get a wriggle on towards B.
And they are. Diha rotating an AWP over. 30 seconds here. Util at an absolute premium, and there isn't a single nade to be thrown from the CT side. Doto, a crucial victory. That's the lurk. Ready yourselves for war on B, folks. It's about pulling the trigger at the right time. Dexter, no! Squanders his chance. Enables one from the Deagle, but it's a good for Mouse. They're into the site. Not a retake you want to go for. Doto coming up just to test the water, dip his toe in, see what Bemis is up to, and it does look like a favorable duel. Just about timing here. If Doto finds something, they may pull the trigger. Just off the off angle. Perfect. And now Diha completely lost. Won't be able to save the AWP. Bemis takes up nice 3 frags from him. Contributes.
Kind of dicey there for a second.
Yeah.
Very, very dicey, but ENCE, after that investment, after trying to stay in contention with that 6-round buffer they had not so long ago, Mousesports are quickly going to close the gap here, and you can see the stack. It was good. I'm surprised Spinks even gets a kill there. You're right. He was just tucked on in. Dexter whiffing his aim and not able to get a easy kill right there. But all in all good for Mousesports.
Yeah, and this is my kind of eco.
Okay, well, you like the MAC-10s? They're not going to see any action.
You can waste all your MAC-10s. We're going to die to nades and AKs and AWPs.
And no bonus for you. And now you've got a choice. Do you want to keep those MAC-10s? Do you want to upgrade? Because you can still use the MAC-10s. Go for some banana control, maybe get some holes control, do something a bit more poppy, a bit quicker with them. Send them in first. Robs will upgrade. Dexter might consider holding on to his. Problems for ENCE now. No AWP for Alu to operate with. Rifles, 2 SMGs. MP9 for Spinks, Snappy on the UMP, and, well, those two are over towards the B bomb site. They'll need Alu to help him out within the early stages here. Standard exchange. Nade shy. And jump spot is good, but a lot of pressure on A right now. Mousesports want nothing to do with Banana. All 5 members gearing up towards A. Rotation's being called. Alu's coming back. Banana aggression from these 2 SMGs. They've completely cleared it out, and up mid we go.
Robs times it to perfection. Incandescence of the flame enables an easy first.
Surely he's not pushing through this.
He fancies it. Oh, his toes. His toes are visible. That one extra touch of the keyboard cost Dexter his life. Spinks charging, surging forward. Frozen contains him. Mousesports have the advantage now on this T side.
Big flash.
Doto trying as much as he might. Takeoff now with the bomb retrieved, and the loss of Snappy really does put him into a rough spot. And baited as much as he could. Couldn't stop and avoid the Rops shot. 10 to Mousesports, 12 to ENCE, and Peanuts in the bank account.
It's back on now. This is the 11th for Mouse up against ENCE, who have a bit of pill to swallow. You don't want to force buy in this situation. They can go for the light upgrade. But yeah, Dexter, you're right. Look at him. I think I'm in the smoke. I think I'm dead center. Nope. Showing that leg. Cannot see a thing. Completely gray screened. And the chicken goes down with the final kill here. Casualties of war, ladies and gentlemen.
I made an executive decision last night, Chad. I changed my radar from the Chad Birchall in-game leader mega zoomed out, to the zoomed in, Alex doesn't get lost in smokes anymore.
You can have both. I
know, but I've barely got the auto switch disabled on this tournament PC.
All right, we'll get League Ops this night.
I got the jump throw bound last night for my guard games. Obviously, you got to get the jump throws right for your CT side. Off the spawn.
64 tick.
Double smoke we have from spawn, jump throw. Yeah, it's pretty hot.
All right. Next thing, I'll teach you how to email yourself the config so you don't have to redo it every time.
I'll teach you how to bind the spray graffiti menu to your thumb button so you can spray after every frag.
Ooh, okay. Here's these pistols we're talking about from ENCE. Robs.
It's an angle.
Yeah. He's walking the tightrope right now.
Yeah, but he's actually in a blind spot, so unless they actually walk into bedroom, they won't spot him. Well, I'm stealing that.
Dexter is low, Bemis half HP too, so I'm a little bit worried right now. 45 seconds left on the clock, starting to peel back towards this A site. Alu has a smoke, and he's on arch side.
It only gets awkward if Diha does what we sometimes see him pull out. Yeah, double kills out of nowhere where he has no right to find impact, and he Could lose his life here. Yeah, Rops, just the perfect timing. As they creep up mid, he creeps into the bedroom, and now Doto's so preoccupied. They're boosted, though. If they hit more, Spinks has managed to deliver, as has Doto. Real problems starting to manifest. Mousesports, got to hurry up here. He's throwing a one-way. That will enable a bit of an easier exchange for him. Can walk out with conviction. He heard Acor retreat to the mini pit. He'll be inaccurate as he falls. It's not a fight for him. But Dexter now knows there's a threat towards his safety. If he fakes it and goes Balk and drops, oh, I'm gonna scream. That's so smart. And now, perhaps Acor, false sense of security, is gonna get caught by Doto. Huge retake from Ents.
Oh, and there's time for the defuse. What an absolute blunder that was from Mousesports.
Dude, Spinks finding 2 as well with this Deagle. He's done it time after time. And time indeed is present for the defuse. Close, but no cigar.
Haha, you were right as well with that sound cue. It baited Acor into the false sense of security that they were both coming up short.
Dude, that's the best thing he could have done with the cues he was given. Acor convinced they're both about to double swing his opponent. He's desperately staring at the potential, but Doto has just enough time after his funny business on Balk to get the defuse, and yeah, that's going to get under your skin if you're Mousesports. It was just, as you said, feeling like it was starting to be a competitive game time, and that one stolen away from them. Some heroics delivered. Smoke on Banana. We're going to have an early fight here, or at least if there's potential for it. They've got the util to burn, quite literally dropped. Spinks playing with fire here. Dexter can swing in. Crucial duel.
Had to win that one.
Had to. And now it's just an early, brutal disadvantage to Stomach. They can pull in. They can go more defensive.
Good pressure from BMS, though. So the fact that he's already found his way through top Banana will force out this smoke. That was roughly at a minute 20 on the clock. There is still a world where Mousesports can get in this. Up mid, baiting out more utility. Frozen and Rops taking this game into their own hands here. These nades through the smoke are doing so much damage, and nobody knows that they're landing.
They've got no info. No info mid, no info Banana. Yeah, Mousesports have a man disadvantage, but they have an advantage in some sense of the word.
Acor's very committed here.
Yeah, D has actually re-smoked. And Acor pulls the trigger onto Diha. A casualty to equalize. Alu, too many targets, overwhelmed. He tried to find the gap. Instead, he's lost his life. Doto falls as well. Mousesports overcoming the early man disadvantage with ease.
Yeah, now Ents should definitely save. I know they like to fight and push the issue, the force buys, getting stuck in a lot of these rounds, but with the bomb going down and 4 players still alive, it should be that save call. This will be the 11th for Mousesports, as we can see tucked in towards the back of the B site. Will be Spinks, and then over towards T-Spawn will be that as Snappy. So a good round there, and it was just simply taking mid control. The reason that I like the fact they accelerated up mid is because Bemis just wormed in off of Dexter's death. He able to force out utility on B that kept 2 feet planted, and then they could go over towards A and find themselves in a 4-on-3 where all the trades fell in their favor. So it was just literally Dexter dying top Banana, and that's all she wrote. Hence now, with these 2 save guns, which they're definitely going to hold on to, we can see that Mals are nowhere near it. Lost bonus coming into the bank balance. I think it's that 2,400 mark. Alu can buy. Spinks can drop something. There's the shot from Acor. Yeah, definitely committed into this one. Second onto Doto, so giving himself a couple of angles to work with there. Timeout called from Ents, and yeah, for good reason. What do you want to do? You've got these 2 saved rifles. You can get the AWP out. Spinks can drop a FAMAS, and P9s are serviceable. Doto could buy on in if he wants with his own. 3.7 there. But if you shove now, and you don't make this one work, it's going to really hurt as we run down the final stretch.
This was the closest as can be from Frozen. He's always a threat, and he's reminded his opponents of that multiple times. This swing as well, saved by the same man. Frozen has kept Mousesports competitive on multiple occasions over the course of this comeback. Great recap there from the gang in the replay den.
They've kind of bought.
It's a kind of buy.
So Alu bought, and Diha and Doto went into Deagles. So the 2 saved rifles still held by Snappy and Spinks.
This is where their fundamentals may be tested.
Snappy's flushed back immediately here, so was overstaying his welcome a little bit, but that info, no, nobody's up top of Banana just yet. We'll buy them a little bit of extra time. It looks like they're flashing forward, wanting to fight. Snappy's out. Snappy gets one.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Dexter does his due diligence, does find the trade. Doto, he's the least equipped of the entire bunch, and he's solo B right now.
He heard of scopes. They know minimum 2 Banana. No rotation.
Oh, that is $700 versus 7,000.
What are you meant to do with this? The stack over towards short side right now is menacing from ends. All 3 players tucked on in. They can push at any point. Just going to be Rops. Warning shots into D-High. He'll think better of re-peeking that. But here's Doto again. Give him another one-on-one. He will love it.
Perfect little crosshair placement from him. He held A-Core at bay. Dexter's his next victim. Chips away. 50 damage inflicted. And he wants more. Nearly catches him with a pin pulled. He's got a great read of the situation. Rops, though, trying to bail him out of trouble. Evades Alu. Doesn't know he's there, though. Could be caught. Oh, Alu didn't know either.
Coming back to A with the bomb.
They're forcing them. Dexter sells it with a CT smoke. They're full rotating, knives out. What a call.
Juked him last second.
Just like that, yeah. They're going to realize it. They'll piece it together now. It's too quiet. Way too quiet. And Mouseboard set up for 12 here.
Dia and Doto can go and get some guns. Doto's actually picked up that AK from Banana. The AWP was thrown away by Dexter, so if they spend too much time looking for that, they're not going to find anything.
It was a pretty damn sketchy half-buy. I mean, say half-buy, of course, Alu investing, and another rifle was in play, but Doto was the one to make it competitive.
Yeah, it's crazy as well how they both rotated away, because Doto was under a lot of pressure, right? But he couldn't see anything, so they gambled. And luckily, it means that they can save 2 AKs and the invested AWP, so now the Ents can remain threatening. But they almost made a round out of that Ents, and that may have silenced Mouseboard. So good for them to keep their head above water. Dexter not going down. It was really just Dexter not dying. 12-13 now. Smells a bit like overtime. We do have 2 more series coming up for you here today. Both teams winning their map choice. That feels unusual to say.
Yeah, and then a close third one. Who'd have thunk it?
This is how the script is meant to go. This is the one that we traditionally submit into production, and they give us something about it. We're fed up with that story.
Yeah, we're just going to do the most ridiculous 13-6 comeback, actually.
All right, all right. Here we go. Everything
It's going to be a very telling round here, folks. Strap yourselves in. Recline if you're not already.
Oh, look at this, Alu.
Yeah, it's brazen. Frozen actually jumped at the perfect time. I'm not sure if it was the lineup otherwise. Looked evasive, looked successful. Into apartments they go. An angle Rops will be familiar with, adopted by Doto.
Look at every little pre-aim from Rops here on the jiggles.
I really don't fancy his chances on that boiler line, neither does he. So, smokes will be lined up as banana control is taken.
Be a belter of a nade from Snappy.
Yeah, on the back of a flash as well.
Oh, didn't quite get over. You can see there with the trajectory line, it just bounced on the roof. That went all the way down, maybe a boatload more damage done.
Rops swings out and finds him. Supposed to be a power position, but made to look silly. Ali responsible for middle. It's a lot of responsibility, likely to be smoked, but it's a flash that takes him, and they've got the info. He's so pinned. No one to bail him out either. D has arrived, but the Flames have 2. Collateral. 1 doesn't fall, though. It's Frozen. Tagged through the corpse of BMAS. He lives to tell the tale. 25 frags from Frozen. When Rops and Frozen are uniting for nearly 50 frags, that's the sign that Mouseboards will be competitive on the map.
Yeah, in the desk, they did talk about the experience of Mouseboards potentially being an issue, right? Rops is the most experienced member of this team at the age of 21, and then you have Frozen, who's a youngster as well. It's not like they brought in a seasoned in-game leader who's seen it, he's been through some wars, he's made it to major grand. It's nothing like that. Dexter is an in-game leader who has shown promise and was the best player as part of Renegades for a year. He showed that he could in-game lead and top frag and take it to the best of them when they did have their little appearances in Europe.
I mean, this is the first time we've ever seen an Australian import of this magnitude into a roster like this. You know,
be an in-game leader, right?
Be an in-game leader. To see Australian Counter-Strike calling being imported, you know, this is a first.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much he can learn and how quickly, right? Because it's such a different look. And right now, they are sitting pretty. Look at the residual cash for Mousesports. I know they still need 3 more rounds. Here's the shot from Rops. Wow, quick adjustment there. And it's so perfect. Rops is a mechanical monster. This kid is just wild. I remember many moons ago just having Rops cam during Pro League when he first got the chance to play at this level coming out. People used to think he cheated, right? Because he would always look at his radar. Rops was the guy looking at his radar before everybody else did it, and people thought he was cheating. That's how good the kid is.
His awareness. Oh, off the back of the flash, they both scuffed their lines. Alu's been caught out. He's just out-peaked the AWP down middle for a first blood at a break point of this third map. Rops with more huge impact. And they haven't had to commit anything. They don't have mid-info. Smoked off. CT's won a battle for Banana as well. Spinks.
Between 2 mollies here.
He's found a nice bit of real estate. Dexter's lost a lot of his health to the B defenders.
It's still fighting.
And Doto's managed to find one through the smoke.
Got the AWP.
This is dreamy now. Rops is trying to find a punish, pip the gap. I don't know if that jumped from Diha. It looks like it did. God, everyone's so good at getting this information safely now, Chad. It's a whole different game.
Oh, that lurk smoke is going to put Doto on notice, right? But back towards Banana.
Oh, this is perfect. Even Snappy's kind of getting a little whiff of the potential for an A. And Rops, when it's Rops that you see in the feed, you might perhaps start to second guess it.
Spinks is being called upon in a big way here. He needs to tuck himself into the site. 38 seconds left. Snappy is close.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, indeed. Smokes on towards the site. Lots of pressure, and Rops here has found the gap, making his way through mid to B. They're locked in. Rops keeps one busy. Snappy finishes him off.
That's a big frag to find early. He enables him to actually be ready to back him up on B. Acor's through pool. 12 seconds, just have to deny this. Acor's got one. Spinks saves the day, and he can save it even more so if he swings out to deny, and he has. There goes the round. Ents taking 14 first.
BMAS will keep this AWP and find a kill onto Doto, but all in all, Ents have bounced back. Now their economy, they're going to have to talk through how they're going to make this buy work. But Mousesports, not able to get across the line in a round that looked very good, right? Rops on that flank, I thought it would have been great. Snappy hasn't had a huge amount of fragging impact, but this kill here is everything. And towards the tail end of the game, Spinks has had 2 clutch, well, this isn't a clutch. Let's say it's a clutch frag from that position. One time he just had to live, and Rops went ring around the rosy. That time, he stops and denies the plant. No time left on the clock. Back we go, the regular Banana argy-bargy underway. Ents don't want anything to do with that, but they want to be aggressive towards window, and Rops is already up here. Doto to deal with him. Is he going to clear this? No, he's not, and a freebie for Doto. So great start for Ents in round number 28.
Spinks passes his. Doto passes his in the following. These tests, Mousesports are throwing their way. They do keep coming. Frozen 26 now as Alu's head is knocked from his shoulders.
If they pivot back to B now, still plenty of time to end up back and forth and back and forth. Snappy's pushed forward, so it looked like they were giving up all control, but knowing that they need at least one piece of info, worried about the mid to be as Spinks, so you can see the Ents, they're giving up room, and Snappy, oh, just in time, will tuck around the corner, almost getting nutmegged here by BMAS.
Yeah, he dropped his nade right on their toes. Snappy with a lot to do. Quiet game from him. You really want to find something early, and he has. Flash for the reaggress. He eats it. Fresh mag for the boost. And Spinks hunting for more impact, and it's been found. Ents chasing the Dragon of 15. Acor does gracefully recover the bomb, but it's Spinks that falls. Bomb down to contest is Doto, and he does deny again. Bemis, what are you made of? Sterner stuff, sure. Doto denies. 15 for Ents. We are getting right into the thick of it.
All right, well, no issues for the Mousesports buy, and it felt like they were good off for some of these trades. They're getting the territory, Mouse. That's not the issue. You can hear us when we talk about certain games, teams not having mid control, not having banana control. Mousesports are able to get both in a lot of these rounds. Just really struggling once they're getting onto the bomb sites. And a smile on Spinks' face there.
He can feel it.
That's just the low ping.
Yeah, you probably...
Don't worry about the win.
You've already highlighted it though, Chad. I mean, this is a group that winning against the teams that aren't in the predicted top 3. You know, you've got Vitality, G2, FaZe.
Yeah, I think that's our top 3, right? NIP on the cusp.
So Nip, Mouse, and ENCE, you know, in their head-to-heads, they're going to be the determining factors of the potential for an upset in this group.
Yeah.
So hence coming in hot with this complete eclectic mix of Counter-Strike talent. I mean, from around the globe, really. Israel, Finland, Poland, Denmark. It's got it all.
Got 8 different nationalities in the server right now.
I remember the conversation about international rosters. Well, continuing to see, as time passes, more and more believe it is about the player, not the country they're from. Wow, some seriously successful connections on their flashbangs, but can they put some bullets in a similar direction?
They really want this banana control here. They're forcing forward. Spinks wants to fight as well. He's even going to pick.
Nade on his nose. He's only got 14 HP. Can't win the duel. Body shots from Dexter finish the job. And that's a risk. Oh, he baits the shot from Alu. Nice work. Good move, but straight into Bemis on the wall bang. Just as he retreats, Snappy transfers into both.
Going A, they're fast. Up mid, smoked off arch side, they're going through. Frozen needs to make a play.
He has made a play. Walking through this will give them so much info. He could even catch Alu in rotation. They can park the bus here. Smoke's yet to fade. Diha will be vulnerable.
Oh, the timing.
Just gotten across before Alu arrives. And look at the fake molly trying to sell Alu on the fact they don't have long. Diha and Doto's crossfire is passive. 30 seconds and he breaks them. Catches them, sells the fake. Mousesports don't want to quit, but Doto wants to force them out of the server. An advantage for ENCE. They can finish it right here. Acor makes it even. Bomb rotating in, or rather planting now. Acor going to be punching in those digits. Snappy arrives through library, and Frozen prepares to tuck in. This gets so difficult now for ENCE.
High stakes here. Oh, and Snappy's gone as well. Does Alu risk this? This is for the game.
No kit.
Money's in the bin.
Spots him. An advantage. He's shut down Frozen, but Acor's quick to the trigger. A miss there could have cost him everything. Woo, that'll get the heart racing just a little. Mousesports are still in this game.
And I said for the game. The reason I say that is the money situation over ENCE for the final round of play here in regulation. It's not looking good whatsoever. Snappy with a hero moment, pivots out, gets 2 big kills, makes it interesting, but Frozen immediately sucking that space back, and then Acor, once he could get out of the precipice of mid and banana, earns himself the impact. And Frozen looking to the gods again. A bit of a sigh of relief right there. They're still in it.
All that hard work over this entire series could have been taken away in that round right there. Bemis and possessed.
Oh,
Actually
to his
goes
own
down
molly.
to his own flames. Someone gave too good of a pep talk there.
Oh dear, that is not the way to start this one out. Spinks is going to be able to survive. That molly's not deep enough. They may consider sandbag completely clear here.
Oh, this could be a disaster. Dexter, he adjusts in time, and now getting away without paying too much of a price. That is a very important frag. Crucial stuff. It's a 2-2 split now of the CT resources. Don't forget, Snappy came into this with just the Desert Eagle. Diha the same scenario, drops his final smoke, and there is only one left in play. That's on A. Alu equipped. 60 seconds. The bomb scooped up. Rob's trying to work some magic here. He knows that a frag could do wonders. At the 50-second mark, bomb leaning B with a sell of the fake on A. It's a 3-man CT lean here. If Robs could find one, it smells like overtime.
You heard one in pit, right? The drop off the balcony right there. So that's a little bit of info that they are far away. Rotating back now is Alu, and starting to get a move on is Diha. So looks like they want to gamble over towards, at least leaning towards the B site. Smoke towards CT coming in.
He's in the right place. Alu's got a smug look on his face. If he can just convert this, Doto tucking in. Util thrown. He's already found one. Spray's not quite there. They're low though. Set up for Doto. Baited in. It's enough. They've set Frozen up for the clutch. A clutch to take us to overtime. ENCE just need one more frag to take a crucial scalp on their start here in Group B. Snappy, he's coming. He's been found. Frozen to clutch up. It's only the Deagle. Diha, incredible aimer, and he's done it. Just enough. He pulls it across the line. A sigh of relief and adjust of the glasses, and a full 10-second defuse to confirm what we already know. Ents 16, Mouse 14. The eclectic mix start with a bang. And that's a frustrating loss. They know how much that means to them. They've got some big scalps awaiting them. Vitality, G2 and FaZe to overcome. Top 3 required. Ents start with a win.
Would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away? Why complicate that feeling hate when it suffocates at the bottom? Don't take the bait, just walk.
Hey Future Pros, you know what I hate? T's taking top banana control. Let's solve that with this smoke and incendiary combo. To do this retake nade set, hop up onto the close first orange boxes. Look down and line up your crosshair with this section of the hinge of the barrel. Then aim at the point where the roof meets the wall of the distant building. Then throw the smoke. The smoke will land at the half wall at the top of banana. Then pull out your incendiary. Aim at this section of the cracked pane, then instantly running throw. This molly will land just in front of your smoke. This combo will push back any Ts lingering around the top of banana, but also possibly isolate a player away from their team, so be ready for a close fight. I hope this helps you Inferno B players out there, as it can get pretty rough sometimes.
Call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
Well, Ents are going to be walking away from Inferno with just a little bit of sweat on their brow. That got real sweaty real fast. And of course, for Mouse Sports, that's an L to start out the ESL Pro League Group of B. I'm Trace. I have Yanko here, and we're ready to lock this one down for you just before we get into G2 versus the Ninjas in Pajamas. But before that, Yanko, how did it get so damn close?
Yeah, I mean, I think every game that Ents wins will have to be close. I mean, they're one of the underdogs in the group. I love the emotion there from Snappy. He's super pumped. But yeah, they just played a pretty good game.
And, you know, for Snappy, this was a rough map, But then he got those 2 kills right at the end, right? So you think, okay, well, I guess, you know, you did your part.
Yeah, towards the end, he had his fair share of impacts. Spinks was the main guy, but I think they just did a really good job early on, right? At the start of Inferno, losing pistol, force buying, and then getting on a bit of a streak there, winning second pistol round 2. Like, that really made all the difference in this third map.
Yeah, step in the right direction for ENCE, starting off strong here with the W over Mousesports. For Mousesports, well, this is rough. You could see it on their face. Just the defeat there is a tough pill to swallow, Yanko.
Yeah, still early days, right? Yeah. Obviously, this is not a game you want to lose if you want to make the playoffs. There's definitely better teams still that you have to face, but still not an impossible task for them, and we'll have to wait and see with these a couple more games. There are some things I didn't like, but I want to give them a couple more chances before I start criticizing them.
Yeah, I think critics aside, let's put down some of the meat and potatoes on the plate.
Yeah, so something that happened after they lost pistol, ENCE won the force by doing a 4v5B execute, right? And I think that affected Mousesports moving forward and some of their setups and positioning and so forth. So you can see here how they just started off with 2B. They didn't go for banana control. They got chased away towards the site. And they're just playing now a passive B setup with 3 guys A as well, right? And ENCE is just going for, you can even see, Acor, he's a bit paranoid about B. He's trying to cheat there as well. And just does a straight up 5-man A execute. It's going to be an A split, right? Where they're just going to smoke off Art, smoke off Library, and basically smoke off here between Graveyard and the default box, and just going to push with 3 long. This is a very powerful strat. There are some people who do it straight from spawn, like a really fast one if the CT is open 3B, and Spinks just gets 2 entry kills, and that's the round basically over. They're going to get rid of Robs as well, and, just an easy round for ENCE. And the problem is, that shows you what happens when you don't have information on banana, right? You're forced to play 2B, and ENCE knowing that, you have a 5v3 setup and you already cut Acre off with the smoke, so you're basically hitting the side 5v2, and they did something similar to this 2 or 3 times in the half and won the round every single time.
Yeah, I'm looking, at this one, a little bit of solace here. I enjoyed watching Rops run around this entire series, basically doing what a Rops would do, which is, it's comforting if you're a Mousesports fan, and you kind of wonder what is it going to be to push them past that brink, to push them past sort of the problems or the troubles that they had here.
Yeah, you look to Dexter, right? He's one of the older guys in the lineup as well. I mean, he was the star player of Renegades while being the in-game leader, right? He had to change almost all of his roles, all of his positions on the CT side as well, coming into Mousesports. So there is going to be an adjustment period for him too. I think once that passes, I would look towards him, right, as one of the older guys and also the in-game leader, to kind of lead by example and take some pressure off of Robs's and maybe Frozen's shoulders to an extent.
And sometimes you don't want to be the leader, right? Like sometimes this sort of thing just falls in your lap. And for Rops, I don't think that he could have designed this one to go the way that it has, but he definitely finds himself in a pivotal and crucial position within the Mousesports. Us, though, that's it. We're done. We're going to go ahead and bring in Pimp and Kaplan, and we're going to get this next match underway. A little bit of G2 taking on the Ninjas in Pajamas. G2 and all the Serbians that you can think of.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, the future, got my own time. It's different dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever act with own eyes. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say.
Show.
Yeah, one is left side and one guy is behind spawn.
It's Bane.
1 HP
Bane.
left side. Where's last? Where's last? Info?
I don't know.
He's right side. Right side. 1 HP behind there. Straight camping.
He's camping. Right side, going right. Nice.
Oh.
Nice Bane, man. Nice Bane.
Unfortunate. Nice, nice, nice.
Snoots.
One pushing down left and one was right side. His left side, he's baning me. Down.
Oh!
You're getting double baned.
Yeah.
I had a free knife, but I... One right side. Nice, let's get right side. I don't know, this spawn is cursed. Ooh. I swear they trolled me with the spawn sometimes.
Yep.
They're like, yeah, you want around, go here. That one guy that
He's left side close, he pushed.
Nice. Team left side, honestly. Oh, right side one.
Wait.
He's close left.
Where?
You got him?
Oh no, it's easy. Not even Bane.
One is... He's pushing me.
Dead.
He's in the middle. Last guy, man, is nothing.
Oh. No, there's no way.
In
there's
the air.
No way.
Yeah. No, he's
I don't know this spawn.
He's behind the surf. He's
taking
taking the surf, I think.
Close, under.
No, he's right side still. Yeah, it's a bug at spawn, you know?
Yep.
Still up.
It's a bug.
Yeah. I don't even know where. On left side.
He's right side of me?
He's surfing right side. I smell like camp.
He's camping.
Oh. On left side. Oh man, he's lifting again. One is right side. Right side last. Spawn. Tagged once, you know. At least we're having really fun. I can hear they're firing really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Top right, yeah.
100 top right.
I can't win a duel against that guy, he's too good.
What? Yeah. Went up. Bane. Oh no, that guy is camping. Oh what?
Oh no. Oh no.
I didn't see him. He's still up. He went back. He went back.
Yeah, I went back. I went back.
One is I don't know, right under.
Push left side. Push left side.
Oh my god. One dig.
No, he's
he's camping right side.
Oh, dude, he's too good, man. Too good.
Oh.
Nice. 8-8. Let's go.
He can't out camp. He can't out camp me.
Left side. Left side. Top.
Yeah, he's still there behind the surf. To left.
I don't know this guy, man. Take left side.
Nice.
Oh. GG.
ESL Pro League is brought to you by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, and DHL.
Well, it's time now for, well, not Mouse Sports Ends to go head-to-head. It's time for G2 to go head-to-head against NIP in their debut match here in Group B of the ESL Pro League Season 13. I'm Jason Kappen, joined by the wonderful Pimp. And I have to say, Pimp, I am digging the outfit today, man. You're looking good, but you are looking slightly evil. The turtleneck gives me an evil look about you.
Okay, this is the first time in my entire life I'm wearing a turtleneck. I figured I'd just try something new, Jason.
Now I feel like a jerk, right?
Yeah, well, nice one. That's right.
I'm so sorry. Anyways, let's kind of dive into this series, right? G2, sure. A team we expect to do well when it comes to the groups. Obviously, a big change recently within the roster with Kenny S coming out and Jax coming in. So let's actually take a look at their stats and start to dive into this transition we've seen and your thoughts on them.
I mean, it's going to be very interesting, right? It's a new period for G2. The first move they pulled off, it didn't work out at all. Bringing in Jax to the lineup again, I think it's going to bring more glue to the lineup, you know, with maybe a bit of that glue that was lacking after bringing in Nico. I think for my taste of money, that move really never worked out, unfortunately, right? There's no doubt that Nico is a skilled player, but you needed more team play, you needed more cohesion in between the players, and they didn't have that with KNS and Nico in the same lineup. Now Nico moves over to be the hybrid AWP player, gives him more freedom to do basically whatever he wants on the server, which is where I think you get the most out of Nico, and then you bring in the glue and Jax again, and as long as he can put up numbers that is equal or just slightly better than the numbers KNS put up, which I think he will be able to because KNS was not playing well, then I think G2 will be better off with this move.
Okay, well, you know what? Luckily, we had Frankie interview Nexus. Maybe we actually learned some things about the switch up in the roster. Let's hear what he had to say.
Nexa, it's fantastic to have you here at ESL Pro League with G2. We've got to talk about the departure of Kenny S, though. I know he was a huge personality in the team and on the server. How did you feel about the situation?
I was definitely sad that we had to make this move, but we all think that it was for the better of the team. I think even Kenny agrees with us. Like, I think he just needed time for himself to like completely reset and you know, like just break out of this cycle that we were having in the team. So I think it's a good move for both us as a team and him as a person.
So tell me about Jax coming back from the bench then, because I know that there was a bit of a uncertainty over who should be the sixth man on the bench between Amanek and Jax. I know you were in the Amanek's corner, I guess because he's a more versatile player, but I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, like given the choice between Amanek and Jax, I definitely would have preferred to have Amanek just because he is like, as you said, more versatile. He can fit into different positions, play different roles, and Jax is more like a sharpshooter, like a straight guy. Is your entry fragger, is your anchor on bomb sites, you know, and he's like an expert in those things, and it would be really difficult to adapt him to play different positions and rotate him around. And like we always had this clash between me and Jax on the CT side because we both played the same position. So while he was in the team, he was playing like all the positions that I used to play. So for me, like as an individual, also made more sense for the CT side for me to like get the position that I actually want. And when we brought in Nico for him to take the positions I was playing, like being this rotator and, you know, like having this large impact on the CT side, which worked out great for us. I think our CT side have been a lot better than what they were in the previous year.
Well, you got me excited now. Thank you very much for talking to me, Nexa.
Anytime.
Really interesting point he makes, actually, about him and Jax playing the same role on the CT side in the same position.
Yeah, very interesting, right? Because you can understand if you have a player who plays the same spot as you would like to get those spots back, right? I think he did it in a very respectful manner here, talking about Jax. But I also do question that. I think, for his sake, right, I think Nexa is a fantastic player. I think he's a sharpshooter as an in-game leader as well. But as of lately, it's not only been Kenny S not putting up the numbers. I think Nexa has suffered a little bit as well. I expect more from him because I think he's a fantastic individual player. And now that he's back into the positions where he would like to be, I actually will say that sure, the CT side has gotten slightly better, but overall, I think Nexa has potential to do even better than he's doing right now, especially now that he says that he's feeling comfortable with the spots he has.
What about maybe some communication issues? We've heard, you know, Jax not able to communicate as well as the rest of the team, or they would like him to be able to communicate at that level. Do you have any thoughts on that when it comes to obviously playing out these matches?
Well, I mean, it's not a secret that Jax was putting into some English lessons in order to try to make him more comfortable communicating. And of course, Counter-Strike is a global language in many ways. You know, long is long on Dust 2, but you got to give those precise information when you got to act quickly. You got to be fluent and you got to be comfortable in English. So I would assume they've been working on that. I would assume that he's gotten better. I would assume he still keeps on working on it. So whether or not it's going to be a problem now, maybe short term, there can be a couple of scenarios in a game where it gets really pressured, where it is a problem. But apart from that, I think Jax is fine in English, and he's been doing it before, so it shouldn't really be too big of a problem.
Interesting, by the way, if you guys saw the video at home, we have Inferno, Mirage, and Nuke. One map we're not seeing that we talked about before we even came up here on the desk, Overpass, won't be played. No, and that's the problem for NIP in this matchup. So you want to go in hardcore analytical mode right here. NIP is good on one map. They play world-class Counter-Strike, I would say, or close to it on one map. That's Overpass, but that's also G2's permaban. So no surprise that we don't see Overpass in here. But apart from that, NIP, they pick Inferno, and they're decent on it, I would say. But everyone else in the world of Counter-Strike is decent on Counter-Strike.
is decent on Inferno as well. So if you're NIP, I'm having a hard time seeing even how they can push G2 to a third map here.
Well, we're seeing our epics.gg players to watch here in this second match of the day. And of course, it's got to be Nico on the side of G2. We got to talk about him and obviously adapting to the op role for the team. But we're going to be comparing the operas from both sides with not coming in for NIP.
And that's what I'm looking forward to the most. Bringing in Nico as a hybrid AWP player, giving him complete freedom, both on the CT side, but most likely also on the T side, to do whatever he wants, either with the AK, with the rifle, or with the AWP. I think this is a great opportunity for him to showcase why he can be one of the best players in the world, right? We talk about the Symbols, we talk about the Saivus. They're hybrids. They're good with both guns, and we know Nico can play the AWP, but can he do it to the level of the likes of Symbol and Saivu? Well, I want to see it before I believe it, right? But it's a great opportunity for him, and for him, and I think it's a great opportunity for G2 to get some more firepower on the server, right? Bring in the glue and Jax and then let Nico free from all responsibilities, and hopefully he can shine by that.
Well, we are about to get into our first map here in our second series of the day, with the third series to come up thereafter. It's between G2 and NIP, kicking things off over on Inferno. I'm excited to see how Jax is going to do within the roster. Let's see how it actually breaks down when we get into game here with our commentators, Harry and Hugo.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, JCap. We're back in. We've got G2 NIP Group B well underway, and with ENCE taking the first victory. There's many more to be had. Oh boy, Inferno. I can't wait to see what this new look G2 is going to be bringing here, right? Obviously, getting rid of Kenny, that's a bit of a shame to see such a legend gone, but Nico on the AWP and Jax back. I think when most people saw Jax removed, they were like, wow, this guy's looking really good right now. He's improving, he's performing better. His English was improving back when he was in the roster as well. So yeah, welcome back, Jax, and let's see what G2 can bring to the stage. How you doing, Harry?
I'm doing good, Hugo. I might sound a little nasally right now.
Why would that be?
I don't know, man. You tell me.
Oh.
Maybe it's because my nose is bleeding.
Happens to the best of us. This is a slow pistol. NIP are hiding out. 4 and A. Plopsky hidden at the back of B. No util on him, right? So this is going to be a retake if G2 just exec into the site, and that was their plan from the get-go. 2 sets of utility. Going into B would mean Plopsky's probably got to give it up. If he can even get 1 kill as those smokes bloom, if the timing favors him, then he can set NIP up for a retake. But this will be very difficult if not.
Yeah, this is a bit of a scuffed round, as it were, right? Plopsky has got to do a hell of a lot, and he is all alone. Now, there is the potential, right, that Nico gets caught over in top mid, gives this man advantage away, and suddenly it's not as scary for G2. But regardless, you know, it's still, oh my God, both Plopsky and Nico have had their fair share of danger in this round here. They see Nico going as top mid, and now the B play's happening. Plopsky gets a bit of an easier time, though. The smokes fall, and he just gives up the site. And that's because Nico does end up going down first, right? Leaving a 5-on-4 open. And NIP, they're just playing the numbers game, trying to get back in on a retake now. Hunter holding from the top of car is good to find that equalizer.
Look at the smoke!
Oh, that's awkward. Amanek with the double up. And yeah, the smoke fade. Looking lovely.
How does that happen? How do both players just sit there face to face, embraced in the smoke? G2 take a pistol, and I'm surprised they get out of there with 4 alive, considering they go in 4-on-5, losing Nico in mid, as you say, and then just winning all the B fights. That flash up banana, oh, Hunter was perfectly positioned to dodge it, and he gets away with all the kills there. Amanek just leaping and bounding into the bomb site and squeezing up close to Plopsky. Yeah, a bit of cheese for G2, but they'll take it. Pistol round in their pocket, and NIP forcing up. We have seen 1 match played from G2 since making this move, in which, I think it was Inferno. Nico only got 1 AWP kill. Amanek got 2. I just checked the numbers. It appears he wasn't really using the AWP. It was against Sinners. So, you know, while we're starting on the T side of Inferno, and maybe it won't be coming through very early, if at all, surely he's got to bring it out in this map. And this is a really good map to, like, get your metal on, get tested. Dodge those nades. Pretty standard AWPing patterns on this CT side. So Yeah, it's all for the second half, potentially. We'll have to see. Right now, NIP are relying on the Scout and the Deagles to do some damage. And G2, these start of these rounds are so slow, so passive, just waiting for a move. NIP have not given them anything, though. Molotov down, Nork pushed out. That's a kill from Rez. How does he do it? Grabbing a gun after the Mag 7 kill. Nexa tries to keep pressure at B as a fallback contingency for G2, but this bomb is committed. Jax, very, very dangerous move. Out Boiler back to mid, and he'll hold on, wait for his team.
Yeah, Moto Smoke getting thrown in, and these Mac 10s, UMP attempted to just walk on out. Over at Archside, Nork lies in wait, and, well, Nexa gonna learn it the hard way, doesn't he? Smoke down at short side as well. They got to try and go over this into the Deagles. The force buy for NIP is looking like it's gonna find this round. There's very little time left. They do clear out one, and the bomb plant looking to come through. Hampus just runs him down, and Nork is there holding the cross. So NIP, they force up, they find the round, and it's a little bit awkward for G2 as that one kind of gets snatched away from them.
I love a good scout. Nork, great with the scopes. And, you know, we talk about roster changes for G2. Well, NIP can certainly join that tally as well, right? I think, you know, seeing Twist removed felt like only a matter of time after Nork took that primary AWP role right back. And even though Twist was perfectly capable and seemed happy filling the roles that were left by it, NIP going in a different direction, bringing in a young gun under the name of ZTR, and he's actually had some really good games as well, just really solid, consistent. So got to bring the heat here. G2 buying back in. We got Pistols armor. We got Mac on Amanek. He likes this gun just as much as he likes an AK-47. Will often opt to buy it when he's got more than enough money. Going in fast. We saw that pistol where he's just hopping into B. Expect a lot more of that. But in a round like this, you're going to get chewed up, spat out. NIP are not giving you anything again, and you've got to give some praise to the Swedes for holding on so long, not over pushing, over feeding, giving G2 ways in. Nice nades. Rez still stands though in the pit and getting one off the flashbang. He's going to drop a smoke. They don't have mollies for him. It's just about closing the distance, and Nex has done that to one. Rez still standing. Good flash from Nork, and Rez can double down. That's you know, more than enough in that position, but you now have armed your opponents with an M4. Hampus needs to put them to rest before things get out of hand, and Amanek can't plant the bomb, but he does kill Plopsky coming through that smoke on the fake. Nico with the cross covered. Amanek can now stick, and lots of noise being made from short. Nico turns from the flash, and Amanek will steal it instead. G2 not prioritizing the plant, and that was the right call to make. They've got all the kills, and it's only Nork left. Oh, you're going B? Oh, that's so insulting. Amanek leaps out of there, and even though Nork has been given a one-on-one, he knows at any point Nico could stab him in the back.
Oh, this is weird. Nork realizing it's the B plant, first tries to deal with Nico, and I say he realizes it's the B plant.
Are you sure about that? Guys, there it is. Oh, the kit, yep. And there's an M4 in pit. I mean, this is done, right? This is unwinnable, surely. The time is going to be so annoying, and Amanek is tucking. If Nork makes noise, which he has to at this point, Amanek can just dodge and avoid. His plant is so open. Yeah, that's your best bet.
Yeah, stick it.
Nope.
Oh.
Great round for Amanek, though. Like, just the patience of G2 in that 2vx. I think it was, you know, 2v3, Nico and Amanek. Amanek in the site, faking the bomb. Nico in the pit with the M4 given over by Rez. And even though he does his work, right, he gets two. Nico just provides enough distraction that G2 can go and plant on B. 2-1. And the force buy wars, they don't stop. We run them right back.
And you absolutely love it when a game starts off like this. A lot of bodies over here towards B, right? 3 strong early with some mid-aggression. Fast boost thrown in. Not given an angle, but didn't get to spot anything. Banana control contested right now between Nexa and Plopsky. They're just trading utility, swapping it back and forth. A third man that was over towards B now going back into this A-bomb site for a more standard 3-man hold. And Rez, he gets both there? How did he even manage that? I didn't even realize he fired a second bullet. Will get traded by Hunter eventually, but still, that's quite the start. And that could keep these force buy wars ticking over. NIP, man advantage, 4-on-3. And G2 grinding to a bit of a halt here as they look into the apartments.
Or ZTR yet to frag, and Nico's hunting him down. He's got to drop back into the pit, try and stay strong, try and stand tall. Nork with the cross can at least con, but can he hit the shot? Blinded, smoked off. ZTR gets nothing, and the long smoke's got a bit of a gap, but that's not giving much of a way back in for NIP. The bomb has been planted, and this is where things really get hard with no kit. Nexa waiting, not the ranged weapon for this position, but he is going to pick off Plopsky without too much of a hassle. Nork and Hampers, do they just want to save, right? They have a good bounty. AK-47, scout with armor. It's very tempting. This one does feel unwinnable, and so Nork slides on out, grabs himself fatigue, and retreats. NIP give the force buy wars over to G2, but in that position, definitely the right call. And all of that, despite Rez starting it off with a double. Not so easy after all. G2 3-1.
Yeah, you thought Rez had maybe done enough there. You know, opening the round up in such a good way. But sadly, from that point on in, G2, they just kind of steamroll over the NIP boys. Let's get a replay of this. Let's see this double kill. So he has to turn after the flash and then just... There's no accounting for that if you're G2, right? They play it well in terms of like the space and the timing, trying to trade off of one another, and he just full running one Deegs. Ooh.
It was all off the
I'm
back
all over the place.
of a missed smoke, yeah.
I'm missing blood, man.
Drink some orange juice.
Is that full of blood?
Well, it can be. That was off the back of a missed smoke, right? There's a molly down on long. He tries to smoke the molly at the end of it, and the smoke actually goes past the Molotov. And like G2 go, well, hey, we'll take that room. And well, they didn't. They did take the round though. And now NIP, Deagle's out. Take a breather. G2 have run a painfully slow T-side right now, and it's getting more and more painful. Headshot to Plopsky. Hampers with the AK dinked. Missed smoke coming through on the roof. I presume by Nexa, but it's not a worry because they've got all the kills. Oh, he pre-fires it, and then he finishes the job. Jax doing it all on B. Nexa providing some cover, and Jax with a 4-piece. Welcome back to the server. G2 4-1 up. And yeah, this is like, forgetting that round where Jax just goes, oh, I've got a kill, I'll keep pushing, and that just carries on. G2 have been really, really good at not running into the stacks NIP have put in. Like, it helps that NIP aren't playing too aggressive and giving up picks for sure. G2 have to commit into a lot of 5-on-5s, but they're winning them. And now we've got the full buy, if you want to call it that. No kit, 2 incendiaries, and 2 Famases. Far from pretty.
Once again, a lot of utility exchanged at Banana early on. Right, bit of a standard utility swapping fight going down. What's not so standard is Hunter getting aggressive over in the apartments. And even though Plopsky gets away with that kill, by the way, the Molotov still brings him down very, very low. So right now, I think if you're G2, you know, this 4-on-4, this isn't all bad. Like, you would have rathered the 5-on-4 that Hunter just got you. But the amount of pressure you've been able to exert over this map at this point in time, right, taking Banana away, flushing them out of the apartments, you've put a lot of pressure on NIP, and you know that. And so now 2 players stacked up over towards this A bomb site.
The debut of Nico's AWP, Harry.
Yeah. Big Nico on the AWP, man. Exactly where we want him. The only way this could get any better is if he was IGLing as well. It's going to be G2 creeping up the long side. Hunter moving in at the front. Nico holding on to the back. And Hunter, man to open up this round, is now looking to try and take it even further. I think he saw the silhouette of a player in Graveyard there, trying to first go and deal with a library man, and now getting the attention off of the short side. ZTR causing them problems, but deegged by Nico. And now Nork tucked in, trying to deny this bomb plant, swung by Hunter, who was just taking this round by storm. Look at this. It's just, you know, family Counter-Strike. There's no getting around it.
Oh,
all right.
Jumping and spotting and then getting the kill off. Nico, will he stick with a Deeg again? Forget the AWP, who needs it? It's Nico with 2 and Hunter with 3. Yeah, full house from the family men of G2. Love it. Nico, first round with the AWP, buys a Deagle, kills 2. That's more like it.
Well, he is a man who absolutely can do all the things that make you laugh and cry. Nico, he's a family guy. That's what he is.
Oh, dear, Harry.
5-1 to G2.
What a storyline. What a start. This is going to be a great game. I can feel it in my bones. Even with a team kill, it feels like everything that's going wrong for G2, like at the start of the round, goes wrong, and then they recover. Like Nico dies top mid in the pistol, and they just exec B and don't lose a single person. I think Amanek killed Nexa or vice versa. And even though Hunter saw that player in Grave, he didn't get fixated on it. He still killed the library guy before he goes through the smoke to help out.
Now, let's be real, right? We're all sad that Kenny's gone, but Jax, nice to have his handsome face back in the server. You love to see it. Look at this, by the way. Amanek missed the timing on ZTR, getting aggressive up into these apartments. Hampus with his scout as well, just plucks Hunter out of middle.
Nork who?
And so that's not a bad start here, because now G2, losing a mid player to this scout, they might elect to go for a B play. ZTR, if he gets caught going aggressive, maybe that changes the entire flow of the round. And so now it is kind of bad, right? It was looking like they could have been forced into a last-ditch effort at B, right? Losing a player in middle, they go back to Banana, the only other control they had, and they would have walked into this three-man B stack. But instead, they get that kill on the aggressing Apps player. Well, now they anticipate, well, maybe that B side's got a few more bodies in it. They go, they silence that scout, and now they've got A on under lock and key. Belongs to them, and for these three players at the B side, probably just a save.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for ZTR, but the call is definitely made. Like, NIP have the read. They know that G2 is setting up in Banana, and they were right. ZTR thinks he has a timing, but with Amanek lurking in ult mid, he'd been throwing Molotovs into Apps. He'd been waiting for that exact push. He gets it, and G2 get the round. Nothing NIP can do. It shows the understandings there, right? Like, especially on a map like Inferno, any capable in-game leader, and boy, is Hampus one, is going to know what's going on when it's going on, likely expecting the commitment seconds before they come in. And the flow of that third rotate, that spawn player, that long player, is so important, because 2-3 seconds on them on a rotate can make all the difference. And then being in the right place at the right time. Nice shot from Rez. Gets rid of the orb. And I don't know if Jax can get it back. It's lost in the source. Still money for it for G2.
I mean, truthfully, at this point, like, Nico, he does know the orb isn't the deagle, right? Like, that's all I've seen him using. Just dig out 24/7.
He's bought another orb. And he's got $700, so I hope he buys.
Does he get another deagle? Because as we know, that is the orb.
Oh, now he's forcing himself to use the orb. He's got a Glock. There's no way Nico's pulling out the side piece here. It's primary weapons only in this round, and Nork is going to meet him in the middle with an orb of his own.
Oh, looking like a fast A play. Nork might have been blinded, but he still strikes one from the tally. The rest of the gang moving in fast. ZTR at long, going to get pre-fired on the corner. And that forces him back into the crosshairs of Jax. They keep getting aggressive. They keep getting in the face. But Nork is good on that AWP. 3 in the round. A very, very fast round of that. G2, they try to change the pace, and Nork with his AWP is finally given the run at a round that he wanted.
Yeah, when you're NIP there and Nork gets that first kill onto Amanek, blinded, jumping through mid, you're like, oh, Amanek's rushing with the Mac 10. They're all coming, guys. It's a flood of Ts. Watch out. And that early rotate to library, spams through the smoke and helps out with the long play. Yeah, messy round, but 3 from Nork. That's what you like to see, right? Capable AWP player. There's a reason NIP got him. Boost up again. He's been going for this time after time, and he might be netted something. 2 players around the corner. He falls. Oh, you don't want to stay there forever, understandably, but that could have been a kill. Jax surely a dead man walking. He's so low. A single nade would render him out. Amanek's on long. He could go CT. There is, of course, Rez behind his smoke, and he's got a one-way. That is cheeky for Rez. Oh, dear. Freebie, you take those. Jax finished off, and Plopsky with a little bit more, but Hampus can't hold on. B rotate coming in for Rez, and G2 are already here.
Oh, Rez looking like he wanted to go through the smoke. Nade to follow up as well. Only a little bit of chip damage as the bomb plant is coming through, but Rez has helped leave this in a 3-on-2. A good spot for NIP to find themselves in. Nexa trapped in the bomb site. The bomb is planted for Hunter. Nexa tries to get ahead of them, tries to swing in. Now Hunter left in this clutch. 2 coming in from the ruins, and Hunter closing the gap, getting down into the pool. The bomb planted for Banana. He's hoping that makes them discount him, but Rez goes on a real tear. 4 in the round to put a 3rd on the board for NIP.
What a round from Rez. Every time I see anyone like Hunter in a clutch in that position, I think of Hobbit, and I just think of hitting both headshots off of the transfer. But not today. Only 1 out of 2, or I guess 3 in the round. And yeah, REZ 13-6. He's looking damn good right now. Is that a missed T-smoke, or did he block it, or did he throw it? I didn't catch it, but yeah, definitely something to keep your eyes on if you're G2. Perfect lurk up long gets denied. And now 6-3. Pistols out. Oh, look at all that red. Beaten up, bullied and bruised. Plopsky wants to finish it, and he might get exactly that. Hunter in the corner, they boost up. Oh, he's got to be careful with the spray. He's a close player, but he has support. Not that he needs it. Plopsky with 2, and it's time to get out. It's time to skate away, so he will with a 3rd and leave it up to Plopsky. Hampers back at the site, low HP. Nico cordoned off by the Molotov, and no bomb either. He'd love to get free orb. And there it is.
Oh, Nico, 4 HP though. This should be the end of him, and there it is. Hampus brings him to his knees.
For a second.
Right, maybe you started to believe. But I don't know, man. It felt like it was a long way to being done, right? Just because that bomb has dropped down Banana, he was hoping he could just get away with some damage. Good round from Plopsky. Nice stuff at this this B hold, and Hampus as well, right? Not going to get the credit for getting like all these kills in that round there, but he plays it nice and safe. He's got that Molotov that he drops that keeps Nico out of the B bomb site, denies any kind of bomb plant. And so now we have a little tack timeout. G2 mulling this one over.
Yeah, it's still a really good start, right? 6 rounds to begin your T side. You've not done your half yet, but if this is the baseline, then you're going to be pretty happy. It's just about building. Had the orb twice for Nico. Once he, well, I guess 3 rounds, but once he used the deagle, once he didn't use it, and once he got shot through a smoke, I think. So don't really know where that's feeling just yet, but we'll give it time. And again, it's the T side, right? Like now he started falling back into buying AKs, etc. So can be more expected. Rez is looking crisp, but when is he not? CTR's having a bit of a struggle, 1-9. Quite a trial by fire right now.
And now we're into my favorite part of the show, really.
Tech timeout.
Tech timeout. There's no place you'd rather be. Hugo, you got any scenarios for us? You got any G2 fan fiction, NIP fan fiction?
I don't think I do, Harry. You might have to open your journal. I saw you jotting some notes down last night.
Well, you know, here's one, right? You're at the G2 training facility.
Yeah.
You know, Carlos running around, mental, mad guy, right? He's running around. I don't know what he's doing. He's arranging some big sponsors or something like that.
Sure.
He's on the phone. He's stressed. Nico sat there, Hunter, over the way from him.
Yeah.
And they said to you guys, like, yeah, man, let's hop in the server, play some MM. And you're like, wow, what an offer. And then you get in, cheaters on the other team, of course. Nico rage quits immediately. Hunter leaves 1 round after. They stick together. And you're just left in the set. It's a nightmare this time because the music ended too soon.
And you're in a 3-on-5.
It never got happy. A 3v5 versus cheaters. Where'd it all go wrong?
Well, there is sometimes no resolution, Harry. And that's hopefully not the resolution that G2 have come to. Quick break in the action, a time to figure out what the hell's going on. And a triple B to meet NIP with the AWP there as well. So just set a Rez and ZTR over on that A site. Hampus crouching, but he can lob in the flash for Plopsky. Once the AWP has made contact, this is cool. They got to wait some time. G2 is still lobbing utility up. Double nade, molly to follow, and now things are going to start to fall back for NIP. Rely on this AWP instead. Plopsky doesn't want to feed them. Oh, but he's going back for more, and Nexus is so ready for it. He's putting so much space between him and the top of Banana. He's not going to get blinded and killed as a result. Smoke goes in, flash as well, but Nexa sees nothing. And G2 get ready to execute onto the A site. Only 2 players here. Hampers scrambling to rotate. We'll just be here in time.
Where the apps drop, though, the flashes are good, and Amanek is already down in the pit. He sees ZTR and keeps him at 1 and 10. Now from the pit, him and Jax doing damage, and tucked in inside of this bomb site is Rez, who's going to have to do it all. Only good for 1. On the back of that, on the back of the fact that only 1 kill comes in from that A site hold, it's the save immediately. Apps drop for G2. It's fast, it's aggressive, it's in your face. It gets them to round number 7.
And it's not like they're rich either, but they're looking at hunting. Nexa reconsiders. They know that NIP don't have a lot either, and so winning this and getting all the kills would put NIP in quite the predicament. Even so, it will be the rebuy. G2 rather build their own money. Definitely the right call to not lose any more players in this post-plant.
So Hugo, obvious roster move here.
Okay.
Minus Nexa.
Okay.
Nico to IGL.
Yeah.
And Orb.
And Orb, obviously.
Plus Fallen. On rifle.
To do the same.
No, rifle. Boom.
I think you've solved it.
Yeah, I think I've done it there, right?
Yeah, you figured something out.
Or maybe like Neo. Or Adren.
Please stop. Yeah, he's actually given up with the AWP. He's calling for Kenny back now. He's back on the guns, back on the rifle. Boost up. And Nate ult does 2 damage. Pretty hefty if you ask me. No silent jumping because Hunter's fallen off a couple of times. Norg with a rotate back towards A. G2, are they going quick again? They're lining up early utility. It looks like a commitment. Everyone's in the mid choke. Rez knows, Molly down, and they're going to go for long instead. Norg just gets through the library in time. The bomb gets dropped. Rez peeking through his own Molotov, and he's traded. Trading places in the smoke could be Hampus and Amanek. This is getting weird now. He doesn't want to get spammed through it. ZTR's trapped behind a cart smoker as well. We'll see what happens with Amanek soon as that fades. Hunter, not Hampus, rather, takes the kill, and G2 might go back to B. It's tempting right now. They know there's numbers in this site, and they're not being given a kill down banana. It's all CT rotates for the Swedish side. Oh dear, what do they want to do? Molly back in will do nothing. ZTR is crossed wide. And Norg, they didn't even know about this AWP. It's been here all along. And it's not in a position they can clear it. They have to commit to find it. So 30 seconds, a really nice setup for NIP, and they are not wavering. They're not thinking G2 have gone back, and they're right in their assumption.
Yeah, these crossfires are pretty brutal, right? Especially this one between Nork and ZTR. Nork gets the attention. Hampus has even gone through the Moto smoke. And so between the 3 of them, they're able to lock in that round for NIP. 7-5. Nip grinding their way back into this game. Still, ZTR sat on 1 kill. There's always time for that to turn around, though, and it doesn't matter. You know, when they are starting to find some rounds, you just hope that he can find his footing and get back in the game.
How on earth Hampus wins that fight, I do not know. Amanek shot first, he looked ready. But 2 opponents waiting in the smoke, and someone's got to win the fight. NIP keeping it up. Molly's back up B as well for G2. They've not really shown many executes on that site since the start of the map, and that's not going to change. Flash into mid, they go quick, avoiding the triple B setup. This is a nice call for G2, but they've got to get the kills. Rez on top of the boost. Oh, he's falling off, and yeah, finally finished. The Molotov from Hunter takes down his teammate. It was such a mess in middle, and now G2 losing a kill to ZTR, a down a man. Uh-oh. From bad to worse, from 5-on-4 to 4-on-3. In the blink of an eye. And they're going to do it again. They're going to recommit when NIP have not shuffled. They still have spawn. They have 2 in A. The AWP is solo B, so at least you're avoiding that. But, well, are you avoiding that? Will this be the mid to B play? Amanek's come in on long. He is being lost in almost all of these fights on the long position, on these lurks. 50 seconds, and G2 are going to come and join him. Oh.
Ampus just deletes Jax, and wow, Amanek's gone from the long crunch, so it is just Nico blindsided by Plopsky. NIP never falling for this, right? Always keeping bodies in this A bomb site. A good read on what G2 are looking to do.
You've at least got to show that willingness to go back and get the AWP off Banana, or you're never going to fake out NIP, right? Like the entire time, Nork is just looking down Banana with the AWP, and he's going, guys, I don't see anyone, so stay on A, right? There's no reason to rotate. I've got such a long sight line of information here. And so G2, it's important in these mid rounds when they go quiet to at least go back, throw a flash, throw a Molotov, send Nork out of that position, and he'll call for help. But right now, G2 aren't doing that, so NIP have no reason to rotate.
Oh, Nork getting aggressive with his AWP, but these pistols are getting closer. Rez has gone through the apartments, and now he hears the footsteps spilling out into top mid. Rez has got it all on lock. Finally dealt with by Nexa. The bomb retrieved, but the numbers dwindling behind G2, and it is all left on to Nexa in Boiler with this bomb. The Deagle and an M4 is all he's got. Out with the swing, but the aim punch wrecks him. And ZTR in these last few rounds, you know, finding a few more kills, building back into this game. Exactly what we wanted to round out this first half. Round 15 coming up. We've got Nico on a Krieg.
Yeah, he's the new scope player for this team. So
scope player, right?
Guys, what if we jump through the mid choke 3 rounds in a row? Surely we win one of them. Say G2. But yeah, lockdowns on this A site for NIP. I want to see a little more from G2. Even if it's not fast, I want to see, you know, at least a default that they were showing at the beginning of the map. They were really, really nice. And now NIP is starting to take space. Now they know that G2 are going to go back to B, and they made the perfect call, rounding the corner. Jax is traded by Nexa through the wall, and the mid push is denied. So G2 keep up that strong default that got them here in the first place. And now they can just hold. Sit back, relax, 4 on 3. The pressure is on NIP. ZTR in the apartments has a really good spot. He can kill Nico coming through that doorway. Nork can't commit on Banana with the Molotov down. Oh, ZTR turns, and Nico might have him instead. They just miss each other. His position's still powerful, but it comes down to whether it'll be clear. G2 look very cautious in the apartments. Oh, no.
Yeah, this is a very weird round for ZTR, right? He is the make or break of NIP in a round like this. And if he gets usage out of it, if he hits a good timing and is able to reclaim some of these numbers, that could make all the difference.
No.
But the timing, oh, devastating. Hunter and Nico, they deal with him, the 1A player. And while he does get away with some damage, that maybe gives you a fighting chance. That molly, or nade rather, could have been enough to deny the bomb plant. That would have been huge. Instead, Hampus and Nork are left in a 2v4 retake. And while everyone is tagged up, the sheer numbers alone should be enough to see G2 through this one. The molly hoping to force a player out of position, but instead, Hunter is going to wrap around through Boiler, knocks one out of the retake for NIP, and Nork now fighting a losing battle, lines up for Nico, and G2 take 8 to round out the half. We are nice and close, split right down the middle, a competitive series on our plate, and a second half coming up in just a moment.
Life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
Future Pros. I was observing a Meisterschaft game not too long ago, and I saw this nice set piece for retaking B on Inferno from Cressy. This mini execute will block off Banana and molly anyone out of pool. To do this nade combo, get into the corner up against the sandbags. Pause your screen, see the exact lineups of both nades, but when throwing the molly, make sure you jump throw it. If done correctly, it will eliminate some positions for you to check and put the T's in an awkward situation which could help you retake and win the round. Happy retaking, everyone.
Bootcamp versus home environment. I think that bootcamp is always better, just for the vibe in the room, like just the energy. Like you can fist bump, you can look at each other in the eyes and all this. Online, like I think it's if it goes like if you're playing at home from home a game and you get a bad start or whatever, the mood gets down easy and like it's hard to pick up the mood again since everyone is at home, a lot of miles away from each other. And on the boot camps, you can just look them in the eye and talk to them and just hype them up a bit. So I think that's the biggest difference. And I would say I prefer the boot camps.
Oh, doesn't Hampus make a good point there, right? If you were at boot camp with Hampus and you were having a rough game and he looks you in the eye, right? He turns you around by placing his finger under your chin and he like looks you towards him. He stares at you and he says, "Come on, man, I believe," in that wonderful accent of his.
In Swedish?
No, he says it in English, but Swedish accent seeping through.
Nice.
There's nothing nicer sounding than Swedish accent guy speaking in English to you. Apparently.
I like that.
If that's your thing.
Well, it appears to be yours. And right now, we got a pistol round, a 4-man A setup, similar stuff to how NIP started. And in fact, maybe the opposite. Norg finds Amanek in middle. It's a T-side opener. And that's only going to sell this fake further as they set their eyes towards B. Nico has a molly. Careful not to use it too early. They're only poking and prodding right now, but he holds his metal. Oh, that's a trade. Bomb drop by Jax, and they push in. G2, no fear. Maybe they should have had. Rez has got the kill. Out Boiler comes ETR, and he's picking up the pieces as well. Rez helps, and forget which bomb site you're going to. You probably have them both at this point. Nico peeking into Banana. Plopsky's found him, and that's the kill to find NIP a pistol round. 8-8. G2. They could have called it in the 4-on-4 with the bomb drop, but they wanted to use that chaos to keep it going. Push NIP in. And, well, it's their undoing. Force buy back for G2. We had this in the first half. It went flip-flop a few rounds until G2 on the T side finally won it out. Will NIP be able to do the same here? Oh, they know it's coming as well. Look at this buy. Not taking any chances.
Yeah, not an SMG in sight for NIP.
Oh, Nico.
Nico waiting with the deagle, gets some damage off. They molly him out, and the nade doesn't find any damage. So that's, you know, a nice bit of kind of like counter utility from NIP to force that deagle away from the angle to dodge the nade. There are still all these smokes, right? G2 trying to play a bit of a classic here, a smoke delay play. You just hold on to as many of these smokes as you can till later in the round, and you just keep replenishing them. And the end goal is, hopefully, NIP have to commit through a smoke. Ooh. There's a gap there for Nico to exploit. Even more damage done with that deagle. He's done well in this round. More damage. Nico just tagging everybody that tries to get into this B bomb site, but no kills materializing yet. Instead, it's Rez to get them both. And the B site falls. Nico doing 150 damage in this round.
What damage, lol?
And it will just be a save for G2. Oof. That's a little bit gut-wrenching. You were hoping that all those tags were going to lead to something there.
Yeah, usually good for the headshots, but body shots today, and double entry from Rez in an instant. NIP, they put the force to rest early. Like, GT are going to have to eco around this this saved pistol car boot sale. And they're not even letting anyone ninja the bomb either, so Plopsky makes sure, and then NIP get out with 5 alive. All these rifles continue as well, so things are looking very good right now for the Ninjas. And G2, one more eco. Check out these entries. Clean as can be, and that's what we expect from Rez, right? Pinpoint precision, great headshot accuracy. Very snappy player. He'll bite the hands that feed him. And there may be more where that came from, with G2 on another eco and NIP looking for double digits.
Oh, they tried to get Jax in position with his Deagle. He had armor as well. The only player with really any kind of staking around like this. They tried to have him go swing in for a banana peek with the boost, and he dies right away. So looking good for NIP to get these conversions. Now his Deagle was retrieved at least. Nex has got that in the back of this B bomb site. But where NIP are at, you know, they don't need to commit to anything. They've got loads of time. They've got the man advantage. They've got better weaponry. There's not really a world in which G2 can look to make this round anything more than expensive. And even then, that's going to be a real challenge for them.
Yeah, Amanek may as well go through this smoke when it comes down, right? He's not really got a lot to play with. His teammate's been mollied into the pillar, and it's only a matter of time. Amanek, they know he's here. He's done some damage, but he's running out of ammo and chances. Hunter's a long way away. Might even just save the armor and look to get an exit rifle, but NIP should be exiting together. They have been doing so. And so, backing out of G2. You've just been spotted here in mid, so maybe the chance to run round and go banana, but they're going to hang around, and yeah, NIP just exit at this safe position. They know they can. The bomb's for it. No reason to give these pistols anything to work with. And so, safe decision by NIP. Nork late to leave, but it won't be a problem. 10 rounds taken by the Swedes on their map pick as well. It was a little worrying, right? Pim, like, set this up, talking about the veto, talking about how NIP, they have such a great overpass, their best map, and one that they've really looked solid on, and G2, boom, it's that insta-ban. So, you know, I was a little worried for NIP in this series if G2 were going to bring the heat, but yet, we're yet to see that. They've had a good T side, but now it's all about the buy rounds in their second half, and it's here and now they're going to be able to field it. Also, we're having a repeat of that one BO1 match that G2 played the other day. Amanek AWPing over Nico. Maybe it's position-based, maybe it's map-based, but already making changes.
Oh, a fast B play here from Plopsky. Getting ahead of all this util, but ultimately is alone. And so Nico, given an uncontested gunfight there, no one nearby to trade, steals the man advantage away for G2 early on in their first rifle round. If you want G2 to get back into this series, these rounds, they're a must-have.
This setup ought to do it.
Yeah, this is grimy. Like, first point of contact is Amanek with an AWP, and then if you try and swing to kill him, you're going to get double peeked from 2 different angles of elevation. They see Amanek now. They see a few more bodies at short after losing ZTR, and that might force the B play out of NIP. Oh. Set up on top of the boost is Nico. No trade yet from Nexa. He's just waiting over here on quad, just so patient, letting them come to him. The flashes are good. He tries to peek on the back of them, and they still haven't cleared him out yet. He's just buying time for these rotations. Rez not able to do it, and Nexa finished off as well. Or Nork rather finished off by Nexa.
What a great hold. Like, great.
I like that. Even drops the smoke, right? On the left-hand side, it gives you like a cross to pillar, and it's pretty common to see players do that when they get trapped there. You could see how much of a problem that caused for NIP. They end up waiting for that smoke to fade to try and figure out where Nexa is. He never reveals himself. He never even actually moved in spite of dropping the smoke.
Yeah, and even though that's so committed on A, think about the setup again, right? 3 on the porch. Like, G2 still have a B rotate in time to help out Nexa. Hunter and Amanek still there to throw flashbangs to get Nexa out of that position. So that's how long he stalls You should never have those rotating time if NIP are committing, but they don't have the util to flush Nexa out. Nico gets naded. He's going back in. He has to. The molly traps him, and the flash is good. Hamper's so blinded. Nico's still here. He can't leave, and Plopsky will send him out of the round. Does get the dink off before, so it's a good try considering the health he was on. Orp is back under the porch with this setup yet again. Nexa does have a Molotov to stall out the B play. Oh, the molly burning Hunter and Amanek at the same time to the same health. Jax is still here and they'll never be ready.
Yeah, part of the beauty of this setup, right, is even when they hear that Molotov, Jax is meant to be there to wreak like a bunch of havoc up on top of the boost.
Yeah.
But turning from that flash gets him killed. Hunter, the only man inside of this bomb site, right? While all this has been happening, Amanek is now holding long, and that is not a position that G2 have got to worry about. So it's all eyes onto Hunter. Lots of bodies coming his way. Up through short, through the apartments. Good for the first, and low HP on Plopsky. Hunter just trying to buy time, and he's doing a very good job at that. They're wrapping all around. Hunter not giving up, not done yet, and finally silenced by ZTR, but he's still done enough to lock in the round. Great stuff from Hunter to find 10 for G2, and that's just grimy, man. He was essentially 1v4 inside of that site, having to maneuver around these boxes, around the smokes, and he's able to break every one of these engagements into just a series of 1v1s around this pillar and site box.
Mate, NIP need to hire a private investigator to try and find some of their opponents. They cannot seem to do so. Nexus stalling at the back of B, and now Hunter hiding in the A site in essentially a 1-on-4. How on earth does he live so long? I don't know. NIP just can't find him. They can't flush him out. And while the T side may have started strong, G2 have come back in with a very early response. A competitive series on our hands by the looks. And we wouldn't have wanted anything else. Amanek's still AWPing. I imagine it is just because they're running this triple porch setup and he's playing on A. But Nico's coming here as well, it appears. So swapping sides with Hunter. Nexa taking a spawn with Nico, going aggressive, and the flashes are in. No one's watching. Everyone's hiding, and so misinfo gained. G2 leave as NIP peak. They may have seen G2, but G2, no way in hell they saw them. That might even cause an early B rotate. But smokes out on the A side will keep G2 inquisitive. There it is. Nico goes back. Good swap with the AWP as well. Or Jax. Not the AWP, rather. You don't really have any util here if you're NIP, so good luck getting anything done that isn't a 1-deeg. And even then, Hunter boosted at the back of the site. And NIP grouping with a single flash on Plopsky to try and get them in.
Hey, this B-bomb site is the Kovacs aim trainer right now, man. Look at it. Oh, the re-smoke down just to add insult to injury. There's this one flash on Plopsky. This better be the best flash that Plopsky has ever thrown in his damn life. You ready for this? Here it is. Flashbang about to go in. Plopsky, man of the flashes, leaves Nico blind, but Hunter is not. The nades have already done good damage. And there it is, the mow down, the mop up, the Deagle from Rez. Will allow a bomb plant to come in. That's a little victory for NIP already. That's a great recovery. Can the Deagle get anything else? No. Amanek is just going to warp him from afar.
Yeah, like we said, Amanek, the AWP legend that everyone knew him for. Like, one of the best AWPers to ever do it. The reason Kenny was removed for Amanek. Like we all remember. Right? No.
I remember when G2 said that. They said, yeah, man, just you wait.
Yeah, good B-hold though, right? Jokes aside.
Amanol. Because he used to be Amanek.
Anemone.
See an Amanek.
11 to 10, yeah.
G2 are looking good, man. So are NIP, though. I'm so conflicted, Hugo.
Well, don't worry, you'll get the answers for you on who's better.
Myself.
Yeah.
With anticipation.
Wow, he sounds it. Nice mollies.
My nose has started bleeding again. It's a little...
Nice, man. I can, yeah.
Little secret of mine. I can just, as party trick, can do this whenever I want.
If you're ever hungry, solved. If you're ever thirsty, solved.
Salty, metally, an Amanek, man of steel, up in the apartments.
He's got some iron, all right.
Yeah, look at Jax as well, trying to get stuck in with this AK. Right now, it's NIP up in the nosebleeds in the apartments. I'm going to look down into this bomb site. The nade is good. ZTR caught by it. And a 4-man stack over in A. That's all because Hunter's got some aggression down Banana. So you're walking into a stack and getting churned up for it. Nico turning them to dust. It's Nork lost alive out through the apartments. While he has dealt with Nico, the man who completely dismantled his entire team, Hunter has crept through Banana while all this was going on and is now flanked into alt mid. Does this give Nork a 1v1? I don't know. A part of me doesn't believe he's ready for it. Even though he's checking all these angles, he's got no idea where Hunter could be.
Oh, Hunter knows now, though. Surely that word gets heard. He did fake his run back, which made Hunter doubt himself initially. Now Nork coming in from mid, 20 seconds. Unwinnable round, but it's about kills. And going back to the gun. Not enough. Hunter's ready. And yeah, G2, they had that round regardless, like no chance, but looking for damage at least. Nico, I don't even want to see him on the AWP. He's wrecking kids with rifles right now. He's looking damn good on both sides, right? He's been swapping between the two. And right there, locking down the apps play for NIP, as well as holding on to B in some of these rounds as well. So yeah, keep it up. G2, 12 to 10. Things are good. NIP have a half buy. Deep mid smoke from out of spawn as well. That gives you a lot more room if you're G2. And NIP definitely getting scared of it, of anyone pushing through, making a play into alt mid. So they've got to watch that for the start of the round. That will definitely stop any kind of fast play into middle. Not that NIP were running too much of that. That was more G2's T side than anything. Amanek on long. Flashes into A and NIP, here they come. Oh.
Oh, Nico has just cleared out this this top B area, and that's going to see the rotation of Nexa leaving B. Does he get to the A site in time? Because NIP are now moving in. They've smoked into Library. They've smoked off Arch. Nexa trying to delay it with a smoke of his own, but they've already gone through. So 2 players in this A bomb site left to hold on, while Nexa is just waiting for these smokes to fade at Library. Nico is also flanking down through mid. There's a big gap in the Library smoke. Oh no, this could be the undoing of NIP. Instead, they find Nexa through it. 35 seconds. They don't have to commit to A yet. They could even try and go through spawn to B. They've only got to get past Amanek if they want to give it a go. But he hears the footsteps, he peeks ahead of them, and Plopsky removed, leaves it all on Nork. Would love to take this AWP away, give himself a chance. He's trying to bait out shots, but Amanek just nails them every single time. The AWP on Amanek looking crisp, like we all expected.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a map thing. Like, you know, Nico wants to float a lot and wants to play with Hunter on B. And maybe he's not comfortable on this map. This map can be so annoying to run that AWP on. Like, think about the utility. Like, you want to play aggressive. You want to do things like peeking Banana and taking mid picks. But it's so easy to punish for a T side, right? Like double nading. We see it all the time. Molly's trapping players at sandbags. Orbs holding T ramp for 30 seconds in the start of the round. So yeah, you know, maybe you want to be freed up with a rifle. We'll see across this series. We'll get a good eye test as to how things are going for G2. And right now, regardless of the weapons being held, it's going good. 13 to 10. They've had answers. They had a great T side as well, even, you know, with some missed opportunities. Could have definitely been a stronger first half. And the fact they still win it out is more than enough. Getting that early smoke into middle will keep NIP attentive, but they're going to go back up Banana early. Nades in. 4 here for G2, throwing all the util and swapping 2 players out. That means the B players still have grenades available for them. It's Nexa and Nico with the double dunk, and NIP were never ready. They just used 2 HEs. How have they got 2 more, they're wondering. And that might even entice them to go quickly towards A, which is now padded out like a normal round.
Yeah, I love that. I love that early B hold. That's such a good use of like misdirection and making your opponents think that you've used all your utility, so then they start to take banana, and then that's where the double nade is just so effective. And it's this double-edged sword almost, right, where suddenly now NIP, they've seen all that B utility. They looked like they were going to lean back into an A play after that. And as you say, it was stacked by G2 players.
Hunter's going to clear this, but it might be too late. Run!
Yeah, look, now they realize, oh dear, Nico's going back to B at least. Nexa still has a Molotov as well to try and slow this down a little bit.
Yeah, this is not really a surprise anymore for NIP. G2 know exactly what's going on. Smoke down, Molly's follow. Blinded, burning, everything in between. It's Plopsky out. Nexa, he's trapped by his teammate. He's got to flash out. They'll never check Nico if Nexa dies first, but if he stalls it too long, it could be a problem. There's the kill, and Nico swings in for another. Just the AWP on Nork, and no time for it. Get out of there alive. That little double setup, not by purpose, but more by heat of the moment. And heat of the mollies at the back of B, but it works. They never check for Nico.
Yeah, I actually really enjoy watching Nico over on this B bomb side of Inferno. I love it. He's very, very good at playing around oranges. You frequently see him up on top of the boost, but he won't play the close boost angle. No. Normally he's waiting back at second oranges, sat on top of the warheads there. And this round, the double setup between him and Nexa in that position proves to work brilliantly. And, it kind of makes a lot of sense that it does, right? You're not ready to check there with Nexa swinging early. And it did all hinge on Nexa just taking one for the team. And they just say, well, Nexa, swing out. You're going to die. But, see how many you can get in that swing. Yeah. And then it helps lock in the round because they discount Nico in that position.
Yeah, and all off the back of Nico, running a rotate into that 4-man A setup to flash Hunter on long for the mid-peak. NIP may have thrown the long smoke as they go back, but once it fades, you've got to execute soon because as soon as it fades, G2 are going to be grabbing that information back and then stacking the site that you're going to. Inferno is such a map of info and misinfo and trying to elude your opponent's vision until you're, 5 players executing into a choke. Now, this time the kills are just coming to NIP. Nork started the round by killing an aggressive apps cross. There were 2 there. And it's kind of just followed up. A pick on the B site, another AWP shot off in middle. And now it doesn't matter where NIP go. It's a free round nonetheless. Luckily, they make the right call that they go into A and it's completely empty. They've cleared it out. The bomb plant will be theirs. And so, as much as G2 want to save their weapons in this round so they can rebuy, so do NIP. They haven't won a round in a while. They haven't got any money. They need 5 alive. And so they'll get all of that and more. G2 still saving weapons on B. And 14-11, NIP don't go down yet.
Yeah, it's quite comforting if you're G2, right? Because you mentioned how NIP are just looking to keep all 5 alive right here. Well, that's because, at 11-14, you don't want it to be that, you find a round, but you lose a lot of players in it, and then you lose the follow-up, and suddenly, you're down to, Galils and maybe a handful of AKs. So they play for the long game here on NIP's side. Now they can even sustain a loss and keep these investments pouring in up against 15. If NIP are not envisioning losing anytime soon, you're hoping you can grind this out in regulation. Amanek taking this AWP over towards short side. I wonder if he's going to try and peek anything. It's up in the apartments by the looks. A triple B hold early, lots of utility raining down the banana. It's a healthy exchange. Nico trying to peek over this smoke. He spots a player out at logs, but Hampus gets the better of him. There is still a second man over towards B, right? Hunter's been here since the very beginning. Boosted up, ready for a CT smoke to fall. It's a little bit brutal. I think if you're G2 there and you're throwing Nico into Banana, you were hoping that NIP explode into B after that kill, right? And I think you were hoping Nico could have gotten out of there with, at least a 1-for-1 to his name. And the fact that NIP haven't fast executed B, That could be your undoing here. That said, they're still retaking this banana control. They're still leaning over towards this side of the map. This is exactly what G2 wanted, and it might just come a little bit later in the round. Rotating Amanek over. The boost up as well. Hunter's still waiting there. And NIP completely given up mid. They are going B at this point in time. G2 taking a gamble. This is exactly what they wanted. This is what they've been planning for since the start of the round, especially with Hunter boosted. Having this crossfire between him and Nexa can be brutal. Nexa's bringing the attention away. Hunter hidden up on this boost. There's a kill through the smoke. Amanek good for another. It's a 2-on-3. Numbers dwindling, but here's the push for Hunter, denies the bomb plot as well. And suddenly it's just Plopsky left. This round might be snatched away by G2. He either needs both kills or a bomb plant right now, and it's not going to happen. He might even die after time. G2 up to 15. And the gamble at B works wonders.
Wow. I mean, it could not have gone better for G2 if they tried, right? Like, both opening players getting a kill, a huge nade to dunk. I think it was from Nexa, does a huge amount of damage. And there's there's a gap in that CT smoke as well. We've started seeing teams, such as, like, I think Spirit were doing it back in Katowice, where they throw a CT smoke, but they have a lineup for it that seems almost like wasteful. Like, why are you letting a lineup for such a small choke point? It's because of things like that, little gaps put in the smoke. If you don't get it perfect, you give a chance for a player like Hunter to come through and deny the plant. That gap in the smoke loses NIP the round. Plain and simple, nothing else. And so 15-11, a round that G2 never should have had, and now they've got it. Now they've got the confidence. They are feeling feisty. They've run right by Rez, but Jax gets the kill and backs out into Abs. ZTR knows now if he's committed or not. He can make that call, but he's got him killed. They never saw Hunter. And in the back line, he continues his hunt. Oh, he doesn't even take it. Absolute balls of steel. Hunter stealing this map away, taking NIP's pick and putting it in his pocket.
Yeah, this is nuts. Playing the trigger discipline. You just got to hope it doesn't betray you, and it doesn't like it's going to. He needs to check Banana. There's one. The follow-up. And now he's got the bomb at his feet as well. NIP, they're scratching their heads. Hunter is taking this map away with him. It's all onto Hampus. No idea where these G2 players are. Hunter, he's like a ghost, man. He's disappeared again already. And for Hampus, I think that realization setting in that this is looking like the map on the back of one man's heroic play for G2, about to get them over the line and on to 16. Hampus trying to do what he can. He needed an equally heroic play here, and giving up his position, he gets hunted down. Nico there to finish off the job that Hunter started, and G2, they're 1-0 up in this series. It's looking cool, it's looking good, and I'm excited to see where this series goes. You don't want to miss it. Stick around. We'll be back after the break.
Malta has truly its finger on the digital pulse. Malta, game on. With 300 days of beautiful sunshine across the calendar year, it's the ideal location to take a load off, relax, and enjoy. Our World Heritage and UNESCO sites showcase the oldest megalithic temples in Europe, the breathtaking capital of Valletta, the silent city of Medina, and so much more. It's gamification in real life. Everything about Malta, namely its architecture, local village feasts, basilicas, entertainment scene, and multiple iconic film sets, make it truly unique. And with a vibrant video game studio ecosystem, major iGaming companies, tech startups, and esports companies hosted across the island, coupled with a passion for innovation, Malta has truly its finger on the digital pulse. Malta, home of gaming excellence.
through you start to lose control. Orange autumn leaves on the ground. At the end there's nothing, and you face yourself. Green is all you see as you fall.
Yeah, I smoke first box, putting pressure.
Do it. That's it.
Nice. That's not the guy who saved that USB. Be careful, Jackie.
Skull. Nothing ups. Go B.
Smoke CT, Draco.
Dead. I smoke CT.
Smoke CT.
Okay, nice, Jackie.
I cover CT for you.
Dead, I'm sorry.
Boosted CT, one guy. Dead.
Nice, that's my one more ult.
1 HP ruins, 1 HP.
Nice. Go, boys. Let's go, boys.
Well, we can see here the communication issues Jax might have had in the past might have disappeared now into the future. As we hear some clear communication happening there on his entries into that B side. And G2 have thrown the gauntlet down, taking the first map in the series up against NIP as we head over to Mirage as our second map choice. But before we get to that, maybe we should talk about your thoughts on his communication there that we just saw.
I mean, it's interesting, right, to get a sneak peek behind the communication, how it functions on a team. I mean, you'd need to see more clips to get a better understanding. But initially speaking, right, we talk about Jax being a player that was being picked not to play on the team instead of Amanek for versatility problems, but also the fact that his English may not have been good enough at the time, right? That he was not practicing it enough. But I think already now we can conclude that communication issues and whatever needs to be worked on has been worked on for Jax, because I see no problem in this clip and I see no problems on the server as well in terms of how he's maneuvering and in terms of how he's reacting in play with his teammates. So overall, good impression here for G2. I think they were by far the best team on Inferno.
Yeah, and it also has to feel good for them to get that victory on map 1 under their belts, right? To reassure themselves that this was the correct choice to make with bringing him on the roster and putting Kenny S on the back foot. But two players we got to talk about when it came to that last match. On the side of NIP, it's got to be Rez, and on the side of G2, like we saw towards the end, it's got to be Hunter. Some of those flanks he was pulling off, some of the shots he was hitting, locking down these sites were phenomenal.
Especially on the CT side, I want to point out Hunter. Of course, Rez, the counterpart right here, did a fantastic job. He was the one guy keeping NIP into the game. Yeah. As I said, without him, I think this could have been a blowout. I think this could have been a 16-5, 16-6 for G2. I saw nothing from NIP in the T side on Inferno that gave me any hope of a comeback at any point. They won the pistol, they converted, and from that point onwards, they only won one buy round in the game on the T side. That's it. Hunter was doing, as you said, a fantastic job playing on the big bomb side here. On the A bomb side, there was a round where NIP, for whatever reason, smoked himself off, and Hunter just kept staying alive on the bomb side, got 3 kills, waited for his teammates, played it to perfection. And if Hunter is playing at this level, it's this round we talk about right here, if he can continue to play at this level, play it smart, and also be efficient enough to get the kills, then I don't see anyone from NIP who can counter that, right? Res had a fantastic game. We don't expect that to happen too often, and yet they was not able to win on their own map pick, not even able to make it close. So for me, that's a huge red flag here that G2, for my money at least, are the better team as of right now.
Yeah, and one thing I want to say about G2 that I really enjoyed about watching them there was when it came to like Hunter in that position that you were talking about, he pulls his 1v1s off, but more importantly, he stays alive. I could think back to Nex as well, doing the same thing at the B site, where he was kind of left alone while they're doing a 3-man stack towards short, and he just stays alive at the back of the site, and then he gets the final 2 kills. I feel like they are doing a really good job at slowing NIP down when they go for those executes, and then they just stay alive long enough to get those reinforcements back.
Yeah, and you're right. It must be so counterintuitive. You know, all the ESEA players out there, all the FaZe players, they always think that it's all about getting the kills, it's all about getting the fights right. But if you do play Counter-Strike, sometimes just with a little bit of brain behind as well, you can do both, as you saw Hunter. Staying alive, waiting for the teammate to take attention, then you come in, then you get the kills, and all of a sudden you look like a god at the game.
Yeah, I can see a little bit of anger in your eyes there, thinking back to your own stream.
I was about to call them all potatoes, but I didn't.
Well, one thing I do want to mention, while we do have some time here really quickly, is the fact that we've heard Nico's going to be opting for the team. But as you saw in Inferno, it's Omnic. So I'm curious, do you have any thoughts about, are they running certain operas on certain maps, or is it just about the positions the players were holding?
I think they're still trying it out a little bit. You know, it's going to be a hybrid role. I think Nico on the T side, majority of the time when he feels he's having a good game, he will pick up the op. And on the CT side, it can be map dependent, it can be position dependent. It makes sense not to have your primary AWP player on the B bomb side on Inferno, but he can pick up the AWP if he wanted to. I'm sure they could run a double AWP setup as well if he wanted to. So it's not about how much Nico is playing the AWP, it's more about now he has the freedom to do it, whereas before, every time there was an AWP in play, it had to be dropped to Kenyius.
Well, speaking of the AWP, I'm assuming we're going to see a ton of it when we get into our second map here in our second series of the day. It's going to be on Mirage, and G2 currently sitting with a nice 1-0 lead up against NIP.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Hi. Good to see you, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Right.
Perfect. And we're all set here. Should we kick things off?
Live in 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the ESL studios, actually, and we're here to learn a little bit about observing today. I'm joined by none other than Alexander Rush. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
So tell me, observing, it's the new craze. What's it all about?
Yeah, it's you know, observers. They like work in tandem with the production team and the casters.
The production, the casters. Now the casters, they are the top dogs around here, aren't they? So well known in the area, and someone like yourself, who's perhaps a little, you know, unknown, they're giving you a chance to shine out there, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm actually.
Don't worry. Take your time. Just try and explain a little bit about the role, and we'll get there.
Explain about observers. You know, you like work. Well, they work with production.
Don't worry. Let's run it back a little bit. In terms of the production, what do you actually do?
Well, me.
Hi, I'm Rush. I have a 12:30 with you.
Rush?
Yeah.
Well, who's this then?
This guy? Someone irrelevant. Get him out. Security!
No,
You got it, boss.
I'm there. Please, someone must know who I am. I'm here every day. Every day.
Wait, get him out. Look at the camera. Look at the camera for a moment.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
ESL Pro League is brought to you by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, and DHL.
It's NIP, it's G2, it's the second map. And that map, Hugo, that map would be Mirage. It's everyone's favorite orangey yellow playground. And you wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now.
I don't know, I say Dust is my favorite orangey yellow playground. But that's fine, Harry, we'll let you go. This is going to be a banger, right? G2's pick. They already stole away NIPs of Inferno. Hopefully we get some more of that Nico AWP or Deagle at least. I'll take either at this rate. Right now it's a T-side start. And G2 not waiting long. They'll be running out of Palace with the smoke on Con. Nork pushed back and Spawn. Nice shot for ZTR, but traded after one. And Hunter is now unleashed into the site, trying to get control towards the Spawn. Can Jax flash them in, or is he focused on the plant? Flash comes first, and here comes the chase. Nico with one, and the others are pushed back into Spawn, giving G2 the plant, but they still need to take more room. And so that second flash and the final bit of util will at least get them the info. They spot one, not two. Rez tapped out of the round, and now down to those Spawn players that have nowhere to go.
Oh, and into the slaughter. Just Nork left alive, but not for long.
I love seeing Jax back in the server, man. Like, no question about his individual performance. Always good to do it, and I'm sure he's been hungry to come back into Pro League as well, play against some of the best. Maybe even be the best. And G2 certainly could inside of this group. Long way to go, though. However, off to the right start. Pistol is theirs. Full eco for NIP. I actually like this call, right? A lot of teams just buy up after losing Pistol, regardless of where you are, what map you're on. But NIP, they have faith in their full rifles, and they'll come into the third. Holding for a short play. That's not what's going on. I mean, if you remember that T side of Inferno for G2, it was so slow at the start. Like default every round, just hold. when they started getting a little more confident, a little more in the lead, they definitely, you know, went for some crazy rounds that cost them. Oh dear, Hunter's timing is everything. Jax is trapped. He doesn't know it yet. There it is. Surprise, surprise. 3 in mid. Amanek holding on. Can't stop them from getting the AK, and Jax is dead. So arm now is Plopsky. AKV Mac 10. Not a fair fight when it's Amanek on the other side, and traded after 1 under is Hunter. Hampus alone, and he can tap Amanek, but at this point the round's already lost. They're planting on A. And Amanek is just waiting to grab that gun at the end of the round, telling his team to do the work for him, and so they shall. 2-0 lead for G2, and that's a good eco for NIP. They can be happy with that. They take a couple of guns out, and now they're rebuying to break the money early.
There's a bonus round here from G2. And with no head armor on Rez, Plopsky, and ZTR, these SMGs, they could really do some damage in a round like this. Lots of mid utility, but a triple B stack early and a double boost into the apartments. Mac 10 taking the head off for the first, and there's the follow-up. 2 players without head armor, both domed at the first hurdle, and now Hampus at bench needs to keep his wits about him. He's lost teammates all across the map, dropping the bomb. He's fighting tooth and nail, but Jax is going to go ahead and remove him from this sight hold. Nork is suddenly thrown into a 1v3. This was a bonus round, remember? The SMGs getting all 3 kills in it. Actually, that's a lie. Jax's AK got 1. But, you know, regardless of that, it's still a huge victory for G2. They get some free upgrades. Nork, gonna get away with the save, perhaps. But you know, even getting out of this round with the M4, that's not that great for NIP.
Yeah,
this is gonna let G2 get off to a blinding start here.
I do like the triple B setup, but the danger of that double boost up, which is really cool. We started seeing teams use it, especially in combination with like a deep app smoke from spawn, right? It's a really safe boost. Easy to do, try it with your friends at home, but once G2 kill those first 2 players in apps, they know there has to be a third, and just off the fact of how fast those CTs are there, they clear everything, and they don't just fall into the, you know, the problem that teams often do where they kill, you know, 2 on a bomb site and they go, that's all that's here, and then they just go back into planting and clearing other angles, and they never check everything. Well, that wasn't the case. Obviously, Nexa falls with the bomb and he's traded, so that's enough info, but yeah. SMGs get the first 3 kills. Hunter in the window within 20 seconds of the round beginning. Don't know how he got here. Running up cat, I presume, and jumping in. Given a lot of room as NIP were stacked towards B and very focused on rotating. Hunter uses that to his advantage. NIP now half buy, and even that would be an exaggeration. We got pistols, armorless mostly, and Nork on the saved gun. Fast into middle again. G2 moving all over. Even into connector with that top smoke. And NIP, there's no one even, I was going to say they're respecting the smokes, there's no one even there to challenge. They are in very far out positions, pushed 2 in the palace, Rez on default, hoping for an A play. G2 are not committed anyway yet, but with ladder taken and Con as well, options are so open for G2, they can go wherever they want. Oh, there's that ladder kill coming in. Another rotate cut down. Plopsky was trying to go B, as is Rez. And that is the right call. This M4 and Palace spots Hunter, and G2 definitely going to avoid it and commit to this short take into that B site.
Yeah, Hunter's dead to the Deagle, but the B site is the problem. Deagle has dropped Jax on a real tear. Look at this flank from ZTR. He tries to play the trigger discipline for as long as he can, but it's only good for 1 kill on that wraparound, and Nork might be left to save this M4 again. He's still looking to make some damage happening around like this. A missed shot from Nico, the nade brings him down, but they're already hunting. G2 have dispatched Jax to go through market into window. Nork keeps his wits about him, and now down to the 1v2. Surely not possible, right? Half the time ticked off this bomb. Nork's got to be very, very quick, and G2, they're just not giving him the peek. They're toying with him. Look at this. They're playing games with Nork, and he's not here to play around. Down to the 1v1. Nexa waiting patiently at the back of the site. Swings on out and ends the round. The AWP going to get retrieved as well. G2 up to 4, and Nico showing us that with the AWP, you don't always need to get the kills. Sometimes just having it there, having the big barrel is enough.
Yeah, you take that, right? Great round for Jax, dude. The entries, he starts here on a rotate, and off of the back just pushes into B and doubles up. So really nice stuff from Jax. I'm turning into a Jax fanboy here now. He's showing us why. He's given us good reason to be. 4-0 for G2. NIP with a big buy. They got the AWP as well. Try to challenge Nico, who, as Pim rightly said, we're going to see a lot more of on the T side with this AWP, it appears. Oh no, they really going to crunch B. It's solo setup right now. It's just Plopsky. He's calling for help. Rez might dish out a rotate, getting here in time. And actually G2, who were 4 in the apartments, will concede, will rotate round. Amanek is just causing distraction more than anything in B. And that's your punishment, bit of a nade. He'll throw them right back. And going out under is the bomb. So G2 need middle control from the top if they want to get this bomb into the A site. Don't want to get it lost in no man's land. Hampers smoked off, can't stop them out under. Nork with the ramp AWP fighting against Nico. Shadow advantage. No way he loses that. And now G2 have to split with no split. It's all from mid.
Yeah, when this smoke fades, ZTR is in for a nasty surprise. They're already through it. They've crept up onto the stairs as well. Lots of damage to ZTR, but somehow he's still alive. There's the push from Hampus in the meantime, and he's lit them up. The USP to round it out. And NIP are in with their first. It's flawless. All 5 players stay alive.
How?
I don't know.
How did ZTR survive that nade?
I don't understand the way that that round just played out, if I'm being honest. It was very, very weird.
Yeah,
Hampus very much responsible for the success of a round like that. You could see him waiting for the con split, right? When the window smoke comes in, when the top con smokes down. Very, very aware that that was looking to be the game plan of G2 there. An attack timeout now called in. Nico going to be donning that Krieg again, bringing it out once more.
We've seen a lot of it from Simple as of late. Definitely showed that at Katowice, and especially on maps like Train as well, like where you're going to expect to see more ranged rifles. So it's not dead yet. Overpass as well, another one, but it's not dead yet. Got to be getting those taps off with it. Well, if there's one thing Nico's known for, no, not AWPing, but tapping, maybe. So with the ramp spawn, he's going to give it a go, and I'm all for it. AWP for Nork.
What do you make of his knife, Hugo? I know you're a big butterfly fan.
Yeah, I like a butterfly. I do. Fade's cool. It's clean. Can't really ask for much more, can you?
So you're saying Nico's got a sick fade? And you want to...
That's what you said.
You want to know where he gets his haircut.
Okay, well, we'll ask him.
Rez holding on to the apartments, or palace rather, and he's dealt with 2. Nico was hoping to trade this, and while he's given a chance...
How does he live that?
I don't really know.
The slow fire of the Krieg.
Is it another flawless round for NIP? It's looking like it.
Wow, 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 wow. Can't see through these fences unless you're at the right angle. Oh, it's not good for you if you play it tight. Nico just using what he can, util-wise. No way he's getting out of here alive. Rez with the 3rd. And yeah, Rez, terrifying guy to run into. G2 are learning the hard way. Broken now. 2K a player, gonna have to full eco. I can't believe Rez jumps after 2 here. He's like, I want the info so bad, I'm gonna risk my life. Jumps up, looks at the ground, only takes half health off. Calculated. But if that was an AK, probably wouldn't be as lucky. One flash, and here we go. It's gonna get hot.
It's gonna be rough, man. Glocks and a dream. G2. Oh, there's so many nades ready and waiting. The nade, lots of damage onto 2. Hampus padding these stats. Oh, he's on for the ace. And it's real ugly, but there it is. Hampus has got them all. Nice from him, just an ugly round because it's Glocks getting churned up in the apartments. A nice little ace for Hampus, though. That's a nice confidence builder.
11 and 4. Yeah, obviously that round doing it, but you take that. G2 may have had that strong lead. It was looking like it could have gotten out of control, but money broken, and G2 coming back in with a buy finally. Need to make it worth its while. No AWP. And Nork continues with his in mid as well, dropping under Mad Lad, going for it, and he's going to get rewarded, not punished. Nico punished instead. Was never ready for an AWP that quickly, but Hunter again up Cat, very fast indeed. He's going to try and stop this AWP from escaping, and Jax helps out. B is now weakened as a result. There's only Hampus here. He's committed, trapped in the corner, good for one. Never anymore. G2 own B, and despite the way the round started with the info and the pick from the AWP, it was not enough.
NIP is still nearby. They might give this a look in, but a lot of it is hinging on this engagement at short. Rez not even aware that there was a fight to be had. Now just ZTR left alive. Bomb ticking away, and G2 just not giving him a kill. Out through the window, creeps up on Jax, but isn't fast enough to get away with the kill. So G2, they finally take a round back on the back of one of these B plays.
Yeah, and NIP, now they're starting to cotton on to like the pace that Hunter and Jax have had in most of these rounds up Catwalk. Like Jax getting in ladder on one of the anti-ecos, Hunter jumping window on like the 3rd round in 20 seconds on that bonus. So G2 are very good at getting this fast mid control, and NIP have yet to have a response. Doesn't help that the AWP, you know, is under either. Even though it gets a kill, it can't really assist on the middle area. Nico misses his cross shot on A, and will rotate round. Flash through the smoke is Rez, but no kills to be found, and he gives it up. This time NIP actually contesting for middle. Molly, Jax has to smoke it if he wants to stay alive in this position. Now he's got support from the AWP, which again has rattled off without a shot connecting. NIP know where it is, and they are not going to give it any more. Oh, this is a good move. They know that because the AWP took the spawn ramp and now it's shot middle, that ramp is likely clear. And so ZTR is taking a lot of space. How much further does he go here? If he goes for the full wrap, this can sometimes leave you lacking if the T's go A through connector and suddenly you're on this flank that doesn't really work. They check spawn. Nexa gives it a look, and ZTR doesn't commit. So it's not known by G2 for now.
Yeah, I like this setup though, right? You're more stacked towards B because based on the information you've got, that's where this is ending up. But you still have bodies available at this A bomb site. Ooh. Nico, double entry on the AWP, and Plopsky throwing into a world of hurt, desperately calling for rotations around to this B bomb site. Stuck at bench, Hunter's going to delete him. And while there is this apartments flank coming in from ZTR, it's got to be huge and it's got to be fast if they want to get anything from it. But Hunter just comes right back and sniffs out that lurking player. Nork's hoping to get away with the AWP. Hunter's already trying to find him though.
Wow. Everything about that round. The quick shots from Nico as well. We've been waiting for that all series. It's finally come through. And even with that flank, like you said, like all the early info, the triple B. I think it was Jax who jumped on Cat to, you know, put the spray off and let Nico get that kill. Very risky move, but gets G2 into that B bomb site, and now they're going to keep on building. Hunter 2 health, 2 kills, looking for a 3rd, and Nork is not considering it. Oh, dearie me. This might be a freebie. There it is. Doesn't get much better than that. 6-3, no saved weapons. They do have money on the NIP side, but it will be their last buy before Eco if G2 can keep this one going. And that's
what I'm trying to say. Very, very nice to get something out of Eco, right? Thus far, the AWP been pretty underwhelming, I think it's fair to say. You know, didn't really see him using it back on Inferno, and the starts in Mirage, you know, wasn't really finding anything. He was 1-5 heading into that round there with his 2nd AWP purchase. But a nice double entry, cracking that round open is Nico. NIP, they had a good few flawless rounds on the run up to this. They're still buying. They're still, you know, not panicking yet, and they get the AWP back in Nork's hands, even though it gets hunted down. They reinvest into one. But a loss in this round, and suddenly G2 are running away with this half in a very, very big way.
Yeah, T-side was good in Inferno, right? So seeing more of that here in the second. Their pick as well, so one that they're probably a lot more comfortable on, done some dry runs, know what they're doing. Hunter again, so quick. Next it looked like he's gonna flash him through the smoke. Oh, there it is, into jungle. Hampers blind, and he has no idea what's through. In fact, behind him does swivel, taking down Amanek. Hunter on the stairs, trapped is Hampers, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Hunter doubles up, and the Palace player known about too, they can molly him. Oh, Rez catches from back, and Nexa will at least trade. That's something, but they still know there's an orb near about in this A site. Plopsky doesn't know where to look, but he does respond with a kill. Still traded. It was calculated from G2, and Nexa, or Nork rather, going around the entire map just to try and get a pick here. They're already set up on the ramp. No frags for him, it appears, unless he wants to commit, and at this point, doesn't look like it. Unlucky stuff. Orb in the right place, but G2 just don't give it any room. And even though that molly never comes through, Nork doesn't try and take the risk of peeking back into what would have been Nico on the other side with his own AWP. G2, it gets a bit messy, right? Next to not covering Con, and a flank coming in from Rez that does kill a player. But after that point, it's under control. The trades are in, G2 get a plant, and they already win in the 2-on-1 due to default save for the AWP. 7-3.
And this is that like worst case scenario we were kind of envisioning, you know, no money in this round for NIP, a chance to go 8-3 up and build up even more money here for G2. The only thing they've got to worry about is that AWP in the hands of Norg. Big armor for Rez and Hampus, so there's, you know, at least an opportunity here for that AWP to drop guns and get these players with armor to have a bit more stake in a round like this.
Oh, angle's so tight he can't hit this shot. Oh, Nico saw him. No doubt about it, but Rez backed out. Nork takes a shot B, but he is going to float. As being the one weapon in this round, you definitely want to remain mobile. Con Flash gets Hunter out under. And G2 still defaulting, but starting to group and lean towards that A site with the bomb. Amanek selling a lot of these fakes in B and coming into late underplays. This time he's just going to back out. So will Hunter. They're not splitting this site. Is it a full execute? I say that. They've only got 2 smokes. That's enough. You can do jungle stairs, no issue. That seems to be the plan for Jax. Rez, though, out of nowhere, picking Nexa. It was Nico there with the AWP earlier. He's now left to go back to ramp to line up grenades. Here come G2 out ramp.
Yeah, Nork's able to rotate into CT as well. These Deagles in the site just need to buy a little bit of time, and they're doing more than that. They're getting away with kills all across the board. Nico trying to trade this out. The AWP fires off from CT, so now he knows he's got that to worry about as well, and he needs to start clearing this site. Hunter, in the meantime, is all the way over at B and having a run on this flank. Nico left up alone is dealt with, and Nork finds Hunter on the wrap. Those two being separated proves to be a real problem for G2 there.
Yeah, that's like a luck for Hunter where it's like amazing if everything goes right. Like that's him trying to stop the AWP from saving. Say G2 get the smokes down, they run out A, they kill the site players. Suddenly Norg, if he's not going nuclear, wants to back out and get away with his gun. Hunter's there to stop that contingency, but when everyone gets 1D'd out ramp by ZTR and co, well, Hunter's position just looks like a base at that point. There was thought behind it, but it doesn't go well. Oh, Nork, he's trapped. How does he hit it? Hamper's going to help out in middle, and they just bound out. They escape. Oh, yeah, you're dead. No! What? What?
Hits the 180 and makes it look all too easy. Amanek is going to be kicking himself after that one. Nico and Nexa, the Krieg and the AK out through ramp, but hidden in Sandwich. Not giving anything up yet is ZTR. This crossfire going to prove to be deadly. Flash leaves Nico blind. Rez trying to get into position on default. They spot that Molotov come out for him, so that's a kill for Nexa at least. Still, ZTR has not budged from Sandwich, hasn't given any kind of peek, any kind of telegraph that this is his position, that this is where he lies. So will this get discounted by G2 through the smoke? Nork's deleted one and Hamper's swinging out to round it out. NIP are up to 5. Their AWP starting to deliver, and now the money of G2 broken as well.
Yeah, what was that round? what was this from Nork? Like, he's trapped, he drops, he checks it, Amanek's walking up, and then Nork, woo! Just flicks back. Sometimes one AWP can do it all. And boy, does he do everything and then some. 7-5. Seeing a similar situation as to Inferno T-Slide, where G2, they do their half early. Like, this is fine. You could lose every round and be happy in this half, but then they slow it down and NIP start to get answers, and now G2 are broke. So right now, just trying to figure out how they can get an 8th, having a bit of a chat. Old school existence, just chilling in spawn with the Glocks, talking it through, not wasting a tactical pause. I do like how teams still do this, right? Just to have a little discussion. Even longer than a pause, in fact. You've got the entire round, mate. As long as you don't die after time or not die at all. But eventually, you've got to get going. And a run boost, well, that'll be a nice way to start.
And what are the Glocks gonna get away with? It's the question we're all dying to know. Nexa opening the roundup. The AWP of Nork spotted in CT. 3 players for NIP in the A bomb site. That means that Plopsky's alone outside of B, just waiting there. G2 up through middle, retrieving the AK from window. Lots of damage onto the player in the site, and it's the CT peek from Nork that was hoping to save the day. Hunter now able to get this bomb down. They're looking to deny it, and they can't find him in the smoke, so somehow he's managed a bomb plant. Will get put to an end, but still, how on earth do the Glocks get away with 3 kills and a bomb down? That's far more successful than G2 thought it was going to be. Nork was needed some multi-kill to stop that from getting out of hand, and the extra cash injection from that bomb means an AWP was a possibility in this round, but they haven't decided to purchase it up. Instead, Nico back on the Krieg, utility out across the board, and an expensive round for NIP.
Yeah, wow. That's very impressive. The fact that Nork can't even kill Hunter on the plant, it looked dead on, but ducked below his shots, and the bonus money is always nice. That's shot 2. Nork, oh, can he finish it? Nico runs, and he gets out with 4. Not going to be good for much in this round, you would presume now, on such limited health, even more landing. 2 HP. And Nork has already left, he's gone back to the apps. Might get rewarded. There are jump peaks for Amanek right now, but he hasn't even seen this AWP. He's trying to bait a shot out of it. Got to go a bit wider for that. Oh, here it comes. Jiggle with the molly. Oh, Nork. This fight may never even come. Oh, he wallbangs. That was very close. Amanek was just behind that. Rez is pushing middle. Jax is trapped to the boxes. Rez has got his dead to rights. Double for Rez. Oh my. Now G2 have to hit B. They have nothing left.
Yeah, AWP's no longer peeking aggressively. Instead in market, but still nails the shot. They're peeking before the window smoke has bloomed. And so Nork multi-killing again to put 7 on the board for NIP. And that's the thing, while his AWP has been very, very present for the NIP CT side, the same cannot be said for G2's AWP, right? outside of that double kill at short, that was really the last notable memory that we had, and that was in like round 5 of the game. Hey.
Oh. Yeah.
We can keep that going. It's not the traditional tech pause music, but to hell with tradition. Do we have any music to accompany us on this voyage into the round 15 tech pause?
Fat beats and nothing less. Don't start crying, Harry. You can contain yourself, surely.
I actually might.
Nico's just timed out. He'll be rejoining the Krieg. But yeah, you are right? Like that AWP, we've not really seen it on the T side ever since that double kill. It's not like Nico's really been bringing it out. The money hasn't been there. NIP have pulled a bit of a comeback off of the last few rounds. Hampus and Nork doing some heavy lifting.
Right. Hugo, have a little think. What could be the basis of this next G2 story? Come on, man.
I don't know what you're even asking me.
Give me
Aaron.
something, Hugo.
No.
Nico's already back in. Nico, DC again. We need more time. Nico, get out the server. Oh. He's in, and apparently, no, he needs to relog. Nico's actually doing it. What a mad lad.
No, it's not him. They just need to reset the money.
Oh, right.
So he has his gun. Otherwise, he's Glock, no armor in this round.
That would be sick.
Yeah, probably not. Although G2 with Glocks, man, a force to be reckoned with, judging by the last eco they had. 3 kills in a plant, you'll take that. But the reset has come through, and everyone should be armed.
Man, it's real emotional in round 15. Reaching an all-time high, perhaps. So this round decides who wins out the half, and you take a look at, what both teams are bringing with them into round 15, and NIP, they've got to be the favorites, at least in terms of the equipment, right? You've got the AWP on Nork, you've got kits on everyone, full utility. For G2, they've got a Deagle on Nico, 3 AKs, and a Galil in play. Pretty limited in terms of their utility as well, right? With 3 smokes, you got enough to do like an A execute. You could maybe even look to throw a bit of a fake in, right? Using some of your utility and then saving some for later in the round. But you are very limited. It's not the same as when you have 5 smokes and suddenly it's like everything's open to you. You can throw fakes, you can afford to do that in the early round and then go back to something later. So instead, G2 try and play this round fast to make up for that limited utility and right into the A site. They've taken bodies and now they've secured ground with it. Nork and Plopsky left in the retake, a 2-on-3. Smoking Con, Nork gets ahead of it and deletes Nico. Hunter's found lurking as well, and the bomb isn't down yet. It hasn't even crossed into the site. Nexa, this round has started to slip apart for G2, and it's left onto the IGL to try and get it over the line. Plopsky will secure that lead for NIP to round out the half. At 8-7, they narrowly have an advantage moving into the second half of play. Can NIP keep this series trucking on over?
Well, it's pulled everyone away from Stewie. He's the only one here. First shot is his, second shot is his, bomb is his as well, and he's got another one. Stewie just tears them all down.
Great smokes from FaZe. Bomb goes down, Rain, unbelievable shot. He's going to double it. Can he get any more? Of course he can, it's Rain. All the players grouped in the apartments. Olof, he's got to deal with his push from Get Right.
Oh, he will. Gets his
revenge for the last round. The issue is so many players here. They're going in one at a time, and Olaf on the other side of this smoke. 3 kills to his name. He has sent NIP packing. Even as Lecro gets the first man, Olaf's going to put him down. He's on for the ace, and is he going to get it? Dennis on the other side, but the nade.
And Shoxy push through with the UMP. What the hell? He's going for 4 kills here. The USP could be enough. That is absolutely magnificent from Shoxy. And now we've got Olaf Meister led in a compromised position. It's the ace. I can't believe it. We've got Voxic, who's just been an absolute beast here on Nuke. First kill comes in. There still is a chance at low HP. It has to come in right now, though. Chris J has the frag. It's going to be Voxic. They have a chance. They can actually do it.
Chris J's jumping. It could be a problem. Elise stabilizes. Surely. Oh! Voxic's an animal. He does not want to lose. 32 frags as he gets a smoke onto the bomb. He has the kit. Nitro's going to spray. He's going to... No! Oh, he's done it! Oh! They will not go down!
And twist in the corner. There should be no way out. My God! How has he done it? Picking up a quick triple, and he's going to win the round. Absolutely godlike.
Contact has been made when the T's start to advance in. Fur around the corner quickly. Nice double tap from Meyer, and he's got the first 2, and a third, and a fourth.
My goodness.
There's no stopping this man.
He tries for the bomb plant. There's surely no way he can do it. They have got him boxed in right now. He's got nothing to work with except this rifle. He gets the headshot, turning it around, and no!
At the half, and the Ninjas lead by 1. Things are looking competitive right now on G2's pick. They may have stolen away Inferno picked by the Pajamas, but right now, NIP at least showing us more face. We've got Nork storming the board with the AWP, and Nico nowhere in sight. 4 kills right now. See if that picks up in window. Pistol round, and the USPs are out. Molly is going to bounce safely. Nico hangs for a second, but he can't get a shot off. Not one that connects. Hunter very deep. Oh, he's got the tap. And Nork, who has been a force to be reckoned with, is now out of the round as NIP charged through connector. G2 have gambled B right now. That is not the play. It's an A take, and now they're starting to realize CT players moving in, and Plopsky clearing the site. NIP got to be scared of Palace and Ramp, but really the threat lies within CT. And if CTR goes aggressive, he won't be ready for an Nexa who catches him by surprise. Bomb planted, but good luck getting out alive if you're NIP.
Oh, Hampus could prove to have a real pivotal position here. Rez as well is just having a fight in the open. And Hampus only being good for 1 has left it all on to Rez. But with this Glock, he's making it feel possible. Amanek is going to delete any hope of that. And while it almost looks...
just a victory lap.
It's G2 and defusing. It always makes me nervous. It's allowed to make you nervous.
Pistol's fine though. 5-on-2 to a 2-on-2, but they close. Got a little dicey there. But it rolls in their favor. And so, yeah, Pistol goes their way. Even with that B stack as well, just gives up the A site, gives NIP so much room. But retake setups on A Mirage are very, very common, especially in a Pistol. And so G2 well equipped. And now are NIP as well. Double AK, double D, scout on Nork, and they're going to go into mid.
Man, you still don't know about these 2 AKs yet. And no one's playing window now. I imagine with this being set up, the murder hole vent isn't broken. So I imagine NIP are going to have to do that. It's So this flank should be known about, but regardless, you know, this is a really good spot for NIP to be in. They are right where they needed to be. They found the hole in middle, right? They've got Hampus posted up to cut off the rotations with this AK. And then the rest of the gang are going to execute in towards B now. Vent gets broken. Amanek turns on a dime to deal with it. Inside of the site, Hunter at least goes 1-for-1 to keep this in the advantage of G2. And one of these two AKs has been picked up from the body of Hampus. The bomb now down. And G2 are 4-on-3, trying to retake at this B bomb site. It's the AK on Rez that might have to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. Flashes are in, and from the short side, players starting to creep up. Jack's winning his fight onto ZTR. Rez is gone as well. Nork's scout is now going to do it all. A 1v4. They're getting closer. The nades are raining in. And G2, they clean that round up very convincingly to find a 9.
It's almost like that was a bait. It's almost like G2 wanted NIP to flank B, because while the timing, I think it was a Plopsky coming through on that window, like while the timing looks good, Amanek is set up in the round for that position. Like, he is playing market dedicated on the flank, not even looking at B. That leaves essentially a solo B setup for G2. But Amanek, he doesn't leave the market and he gets 3 kills in the round. So yeah, they were just set up for that exact game plan. And so, as a result, what would have worked is that market player coming in late, but the fact that they're the first point of contact, well, typically could have drawn a B-short player back. If anything, it's exactly what G2 won. Wow, what a read. 9-8. And the B play suffocated. NIP on pistols now. Eags galore coming in through under. They can boost window again. There's no one here once more. It's the same setup with Amanek watching for the flank. The other side of the flank is, again, assuming the vent, you know, has to be broken. So you can go CT, smoking off the market, but it's just such a dangerous move. And, you know, there's a heavy A setup right now for G2. So let's see this time how this window position goes, because again, it's the same setup. G2 are playing for this. Nico killing ZTR. They know with the pistols, NIP are likely to get cheeky, and that they have. Rez, could he catch Nico here? Not ready. Hunter dead in B. That's going to draw Amanek out. Now this B flank, this market position is lost for G2, and NIP could use the flank. Rez is to find another. Jack's dead on the A site. Nico with a scout. He gets a headshot. Smoking the cross as well. Now they don't know where he is. Amanek alone on B, deals with the lurker, and now NIP are pretty screwed.
Ooh, they break the vent to get up short. Nork landing the jump, and now they break the market vent as well, trying to give this illusion they're wrapping players through CT, and when that's peaked by Nico, he doesn't see anything, and so they don't rotate towards B yet. Now Amanek gets the information that one of these players was short. They need to locate the other. Nork getting close, and Amanek makes it look all too easy. 10-8, the pistol's overwhelmed. Nico looking crispy with the scout.
Oh, that was very nice, yeah. I
don't get it. It's like you give him the worst gun, and he'll be able to lock in the round. That's not the worst gun, by the way. That's just worse out of the scout and all.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, I'm not trying to badmouth the scout. I would never do that. Beautiful weapon.
Yeah, now he's got his work cut out for him though. AWP on the other side. So scout v AWP, who wins that? Time will tell. NIP. Well, not quite the pace-up cat that G2 showed in their T-side, right? Think about the rounds Hunter ran into window. Hampus is doing that with a little more finesse, a little more class, maybe. Creeping through a smoke, but is this class in session, or are G2 going to be able to get him out of the round before he can even make impact happen? Hampus trying to feed information to his team right now. In ladder is Hunter with the drop on him. And now this B play, well, it's probably going to come through against the will of NIP. They've got nothing else. Great flash. Amanek peeks in. There's another one where that came from. Plopsky will trade, but Nico is also here with that scout denied by the AWP. Now we know which is faster, which is better, but Amanek is still here and they know it.
Do they? I don't think they do. They dealt with 2 in B, and they know he was here earlier. They finally flushed him out. Plopsky's deep within the site as well, but that gives a 2v2 over. And Nex is running away. Jax goes in solo, trying to make this round happen. Nex is coming back, like, oh, we're going for it, I guess. As now it's down to the 2v1. Nork waiting patiently up in the apartments. Sat pretty on this AWP, waiting for someone to cross into his line, and there it is. Nork down to the 1v1. They're on the bomb, but a couple of missed shots. They're sticking it. And Nexa, he's learned how to defuse the bomb. G2 onto an 11th as they just snatched that one from underneath the nose of Nork in the apps.
Yeah, what was the rotate for Nexa? Was he saving? Was he going for the cat jump to change his position? I don't even know, but he gets back into the round just in time, and the time is what does him well. Yeah, you're scared there if you're not, because you know the second you start committing to spamming with the Glock, you're gonna get swung.
That's when Nexa appears out of the right-hand side of the site and just goes, you're gone.
Exactly that. Yeah, and we saw the AWP beat the scout as well. No real surprise, peeking into it.
Yeah, but now look at Nico, right? Look at that lightning on the AWP. Paying homage to the reactions of this guy.
I want to just shout out, the name of this AWP is Nexus AWP, and the name of the AWP is Drop to Ken 08. That's what it says in GoTV. So Nexa naming his AWP pretty aptly for the current situation. Oh, we miss you, Kenny. Oh, that's a good flash. Run. Get out of there.
Man, I miss Kenny.
Can Nico do his best Kenny impression? Because right now he's taking real estate. Like he's got a house to sell, but that shot misses. Backing out, there's still a player on the corner. Nexa might not be cleared here if Plopsky comes through. They're going to bound out Palace. Jax needs cover, and Nico needs to react when the call is made, because Jax is attentive towards Connector right now. Oh, his attention drawn. He does get the kill, but out Palace they come. Nexa gets 1-for-1, cleared on the ramp. Nico has given up A, but that is the right call right now. He's looking for a pick, and he might just find it. Another missed shot. They're getting closer. They're getting more room in this site, and Nico needs something from this weapon.
Yeah, the bomb was even planted open for CT, but no one wanted to peek it. Down in Connector, Hunter resides on the other side of this smoke. Nico's cancelled out by the AWP of Nork. And now he's posted up waiting for another. You really needed that AWP of Nico to win this head-to-head, because now it's left Amanek in an impossible situation, right? He can't get out through CT. Hunter's just saving. And this Nico AWP, man, I'm still not loving it yet, if I'm being honest. Not convinced yet. You know, and that's the thing. It was never going to be easy, right? But
ouch.
It's more just the consistency at which Nork has been able to create space with his AWP. You're always feeling the presence of that AWP on the side of Nip. And, you know, Nico's given like 3 or 4 opportunities in that round there to get away with the kill and misses all of them. You know, it's a heavy investment to be throwing onto someone who isn't accomplishing much with it. So now we're going to see Amanek's turn with the AWP. This is a rounder, an eco for G2.
Yeah, he saved it, grabbing it at the last second.
I just think you get so much out of Nico on a rifle. You know, you don't have to have him with this AWP.
I think that was one of the big surprises, right? Like, really? Like, there's no doubting, like, any good pro player at the top level is going to be able to use the AWP to a degree.
Like what you're saying is like the AWP is easy.
The AWP is easy, man.
Easiest gun in the game.
It's point and shoot. It's point and click. Look, it's easy. Just click. That's all Rez does, and the AWP's gone. But yeah, I agree, right? Like Nico's rifle's so good. Why do we need to have him on the AWP? But hey, he has faith. His team have faith. Right now, we don't have a lot of faith. But it's early days, like you said. However, if it costs G2 the map, that's when it starts feeling a little too real, right? Oh, almost a collab. Cleaned up, though. No eco wins today. Oh, you got double AWP. Do they know? Do they want to swap it? Well, now they've got to make do with it. Hambers loves the second AWP as well, right? That's something we've always seen for NIP. Even with Twist in this team, who was moved off primary AWP to secondary, a lot of the time, especially on Inferno, he was never AWP. He was just gone from that role. Hampus would AWP B. We'd have Nork on short like usual. And so, yeah, Hampus is going to be fine running this AWP in this round. A man of many talents, including leading his team to victory. That's where NIP are trying to get now. Nico's back on the AWP. Back in the window. But can they get back around?
CTR is fast in through the connector, but holding on to it was Jax. So he's gotten away with that man advantage. What a util exchange down in Con, and it was all with the goal of retrieving this second smoke. Rez has been able to get his hands on it. So can now look to re-smoke somewhere over here in middle, really give the illusion that there's a lot of players in mid for NIP. In reality, there's only two. The others up in the apartment starting to move into this B bomb site. 2 players here for G2. Ooh. Rotation's a long way away, but with Hunter winning that opener, that's helped take some pressure off now. You'll see on the minimap, Nexa, number 7, starting to rotate up through CT. He's now nearby, ready to help out at this B bomb site. But G2 might not need any help at B. They're doing a good job of holding on. Nexa's joined forces in the market, and even though Rez trades onto Hunter, they've still got to clear out Amanek. And Nexa is still here floating around as well. He's not able to get that trade. And now this could get out of hand. Amanek, they've got him trapped at bench, and they're able to isolate him, giving over the 2v2. The bomb now going down. Nico's AWP needs to find something, and instead, it's deleted right away. Jax, 1 versus 2. Somehow, this was a round that looked locked in for G2. A 5-on-2 turned in to just 1 man left alive. Jax trying to get a peek, trying to bait something out of NIP, but they're just not giving him the room to approach this clutch. Wow. And so it will be the save. Rez and Nork, they do it all. And it's moments like that, right? Where you just needed anyone to land their shot. Nexa, as that first man rotating in, he needed that trade. The moment he dies, suddenly the round is up in the air, right? Amanek starts to feel pressured because there's a player in apartment spamming him. He's trapped at bench, and so he dies as well. Nico rotates in with the AWP and is given 1 chance, and that's the only chance he gets. And when that shot doesn't hit, the round has already eluded G2.
Man, that one's going to hurt. That one's really going to hurt. Not just the morale, but the money as well. G2, they needed a win there. That's why Jax doesn't even give the 1v2 a go. No kit. And with no kills given over, he has to save the M4. So G2 on the back foot right now. NIP now controlling this map with the money as well. Nork is the bank for the team. He is living in all of these rounds. He is closing them down. They know about the boost. Oh my goodness, Nexa eats a nade. They seem very ready for this ladder play. Hampus is keeping his eyes on it, so not falling for the trick of boosting a player up there early. It's Jax with the M4. He can try to assist a B, but they've already lost it at this point. CTR's gaining ground, gaining space. There's a gun dropped in mid, but does that draw G2 away from the objective in mind? It might. It might just be a save here. With no health, a couple of guns retrieved. It's unfortunately the best call you can make in this position. G2 giving NIP 12. Or more so than anything, NIP stealing 12 away, right? Like, taking it by force.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to a certain extent, in a game where, you know, you're murdering each other, every round is pretty much by force.
Sure.
Would be cool if you could negotiate rounds, though. Like, you meet up in the middle of the map, you hash it out.
That's maybe hostage mode, Harry.
Ah, hostage mode.
In our map pool.
My favorite.
What a shame, really.
Yeah.
Everyone remember Assault?
I love it, man, because when you hold the hostages, they like breathe in your ear the whole time. Hi guys, welcome to the Pro League stream. It's
they really do.
No, but it's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, man. Breathing down your neck right now.
Just like NIP are doing a G2 right here, Hugo. There's the link back in.
Yeah, Ocelot's got his head on the shoulder of Nico, looking at his screen.
Head on the shoulder?
I don't really know. That was a bit intimate, maybe. But
leaning into him, nuzzled in.
It's no pressure.
No wonder Nico's struggling. No wonder he is. Like, Carlos is nuzzled into him. And look, the B play. It's all but falling apart at this side of the map for G2. This is likely just decided the round right away. G2 already having to save. 1 kill comes in, and that 1 kill decides the outcome of round 24. 13-11. NIP taking strides at this point towards that finish line, trying to lock in this map and take us to a third. Oof.
Come on, mate. We kicked Kenny for you. Come on. Yeah, it is a slow start. It's a worrying start for G2. Still a third map to fall back on. Not that we're at that point yet. This is still winnable, but NIP's T side has looked pretty focused on that B site, and G2 have yet to find the answer. A lot of stacks, a lot of advantage situations, and a lot of buys, but none of them getting G2 over the line. We could see an AWP here.
Honestly, I would love to see Amanek take the AWP over towards like short side and give it a go there, right? Because often he's been at this B site with Hunter. We've seen him, like, he bought that AWP out in the one round around pistols and takes an instant peek mid and was good for the kill. You know, admittedly got traded right away after, and so that round didn't do anything. But, you know, it was a round where you had the one AWP in, he wanted to try and make a gamble play. And if he's nailing those kind of shots, it might not be a bad idea. We've got Nico on it again. You know, there's no harm with having faith in Nico. You know that he can make this stuff happen. It's just in this game so far, he's not showing that. So it's a lot of investment. You know, you're giving Nico $4.75 thousand in game to try and make something happen with the AWP. And it's at a moment where you can't afford to take big gambles and have them not pay off. You know, 13 to 11, Hugo. NIP are a matter of rounds away from taking this to a third. And considering this felt like G2's series to win, you know, they were in the driver's seat for the longest time. This is not where you want to find yourself.
Yeah, and it's unknown territory if we go to 3 as well. It's a nuke, a map that neither of these teams have been frequenting too often. As of late, Nico has that AWP thrown over by Jax. Oh, not connecting onto Hampus, crossing out mid, who again has been a nuisance in getting control in middle, setting his team up for more and more B plays. Are you kidding? Are they really going back for what seems like the 6th, maybe 7th B play in a row? NIP, they don't care. It's a middle finger to G2, who goes, surely they can't go B again, and stack that A site with 4 players, 3 on the ramp, for crying out loud. This is dead. This is done. If Amanek doesn't multi-kill, this round is over.
Oh, he's blind, still good for the first. Amanek giving us some hope, giving G2 a chance, a 4-on-3. Amanek has just delivered G2 the best chance at a retake that they have had, and this flash is even better. Nico helping Nexa out. That flashbang combined with a double hold at B, that's made this round possible.
Yeah, but they've lost a 2v5, 2v4, easier.
Oh, so there's a lock-in for NIP, is what you're saying.
It should be, right? Let's see. Don't count them out.
Yeah, I mean, you got Big Nork with this AWP, and he's looking at short. Jax is holding in the market. Plopsky waiting on the other side. Ooh, in with the peek, and Jax gets away with it. Missed shot from Nork, and now they know where this AWP resides. Already in through the market is one. The Nork AWP trying to deliver, but they've wrapped up close. They're in the apartments. G2 gonna grab the defuse with just enough time left to spare. So they keep it alive, 12 to 13, finally repelling a B play, and it is on the back of Amanek. Really going above and beyond there.
And this is the mind game now, Harry. This is like the hardest round.
Do they go B, right?
This is the hardest round to call for both teams. It's like, what's gonna happen now? Are they gonna go B for what seems like the umpteenth time? I can't say that word. Or will they finally switch it up? Double AWP for G2. Amanek, Harry, you said you wanted it. Well, it's alongside Nico, so let's see. That allows him to solo B. That's something, right? Hopefully he can get a kill and drop off if they go fast, but Nico in connector, denied by Rez up on the catwalk. He can't see. Jax does get that trade eventually. Labored effort, but a kill is a kill, and we're into a 4v4. NIP, B is still an option, but they're splitting middle from under. 2 players taking that control. 5 rounds in a row, broken by G2 in the last one. This one is of huge consequence. And IP are creeping into A. Jax has a spot, he has the drop, but he's so low, a repeat will render him dead. No! He gets the kill again. A headshot to Plopsky, no time to react. And now NIP creeping into A. This 2-on-4 is not as easy as the last.
No, especially not with this double setup in the site. NIP, they haven't had to contend with G2's A site holes. And Nexa, yeah, they know you're there. But it's trying to get this kill on the back of the info, and Jax is on for the ace, and what an ace it would be. Can he get it? In with this swing again. He's hungry for all 5 in the round. Go on, Jax. Go on, make it happen. Show us all why you're here. Oh, this isn't the route.
He's grabbing the
This
AWP.
isn't the route. He's going for that AWP. and now finds himself in T-spawn. Temporarily, Nork has got a 1v2 in the A-bomb site. Please, dear Lord, whoever curses these G2 games, don't let this turn against them. Nah, they're all here, hunting him down. And there it is, living up to his name. Puts 13 on the board for G2. Great round from Jax. Really is a pleasure to have him back in the server.
Where did that come from? He's 10 health on that repeat, and he kills Plopsky with his first bullet. Look at that frag. And even here, clean CTR out from the corner. Doesn't get much better than that. And now the double orb continues, saved by Jax, who didn't want to offer up the kill and gives up the ace as a result. A noble player, but one playing for the win, and that's where G2 need to find themselves here if they want that 2-0.
Through the smoke, so much damage done, but Nico blindsided by it.
What's that, third, fourth round dead in connector? Dear oh dear, unraveling at the seams.
Yeah, the A site now called into question. Jax has shown to be more than capable to be this hero whenever it's been required of him. But in a round like this, where he's trapped in CT, and he's got so many kills to find, if G2 do want this round to be doable, Jax has got to step up. He's got to deliver us something big. And now with his teammates joining him in CT, the orb getting tossed around like it's nothing. Jax is good for one. That drops the bomb out in the open. Amanek's orb will deliver a kill as well. Hunter volleyed off, and Amanek is not spreading to him, so he's still alive for the time being. The bomb plant coming in, an attempt to swing on the back of it. A missed shot from Nork gives some room, gives the timing over to G2, where they can try and get this kill traded. Not even traded, rather. Just try and deal with this AWP. The smoke gives them even more room. Out through CT now. The bomb planted for Con and open at ramp, though. That's going to cause you some real problems. You need one of these kills to materialize. Whilst this round isn't doable, they see a player in the corner. Hunter can spot the barrel, but isn't finally given that peek. Amanek's orb delivers the next, and now just Rez down in Con. Hunter needs to watch his teammates back and delete it, but the spray is in, and G2 get the round with a second left to spare. A damn good attempt from Rez, but the defuse stuck by Amanek, and this guy's delivering it all. The AWP in the retake, getting kills, grabbing the defuse. G2 stealing a bomb defuse? When did anyone have that in their 2021 bingo cards? I didn't.
Rez, he's usually so good at those headshots, man, so clean. But he goes for the spray, and it lets him down. Misses that first shot, tries to continue. And just a couple of seconds is all Amanek needed. His teammate taking a bullet for him. Get down, Mr. President. Body blocked. And 14-13. This looked like G2 had lost this one. This looked like they had fallen apart in the second half. But despite Nico 6 and 17, I hate to harp on him, but frankly, he has just been dead every round at the start.
Man, the thing that's most wild about that is, if you remember, he had those 2 kills with the scout in the in the anti-eco on this CT side. T-half to open up the game. He had that AWP double kill. So outside of that, he's managed 2 kills. That's pretty rough, and I think Amanek has actually out-AWP'd him despite only bringing the AWP out really late in this CT half.
True. Okay, right. Back to A. NIP, they're done with the B crunches there.
Yeah,
back to speed, back to pace, through the smoke in your face. Nex is gone. Jack's trying to cover the Con, and he's got to worry about his back as well. He can't get a second. Hampus is through, taking room. Nico, this is it. Your round. Your chance to dance with NIP. They leave Palace, no pick for him again. The open plant, and Nico doesn't stop it. It's the second time we've seen that. He does get the AWP out, though. Hunter on a big flank kills ZTR. Does he commit or go back to mid and join his team? That's where the bomb is planted for. It's a nice rotate from Hunter. They're scared of the ramp until the end of the round.
Oh my word, Hampus looking for the kill, and he gets away with it. Plopsky's beat Nico, and Hunter, knife out, is able to adjust in time. Now down to the 1v1, and Plopsky atop the stairs. Hunter needs to land the impossible, and he can't. 14-14, the fast A play working wonders for NIP. Blindsiding Nexa. Nico getting one from CT, but then traded. And Hampus making a real hero play to dart through CT and take that challenge in the first place.
Yeah, he kills the AWPer. Like, there's no surprise there for Amanek. He hears it, he knows what's coming, and he can't hit the shot. maybe just stop buying orbs if you're G2 right now, right? Like, oh, this is neck and neck. G2 taking names, taking space up mid, rushing them down. ZTR dead. Jax needs a trade and he gets it. Nico dies a hero, at least getting 1-for-1 and setting Jax up for the favorable fight. Rez in the smoke, jumping through as the bomb, and Amanek has it dead to rights with the package at his feet. Pitter-patter go these ninjas in apps if they want to get it back. And Amanek is not giving them the kill through that smoke. He's waiting for the reloads. Jax is even here to spray as well. Do further damage for free. It does hit Rez. And oh, how all this round has fallen apart. Plopsky bounding through the smoke. Like, it wasn't good anyway, even before that, but that's really the final nail in the coffin that might cause G2 to find match point.
Oh, there's the swing. Orc. Surely this isn't doable. This is where your heart's sinking, right? You're trying to navigate a 1v3 that for anyone else, for any other situation, would just be written off and you'd be looking to save, you know, or do some damage. Well, in this round, you're up against 15 if you lose it. Suddenly, all this grinded, all this attempt to come back into the game hinges on an overtime, having to restart it again. So this 1v3 is huge. Far bigger than normal. In through the murder hole and held by Hunter. It all gets cleaned up and G2 are up to 15, breaking the money of NIP as well, up against this scoreline. Your heart goes out to Nork there, as you know, you've got a lot of time to really let the reality of your situation set in as well. That if you don't win an impossible round, and you might be staring down the barrel of the 2-0.
Poor NIP, man. They had some excellent rounds in this map on the T side, just bullying that B bomb side. I'd love to see them go back to it, even if it has, you know, been figured out by G2. Again, the mid push? No, surely not. That's just insult to injury. And Rez is at least trading, but that nade might signal disaster. Nork gets out alive. Double HE at the top of mid. And yeah, okay, it's not pretty. It's only a 4-on-4, but G2 have done so much damage that this round is so favored to them. NIP, it feels like, you know, there's a lot of like forgetting the previous rounds in this map. Like G2 again pushing mid, NIP last thing they expected, but they have been getting hampers out behind the boxes in so many of these rounds that it almost feels, you know, free for them until G2 are there. Plopsky comes out under. Needs something incredible here with the one rifle, does get the first. Amanek late to trade. Plopsky is through the connector, can come through the smoke too, and this is it.
Man, Jax is actually alone in A. Like, both other players are in middle. If he dies, oh no! This could get snatched away on a force buy. Slow on the mid-rotator, Amanek and Nico. And now asked to 2v4. Up close is Plopsky at the stairs, and Nico might spot him over this smoke. He looks like he saw something there. Looks like he has a hunch that this man's up close. They need this cleanly, and Amanek will get away with the kill, but brought down low in the process. Still tucked in on the bomb site is ZTR. You've got to go fast here if you're G2. You are running out of time, and they haven't checked the site. Nico left in the clutch, down to a 1v2. He had a very, very quiet game, but on the rifle, he's trying to make it all seem doable. From ramp, Nork has won the round to time, and there's the swing to close it out. We're going to overtime. NIP with a force. Take it all back again, and now we turn back that clock, ready to begin OT in just a moment.
Success might come recruit you, but unless you analyze in depth that we're steps away from death, 1,000 possibilities, act on it, Johnny Depp, for real. Cause we're lonesome travels, trying to know what father brought us down to here. I don't wanna be stuck in countless doubts, I just wanna smile and run away from here. I swear to God, man, I just wanna be a model for my brother. Hey, I just gotta work until I'm on the covers. Hey, I just gotta work until my songs are covered. Hey, I just wanna make it proud to be my mother. Wish we could learn how to love our mistakes. Straight from the jump and not wait for an answer. Wish we could smile when shit's rough nowadays. Change our reactions. You just gotta not teach anymore. Hope you show some faith in me, not like anyone. 'Cause I am over being sober with myself and I'm with you. I am over being something I am not. I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handout. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing now. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on my friends now. Huh? I'ma turn it to a man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handout. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing now. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on my friends now. You just gotta love yourself. Yeah. You just gotta love yourself. Yeah. You just gotta love yourself. Yeah. You just gotta love yourself.
Hey Future Pros, today we'll be smoking mid-short on Mirage. This smoke will allow you to take top mid control even if an AWPer is holding the angle. To do the smoke, hop onto this bin. Aim at the top right antenna all the way to the edge. Then throw the smoke. This variation gives you a small gap to the right for you to utilize.
Oh, if you like strong AWP head-to-heads, then boy, are you in the wrong place. NIP currently leading the charge. It's Nork and Rez top fragging in this game. Both of them donning AWPs heading into overtime. Nip, they did the impossible. They had a broken bye to get us to OT, and they've been able to do it.
Yeah. Nip are the meteorologists of Mirage because they have weathered the storm.
Meteorologist.
Yeah, that's like my pizza topping. Meteorologist. Oh, and Nico's dead.
Oh, Nico dead to one of those AWPs.
Hey, at least it wasn't in connector this time.
Yeah.
That's an improvement.
I mean, damn, right? These AWPs, they're looking pretty good at getting these openers.
He also died to Rez, who doesn't even second AWP for the team. He third AWPs, but he had the spawn for middle. Now he's dropped the AWP and gone, nah, I just wanted to kill Nico, mate. Now I'm rifling. So, yeah, it's a pretty good move for NIP. They got what they wanted. All right. What does this all come down to? I hate to say it, Nico's best round of this map was that last round that he almost wins with a rifle. Maybe something to keep in mind. Good shot from Amanek. Stuck on an island, stranded, with no water, no help, nothing. His teammate in Palace, Nexa playing for the bomb plant.
Nexa, please!
No, Nexa's got to leave him. Amanek, you're on your own, bud. In a molly, in a smoke, diving, ducking, weaving, shooting, but only getting tags and nothing more. Nexa's gone too. And into spawn goes Plopsky, trying to close this round. It's only Hunter. NIP looking for 16, and it looks right back at them.
It looks right back at them and it says, oh, hi.
16.
I'm number 16. Pleasure to meet you, NIP. And I can't wait to get in you. There it is. 16 on the board.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really happy we get OT here because NIP, it felt like they had some really great T-side rounds. And it then all just started to fall apart right at the end, coming down some clutches. Some one retakes by G2. Like, credit to G2 as well for staying in this game. Would have been easy to give up when NIP started running wild on the T side, but they came back in and they've had a competitive bout. This is what it all comes down to. 16-15. Jackson window. Hunter here too, boosting up. Nexa as a third man. The double ladder boost. Don't see this every day. Will it get heard? Rez seems aware of the possibility. In the past, NIP have been ready for this position. Jax drops a nade, but that only shows he's in the right side. I think Rez is ready for a ladder player. Maybe not two, though. Nico playing safe in the spawn on A. Hunter getting aggressive, and oh, he doesn't clear it. He thinks he has, but Rez just on the edge. No idea. No way you're ready for Nexa.
Yeah, right. You've just dealt with a player from ladder, and you're thinking like, all right, I got short on lock. My name's Rez. I'm Swedish, and these are all the thoughts going through my head. That was weird. I slipped into character. Nexa gonna get the trade at least. Amanek with his AWP at this B bomb site.
Oh, one way.
He's gonna go through it, trying to bring the fight to NIP, and he hits a pretty decent timing. They hear the scope though, and that's gonna make them suspicious, right? You've just seen him smoke it, so now they're holding, they're waiting, and it's only the tag for Amanek's AWP. Are G2's AWPs cursed? Like, did someone mess around with them before this game started? So any AWP that G2 buys is just faulty. Hampus on the market flank should have this locked in. He should be the man that makes this whole round slot into place for NIP. By Jax, nice and easy, little tap. Nexa trying to hold it from the short side, and there we go. He might be the hero. Nexa, Molly on the bomb, smoke down. They can't retrieve the bomb because of the Molotov. Nexa, he might have done it to them. They try to get back into the site, and it's the ace for Nexa. All 5, perfect play. Delays the pickup, locks it in, and Nexa has got us believing in G2 again.
Oh, what an excellent round. Even with that market flank, right? NIP, they know he's there, and then they hesitate. Then they stop. They're like, oh, wait, if he kills us here, we lose this one. Nexa, the perfect utility combo. Smoke first, so he's not killed. He has cover. Then Molly to stop the pickup. And even though they grab it, he knows where they are. He can hear them running away, and he lines them both up. Under drop. And Nico supporting, covering his teammate. This could be nice. Line up? No. Missed shot from Nico. Molly to the top, and now he's trapped at the bottom. Does he escape? Because they're coming in on the catwalk to try and peek down. CTR watching his retreat, not letting Connector be the object of Nico's desires. Lower is coming by the way. They don't know about Jax. He peeks a bit early off of the flash. Nico drops. He's dead as well. And NIP deal with that perfectly.
Oh, don't know how to feel about that one. Don't know how to feel about it.
No.
NIP, like, at this point, you're in a 5-on-3, right? They're not feeling any pressure. They've got all the time they need, so they can really relax heading into this round and, like, take their time to probe these bomb sites. Next up.
Okay.
You can't snatch another round away. Aggression at ramp drops the bomb. The info is there early now for G2. And they double up over here at A, but the bomb's now going back, and that's because Hampus has cleared out the B bomb site. Hunter's deleted back in CT, and it's all on Amanek and his AWP, a 1v4, defending a bomb site that isn't even being taken by NIP. It's just one player here selling this fake, and Nork, he seems very aware. Yeah. Also, when this smoke fades, I wonder if the barrel will give it away.
Oh, no.
Oh, don't even need the scope, man. Doesn't even need the scope. And there it is, NIP. They win out that first half of overtime, 17-16. Trying to get us to nuke as that third map. G2 back in with the AWP on Nico.
Great patience for NIP. They know with ZTR and Cat, he has those under players trapped. I say players, NIP only knew about Nico, but once Con is covered, they can just take their time to come out under and clear it safely. Jax, he peaks maybe a second too early because they're late off of the flash. That could have been way, way better for G2, but NIP, good reaction, staying calm in this overtime. And that's what they need if they want to take it over the line, bring us to nuke. Now swap side, CT for NIP, the AWP on Nork. Back in the spawn. Double T-side AWP. Okay. Hey, NIP ran it in the first round, but as soon as they got a kill, they swapped it out. G2 look committed to this decision. And Amanek looking for B picks right now. Just trading utility. Nico holding on to a mid push, something G2 did regularly on that CT side to catch Hampus. But nothing quite the same getting given by NIP. No reason in your first CT round of OT with the lead to start to try and make plays, right? To start to push. Wait for them to come to you. And boy, they will.
Oh, Nexa opens the round up. Hampus getting pressured, and Amanek with the no-scope has opened up the B-bomb site. G2 getting this bomb down, and IP, a 3-on-5 retake that should never happen. And this is where these two AWPs that were bought into this round, you know, they're not that great for getting you in places. They can get you picks, but in the post plant now, where they just hold these angles, you're hoping that they can come in big. An explosive play out through the market has suddenly flipped a 3-on-5 into a 2v2. Nico holding from short, and Hunter up in the apartments. Smokes down at short side. The bomb is planted for Apps, so all the pressure is on Hunter right now as Nork's been allowed to cross into the site. Hunter spotted, doesn't take the peek yet. The Molotov denies the defuse for the time being, and Nork is just looking for this kill up in the apartments, out through the window. Hunter hounds him down, and G2, they tie us up at 17-17.
Yeah, Nico is finding value in rounds that they win, like without kills, which is
he's throwing
right?
good utility, right? Like there was a good string of rounds on that G2 CT half where he would like flash mid plays, right? There's that round where I'm trying to think who he sets up. I think it's Nexa to go and clear out like under, right, with the flash. Yeah. He's been throwing good Molotovs and whatnot, but you know, there's no ignoring the rather quiet performance out of these AWPs for G2.
Amanek was there at least last round. There it is. Nico helped out by Jax jumping for the bait. Nork is drawn away, and Nico hits the shot. That's what we needed, man. More of that. 17-all, and G2 with the advantage. Nico trades out with Amanek, gives him an AK. Swapping off of the double AWP so they can entry into B, not relying on no scopes this time. Oh dear, could have smoked it, rather fight it. Jax gets out with a 1-for-1, and in a 4-on-3, you're laughing all the way to the B bomb site with that.
Oh, only the tag for Plopsky. This is where you're hoping that this AWP of Nico can deal with this short AWP, especially now that the Molotov forces him off of the angle. Hunter holding on to the Apps flank, and Rez might be dead in the water. He took a little run up to this, and Hunter with the patience is there to put him in a coffin. CTR and Plopsky and NIP, they really worked hard to grind this game to an overtime. They had the lead coming into this second half, and now it could get stripped away from them right at the last hurdle, unless these two look to deliver. A 2-on-2 in the blink of an eye as Nico and Hunter again left in this clutch. Can the family matters get it done? Tag on the smoke, and Nico gets them off the defuse. 2 in the round for him, 2 for Hunter. And 18 on the board for G2.
Man, we all knew G2 were going to do it. It was never even close, Harry. It's all calculated, all under control. At least we have the money for NIP, right? Max cash in OT, so they can continue to rebuy. But G2 with some answers here. Nico and Hunter picking up back-to-back post-plant. Not even clutches, but closes, I guess. Not letting NIP get that defuse off. Winning the rounds. Even though that 5-on-3 in the previous almost gets out of control, it's still closed by the same 2. And G2, 18-17. Last chance, Saloon, in this overtime. Will we run it back again? Man, what a series. I don't want it to end, but it might be a round away from that. Rez 34, Nork with 30. No one on that number for G2. It's Hunter with 28. And this is it. So what it's all led up to. Solo AWP for Nico, double for NIP, and everything to play for.
Hampus throwing into the apartments. And a B hit on the cards. That is a free kill for the AWP at this B site, and Hampus going in for even more. Plopsky, lots of damage done on that spray, and that's going to send G2 away from B for the time being. Nico's posted up looking for a trade, but it never comes in. It never gives him a chance. Barrel. Oh, you can't catch a break if you're Nico. Staring down the barrel of double OT. G2, desperate times, calling for the most desperate of measures. Back towards the A-bomb site they go. 5 strong for NIP, 2 of them over here in A, and 1 of them being the AWP of Nork. He's been waiting to have a chance to fire off with this thing at the A site, and now he's finally going to get it to close out this overtime.
Creeping comes Jax. Now, you're never going to check the back of the site. ZTR, that's the last position you're expecting. It's been called, it's been calmed, it's been spotted and dealt with. Both kills on that A site at the same time. And next at 8 health remaining, he's a dead man walking. NIP, run it right back and bring us to double OT. They just won't give up, man. G2, both match points, both chances to close, and NIP never let go of the baton. All right. All right. And we don't wait. We go right back in. Are they really going to rush me again? Like, that was a desperate call to make 40 rounds deep. Guys, when they molly, smoke it and rush. And then don't commit when you lose the first man. It's an awkward one. They're going to go back for it. They're going to give it another Hail Mary into B.
Yeah, this time a lot faster. Plopsky is feeling the stress, feeling the pressure, and he just gets overwhelmed. Double orb rotation into the market, but Hampus is wiped out, and Nico getting one with his orb, set up in the apartments. Finding G2 this opening round of OT, the second overtime that we're seeing played out between these two squads. NIP have always been good at making these like 2vx retakes look achievable. And they get some damage off, but that's the extent of it here. 19-18, first round rather, of the second overtime. God, it's such a mouthful when it gets to here.
That's a nice little base setup with Hunter and Nico. Nico misses his shot onto the Apps player, you know, coming up fast. And then as he misses, Hunter jumps on the barrel at Car and just immediately repeats, like, very suffocating. And G2 had the numbers to dedicate 2 to the apartments in that post plant.
I noticed that Nico has just dropped the AWP in spawn and elected to play Krieg.
All right.
I wonder if there's any plan to go back for that. It feels weird to have just left it.
You got the
maybe a fast. Yeah, right.
Doesn't make
That's
any difference.
true.
You can buy an AWP every round and throw it out the window and still be able to continue to buy. It would just be a different player buying it. But it's a team. It's not matchmaking, so you actually will get an AWP dropped.
No way.
Yeah, crazy.
No one asks for an AWP and gets given one. It's like the golden rule.
Maybe they do grab it because it looked like an A setup, like a set piece where G2 were just going to bounce in through Palace again.
Yeah, well, the only reason why I say I imagined he was going to go back for it was there were players who had to buy still, right? So I imagined that, like, if the intention was to just leave the AWP, then... And wait, where am I even going with that?
Oh, who knows?
I had a reason, man. I'm sure I did.
You were right, Harry. That's what matters.
I nailed it, man. I'm pretty astute.
Now he's selling a B fake.
Look at this, right? Throwing all this utility into B. There's some smokes, NIP, and really just take them in for a moment. Just take these smokes in. With Hampus peeking into apartments, he gets that freebie onto Jax. Now the A play coming through, and they don't check for ZTR. It's a mowdown. Nico, all alone, asked to 1v5, and he doesn't elect to take the AWP. Instead, he goes for the Deagle. There's one. Ball rolling now. Makes the shot, but does take one to the legs. He's low HP.
Uh-oh.
And honestly, anything could finish the job at this point. They chase him. Nico not giving up. 14 seconds, it is just saving.
He's dead now. Oh, if he keeps going, his legs will get seen. Plopsky falls in as Nico's trying to bait shots, and it's going to be NIP bouncing back in with a round. They don't fall for the B fake. They have no reason to, right? With their B holes looking really good in regulation. The AWP gets the first man, and then G2 just run out Palace hoping. Another double AWP for G2 now. Goes both ways. More so expecting to see it on the CT side than T. Window smoke. Again, the ladder boost coming in. Ooh. Hampus going for a quick pick. They've crossed behind mid, though. Another slow round out the gate where G2 are hoping a kill comes to them. It never has really been. Right, well, we've seen aggressive CT setups from G2, double apps pushes, underplays, ramp getting taken. That's more of a rarity for NIP in this map. This time they're giving up A as CTR, who has been playing a lot of anchor positions, very entrenched in A, is now in CT spawn. And that's where G2 might be executing upon. just clearing out mid before they do.
Oh, the flash of Cap trying to blind this AWP off the angle, and now they explode through the con smoke. The trades are in, and ZTR's dead in CT. The A site given over. NIP 3-on-4. This AWP is still alive and can catch this bomb crossing into the site. There isn't a smoke to get this AWP off the angle, and so Amanek surviving that cross could make all the difference. Now a bomb plant given an opportunity for G2. Plopsky is up through con and moving in towards this A site. Seems aware that a player could be still trapped over towards the jungle side, but G2 are doing a good job of not giving these peaks over. There's Hunter with the first. Plopsky not able to trade, and G2, they take 2 to round out their T side of the second overtime.
Yeah, very good position now for G2, although that's not really been like their problem, right? It's not like they haven't had opportunities to close this series out. They were in the lead in round 30. They got match point in the first OT, and still we here are fighting for each and every round. NIP now 1 AWP as they move over to the T side, and G2 looking for 22 to close this series. Always a third OT available, or even a third map. The boost back up. More ladder control. Both teams been doing this pretty frequently. But double setup for G2 yet again.
I mean, it's mental. We've got 3 players, 30 kills deep or more for NIP. That is a big nade. And now, right, it's at times like this, you're looking at guys like Rez, Hampers, North to try and make a difference. Jax caught changing weapons, but is still good for the double. You don't know how he's gotten away with it, but he has, and that's the sigh of relief you're willing to take if you're G2. In CT, the AWP of Nico lies, but the flash is going to blind him off the angle. Now the re-peek's in for Amanek, and it's that AWP that finds the first kill. Both AWPs in CT, and Nico blind is good for the kill on ZTR. Nork throwing into the clutch, out through Palace, only the leg lands, but it's from Connector that Nexa is here, should be able to save the day. The missed shots, but there's the kill like we all expected. Nice and easy. You never even had a doubt. G2 are up to match and series point again.
I wonder what would have happened if Jax never changed guns there. If he didn't quick switch, maybe he gets 4 kills, man. Everyone was jumping through that smoke, and he couldn't have got more unlucky with the timing of pulling a nade. I think he was pulling a nade to use. I don't think it was just like a habitual quick switch that catches you off guard. But yeah, never ready for just a flash play through Connector, and he still gets 2 kills. Credit to Jax. He has been a beast in this series so far, no matter what happens. And G2 now, again, 2 chances to find 1 round. Seems easy, right? Anything but. NIP, they want A once again, but this time the Connector play will only come down to 1 man. Nico in jungle. Molly goes in there, fast pass. Nico with a first shot. Nexa helps out. G2, the beginning of the end, but Hampus has something to say. Climbing into the window with a couple of kills. Nexa pushed out and legged on the exit. He has got to give up the site, and he does at least catch Popsky going aggressive. There was no flash for that kill. Shoot, Amanek, shoot! He doesn't, and the bomb gets planted.
You thought it was going to happen. NIP just trying to keep it alive. Hampers pushed into jungle. Nexa ready, waiting, gets that kill delivered to him, and Nork flanked by Hunter. G2, they finally get it locked in. They weather that storm, they grab the defuse, and they take this series 2-0. Recoveries across the board, everyone starting to step up towards the end, and even the AWP starting to come alive to finally counteract that of NIP. G2 do it, 2-0, and that's the series.
Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the whole thing. So good, I'm all fine. Last week, little boom, it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hit it all the time. You can't tell me nothing. Ain't no stopping us, we do the impossible.
Robs has already caught him, and now they're coming from one direction. They can focus their attention, but Cold Sarah's on a mad one!
Ain't no stopping us, we do the impossible. Straight to the top, we're top dogs and you're not. Too good, let me fake it. So close I can taste it. Ain't no stopping us, we do the impossible.
Who in our team sleeps the most?
Sleeps? Oh, sleeps. Guardian.
Yeah, I would
sleeps the most in our team.
Yeah, I would say Guardian as well.
Guardian is the most in the team.
You think so? Isn't it Howie after he started going to the gym? Or no, he's on the diet?
I will stick. Yeah, you fat. Oh, it's Guardian.
Guardian, yeah.
We don't make jokes in the team, man. Everything is dead serious.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Who's that? Olaf? I don't know. Man.
He has bad jokes.
Yeah.
No, everyone makes the jokes here and there, but we don't have the set guy who is just like a troll. I think that's me. I like to travel to every event. I like to attend to every event.
Yeah, that's what I heard when I came to the team, that he wants to go everywhere.
So I guess that's me.
Chill would be Howie.
Chill is Rain, and angry can be between me and Olaf.
I agree on that one.
A knife player? Fuck me, you all suck at knives.
Yeah, we never knife people.
I think Guardian is good with knives. I like to play a lot.
Yeah.
I think like players in our team have periods where they play a lot, and then they have periods where they don't play a lot, so it's random. But I try to play as much as I can.
Find him for you. Nice! Let's fucking go! G-Fuse, guys, don't leave again.
Let's go!
Nice.
Well, it wasn't easy at all here for G2, but they did pull out the victory. They pulled out in a 2-0 fashion, even though they went into double overtime here on Mirage. Just Captain still joined by Pimpin. And honestly, that game, to be blunt, it was a mess. It was very messy.
It wasn't the most beautiful game of Counter-Strike, to be completely honest. I think Inferno was all right. When we got into Mirage, I felt G2 had an opportunity of closing down the game. I remember one scenario when Nexa missed a kill he should have gotten, and at that point, everything spinned out of control on G2's CT side. Apart from that, I actually felt they were doing all right. NIP is extremely good at playing slow Counter-Strike in a sense where they forced the opponents to make mistake, right? They forced Hunter to go for an aggressive peek. They forced Nico to do something on the server because these players are so proactive and so reactive when they play Counter-Strike that it's in their genes, right? It's in their nature. They want to go out there and seek the duels, and NIP were taking great advantage of that and dealing with that in a good way. So we got a clumsy, we got an ugly game of Counter-Strike, but at the end of the day, you know, it was the right win, I felt. I felt G2 were the better team, but in terms of NIP, the team play here were good, and you see the stars here on the scoreboard as well. They had 3 players who really stepped up today.
They had 3 players dropping over 30 kills on Mirage, and even that wasn't still enough when it came down to playing against G2, which is really unfortunate for them. But Knock, a major factor for the team, for NIP, and one thing that I noticed about him that I mentioned to you was that he seemed to be able to get away with a lot of things that normally I would assume there'd be a refrag happening.
Yeah, he was doing a good job, and I think that's also the way G2 is playing, right? They're playing a lot on contact, will I say, you know, where they go 4 guys together. We saw a couple of B explosions, we saw a couple of A explosions. So Nog had a lot of space in order to make these plays and kind of interfere with the way G2 were playing. So he was definitely being a pain in the ass for G2.
Yeah, he was definitely a pain in the ass for G2. And I like how you mentioned the slower style as well, because we saw G2 struggle time and time against it, where I was asking you, I was like, why is NIP, they get a kill or 2 into a site, and yet they still take another 30 seconds to execute? But a little bit of level of frustration, I'd say, for G2 really did punish them. I do wonder, though, G2, even though they take the victory 2-0, they can't really, I'd say, necessarily be happy about that. We had some massive underperformances out of the likes of NiKo in particular on the AWP.
Sure, there's 2 ways to go about it, right? If you're playing a bad game of Counter-Strike and you're still winning 2-0 in the first game, you must be happy for it, right? I think G2 are relieved they're winning this game.
True.
And I think NiKo is relieved. No doubt he didn't have the best game of his career here in Mirage, and I know how the fans are going to be quick to jump on him and say, he should not play the AWP and yada, yada, yada. It was a case of missing opportunities, right? I think he was playing in terms of positioning himself. He was getting in a lot of positions where he could have gotten a kill. Maybe today wasn't his days in terms of aiming. So it'll be curious to see how it's been going in practice and how it'll be going in the future for him. But still way too early to tell whether or not that's going to be a good move. But I will say, though, that NiKo on Mirage in general with the rifle, to my understanding, maybe the best player in the entire world on the map. So to see him play more with the AWP and less with the rifle, I'm not too sure I like it.
So on that note, then, in particular, when we talk about NiKo on the AWP versus the rifle, do you feel like he has that potential to have the same level of X factor on an AWP like he would on a rifle, or I guess his secondary AWP, his Deagle, like we saw?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? He was better with the Deagle than the AWP in this game, but that's what I'm afraid of. I think NiKo was so good with the rifle on Mirage, especially on the T sides, always lurking around, coming up ramp, coming out palace, and being, you know, to say it frank again, a pain in the ass for the opponents. But can you do that with an AWP in the same fashion? Probably not, right? It's harder to find impact. You're more reliant on your teammates to create the space for you than you then execute on. And maybe with time, he can find the same amount of impact. We've seen Simple do it in Na'Vi, of course. Simple is one of the best players, if not the best player to ever touch Counter-Strike. So NiKo will have to step up his game and elevate himself a little bit if you want to go up there. I'm afraid we're not going to see the same amount of impact. But then again, if the rest of the team is getting better by that move, then why not?
I have to say, by the way, I think we've hit our allotted amount of times to say ass on air. We do have an interview, though, with Malik coming in for G2 to talk about how that last match went. I got to ask, first of all, like I always do, are you there and can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Awesome.
Hello, guys.
Fantastic stuff. Well, first of all, congratulations on your victory against NIP. But I'm just going to come out and ask you, are you guys satisfied with how you won that match?
I think we are never satisfied, specifically the last 6 months, if you take big picture. That was a hell of a ride, a lot of changes, trying things, a lot of loss, to be honest. So I'm happy, really happy, actually, that we win, but really far from being satisfied, actually.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Winning even on a bad day, I guess, is a good sign for a team.
We take it.
We take it, exactly. I wanna talk a bit about MNEK and NiKo, right? Because we see this hybrid situation with the AWP. Sometimes both of them are playing it. Sometimes it's MNEK. Sometimes it's NiKo. Is this still a work in progress, or is that the future for your team?
It's really well set in our mind about how we want to play with the roles. We know by the fact that MNEK is a great player with AWP as well on City side. He did that in many teams even before G2. I think in Misfit he was AWPing a lot as well. And we are really happy with his mobility and the way he plays on certain maps. So obviously, if Kenny is not in the team anymore, we could make some space for him because he really likes some positions. And second thing is, like as we said in the news, like Nicola will transition. So I think he's like one of the best players in the world. I think his career is far from finished, and you will see his one tap with AK and Jiggles. Don't worry, guys. Let's stop crying about that. But for the good of the team and also for himself in the development midterm, it's great if he has like the space. If he wants to op, he ops. If you want to play AK, play AK. He will be really free in this team. He will just need time to figure out. But I just know for a fact that it should be treated as a real star player, and this is what you guys will see in the future.
Yeah, I like that, you know, giving him complete freedom. One thing I do want to challenge you on, though, is Mirage, for an example. He's playing middle now with the AWP, and on the T sides as well, he's in a new position. NiKo, to my understanding, is one of the best players ever to play Mirage with the rifles. Have you considered that there's some maps where he's so good with the rifle that he probably shouldn't have that freedom?
So for the starter, I think we should be all in. That's very important to behave like that. Like if you do the move, you just go all the way. The commitment is key, and he needs to practice. We played Mirage 3-4 times. We decided to play all maps in 1 week instead of focusing on 2 maps, and that's it. So for that reason, he like also a bit of experience about what he can do, and also the play styles and the rounds we have been calling is maybe not the ones that help him shine as well. So that's also a topic. If he needs to play more AK in the future on some maps, he will. As I said, we just need to win. We just need to build a team that is like dangerous at all times. And if he needs to op less on the map, he will. If he's transitioning really well on the map, he will op. That's as simple as that.
Still very, very early on in the process.
Yeah, well said. Well, thank
it's
you very
really
much.
early, yeah.
Yeah, very early on the process, and I can't wait to see how it does progress over time, though. But thank you, Malik, for joining us. We really appreciate it and wish you guys the best of luck in your future matches.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I like how he said, by the way, there that you kind of just have to go all in with it, right? You can't just do that slow adaptation. But in my mind, it's like, do you want to do that all in where potentially you don't qualify for playoffs? But at the same time, are you ever really given that opportunity in an event to be able to transition slowly? I feel like the all in is a really cool idea.
Yeah, I like that as well, and you got to be realistic as well. ESL Pro League, of course, is a big tournament, and I think G2 thinks to themselves that even on 70 or 80%, they'll still be able to qualify. So I like the idea of going all in. I like the idea of doing this, you know, long term, right? This is not a short-term project. As he said, he want to build up a team that can be a world beater at any given moment, at any given time. So you can't think short-term. You can't think what is the best to win this tournament, sure thing, but that would hurt you for long-term. So I like the all-in approach in that sense. As I said, I do want to challenge him a little bit on the fact that when you have a guy like Nico on a rifle, on a map like Mirage, sure thing, it's a cool idea to be all in from the get-go to figure out what's working, what's not. But for the future being, I would be very, very surprised if we don't see Nico more on the rifle on a map like Mirage, because he simply is one of the best players, if not the best rifler in the world on Mirage. So there's still a learning process here, and it's still very early in the process, as we also discussed.
Well, luckily for us, like I said, it's early on the process. It's early on here in Group B as well, as they still have so many more matches to come. But we have another match to come here today, and it's going to be FaZe Clan facing up against Team Vitality. You're not going to want to miss this one. It's coming up in about 20 minutes time, and we'll see you then.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Your nirvana. I feel a way I've never felt before. I finally found what I'm looking for. Stop, would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away? Give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender. Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away? Lazarus, so
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had none. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab none. Seems we moved on to a better place.
Sure. Firstly, fabulous hair. Loving the new look. Secondly, we've got to talk about this five-man roster situation because it couldn't have been easy to decide to carry on as a five-man roster without Nevera. What happened?
Yeah, definitely. The thing is, with the Valve rules, it doesn't make really sense to have a six-man roster. So even if the six-man roster showed a lot of potential, and I believe we believe that is something sustainable on the long term. Because of the rules, we have to think and to rethink, I will say, our team, because of course the main objective is a major, and we want to be 100% ready for the major. And I mean, even for Nevera, I mean, staying for him on the bench, I don't think it's definitely something that he wants. So hopefully he will find soon something good. I think he showed to a lot of people what he's capable of. So we just wish him the best thing possible. Of course, if tomorrow we got the chance to maybe have a future where Valve is making some rules with something good for a six-man roster, we will rethink about it. But at the moment, we just had to make a choice for our future and the future of Vitality.
So just to confirm, the decision to remove Nevera was nothing to do with your recent results?
No, not especially. No. I mean, lately we had definitely struggling. I mean, we have been struggling since the beginning of 2021. That's a fact. But the reason why he's on the bench at the moment is nothing due to these results specially.
ESL Pro League is brought to you by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, and DHL.
Time to load into our final match of the day here for day one of Group B with Team Vitality up against FaZe Clan. This could be interesting as we have myself and Pimp here on the desk to talk about things. We got to hear from Shox a little bit about the transition from a six-man roster over to a five-man roster. And I would imagine that decision, it didn't come lightly. I don't think it was easy for them at all, obviously with their hands kind of being tied with how the RMR events are working in the future.
Yeah, it's a real shame. I put out a tweet saying it as well. You know, I'm not personally sold that a six-man roster is the future for Counter-Strike. I think there's still different workarounds. Maybe having a six player that can act as a stand-in sometime would be better. But to be honest, right, I don't want that to be stopped. I don't want that not to be experimented with because of some rule that serves absolute no purpose whatsoever. Right. So I'm kind of sad to see that's the consequence of this. It sucks for Nevera as well. As Shox said, he's been showing himself off great and he's been doing a good job with Vitality. It's going to be tough for him to find a new team though. So in general, this situation is just a sucky one, to be honest.
Yeah, it's sucky indeed. But let's take a look at the two players in particular we're talking about. Nevera and Masuta as they're going to be replacing each other in this one. And I'm really curious to see how Nevera and his future career will go. Obviously living in kind of the shadow of his brother, of Scream. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he's even trying to transition more towards the op role and try to create his own name for himself. But we can see the stats here, and Nevera, like, he didn't slack whatsoever.
No, Nevera is a great player, but the problem for Nevera is that when he was replacing Shox majority of the games, right? When he was playing, it was in a role that Shox would like to as well. Secondary op role, you know, you need to give him a lot of space. You need to give him a lot of room to work with. And do you want to bank on Nevera or do you want to bank on Shox? I think that's an easy question because we did see Nevera play at a very high level, but he also dropped off from a cliff after that period to begin with. So Shox, you know what you get, right? He's a known quantity, he's experienced. So you go with Misuda, who is the more glue player, I guess, within the lineup, a supportive element to the rest of the guys within Vitality. You already got Saivu, you got Shox, they take a lot of space, so you don't really need a third guy who also requires a lot of space. So when you look at the composition of the team, it makes sense that you're going with Misuda. I can understand why some fans out there would be looking at those stats or would be thinking, Nevera is a much better player than Misuda, so let's go for him. Not really quite how it works in Counter-Strike. You need that synergy within the lineup, and I think they're better off with Misuda for now. Not saying anything bad about Nevera, because as said, I think he did a fantastic job as a sixth.
This is definitely not Moneyball for you out there who are looking at this and looking at the stats. And I kind of do wonder, though, because it seems to be a similar situation to what we saw with G2, right? With Jax coming in and Kenny S being taken out. Someone who can act as that glue for the team that doesn't necessarily need the limelight or, like you're saying, the space either. But obviously it does put a lot of pressure on Misuda here to perform, to continue to perform here, because then people are going to be like, well, why did you get rid of Nevera then? Like, why not just kind of maybe swap someone else out?
Yeah, and that's another side of the story I guess we have to cover. When Misuda was being switched in and out of the server, he was doing a good job. So both Nevera and Misuda were doing fantastic, I would say, when Vitality had that 6-man roster rotation. So I think the pressure is on all of them. I think the pressure is on Shox. I think the pressure is on Misuda. I think the pressure is on Vitality. They showed they could be one of the best teams in the world with a 6-man roster. Prior to that, with a 5-man roster, they were also one of the best teams in the world. So they can't drop off a cliff now. They still have to be one of the best out there, and there's literally no excuses as to why they wouldn't be.
Well, speaking of pressure, we got to look at the other side of the coin here. On the other side, for FaZe Clan, right? Kerrigan coming back into the roster right before Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, and he said many times he's not content with like winning a major necessarily. He wants to go down as one of the best in-game leaders in the world of Counter-Strike, and that's a big feat to accomplish.
I mean, yeah, it is a big feat, and I think Kerrigan would be very excited for a major. I think that's what he's playing for as well, right? That's the one trophy he's never gotten before. In Astralis, I mean, he had the opportunity. Unfortunately, him and the team didn't really work out for the long prospect. That has been a theme of Kerrigan's career, right? He stays a place for a year, 2 years, and then he moves on to the next project. Then a year there, and then moves on to the next project. So if you bring in Kerrigan to a team, I guess you want success short-term, mid-term. Long-term, we haven't really seen Kerrigan, find that success in the same team over the period of 3 or 4 years, but do we see that with anyone in Counter-Strike, really? It's only the greatest of all time in terms of like simple, maybe Saivu and Vitality, that gets to stay in one team and play throughout the career in that one. So I think Kerrigan is a fantastic in-game leader. I think he's going to bring a lot of success to FaZe Clan. And as I said, the goal is to be number 1. The goal is not to be number 2, number 3, or number 5. They're not going to be content with just being a top 10 team. So we can already now set the bar quite high for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and actually, let's actually take a listen to what Kerrigan had to say about what he wants to accomplish in his career as well.
I think I've said it many times, if I cannot become the best team in the world or become the best in-game in the world, then I'm going to stop playing. Because I've devoted my entire life to this game, and I want to make sure that I'm not gonna stop at an all-time low. I want to be the best, like I said.
He does not want to stop at an all-time low. He wants to stop. He wants to go out of the game at an all-time high, and who wouldn't want to do that? As we can see what he's been able to accomplish so far in his career, Pimp.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job. As said, in Mousesports, he was doing fantastic. In FaZe Clan, there was periods where FaZe Clan were one of the best teams in the world. He took a Mousesports lineup that, let's be honest, right, at the time, no one in the world would believe that he could bring Frozen, he could bring those guys to be the best team in the world. But he did. There were a period where Mousesports legitimately were the best team in the world. So he's a man that wherever he goes, he finds success, and I think a lot of it stems from his work ethic, from the way he works with his players, and I expect FaZe Clan to be a good team as well. But as he said, I think he's even selling himself a little bit short here. If he can't be the best team in the world, he just want to be the best in-game leader. Well, if you're going to be the best in-game leader in the world, you make sure you surround yourself with players that can make you be the best team in the world as well. So I think FaZe Clan, maybe not with this exact roster, but for the future being a roster change or two, who knows, could be one of the best in the world.
Well, let's see, as they are obviously going to be taking in their first match up against Team Vitality, and the maps are going to be playing. We're going to see on your screen in just a few seconds, and it looks like here, Pimp, we're revisiting Mirage that we just had in the G2 NIP match.
Yeah, and I guess that makes sense. FaZe Clan have always been a great team on Mirage, even when they were playing with Olafmeister as a stand-in before Kerrigan joined. They were doing some good results in that one. You look towards Vitality, they've always been very shaky on Mirage. I will say that's the worst map, especially the CT side. Seems like a bit of a mess sometimes. So to pick Mirage for them makes sense. Dust 2, well, that's Vitality special, right? And we now no longer see Nevera on that, so we see Shocks playing Dust 2 again. Misuda, of course, on the lineup as well. It's going to be very interesting to see, because one of the few maps Nevera really had a lot of impact on was Inferno, and in particular Dust 2 as well.
When you take a look at our players to watch here in this match, your Epic.GG players to watch, and it's got to be two players, well, one of them we've been mentioning so far, Misuta, and we're also going to have Rain on the other side of the coin, but we're also going to check in with Harry and Hugo here. Gentlemen, I got to ask your opinions on this match coming up here. What do you got?
Oh, I can't wait to see Vitality, right? It's a bit of a weird move to see Nevera gone, but planning for the future, staying with a full 5, and FaZe with more time as well, right? Coming off the back of Katowice, they had like 3-4 days of prac with Karrigan. Now they're hopefully going to be suited and booted and ready for this matchup.
Now I got to ask you, Harry.
Oh.
I got to jump in really quick, because, you know, I'm looking at you and I'm seeing Johnny Bravo. Are you familiar with that cartoon?
Right, yeah. I'm familiar with Johnny Bravo.
You're just missing the muscles, the ability to speak to women.
Basically all the parts that make it Johnny Bravo, other than the hair, right? But yeah, man, no, I'm looking forward to this. I love a bit of Karrigan in my life, so I'm excited to see what FaZe have been up to, and obviously all the Vitality news that's been going down recently, man. I don't know, I think this is going to be an exciting matchup.
You know what, Jason? I can't believe it, right? We have 2 players to watch, and that's the best you can come up with.
Yeah, I didn't say they're going to be great players to watch, but players to watch indeed, and hear about their eating habits. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. We'll talk with you a little bit later on today.
Get out of here.
Even that's not good enough. Get out of here. Come on. All right, there we go. Anyways, so yeah, we obviously got to hear from Harry and Hugo their thoughts on the match, though I guess Harry didn't get as in depth. But we talked about the Epic.GG players to watching and see it here. Misuta up against Rain. And, well, I mean, just in terms of overall rating, you're seeing Misuta have the better score.
Yeah, I mean, he's been part of a more successful team. And let's be honest, FaZe Clan has for the longest period been in a very unstable period. You know, coaches, Yanko no longer coaching them anymore, then Nico leaving the team. Ever since, you know, it's just been a bit of a mess within FaZe Clan. So hopefully now they find some guidance. Hopefully now they can elevate a guy like Rain again. We know him to be one of the best role players in the game. He's a strong aimer as well. Sometimes on the T side, his entry fracking is stellar. So we need I guess, to see him back at a level where he can be elevated by his surroundings. And I think if anyone can get the best out of Rain, it would be a guy like Karrigan.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking towards maybe Twist as well. We talked about, or we've heard about how he didn't really feel a part of the team anymore when it came to Team Liquid. He didn't have the opportunity to shine as an individual player. I would imagine Karrigan, the puppet master here, you know, above him is going to help him accomplish that. But when it comes into the server, with the amount of time they've had to prepare, well, we're going to see the fruits of their labor hopefully happening right here, right now, as we're going to head into our first map here in just a few seconds. And we're going to find out who's going to come out strong, who's looking good here in their debut match in Group B. Is it going to be FaZe Clan, or is it going to be Team Vitality?
Well, only time will tell. FaZe, Vitality, Mirage, Dust, Overpass are battlegrounds for this evening, keeping it pretty puggy. We love to see that. A lot of talent in the server, and, well, I can't wait to see it unleashed. A full 5 of Vitality, a solid stack, minus of a 6th man, and FaZe with a new in-game leader and a new plan. The utility over this A site. Triple B for Vitality, giving away mid, not a problem. FaZe have no one there, but they're about to realize what's going through as these flashes fly over. RPK gooshed low early. Apex is here. The nade will finish the job, and Apex taps out a couple, but he eventually gets overwhelmed. Dropped in from above. FaZe now own the site. 3-on-3. Running low on util. Karrigan has a flash, but he's very far deep anyway. He's going to go with it. His own flash, finding it kill. Shox is going over the stairs, and he's going to stop the plant. Coldzera in a 1v1. ZywOo trapped behind the boxes, and Cold just trying to play with his food. ZywOo not giving him the kill. Decoy goes over, and Cold waits. Patience is everything, but he knows the timings. At certain points, ZywOo could be coming from jungle. Cold now needs to consider that position as well. ZywOo has just gone back, and now 4th again, in through CT. Cold backing up to play the bomb. Oh, he's been spotted. He can't tuck without info. ZywOo now has him trapped. No kit. He needs the kill soon, and Cold is so low. 25 health, and he's going to hit the headshot. Lovely stuff from Coldzera, and FaZe Clan take a pistol to start.
Yeah, nice way to start this off. I've seen some big clips out of Twists as of late, right? I'm sure you've seen a few of them as well. Hugo, they've been floating around. He's been looking real ready Very exciting. So I'm excited to see what we get out of him.
Yeah, so many players that have come to EU have looked really, really good in like just playing domestically and like improving their own individual game.
Got to give a shout out to Malbs there.
Malbs, yeah.
He definitely fits into that.
Big Malbs fan.
I love having Malbs in Europe. Me and Hugo actually identify as Malbs fans.
Yeah. Till the day I die.
And if you're not a Malbs fan, then what are you doing?
Get it together.
This guy's story, this guy's gameplay, it's all too much. I could talk about Malbs all day, and maybe I will. You know, maybe I just take us off the rails. We don't even talk about FaZe Vitality. Maybe I just home in on like character assault in Nico or something for the rest of the day.
Move on, Harry.
Carrigan out through ramp. In he goes. Smoke down under Palace. Zywoo with the deagle. Good for one. Now trying to skirt his way out of there. They've lost Brokey. Back in with the repeat. Couple of missed shots from Zywoo. And there's the finisher, Masuta. Well, deliver with his deagle and dropping that bomb out in the open. The Masuta deag looking to be the stuff of legends here, but Carrigan is good to get rid of him. FaZe up to the 2-0 start that they were hoping for. They get the conversion. And now just pistols here for Vitality.
Woohoo! Yeah, it should be a 3-3 rather. And I really wonder as to the trajectory of Vitality now without Nivera. Wonder where he'll go. Certainly a lot of French players available, whether benched or free agents. Could probably form a whole team. And maybe they will, who knows? Right now, Vitality just trying to get anything done. Apex does dink cold, but no kill. FaZe moving in through middle. B is pretty empty, only Masuta there. And he might catch a player moving up connector on the meantime. Double ramp push could be denied if Cold hangs on, but they won't push all the way in. They know this is likely to end A with Con getting taken. And so they want to be in the right place to do so, not flanking and caught in no man's land. Brokey jumping over the corner, shocks with the deagle, spots and takes one. Ooh, can't double up. Zywoo with a single kill, overwhelmed and no armor. It's Carrigan to clean up, and FaZe go 3-0 up. Vitality now buying on in, and Zywoo will have the AWP as well.
I'm excited for the Zywoo Brokey head-to-head. And you got to remember, like, for Zywoo, he's coming off the back of a pretty shaky start to 2021, right? Like, we haven't had the games that we've been used to seeing out of Zywoo. Shox donning a secondary AWP alongside him. Let's see how this pans out for them. Shox jumps out through the window and tries to head over towards connector. Flashes are good to set Shox up, and through the top of the smoke is dealt with Rain. So now grouped up in middle, FaZe grinding to a bit of a halt. They're looking and they're hoping that Brokey is good to get a trade. Apex crept up through the short side. Let's get his head taken off by Carrigan, and now this B site looking vulnerable as FaZe starts to group up short side. You can see Vitality, they've called for the immediate full rotation over towards B, and this AWP of Shox is still delivering. Finally cancelled out by Brokey. Zywoo arriving late with his AWP. And FaZe slowing down so much. Are they reconsidering this? They're still looking like they want to go, but they lose both these short players from getting hesitant. And for coldzera now, the odds stacked against him. A 1v2 turned, sorry, 1v3 turned 1v2. Ooh, now down to the 1v1. coldzera. Oh, Cold at the B-bomb site on Mirage. It was here where he was declared the man, the myth, the beast by the great Vince Hill. And he's lived up to it again inside of B.
So many clips from that position, right? From the apartments, from the bomb site. And well, add another one on. Cold keeping FaZe flawless and Vitality broken as a result. That's not what you want early in the CT side. More pistols. Ugh. Yeah, and Carrigan getting hyped. He's going to use that hype. He's going to use that power and try and power through this A site. It's Rain with the tap in middle to find Apex. And FaZe just creep their way out onto A. That's a nice shot from RPK, but he can't get the gun. And he's already out with another gunfight. Twist takes him out of the round, and Brokey finds Zywoo with the AWP. So this should be Easy stuff for FaZe now. Vitality are too far away to have any say in this round. Just clearing their corners, making sure there's no stack. And by the time this flank comes in, if they want to wrap ramp and go all the way around, FaZe will already be considering it. Or at least they should be. Things have gone awfully quiet for it not to be a flank, and Rain wants to deny the save of that gun. And so he shall. Regardless how this goes, 5-0 start for FaZe, guaranteed. In a really good position right now. Obviously, Vitality rebuying, but no sweat just yet.
Oh, trying to play for the exits. coldzera is not messing around in this game. I have a feeling we could be onto something a little scary here. coldzera looking good out of the gate. 5-0 for FaZe, the reinvestment coming in for Vitality, but thus far, ZywOo's AWP not getting away with much, right? We've seen it out once already. He's looking to do it again. Shox donning that secondary alongside him, and Shox was really stealing all the limelight the last time this double AWP came through. Is he going to be asked to do it again? Shoxy Molotov'd out of the connector. RPK falling to Rain early on. Utility flooding into this A bomb site. ZywOo nails that first shot, and he's back in with another. They don't go out, they don't pour in. Instead, it's Carrigan to make next contact out through the connector. Things are getting a bit claustrophobic now inside of this A bomb site, but Apex, unperturbed by that, gets aggressive, moves underneath the palace. ZywOo, a second shot connects, and the bomb is now dropped by Apex, who continues this tear. It's left onto Twists in the 1v3. Making noise out on the balcony. ZywOo is there to silence him. Big round for ZywOo and Apex, right? Playing together. ZywOo providing covering fire while Apex goes underneath Palace, and Vitality are on to their first round there.
Yeah, it looked like Carrigan have found the masterful timing on that lurk to take down Shox and cause Vitality to get stuck between opponents. But Cold doesn't get his molly out, and Ramp switches out at the last second, and Apex kills him with nades out in hand. That's a very awkward one. ZywOo with some key shots from spawn. So good in that position. And now he's back in window. Oh, the molly. Rain stands on top of the box. It won't affect him. He may not be considered. And he hits 3 tags with a deagle and a headshot to Apex. Dirty Deags down from Rain, and Twist has got another. When it rains, it pours. And right now, soaked in headshots, our team Vitality. 2 on 5. And this was an eco for FaZe, for crying out loud. They don't have armor on 4 of their players, but they've planted the bomb, they've armed themselves well, and they've forced a save from the French.
See, this is exciting because this is like a very, very different phase to what we just recently got to witness from them in Katowice, right? Obviously, with a little bit of time to practice, a little bit of time to get used to the changes. Carrigan originally was moving into a new roster, right, with very little time to get used to. Well, you know, I say get used to. Obviously, he's been with some of these guys before, but, you know, a lot of new parts, a lot of new pieces, coming from a very different team as well. Into a team that also didn't really have like any just hunting down Shox
through the volley
into you know, like from Mouse Sports, which is obviously like a lot of young players, very like moldable players who have been used to playing under Carrigan's system, into a team that didn't have an IGL, right? That didn't have any kind of real set system in place. I imagine it was a lot of like what Nico was originally calling, mixed in with some new stuff from coldzera. But you know, there wasn't like any defined protocols yet or anything like that. So now they've had a bit of time to iron this out, and this is why this 6-1 lead is particularly exciting, right? We didn't see them fare all too well back in Kato, but this is quite the performance, at least, you know, out of the gate from FaZe.
Good start. See if they keep it up, right? Cold, I mean, you said you were feeling something. There's something in the water, maybe. He's running through Molotovs to deny saving players. That's ballsy. I like that. 6-1. And an eco win. That was not one FaZe plan to pull over the line either. They had, you know, ecoing Deags, no armor. Rain does a huge amount of work in middle, and then Twist taps out an A player. Fast mid push. Vitality not waiting for FaZe to come their way. Tucked in the doorway is Karrigan. He doesn't really have much of a choice. And bye-bye. Vitality leave. They don't stay here forever, knowing that FaZe have figured it out, and now FaZe take the room. Vitality just give them. With how quick Karrigan has reacted to this mid-take, I wonder if Vitality are ready. ZywOo and Shox are looking at Connector at least, but Rain's pressuring B on his own. It's a bit of a fake, and Karrigan's dead. He needed that. Rain's gone as well. Nothing for FaZe. Oh, now it's gone from bad to worse, and they just have to hit A.
Yeah, gonna see what they can get away with. Apex has not given up his position yet. He's waiting for a freebie, and they still haven't seen him. Brokey lands the tag, but it's Apex with the killing blow. Twists. Good for the dink, but not the kill. And Vitality, they recover. They even get out of there with an AWP as well. That's a little freebie. I wonder if... yeah, okay, so it will find its way back to ZywOo. You know, Shox, he does like to don that AWP, sometimes even over ZywOo, but... you know, put it in the hands of ZywOo, man. I'm never against that.
No. Don't think you're allowed to be. Bit of a weaker buy here for FaZe. Karrigan's on a Mach 10. He doesn't even have the util to set his team up, so they've got to do that while he charges out first. ZywOo's here, flashed out. Oh, they know he's on triple. The nade will go in, but he's already escaped to the CT spawn, and RPK blinded. He needed that immediate kill. Apex will get it instead, but Rain has to trade through the smoke, and he does. 4 on 3. ZywOo's still in spawn. They do have flashes to try and push Rain into this position. But Rain's just tucked in with the smoke down. They're going to use that. Oh, the nade goes in, doesn't finish the job. The plant comes down just in time. Everyone from spawn here, and Rain on the right side, catching them by surprise. ZywOo with a shot, and Rain in the open. Careful, it's ZywOo here, firing off on this AWP. Back of the site is Twist, trading. Mizuta now 1 on 2. They don't know he's here. He's crept on in silently, but that smoke will give it all away. The ruse. The peek from Palace. He has a molly to stop it. He can kill Twist. There was a damn good chance, but Mizuta will fall at the first fight. And Rain with 3, Twist with 2. FaZe back on the board.
And it must feel horrible for Vitality anytime they're able to make a dent in FaZe, right? And they look to try and streak some rounds together. It's just so punishing because they're always losing this follow-up. And so... the money's kind of in turmoil here. They come in with a buy, but it's not pretty, right? Deagle on RPK, glass cannon AWP on the back of ZywOo. Kit on Apex, and that's now in the window, dropped. Brokey might be full blind. Is still good for the kill. In through Palace they go. Shox pushed up a ramp, and alongside him is that Deag of RPK. And even though they've dealt with Karrigan, RPK's got his work cut out for him. It's not a friendly A bomb site to return to, and he's going to learn that the hard way. Twists had to lock in the kill. Mizuta left up in the 1v4. And he's just looking to stay alive. Now, will they let him? We've already seen FaZe be very, very keen to chase down these saving players. Money is gone for Vitality. I love how punishing FaZe are being right now. And that's why, you know, precisely why, when Vitality are getting these one-and-done rounds, it is just wrecking the money. Now, Twist not going to win any awards for that flashbang. But now they know where Mizuta is. They're all around him. Look at Rain. How cheeky do you reckon Rain can get with this? He's hoping that the others can draw the attention away.
Yeah, man, they just don't stop, do they? No survivors, no prisoners taken, no guns saved.
One of the things I always find funny about Karrigan is, like, you know, there was that little timeline where he played with Envy, if you remember. Yeah. Like, what a cursed timeline that is, like, reflecting upon it, right?
It's kind of cool to see him.
He was with like Drone and stuff.
See him around a bunch of NA players, teaching them some tricks.
I'm only thinking about it because, you know, now they've got a little droplet of NA in there.
Yeah.
In Twists, who's looking good since his Team Liquid departure. Fast out into the A bomb site and just pistols to worry about. So should be a nice clean round for FaZe. I say should.
Careful.
Because things always tend to go wrong in rounds like this, but that's a freebie for Karrigan. Nice and easy. Everyone else stacked up in CT for Vitality. Look at this. All 4 of them. There it is, first man in. Brokey more where that came from. And they're trying to get it back under wraps. They do it. They keep it nice and clean. coldzera putting 2 more up on the tally, and FaZe onto 9.
Yeah, loads of money for Vitality, but it's not like they haven't had their opportunities, right? They've had a few full buy rounds with everything, all the trimmings, the AWP on ZywOo, double AWP as well at times, but it's not been enough for a round, or at least more than 2. FaZe with a lot of A hits as well. Where do they go from this one? Karrigan early into middle. Oh, he misses that con molly because he gets flashed out and hits the wall. Just lands in the open in middle. Won't be the end of the world, but Shox is going to use that and move in through connector to watch under 2. So something to keep an eye on. ZywOo, in the meantime, picking Rain, who has been pressuring B on his own in many of these rounds, looking for just any space, any openings. Karrigan taking one of his own. There's a shot. Brokey finds Shox, getting into window. 2 together on the A site. Karrigan doesn't know. This could be misinfo. They have no idea about this setup, but Cold cleans up RPK. Still a man at the back of the box as Masuta took some damage and he swings to trade. Brokey does keep this one in favor of FaZe, and ZywOo caught knife out on a rotate by Karrigan. Apex in a clutch, and no kit this time, no chance. Karrigan headshots him, and FaZe storming the board right now, 10-2. This is a great game from them. Karrigan getting in a lot of odd spots. ZywOo not even ready for a window player. And despite that double A setup, I mean, firstly, RPK just like peeks into Cold and gets obliterated. But that damage even goes through the box into Masuta, which basically forces him to swing. He thinks they know where he is. And he's only good for 1. There's not really a lot to rely on right now if you're Vitality. They even let ZywOo solo B to kill Rain to free up more players on A, and it didn't change the outcome of the round. Brokey getting hyped and FaZe building and building.
It's man, honestly, it always makes me excited to see, you know, the difference within a few days that it can make to I mean, I say a few days at this point, right? It would have been well over a week. But you know, like just how much of a difference that can make to a team. Like this is exciting what we're getting out of FaZe. Vitality are not exactly a free win, right? If you think about what it's like going up against this team. And yet FaZe are just dominating the scoreboard right now.
Yeah.
Little partial investment. You see RPK pushed up close to ramp, ZywOo as well, waiting under Palace. Now, FaZe, while they did have bodies over at this A site, something has told them that actually this isn't where we're wanting to end up, and that's something probably going to be Karrigan over towards middle. He's got Brokey alongside him, and this could all culminate in like a late B split, right? We've seen FaZe do this already, especially in rounds like this, where Brokey can just hold down mid with the AWP. Really make matters uncomfortable for Vitality. And Vitality also aren't set up to watch middle, so this is like a very good round to pull in something like this and go for a B split. Rotations are already coming in from Vitality, right? Apex realizes I've got to get a move on if I want to play into this round, if I want to add to this defense at B. So he's here nice and early. The Deagle of Shox, while it's good for the first, silent shortly thereafter, and the rest of the kills in the blink of an eye have all come up in favor of FaZe. RPK and his Deagle. Not long for this world. coldzera ends it out 11-2. FaZe absolutely dominating right now. You can see why this is their map pick.
I love how they're playing off of each other in that B play as well. Like Twist drops out apps and just sits on the site. He's not like kill hunting or anything or looking for entries. They're already coming up from short. He knows that with FaZe clearing short and moving past Edward and the arches, that limits the angles that Vitality can play in. If they actually want to make that round work, they have to peek. They have to make a move. And Twist is just patient, waiting for that. So FaZe very attuned to what to do with each other on the T side. We'll see if this half provides any sanctuary for Vitality or if it is just going to be an absolute blowout. Right now, on the way to do so. But this is a rightful round that could change everything. Double AWP. Rain in middle this time around. His team in B. But not for long. They peel out. Brokey's been holding T-spawn, making sure no one's coming back.
I mean, just look at Brokey's position, man. That's so sweaty, isn't it? It's horrible. Imagine if you're Vitality, right? Imagine, who is it? It's Shox over in Palace. Imagine you're going on this big walk flank. I mean, he's not, right? He's holding his ground. But you're thinking, man, I'm in their head. I'm in T-spawn. Like, this is finally upped from Brokey, holding the stairs. Ugh.
It's good real estate. Keeps both options open. FaZe set up for a B play. They changed their mind. And now they can go wherever they want. Now they still have to get past Shox's orb that hasn't moved a muscle.
Now, he's been waiting here. Very, very patient is a guy like Shox. And with patience comes rewards 9 times out of 10. But in this round, it will be exactly that. He gets out of there somehow, lives to tell the tale. They're right behind him. They're trying to move in and deal with this AWP. But first, you got to get past RPK. Not moving, not budging, and still has support from this AWP tucked in at Firebox now. It's Brokey snuck out underneath the balcony. Shox needs to nail this shot, and Brokey's just eluding him. Shox will get it eventually. Still fighting and buying time for the rotation from ZywOo. Brokey having to out-AWP 2 heavy hitters on the other side. This is not an easy task by any stretch of the imagination, and it's down to the clutch. The bomb plant needs to come in. ZywOo trying to deny it, goes up and over and takes the head of Brokey off. It comes down to the clutch, and ZywOo puts a 3rd on the board for Vitality.
He had to do that, didn't he? He thought he won it off the time, just tucking in the corner, trying to avoid getting spammed, but FaZe, they go for the plant. And it's their undoing. Not really much else Brokey could have done there with ZywOo so far away, but great stalling from the players in the site. Shox especially, don't know how he gets out with a kill with an AWP at the back of the boxes. And ZywOo can't even really see Brokey, doesn't need to. Gives Vitality the chance for 4.5, and that's really what they're scrambling for. 13-2, 11-4, very different scores. 11-4, we've seen comebacks there. A pistol win in the anti-eco, suddenly you can be back in control of the map like that. Karrigan, oh, he made it past ZywOo. ZywOo doesn't know, but neither does Karrigan, but no barrel to see. He's going to take short. Ladder is empty as well. Zuta below, and Shox is pushed in through. Oh, Brokey is holding that. What a cover.
Man, it's exactly like it's exactly what we were saying. Like, imagine you're going aggressive and then Brokey just AWPs you on the aggression.
Ooh,
well, they might not be ready for Masuta. Brokey, while he's been so good at dealing with these, this one is one step too far. Masuta will get traded by Twist, but they get the bomb. They get that information. They rotate heavily into B. coldzera winning that fight, and now he's opened up the A play. The bomb going back through T-spawn. Cold has got to try and do the impossible and hold down this A bomb site at just 10 points of health for this bomb to rotate in. Vitality are giving him respect. They're giving him room. And coldzera, not the kind of man you want to give either of those things to. Getting aggressive and pushed up into the jungle now. ZywOo leaving window, drops into Con. Cold should be cognizant of this, especially with AWP shots now ringing through. He's more aware than ever. Apex went on a long flank in through the apartments and now out through ramp, getting aggro, but missing the timing onto Twists, now giving up his position, and Apex will trade that kill out. To round out the half, it's 4 for Vitality. FaZe leading the way with a dominant half under their belts, and Vitality now having to grind their way back in from a very one-sided scoreline. FaZe Clan 11-4, and things are looking good for FaZe. Carrigan at the helm, Cold giving us a great game. Rain as well, up there, topping the charts alongside him. You love what we're seeing.
I think you could name every player on FaZe. They've had their moments.
I reckon I could as well. Yeah. I reckon it's Carrigan, Rain, Twist, Brokey, and Cold Terror.
Wow, 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
Special points, credit. But Vitality, well, they've only got 5 players. Maybe they should sub a 6th in right now. A 6v5, that would probably make it even. Equal even. But right now, it's a fast play out Palace, 4-1. The rest out ramp. Rain blind. He can't see anything but white. And now he's back to spawn. Brokey not checked initially, but Masuda jumps him and clears the corner. 5-on-3, and FaZe are out of this site. Waiting for a CT push. There's another flash. It goes in deep. Cold. Oh, he's not dodged it, but Twist has, and he peeks back in with a double, saving his teammate's life and maybe the chance at a round. Still, Twist with a third. Flick for the 4, and it's all Twists, baby.
Oh, my. Twists on for the ace. RPK wondering where it went so wrong, and Twist is going to get all 5. FaZe Clan get the pistol, and Twists, there it is.
That was beautiful. The anti-flash could not have been in a better position to deal with that push from Vitality. Wow.
Twists, you little rat. All right, getting away with the kills. You love to see it. And look at him as well. I love having Russell in this team.
Yeah, Vitality don't. 12-4, they needed that pistol, and that looked carved for them. A 5-on-3, the bomb down. Doesn't make a damn difference. Double under push, we got 2 AKs in this round. Here they are, side by side, trying to clear lower mid. Apex, oh, he sees a smoke. He doesn't see a head though, and Brokey has pushed past it. Those legs though, very easy kill for Vitality. They see him before he sees them. Hard to hit a headshot peeking under. That's something. That's a start. That's a gun given over even. So Vitality with a chance to win the Force and flip things on its head early. See if they can do it. Double ramp push. The danger of these is always if the opponents take A, you're left in T-spawn or middle, and that's not really helpful. It's just a slightly faster rotate, but that could even be called from short anyway. And so if it goes B, well, it's a perfect move for FaZe, who have started to move one of these 2 players in through the spawn. It's Rain, and yeah, this could be better. Oh, he doubts himself. He goes back as they set up for a short play. 30 seconds. They can't afford to wait to smoke, can they? It's going to leave them lacking time. They've got 2 in the apartments with a bomb. That's at least not going to be cordoned off. Rain still waiting in spawn. He could have activated his flank by now. He could have been right behind them. They get seen looking at short. Is that enough info? That kill certainly will be. And here comes Saiwu and Co. up into the site. Twist out of nowhere mows them down on catwalk. No! And could deny the bomb pass and the round for Vitality. I don't know what's going on, but it's all coming up FaZe.
Masuda gets the dig, and now he's given a shot. Oh, no! He had it.
He cancelled it.
It's the famous, you know, you click, it doesn't plant right away. The animation starts a tiny bit later than you would like, and then you click again thinking that it's bugged, and then it's so on and off,
late.
and then there's no time. Twists, look at this. Look at him. Respect him. Twists with 4 in the round and FaZe up to 13. I don't know, man. This is juicy.
Yeah. Wow. Taking a big bite out of Vitality on their map pick, no less. Dust 2 is next. And the AWP is in window. Twist supporting him. It's just 2-3 right now on the eco. FaZe, no casualties yet, and none planned. Get him out of here.
You just want twists all to yourself, don't you? Everyone wants a bit of the twists.
Yeah, it was cold all over the T side, man, and Twist has stolen the limelight in just a couple of rounds. Zoe's got the AWP, it's glass, however. Roki picked up 3 in the previous. Not even had to say his name too much. He's not been required, but now he will be with Zywoo on the other side, looking for a ramp peak. And of course he gets it. Twist gone first. That's a relief for Vitality. Oh, Apex. Cheeky, but he's been spotted and dealt with. Cole won't let him get much further. Not going to let him kill the AWPer as Brokey gives up the position and goes back towards the B site. Cole now has to check for that window boost. That leaves Rain alone. FaZe rightly getting a little bit nervous, especially with more mid-util going in. They just don't have that info. They don't know where Vitality are going. It's about to be an A crunch with Shocks here to cause chaos in middle. Now info for FaZe. They start pushing B. They're starting to piece things together, but can they actually stop it?
Yeah, Rain has got his work cut out for him. The only defender, aside from coldzera, who does hit a good time in getting in through jungle. Rain giving up his position, but spotting players moving in through sandwich. They know that he's here, and Rain is giving us the taps. There's one to take it back at the advantage of FaZe. The nades now raining in. Zywoo trying to do what he can. The Molotov on coldzera can buy even more time, denying this plant, denying control of the site. They look to get the bomb planted. Zywoo, the man, to try and do it. Rain swinging out from CT, and RPK taking heads. Vitality will claim a 5th. It gets close. It gets down to the wire. And considering the setup there for FaZe, it's impressive that it ends up being that close in the first place. With Rain hitting this, and with him almost one-tapping the player on Tetris, I thought we were about to get a real tappy round out of Rain.
Great cover for RBK though, right? Like, Zywoo takes a shot that on my screen looks like he hit Rain in spawn, and then Karrigan peeks off of the shot, knowing he has a bit of downtime when the AWP isn't ready. RBK covers, doesn't let that get out of control. Catch-up is in, but Rain just scarpers out of there, almost dying while doing so. The AWP holding the cross to that position. And it looks like FaZe actually want to put some pressure on middle. They've got Ladder, they've got Con. They've conceded A, not for long. Rain wrapping around to fill that gap. Vitality wait for a repeat that will never come. There's one flash in this round for FaZe. They're not in a hurry to throw it into middle, although Rain's lining something up. There it is. Hopped over. Flash is good, but Zywoo blinded, takes out Brokey. And it doesn't go too well for FaZe. Yoink.
Oh, Twists, the AWPer. All right.
We were seeing a lot of this against Liquid back at Blast in that train game, if you remember it.
But the read might be wrong here for FaZe. Now, Karrigan could get this information that it's all looking to be an A play. Mollied it short, denies him that peek, denies him that info, and Rain aggressive at ramp at least gets away with the kill. So now they know it's this play into the A bomb site, and Rain's given them a 4-on-4. In the blink of an eye, Karrigan and coldzera have removed 2 more. And so this went from an even fight to one that Vitality are having to just try hold on to. Tooth and nail, Masuta and RPK left up against overwhelming odds. Masuta attempting to take some numbers off of the side of FaZe, gets wrapped by Rain in through Palace, leaving it all on RPK, out into the open, thrust into the middle of all these crosshairs. So many places to look for RPK and so many enemies to find. There's the kill from Cold, and with that, the defuse comes in. FaZe Clan are up to 15.
And they save a double AWP as well. It wasn't versus Liquid, it was versus Na'Vi, I think, but I remember Twist having some great games with a second AWP in this team. We know a lot of AWPing talent has always been on FaZe, but even now in this roster, like 4 out of 5 players can play it to a pretty good level. 15-5, FaZe find a retake, and it might just be the bitter end for Vitality. They might not have much room left in this one. They need 10 rounds in a row, for crying out loud. Not very realistic, but you can never stop believing. You have to give it your all. So what will be the call? RPK smokes the molly on his own. No flash, no help. Just out on an island, and he's going to be left alone. It's only a ruse, though. They're running up catwalk. That's drawn a lot of attention, and Rain isn't there to stop it. The shots come through too late. The T's are already all over the B-bomb side. Broken needs fast shots. I think he's dropped the bomb at least. Can't hit the flick. They're running him down, but Carrigan pokes his head out of the apartment and says hello. Masuta shot in the back, and Apex a long way away. Might just be a done deal on FaZe's map pick. Dust 2 looking like it's coming around the corner, and so is Apex with 1, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, now that they know where he is, right, that element of surprise is gone, and Brokey is on the angle. FaZe, a dominant victory. Dust 2 lying in wait, and FaZe Clan raring to go.
Hey Future Pros! During ESL Pro League Season 12, I saw Team Spirit show off a nifty aggressive one-way on Mirage. Normally, I would never show you aspiring Future Pros a one-way, but this one's pretty cool and requires some teamwork. To do this one-way, you'll need 2 Future Pros. Future Pro number 1, you will be throwing the short smoke. To do this, get into this corner. Aim in the middle of the gap below the far right window and above the close wall. Run forward and jump throw your smoke just as you get past the middle of this section. If thrown correctly, it should land perfectly for your teammate. Future Pro number 2, you get to have all the fun. It's also very important that you have a semi-decent mid-spawn to do this. Head into the window room as fast as you can. I hope you've been playing KZ because you will need to make the short jump, so make sure you practice. If you nailed the jump, and your teammate landed their smoke, then you will have a pretty cool one-way to play around and over. And as always, good luck and have fun.
you even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away?
Well, if you blinked, you might have missed map 1 with FaZe Clan up against Team Vitality as they take it 16-5 in a very dominating fashion. Vitality not even having a chance to warm up on that T side as we see. And unfortunate times for Team Vitality. However, big props to FaZe Clan, big props to Twist, to the likes of Kerrigan, who's been able to have that time in the team now since Katowice to really entrench themselves with his teammates and figure out exactly how they want to play things out. What a crazy game. Honestly, we were watching, even before the day started, we're like, all right, this is going 3 maps. We're going to be in for a long one. Never, ever would have expected it to end up like that on map 1.
No, that was not good enough from Vitality. I will say, you know, given their experience with Mirage, I think I even said it in the pregame as well, the CT side of Mirage for a long, long time have been looking very lackluster. So I wasn't that surprised that FaZe came out and won the first half, but they won it in the fashion they did, 11-4. I thought to myself, okay, that's too much, you know, that's not good enough. FaZe Clan is still a relatively new team. Vitality, well, you used to be one of the best teams in the world, and I frankly don't care that you went back to a 5-man roster right here. You should be able to do better. Unfortunately, there was only one player stepping up to the plate, and as we've been discussing and as we've been talking about plenty of times, Saivu was the only one doing anything for Vitality. He went 5 out of 6 in opening duels, top fracking for Vitality, did whatever he could to keep them in the game, but even so, Twist, coldzera, and the boys from FaZe Clan were miles ahead. They were by far the better team here in Mirage and fully deserved. The scoreline is not reflecting, is reflecting exactly what we saw, so I have no problem saying that Vitality was completely outclassed here.
Yeah, honestly, so this really excites me. I mentioned in the pre-match talking about how Twist, you know, we all saw within Liquid, he wasn't feeling like he was at home anymore. He wasn't feeling like he was really good friends with his players, and he wasn't really given the opportunity to shine. Now, seeing his adaptation when he's coming to FaZe Clan initially, and now he's been able to get some time under Kerrigan, I am getting so excited at the prospect of how good he can really become here. Him and coldzera together, putting up those numbers here in just the first map alone against such a high caliber team as Vitality, it really excites me to this project of FaZe Clan.
Twist is undoubtedly one of the biggest talents we have when it comes to rifling in CSGO. And you can see we stand up here often, us experts, and we talk about motivation.
Well, you do.
Right? I do. Well, I do. You know, I'm an expert and you're whatever. But we talk about motivation. We talk about motivation, right? And what that implies. We talk about confidence as well. And those are two concepts that is very hard to grasp. It's very hard to pinpoint, you know, on a certain area in the game or a certain movement in the game that's lack of confidence or that's lack of motivations. But you can see the difference. Twist now, he's motivated and he's playing with confidence. He's taking the duels he's supposed to take, and now he's winning them because he's putting in enough hours to the game as well, and he's feeling it. So the Twist we see now compared to the Twist we saw the last couple of months in Team Liquid, miles ahead of difference right here. Twist right now, as I would say, he can be one of the best riflers in the entire world if he keeps up this level right now.
And now we got to look, I pretty much just look ahead, right, into the next map. I mean, we can't really break down too much to that first one considering how one-sided it was, but looking at Dust 2, there's something in particular that stands out that you pointed out. Masuta, Navira, the 6-man roster down to 5, and we know Navira plays Dust 2. We know how good he can be on a map like Dust 2, and I think this puts a lot of pressure on Vitality now.
It does, right? And I would say it puts a lot of pressure on Masuta as well. I'm going to be very interested to see how they line up on the CT side. Navira found a lot of success playing the secondary up role on Dust 2. He had an up over towards the B bomb side on the CT side, and he was very good at locking it down. He was working well in the retakes over towards the A bomb side as well, and in general, finding a lot of impact. Whereas for Masuta, well, he's not going to pick up a secondary op, so maybe Shux is moving over to the B bomb side now, or maybe they're changing up the way they play the CT side. Frankly, we don't know, but Navira found a lot of impact on Dust 2, and that impact he can no longer progress in because he's not on the zero.
Right. And I know Vitality have been having some struggles as of late within 2021, right? But I do wonder with the switch up here and with what we saw in the first map, do you think they haven't really hit their form just yet? Or I don't want to say this is like the new standard of Vitality in any way, but I feel like maybe there's still something missing, something lacking. Like we look at to them, maybe to likes of like Big Clan, where we know them to be a better team than what they're putting out in the servers.
Let's be honest, it's been a very controversial start of the year for Vitality. They started off at the Global Blast Finals, I believe, and did okay, placed third if I'm not mistaken. Then the whole thing with Apex coming in and out of the group stage of the next tournament. it hasn't been a smooth sailing for Vitality just yet. The form they're in right now is not the final form of Vitality. It's not the best we've ever seen from them. And I sure as hell don't hope it's the case as you're explaining it here, that it could be the final form or it could be the new form for Vitality. If they play at the level they're doing right now, they're not even a top 5 team in the world. And we need to see a guy like Saivu on a team that at least can compete for the trophies. So I hope it's just a bad period. I hope they're trying to figure it out within the ranks right now. And I wouldn't even be too sure that we've seen the last roster change for Vitality in this year if it continues like this.
You know, I don't want to sound like we're being like too harsh on them, but I feel like with the pedigree and the caliber of players we have in Vitality, what they've shown us last year, I feel like we almost need to be more harsh on them, because if you're not hitting that same form, you're not hitting that kind of level of consistency, you can't call yourself one of the best teams in the world.
No, and it's a classic fan syndrome, right? Yeah, you can't talk bad about my team. Sure I can, if they're not living up to the expectations we set, right? We raised the bar very, very high for Vitality because we know they can be some of the best players and potentially the best team in the entire world. If you're a fan of Vitality as well, you got to raise that bar as well. If you expect them to be just decent, or if you can't stand to listening to us talking about them not doing good enough, then what kind of fan are you? Don't you want the best for your team, right? They can be the best. Right now they're not, so they better find a way to get back into shape, find a way to enable Shocks, find a way to enable Saivu even more so, and then hopefully we can have Vitality back at a level where they can compete and win against everyone.
Well, hopefully during this short little break we do have, they can get back in shape, because we're heading over to Dust 2. It's going to be the choice of Vitality, and it's coming on the other side of this break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. I left my demons in my past, I still want something that can last. You make me feel like I'm okay. We both know that you feel the same. Ooh. Baby, I got nothing else to prove. You talking about your best out of move. Remember that you always get to choose. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna
Entry fragger, I would choose Taco. That's my boy. He's pretty good actually as an entry, so he always get information really fast for us. We have good moves as well when he goes to the side. And he's like a nice guy as well as a person, so have a good atmosphere around him. I would choose Yuri from Furia. He's pretty aggressive, so he would be our playmaker for sure. He's really good at aiming as well. He's really smart, so he do a lot of plays for the team, so he creates space. And in a team, you need a guy like that. So you need a guy who always gonna create space with the entry fragger, so or do some plays who can get opening kills. I would choose Fallen, and especially because of game leader as well. Fallen is pretty good as in game leader. He's pretty calm when he calls. I think he's pretty good actually. I play with him a lot, so along of my career. And he is really smart as in game leader. He always know how to adapt mid round, so he's really smart as well, choosing the strats, how to prepare the team, so I would choose him. So I think I do a good job supporting the team, going and lurking as well, so I'm pretty smart, so I always know when I need to cut rotations, and I know how to like be a joker as well inside the map, so I would choose myself. It's gonna be hard, like, so I have a lot of anchors, right? But if I want to choose a team, I would choose everyone, like everyone should be from Brazil. So I think I would choose Cacerato. Some maps do a good anchor, and he's a younger talent. He still needs to learn a little bit more on CS. I think he's pretty good actually already, but I think he needs to have like a team who can guide him more and have a lot of experience to help him a lot. I think I would choose Peacemaker. I think Peacemaker is pretty good. He's like really smart, and he make Mad Lions a good team, so he helped the guys a lot. So he shows some of the Brazilian Counter-Strike for them. He always take notes from the teams during the practice, so he have good strats, you know how to anti-strats pretty well. So I would choose Peacemaker because he's really smart and he can control the team pretty well.
ESL Pro League is brought to you by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, and DHL.
Before you know what the music means, we're getting in. Vitality taking on FaZe, and FaZe Clan right now one map up in this series. Lights out back on Mirage. So now we get to Dust. Map pick of Vitality. Also, obviously with Onivera, we got main man Masuta in the server.
Yeah, he played this map a month ago against OG. Other than that, it's been 5 months since we've seen Masuta on Dust 2. I guess at that point, a month ago, they were already preparing for what is now the present world we live in, a 5-man Vitality roster, and 3 of them running up Cat.
And they go fast on the approach. Twists set up, trying to hold down short. Dinked by the Glock, but what? Twists! Oh, Twists in pistol rounds. It's so dirty. It's so wrong. ZywOo trying to do what he can, and he's at least got it down to the 1v3. Now, out-glocking those USPs, that's one thing, but winning this round would be a whole other ball game. The bomb dropped up at Cat. That's going to cause a world of problems for ZywOo. How does he want to approach this? Waiting first to see if he's given a fight on the long wrap. And when that never materializes, it becomes abundantly clear he's got to go and reclaim this bomb and fight every step of the way. There's that first peek. Twists in the crosshair. Now down to the 1v2. You can feel this getting out of hand if you're FaZe. And you don't want to give ZywOo many more chances. They give him the respect for now. Still occasionally fighting from CT. 40 seconds and ZywOo is still paranoid about a long flank that is not coming. Instead, now making the cross happen. He's got to get this bomb that's dropped up on elbow, and waiting patiently on the short angle is coldzera. But now it's down to him in the 1v1. ZywOo trying to win this round in a 1v5. coldzera doesn't want to mess this up, doesn't want to give him it. And there's ZywOo with the ace, all alone. And he takes down everybody. Vitality get the pistol, and it is on the back of this absolute machine.
No words. How is he given so many one-on-ones? They even try and avoid it. Karrigan waits till he crosses, and ZywOo baits him perfectly by running up ramp and then going back to kill Karrigan. Oh dear. It was all too clear where Cold was in that 1v1 as well. He checked the long flank so many times. He'd even cleared Gandalf for crying out loud. That should never have been a Vitality round. The ZywOo effect. FaZe are going to be kicking themselves. I was just about to say, like, it's great to see FaZe, you know, with what is now like one of the most formidable pistol teams in the world.
I was about to make the same comment,
like,
right? With Rain and Twist.
And Twist. Broki's amazing on pistol rounds. Like, you've got so much talent, and then ZywOo does that. Okay. All right, we got a series on our hands. Hopefully not just the wash that was Mirage. Maybe it could have been with a pistol in FaZe's pocket, but now Vitality keen to keep this going.
That's the most like vintage ZywOo round I think we've had in a while as well. Like, you know, it hasn't been the typical ZywOo performances that we got out of him for the longest time, right? Coming into 2021, it was a pretty stone cold start to the year for him. Fielding some of his lowest ratings.
Which is still pretty good.
Still pretty good, but not where you want ZywOo as like the star, right? Is the guy that you look to make the impossible possible.
How do you stop this take?
Yeah, lots of smokes. Everyone's kind of confused by them. Rain's trying to peek over the top. Ooh. And the Deagles have found good spam damage. ZywOo up, first man to peek in, first man to try and make a play happen, and Rain deletes him with the Deag. There's the follow-up, there's the trades. But still a 3-on-3, and Twist's Deagle is finding headshots. Concealed in this smoke is Karrigan, but from the pit, Apex is trying to lock this kill in. It's going to be Shox to do it instead. Still, this round is not clear for Vitality. They need the bomb plant. They've got 7 seconds, and a jump shot from Twist could deny it. Instead, he takes the fight to Apex, dies in the process. coldzera needs to land anything here. And he can't quite deal with this player in the site. Apex is repositioned over to long as well to play around this bomb. Okay. And coldzera now in with a chance to clutch for himself. Apex got over earlier and Cold never saw it, so that's a freebie. Vitality, it's close. It almost ends up being a FaZe round. And this is already a very, very close start to this game. This is exactly what we wanted.
You got to wonder, would Twist have gone back for the jump shot if he knew how low, I think it was Shox was on the plant. He was a shot from death. But he goes for one, then he swings Apex knowing he's missed his shot and doesn't want to just play the RNG game. But maybe it would have done him better than that. Even so, 2-0 for Vitality. You take it. It's not pretty, but hey, pistol round wasn't clean either. It was a little more spectacular, though. Twists pushed up on long with the Deagle. It's an eco here for FaZe, not a lot to play with. Karrigan has flashes in mid. Apex scouting. Pretty common. ZywOo not a scouter. Just sits back with a Galil and puts it to good effect, killing Cold in middle as Vitality climb the catwalk. Another stack here for FaZe. You can afford to do so. Throw all your eggs in one basket. I think enough info has been gained for Vitality. They hear feet, they see a couple on the site. That might make them doubt. Still looking for picks. They're going to flash Shox in. He sees Broky. That's a third man. That's all the info you need if you're Vitality to go, nope, I want nothing to do with this. Back to B they go immediately. In tunnels is RPK. Going to get flashed through the mid doors. And here come Vitality.
Flooding Karrigan. They deal with him. And now they know they're on the path to a successful round. As you say, the intelligence gathering efforts of Vitality reward them handsomely in a round like this. They bypass that stack. The Deagles never even given a real chance to win the round. Can try to do damage, right? You spot a player close mid, Masuta. Oh, hiccup. Knows he has to make a play. Nice. And so he just rushes them down with the Mac-10. It's nice, it's clean. Vitality, 3-0. And that round there being a clean one helps out massively, right? Up until then, it was a 1v5 in the pistol that they win. It came down to a 1v1 in the anti-force buy, and then in the anti-eco, they get it nice and cleanly. So now they build up a little buffer. Broky donning that AWP right away. No AWP in sight for Vitality. Instead, they're running a bonus round.
Oh. Looked like a B rush, but they head a lower instead. Oh, they are going for B. Right out the mid doors. Throwing the smoke on the fly, perhaps, rather than signaling it by throwing it over the top. Here it comes, and the second one to deny any player looking over the top of the boxes. Cold drops the door, smoke, and takes himself to the window instead, but they're awfully close with these SMGs. Oh, Cold getting one, but so blind, cannot do anything more. And Carrigan, same story, trapped out of the sight. Upgrades as well available for Vitality, and with these two guns, FaZe don't even look interested. It's a save from the get-go. This would be a totally different game if ZywOo didn't find that 1-on-5, but now Vitality have wind in their sails. And they're blowing FaZe out of these rounds, 4-0. And the save is even getting hunted. Not heavily, but just enough that FaZe need to have their wits about them. They need to be very careful in the pit. Good positions. Brokey has A covered, and I don't think Vitality are going to get there in time. So 4-0 with at least these guns kept. It's something. Yeah, it's a good call for a bonus round as well, like not telegraphed on the mid to B, even though they had like good speed B spawns, they just drop lower and take that fast pace. The orb was over on A, it couldn't assist. And you can't really buy here if you're FaZe. You've got to give the respect over, you've got to give a fifth. Unless, of course, you win something ridiculous here. But that will mostly have to be off the back of your two weapons, both of which have gone over to A long early. Vitality are not playing fast out of spawn, though.
Yeah, I mean, you know all the pressures on FaZe in a round like this, right? You know that they're going to be coming into it with, at best, a broken buy, but more than likely, just a partial investment around these saved weapons. So it's a mixture of, you know, not feeding the armed players of FaZe and also not being vulnerable to any early aggression from these pistols. So we see them taking this round pretty reserved, right? Sat back in T-spawn, holding for a long push, working a bit of the mid control, gimmicking around some of these rotations from FaZe, and making them waste precious utility that they cannot afford to waste. Now utility for ZywOo to take a peek into this A bomb site. Twists is there with one of these M4s, and the AWP is on Brokey at long. So if this culminates in a B play, the two rifles are going to get dodged here. If it does come in at Cat, though, they're given a chance to play into this round in a very big way.
Do they back out? They still have two players defaulting. To commit here would be a surprise. It might just send one man into the spawn. Yeah, Shox is dropping in with a right-click flash. Oh, he's gotten confused. He's run into the wall on Catwalk. Didn't realize he's not down, and they're even dropping into CT. Shox would love to be here for that freebie, but Apex will take it instead, and Shox hangs around on A to find Brokey. He's put him on 10. Meanwhile, B has been lost, and Brokey is running as Vitality try and chase him down. Need to leave enough players near the bomb. Brokey knows mid is covered right now, so he can post up for an exit. Oh, missed shot. And he's running out of room to move. They can go and spawn as well, and he knows. Brokey's in hot water, 10 health. And I don't think they'll even let him get away with this one. Oh, he needs to hit something now. 2 shot, 3 missed, and that will finally be disaster striking. If Rain had a kit, he could do something audacious, but not today. He's looking for a gun, and he will find it with no punish.
Still, this is a very different looking beast from Mirage, right? Vitality with a commanding lead, and FaZe, they're now the ones in the spot that they put Vitality in that first map with this strong start, right? Never feeling like you've had enough. You get another rifle in this round. What is that replay? Just floated at him. I don't know how that shot misses. Right, Brokey's back on the AWP, but ZywOo is donning his, and he's delivering us a great game. Brokey, yet to even be given a chance, really, to use this AWP outside of that one weird shot back in T-spawn. And a B play once again, a fast B. Carrigan, no kills to his name yet. This would be the round, and 2 of them getting found by the IGL at that B bomb site. Now the rotations come in, but ready to cut these off is Shoxy, getting up on the catwalk, ready to come in on a late flank in through mid. He could do devastation towards these rotating players. Well, deal devastation, I guess. There it is. Cold getting cut down, and that now forces these three players to have to constantly worry about the back line. Apex gets aggressive. They're holding for the CT drop, but not deep enough. Finally, Brokey comes in with the trade, and now you're asking ZywOo to step up and clutch out yet another round for Vitality. They molly him off in the tunnels, but no one is on the bomb yet. No one's sticking it. Finally, Brokey's on it, but he's gotten off. Oh, smoke on the bomb. Now sticking it again, and it ends up not mattering because Twist has got his back, but that almost gets out of hand. They give ZywOo some opportunity there.
It's half stuck and they get off. Not sure what happened there.
Oh.
But even so, the cover is in. And yeah, Shox, if anything, like, he gets that kill to Cold, but you know, he's hoping to not have that fight. He wants to drop.
No, he wanted to drop with everyone.
Two. Yeah, he still gets 2 in the round, but he could have done a whole lot more if Cold wasn't late off of long. But that gave away Shox's position. He can't activate until too late. And Vitality even kind of chase out the window. That wasn't necessary either, but they almost caught the boost getting set up. Yeah, that's just a couple of little details changing the plan for Vitality. And could have been theirs. But FaZe now have got money in their pockets. Double AWP as well saved. Shox out mid with a killer headshot to Rain. And it's a double B setup as well. They're entrenched, avoided, as Vitality can climb up catwalk and go towards A. That bomb's still in tunnels. It needs to cross if they want to end there. So Karrigan, how long will he hang around? He won't at all. Cole will instead with the AWP, but flashed off, lets the bomb get up cat. And now FaZe desperate. 4 on 3 in the site, and they've got to somehow put a stop to this entourage of T's.
Yeah, what is Brokey going to do here? The AWP's out, a missed shot the first time around. Can't find anything yet. Drops the smoke to cover the approach, and Twist has managed to drop the bomb. Now Brokey strikes from the sidelines, but is only good for 1 as RPK dominates the scoreboard. Vitality onto 6, and they only lose just 2 players in the midst of the madness. Another round going their way, and once again, the money running out for FaZe. This is a path to a very, very dominant first half from Team Vitality.
Yeah, dishing it right back out as they received it, right? That's it still makes me wonder, like, where would we be at if ZywOo didn't 1v5? This could be the complete other way, but we're seeing some good calling out of Apex so far. He's been reading the game well. He avoids the B stack in that round after a lot of mid to B crunches. FaZe finally put bodies at the problem, and Vitality go elsewhere, especially after Shox just nails a mid kill. These FaZe have no info. They don't even want to rotate the double B completely off until it's already too late. This time Vitality have long, and the one of few rounds FaZe haven't contested it out of spawn. And that's because they have pistols, sat back on A. Finally getting the info that Apex is moving up. He's going to back out. Wait to see if repeaks come through, because if they do, ZywOo's posted. That's a good kill from Karrigan, taking down Shox from lower, and that forces Vitality's hand.
Yeah, now they've got to commit to A. They don't have any other paths open to them. And so for FaZe, this 4-man stack is in, but it's quickly whittled down to just 3. ZywOo deleting Cole through the smoke. Apex playing on top of the car. Lots of damage onto Rain, and the molly burning him out, forces him into the open. Now Brokey has been waiting patiently in these smokes to try and deny the plant. There's 1 for his troubles, but that is going to be the extent of it.
Fair play.
7-1. Another buy coming in for FaZe, but we need more out of them if this wants to be competitive on Dust 2. Not really been any contest so far.
Not at all. Brokey's back on the AWP. That's something at least, but it's so hard, man. Dust 2, like, not only is so many rounds based off of spawn for the T's, but, you know, just constantly switching it up of Vitality. Fast out long for Mizuta. Brokey's here. Oh, sorry, Brokey's back on the site, rather. It's a double long take that does fall off pretty fast. Brokey catches ZywOo up catwalk. He was there quick. Smoke goes down, but they're already up and through it. Shox on the left side, and oh, he's ready for Rain on the repush. Twist here as well. The rifles try and retake the area that Brokey just gave up. He hits his shot, but he's not ready for the trade. His gun wouldn't have been even if he was. Vitality 3-on-2. The A site is theirs. The bomb does have to cross. That's something, but can Karrigan stop it? No, he's already fallen away from middle, and the smokes are down anyway. Even with 1 smoke, it's fairly easy to jump the gap. And so set up for the retake of FaZe, but odds are already against them. That smoke.
Oh. Gold is still taking this fight. He doesn't need to. He's going to leave eventually. I know, at this point, like, it's feeling pretty dominant. You know, the money is constantly wiped out. That's causing problems. You never really have the utility there in these partial buys. I don't even know what the solution is for FaZe. You know, it must feel very, very rough to try and figure out. You're just kind of getting outdone at every turn. There's like 3 players right now for Vitality who have approached or are on max money. That is never a good sign. And so there's a timeout called in for FaZe. They're trying to figure out how to remedy this problem. Nothing they've tried so far has helped.
Yeah, Vitality are probably giggling when they saw FaZe pick CT, although that's like standard on every map. Almost every team does it. Vitality getting to finally actually control the pace of this game.
I mean, it's one of these things as well where, like, the start of this game, I think matters a hell of a lot as to why the scoreline is the way it is, right? Obviously, pistol round decides a lot, but the fact that it was a 1v5 from ZywOo that, you know, while it was unreal, like, don't get me wrong, no 1v5 is free. They did kind of feed him a couple of those kills, right? I think the 1v2 is where it's, like, really well played from him, like baiting the rotation out of Karrigan, who at that point was trying to play it safe. But on the back of feeling like you threw away a 5v1 pistol and then having this be the scoreline, like, you're going to be in your head a little bit here if you're FaZe.
Especially considering Vitality didn't even really get to play the T side of Mirage after they get wiped out in their first half. It's a nice kill from ZywOo. Cold was pushed to the top of mid with an AK, one of 2 guns gone. Oh, he heard that. Rain on Cat. Shox tries to get out. His team are on long, already moving up. This should be their sight. There's only Brokey here, armorless. Flash going over the top. Oh, and then back to the bottom, but it's not a worry because Brokey still dead. ZywOo finds it, and Karrigan gets tapped out too. Shox is holding onto this gun at top mid, and he's not letting anyone get close. Checking spawn as well. Rain's up on Cat. So right now, Cold's AK, retrievable, but already, as I say that, Vitality have moved in through the mid doors, so he is very much trapped. And regardless, this is a 9th round with 5 alive right now, and players reaching max money. Oh, Rain, can he even do damage? Can he even get a kill? Oh, no. It's 9-1, 16k on 2. And Vitality, they just want to get to overpass.
This is nuts. We can have such a fast series that ends up going the distance. Like that Mirage game took half an hour, you know, and then we're like half an hour, we're like 20 minutes into this game right now, and it's already feeling like it could be done. Vitality, not slowing down, not letting up. FaZe just begging for a break. This feels like a scary fight, right? Cold waiting on the other side. ZywOo locked in this stance, just waiting for the other to break first and give the peek over. If you give this peek to ZywOo, it's not often that he misses it.
Yeah, definitely not the fight you want to take in the mid round, right? Oh, the cross instead.
There it is.
He didn't even try and fight. He tried to cross. He tried to go B, Harry.
Cole's just trying to live, man, and ZywOo's out here ruining it all.
Oh,
almost again. Like, there's a smoke down. ZywOo.
Chill.
Just leave off him for a minute, all right?
And now they go long.
And now they go long.
Hey, there's a chance here. Twist is very tucked, and Brokey, like, if they get Brokey off this angle, they might not be ready for Twists. And Brokey, knowing that Twist is here, he doesn't have to run back to the site. He can remain on the corner if he survives and re-peek with Twist. So this could be a meat grinder very soon, but Brokey has been drawn away, and now it's all on Twist, and they will surely check the pit. He's got 1 waiting for Brokey, who's now left him out on his own on an island. He's got 2 to worry about on the catwalk. He can't hit the shot. Twist is gone to the AWP, and Brokey's AWP is just starting to warm up with a 2nd kill. Here they come up on long. ZywOo's waiting for Brokey to give him anything, even an inch.
What?
Nothing through the box. blows him out of the round, and 2-on-2. ZywOo's making impossible stuff happen. Now he needs an ace again in a 1v2, but he's done it before.
It can't be another ace clutch, surely.
Nade.
Surely not, right? The nade could finish it. Karrigan could end this whole round before it even becomes a problem. But now it is a problem. ZywOo, last man's at long, and he falls out of the sight. Rain is saved by one step too far for ZywOo, and a bit of gravity going his way. FaZe Clan get a second. ZywOo with his... It's another close round, man. Another ace clutch almost given over.
Oh, makes your heart hurt.
You thought Brokey had done enough as well, and then he just gets wrecked through the box. Like, look at how little info ZywOo had on any of these kills. Just whoop.
Yeah, he's like, well, Brokey's not going to give it to me. Fine, I'll take it from him. He doesn't get to peek. He doesn't get a chance. Brokey could not have played that any safer, I don't think. Crossing is a death sentence. Hiding is a death sentence.
The amount of times I've seen AWPs like spam that box with like, 8 bullets and maybe at most do damage, but most of the time nothing. And ZywOo just one bullets through it and kills the guy.
He was low, but that was a headshot anyway. Like, that's unbelievable. And by the way, they lost the round. FaZe pick it up. They double it into 2. Is that going to be anything worth noting? Is it going to start a comeback here on the CT side, or will it just be blink and you miss moment? Because Vitality, they certainly don't want to let that spark FaZe's confidence. Although, is this a mid-crunch? Are they going to flash a play here? 2 on Cat. Right now, just waiting with the AWP covering as well. That'll be the first point of contact. And then Rain can poke his head out too. ZywOo, a lot to do. Oh, here comes Apex on the headshot angle. Rain's got to turn. He does get it. The AWP's still here. ZywOo gets crunched from cold, and Rain pushes up, dropping the bomb. Far better setup for FaZe. A slow mid-take for Vitality, and they walk into 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only time that FaZe have really, tried bringing the fight into middle so far. And it's worked wonders. Now they just need to get it over the line. Now they just need to get this round on the board. And converting it is another thing, right? Quite the problems caused with the bomb getting retrieved by Shoxy, and now a path into this B site while Masuta is selling an A play. There's a free kill in mid. Shox has seen it, and now the bomb goes down. While they're focused on dealing with Masuta, the real play is at B. The bomb now planted. The rotation through CT will get caught by Twists. Shox is given a chance, and this guy is often so clean, so clinical in these clutch situations. Twists and Rain, this is not an easy round by any stretch of the imagination. Flash through the window, and Shox sprays the first. Up in the air, Twist is good to close it out, and FaZe are onto a third, but it's another close round that they just get to their name.
Yeah, no AWP either. So just saving an AK, but it will do. It's a great round from Twist, at least. Something to rely on. And a round is a round. Even though Vitality, they almost make that very disadvantageous situation theirs. But winning the 1v1 and keeping FaZe in this map, without that round, probably a done deal, right? Vitality would just sweep the half, and FaZe would have no money to say anything about it. Almost for ZywOo. So now FaZe still fighting for 6. Karrigan eats a nade at B. Vitality take mid, and this time a little bit earlier as well. FaZe couldn't be so set up on the catwalk at this time unless they boosted. Vitality have their eyes on the prize. Shox climbs up, not scared of the left of mid because ZywOo has him covered. Double long for FaZe. Right now, Vitality can just go plant A. There's nothing stopping them. They don't know that, though, so they're likely to telegraph this attack with utility, get some smokes out on catwalk. And at that point, the long players can at least turtle in, try and deal with this lurker of Masuta, and call it across. But Vitality have somehow figured this one out. They are contacting into A. You can see FaZe have their eyes on it, but they're not going to be ready for 3 players in the bomb site. Twist could get shot in the side of the head, and that's exactly what goes on. Vitality with a bomb plant, and this round feels unlosable with the positions they have. Masuta, as long as he doesn't fall here, the bomb is planted for him, and he can wait as long as he wants.
Yeah, this fight that Brokey doesn't even really know he's having is going to prove to matter a hell of a lot. And Masuta winning that out now causes a wealth of problems for FaZe. It might just force the save as well. Not what you want to be falling back on if you're FaZe Clan. Giving over a 10th, keeping 3 alive. And look, Vitality, their money is still fine. They're going to try and hunt these players down. Even taking 1 rifle away makes a huge bit of difference to Vitality. Now, there's no money left in these FaZe Clan bank accounts, and so if you take a gun away, you affect their ability to buy around this save, and even then, they don't really have one. There's the swing. Carrigan loses his gun, and so only 2 saved forward. 10-3, no money left for FaZe, an 11th round feeling inevitable. How are you even meant to begin to recover this game if you're FaZe? I don't know. I don't think they know either.
Yeah.
There's no accounting for this.
I'll let someone else figure that one out.
Great calling from Apex, great moves from ZywOo, Shocks as well, looking really good. And then something else that's terrifying is there's still that double AWP potential between ZywOo and Shocks in this second half of play. We know they love doing that on the CT side. Rain back in mid with aggression. It was him who helped find a round for FaZe last time he did this. This time, though, he's the first to fall.
Oh, Molly will trap twist as well. He gets out of there as it comes. He hears the fire. Flash out long, no one here. Vitality, always great at taking this real estate when FaZe give it up, or at least have 1 player, which usually isn't too much of a contest. Brokey on the site with a scout. Nice shot. Back of the head, hits RPK, clearing pit. Is that going to change the outcome of the round, though? FaZe for a second peel 4 players over, and then Carrigan goes back as things get quiet, so scared of a B play that Vitality were abusing at the start of the half. At this point, it's getting pretty obvious. ZywOo's fired his AWP. That's enough warning. Apex getting traded. Good kill from Cold. Brokey still scouting. Oh, dear. It's finished off. Carrigan does the dirty work, and Brokey drops the bomb. It's ZywOo in another one. Never count him out. Unfortunately so for Brokey going wide into his own demise. ZywOo scopes up, but he's not ready for Elevator, and that should be it. FaZe find 4, and they save an AWP to boot. Better than nothing. But still a great half of Vitality, one that they're going to be happy with no matter how this last round goes.
Oh, must feel great to have put a stop to ZywOo now a couple of times when he tries to get the ball rolling at long. He's just always good for that first kill that gets you believing, and it gets, you know, the enemy team worrying as well. Yeah. You know, you feel that momentum slipping in his favor. Flashes out long early and lots of attention given to this position by Vitality. FaZe, they're looking to fight for it though, and Rain at least keeps it even. Whoa. Now taking it in the advantage of FaZe. Long, still under his control, but tenuously at best, and Apex able to get the trade. On control is all Vitality have got, and that's because coldzera's held down this A site. The short wrap denied. With ZywOo and Apex still alive, you're not writing Vitality off just yet.
Smoke rolling down the hill. Throw one from the pit and then grab it, maybe. Apex goes back to scavenge some utility. And there is still a 3rd smoke. So Vitality, they can do something cheeky. They can fake, they can throw the cross and not commit. But they've got lineups, and they're going to be lobbing them in now. There's one. So we're going back for the 2nd smoke. Apex dropping the cross, and now he can get the bomb plant in. He's going to have to plant open for ZywOo, though. The ramp not being covered right now. Carrigan could jump, he could walk up. The molly is going to stop the plant for a few more seconds, and that gives time for FaZe to wait this smoke out. Carrigan, oh, it's re-smoke. There's still a gap. Carrigan goes through. Oh, it's a lot of damage, no kill. Nade onto the site. Apex is already scarpered away. ZywOo is left on long with a Molotov. Does that force Carrigan back or forward? Flashed out is Apex, but he blinds it, and it's not gone well for him. Trapped now behind another smoke, dropped by the CTs. Oh, ZywOo caught switching weapons, and Cole with a kill as well. FaZe, they bait them in long enough that they finally find a 5th. It's decent, but Vitality, like said, are more than happy with how this one transpired. Let's see if they can bring us to a 3rd map, or if FaZe have something still in them after the half.
Gave it everything when we had none. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab none. Since we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Okay, well, yeah, I've been showing a lot of emotion lately. Most likely during blast groups. Katowice was okay, I would say. I had a small break for myself because I had some personal issues, and I will not talk about it, but yeah, it was affecting my game and also my leading style with the team. So my coach decided to just let me a few days off just to come back at a strong level. Unfortunately, it didn't work for Katowice, but still, it's never easy when I'm like that, and I know about for the team, also for me, but also for the team. So that's why we decided to I mean, the coach decided to just put me off for some time. So yes, obviously it's affecting myself and the team, and even if most of the time I'm showing emotion because it's my way, and I just have to control it a little bit more overall. But yeah, obviously it's affecting my personal game and the team game.
Okay, all right. Vitality, they're here. They're here to play. May have been an absolute wash on FaZe's map pick, but Vitality on Dust 2 look damn good. 10 rounds on their T side. ZywOo with a 1v5 and almost a second ace in the map. Let's see how this pistol goes. Pistols have certainly been the most exciting rounds of this series so far, so no pressure. But ZywOo now armed with a USP. And FaZe with a lot of utility as well. Where will they be going with that? Fast smoke. Onto the Xbox. FaZe wait for it to bloom before they get out mid. You don't want to be picked by a player in the doorway. Long is controlled by Vitality. And they're double B as well, just to make sure. Don't want to get B rushed with no chance to retake in a pistol. It'd be very difficult. Shocks with the kit, but he's playing a headshot angle, so armor doesn't matter right now. Uh-oh.
Yeah, the nades, however, they might matter. Oh, it's for RPK at ramp. And now they know Shocks is in the site. He's just throwing these flashbangs. Oh, lots of bodies for Shoxy. Lots of bodies coming his way, and he's still good for all of them. Him and ZywOo. Okay. Locking that round in. Vitality onto 11. And ZywOo smiling. So we're all melting on the inside right now.
Hey, you see that Gandalf boost, dude? Up in the Wizard Tower, two players atop their heads looking at Long. Yeah, that's not a round that FaZe like, though. The nades go deep. They go for RPK, who just gets cleaned up anyway via P2. They land on Shox, it's a whole different story. Maybe a plant for FaZe. Instead, Vitality. It's not like they needed a pistol, but it's certainly going to make their job easier. B play for Rain, trying to find a gap through the molly, but they smoke it before it fades. And so no entry given. Oh, yeah. Take too many shots, eventually they come back your way. Bit of a boomerang.
And the fact that this is a force as well, you're hoping it finds you something. Instead, might be a one-way ticket to a third map here. In the tunnels, Brokey moving in late with this scout actually decides against it. He wants teammates with him, doesn't want to feed them the bomb at B, but the rotations are already coming through for Vitality. Out in mid is Apex. He's securing the rotations, and even though Brokey scouts down the first, no match for the quick rotations from Vitality, with 12-5 being the scoreline, the money being gone for FaZe. Their next buy not going to come till 13-5. And it could be, realistically, like one of the only investments they get on this T side. And even then, you know, if you don't win that round, it's not, you're not going to get to see a T side AWP from Brokey.
What is this? Are they going to lob it on like back plat into B? Or are they throwing it up catwalk?
Let's see, 5 nades. What are they going to do with them? Oh, if there ever was a time to use the nades, it's at a time like this.
They've not even seen him.
They haven't seen him yet. He doesn't know either.
Oh,
Shox.
my goodness.
Oh, all the nades. Oh, all the bodies. Shox is in with 3, and this round is put to rest very, very quickly. The nades don't do anything, and it's Shox's MP9 that we end up remembering. 5-pin bowling in the tunnels. And even though he's left with a split at the end, it's still closed up for Vitality.
Of the bowling terminology, Harry, but yeah.
Yeah, man, little known thing about me, big bowler.
Big bowler.
So I mean bowler, that's what I am.
13-5, yeah, a nice try. I mean, I don't know how that was supposed to go in FaZe's head, but no one playing close, unfortunately. Worth a shot.
We do get the T-side AWP, but it doesn't have armor behind it, right? It's glass cannon. And the scary thing about that, if you put an AWP in the hands of Vitality for free,
yeah,
oof,
you're going to come to regret it, aren't you? Twist eating nades up on Cat. And another one.
How's that for a nade stack?
Get out of it. Maybe even take the AWP, who knows? But then you don't want to leave Brokey armorless AK. Smoke out mid. So we're going to flash. Will Shox go? Yes, he will. But Karrigan blinded. Tapped him out. Oh, Twist trade. That's decent, as he was only 4 health. He's still standing. Rain gets a B pick. Masuta falls off the boxes. And that will be a save for Vitality in an instant. They lose B so quickly. This is how Vitality got into the T side, right? A lot of B plays, a lot of fast mid to Bs. It's how they did their bonus. They won an SMG round against a full buy. And then, you know, we started seeing FaZe stack B, and that's when Vitality showed us a little more variety, right? Going back to the long take, splitting Cat. But they forever had FaZe condition. So it's definitely a good way to start your half, like just taking B when you know Vitality won't have an AWP there. Why would we put an AWP B from the get-go? They might not have, you know, 2 players in the site. And it's a good start, but it's not something you can do all half. Eventually, there'll be a resolution. And right now, the short-term solution is a double AWP for Vitality.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, right? We hadn't seen it in that T half, unsurprisingly. But Shox is a more than capable AWPer on this map, and his secondary AWP really does put the fear in you, right? As though dealing with ZywOo isn't enough. Well, now you've got another AWP to worry about. Bullets exchanged through this smoke at B, and the nade should send Rain out of there. He wanted a fair fight, and he's not given one.
Shooting through a smoke is anything but fair. But yeah, he's done that before and he got 1-tapped, so careful. It's to be smoked down. No way they're committing with it, though. They're trying to take Cat. That looked like a dead-on shot, but Karrigan jiggles past it. One of these two orbs backing up. Shock still waiting. He can cover B and help out middle on a mid to B take. Bomb is going lower. That insinuates if FaZe are going to fake this A site and then go back towards the middle take. See if that is their plan. Karrigan dropping in. Shock's tried this in their T site, but he's being hounded down. Apex dead. And now you know if you're Vitality, you're getting wrapped into B. Mizuta and Shock holding strong with a killer piece. Oh, taps through the box, and the gap is good for Rain. He can't follow up. Mizuta, 10 health, no problem. 2 kills off of it. And a third. The bomb is loose. Mizuta on his own. Needs no help. And now Brokey, even if he needed it, he couldn't get it. He needs a 1v2 on his own.
Oh, and they might just push in together off of the bomb plant. Brokey, they're both in with him. First kill in. Brokey. Oh, there's the clutch. And that's what we know this guy for, right? So good in these clutch scenarios. You need a few more rounds like that out of Brokey if FaZe do want to make this comeback happen. But slowly and surely they are moving in the right direction. As you say, great round from Mizuta, 10 HP as he takes those last 2 fights that we just saw. But obviously that lack of HP ended up mattering when it came down to the 2v1. And you can see Karrigan is more than happy with that. Tag pause for FaZe. They want to make the most of this broken money on the Vitality side. If you can keep Vitality here, if you can keep streaking rounds together now, this is your best chance at any time to get back into this game, right? Because you've got the money for the CTs right where you want it. You know, it's not going to get back into a spot like this if Vitality come in with a couple of clean victories. So now's the time to close this gap. Now's the time to make the most of it. And it all starts with that 1v2 from Brokey.
Ooh. Dirty shot. Still a scout in play. Brokey wants to remove it from the round. Oh. Ooh. Very close. While this is all going on, FaZe are walking up long right now. Vitality are none the wiser. I like the molly. Going over the wall forces a cat player to commit or detach and go back to middle. Flashed out. Twist gets a kill. And these pistols should be made quick work of. Oh, spots an elevator player as well. And up on the site is the last man in RPK. Molly will push Shocks into the open. And now it's all about just clearing this USP. No issue, surely, but RPK's got one. Doesn't really matter at this point. FaZe 8-13. Yeah, we're still waiting for those guns from Vitality. It will come through now. Apex, if he wants to set ZywOo up with an AWP, he can do so, and that's exactly what the call will be. Hefty investment, but a worthwhile one.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is very important here, right, is in that first half, Brokey was just getting avoided a lot, right? In a lot of rounds, he was left to save. They wouldn't come his way, or if they did, it would be like with overwhelming utility. Well, now on the T side, he's able to like set the pace and pick where these engagements are happening. And we're already getting a lot more mileage out of Brokey. He is going to prove to be instrumental to this comeback. And there he is, opening this round up in a huge way. Now they see Mizuta in middle with the cat swing coming in. They have all the information. They know where both players are, but the forces are divided for FaZe. Karrigan has opened up B. And while this is happening, RPK is all the way back in the A-bomb site. Now, I think RPK really is looking to save here. Now he spots both players at long. And if he dropped the bomb, maybe there was a chance. But with Brokey and coldzera ready to play off of one another, that wasn't happening. This is big, man. 9-13. Yeah. This is huge. There was never a point in that first half where it looked like FaZe were going to arrive at this scoreline. They're doing a good job of denying Vitality room. Brokey harassing these mid doors, constantly picking players on the cross. And once again, as we mentioned a couple of rounds ago, the money for Vitality is broken. This is why being in this position right now is so important for FaZe, and the fact that they're getting their money's worth out of this scoreline, out of this place in time, is absolutely huge.
Yeah, Vitality is still flying high with some of the confidence in that first half, right? Like when ZywOo was holding T-spawned doors with the AWP in the T side, no one would even consider challenging him. He never got any kills there, but you know, ZywOo's re-peeking into Brokey in mid and dying. I don't think we see much more of that, but it just shows the mindset of Vitality. They're still believing, which is good, but at the same time, that can be your undoing.
Oh, lots of mid bodies through the doors. Brokey helping out. Apex arriving at short and doesn't find anything. RPK might be the savior. 2 with the P250 through the smoke. Shox is wrapped in through the lower tunnels as well. FaZe, this was meant to be a free 10th round. This was meant to be easy. And RPK's made it anything but. Still in that mid-smoke, he's gone through, and they check for him. Brokey sniffs him out. 10 on the board for FaZe, and now just 3 behind Team Vitality.
That got scary, man. If Shox just, with the bomb dropped, if Shox just jumped on that box in lower and held Cat, he would have had a free kill there. He would have had FaZe crossing to the A site, but he tries to hunt them. Understandably so, like RPK is causing so much madness in middle. They're all looking at the doors. Cold still kills him though. Great eco for Vitality. Really getting some damage off, but damage doesn't matter if you don't win rounds behind it. And so pressure's on. How many orbs do we see for Vitality? Shox and ZywOo having great games, both 20+ kills. So if there was ever a time, it would be now. And there's never a reason for ZywOo to not buy an orb. You know, Shox, it's just up to whether he's feeling it or not, where he's got the spawn, where he wants to go, and he'll stick with an M4 for now. Brokey v ZywOo though, quite the battle. Brokey back to the mid picks, and will he get any cross shots today? They smoke it, he respects it, he holds, he's trying to cover his team who are running right down mid. Dangerous decision, but no punishment after Brokey has found so many kills here before. They flash him through, playing behind the smoke is Shox. This could be nice, it might not be accounted for. Twist, oh, he checks him as Shox is quick, and Karrigan's already in the B bomb site. Rain overwhelmed, the smoke favors Shox, and maybe he can put a stop to this B play after all.
Yeah, a man down in the post plant, a retake at B. These B retakes famously never easy, right? Even in a 4-on-3, these can get rough. All, yeah, sorry, I mean, not all, 3 players in the tunnels, 1 left in mid. That's Apex trying to draw attention in. Brokey posted up at back plat is mollied out, and there's no one with the smoke to save him. So RPK gets that one for free. We need kills now to come through from Karrigan. Oh, he's only good for 1. RPK blindsides them on the tunnels wrap. A great retake from Vitality to break this streak that FaZe were on and find 14. But the grind has just begun, right? Orbs still coming out for FaZe, Rifles still on board. The attempt at the B play could have gone a lot better, right? It all hinges. I think really the key player there is Shox in middle, hiding behind that smoke. I feel like you always see players hiding behind that smoke, coming back to punish a fast mid to B play if that's what gets brought in.
Yeah, because that smoke is thrown for a cross, right? You're not looking at a smoke thinking, oh, they threw it to play it. No, they threw it just to get past Brokey's orb in middle. So it's a definitely surprise when you see a player behind there, as FaZe learned the hard way, losing 2 to it. Great call by Apex. He has a molly, a smoke, and an HE. Like, that's a dream for a B retake. He tells his entire team to wrap Cat, only so he can molly plat, knowing that's a 1 position to hold tunnels. And even though Brokey gets a kill, he gets traded, and he's stuck in the Molotov. So it's a really good idea by Apex just to get everyone through that 1 choke point, knowing they can trade effectively. And he has so much util to support, even throws a smoke to bounce out the door to keep FaZe looking at it when there's no one coming through. So Vitality, it was a bit of quiet in this CT side, and then they pick up a round. And now doubling down could mean the end of FaZe, at least in this map. And that's why FaZe starting to go a little bit slower, more calculated, knowing this round is the most important one yet.
Out into mid again for Twists. This time watching every smoke along the way. And even though they're selling this mid to B play, that is not the intention of this round. Vitality, they haven't budged. They haven't fallen for it. Still back in the A site is Apex. And now he's called for support from ZywOo. That is scary. Seeing these 2 players ringing out from short and long has really put the fear in FaZe. Rain is trying to be the difference maker. And that spray could have done it. Sadly, it just falls short. So Cold's error, 10 seconds. That's just not enough time in the world for him to make this happen, and he knows it. Gonna try and get out of there with the AWP. They know he's on the catwalk, but they can't find him after time. Regardless, it's still map point for Vitality. Now 1 away, just 5 kills away from taking us to Overpass.
Yeah, and well earned as well, right? Not just to dominate that first half and look so good while they're doing it, but even when FaZe come up with solutions, come up with a lot of rounds on this T side, Vitality don't let it, you know, catch them off guard or fall to the comeback even. Here to close, and well, they haven't done it yet. 5 chances to do so. About as good as you're going to get. If you can't do it here, well, forget about that third map. Vitality should just be feeling fine right about now. 5 out long for FaZe, everyone here. And Vitality, look at this setup. They've pushed tons, they know it's clear, they've got Cat, they've got mid. There is no question in the head of the Frenchman of where FaZe are right now.
Yeah, so you better be ready to fight for this if you're FaZe. Vitality pulling both these B players over slowly but surely through middle. RPK getting the spot, and him and Apex, they combine for the first 2 openers, the beginning of the end perhaps. As FaZe now sit a man down. They try to get into the site, but already up short and tucked on Gandalf are Vitality. Not an easy site to get into now because of these forward positions. FaZe very weary about this Gandalf position, and that is where ZywOo sits. They get on the bomb. There's the peek from ZywOo, and a missed shot for Cole means that Molly now forces Twists out into the open. ZywOo activates and starts to close the gap. Brokey left up in the clutch, hiding in this smoke. Oh, missed shot. It's ZywOo to nail it, and the defuse is in. Vitality, they take this map. They take us to a third. An attempt at the recovery from FaZe, and it was looking good, but all it took was a few rounds going in favor of the Frenchman, and they lock in that third map.
Would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away? What complicate that feeling hate when it suffocates at the bottom? Don't take the bait, just walk away, resuscitate your corner. I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me. But baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah, talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me. But baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the
I'm running across the tiller, I'm going. Okay. Two. I think they're looking at me, Rush. Yeah, they are.
Okay, I'm coming. Oh, water. Nice. I'm gonna go left towards radio, okay?
Where?
Radio. That's where I'm gonna go.
And what you see?
One more here. Oh my god, this guy looks stacked, dude.
Where is he?
He looks pretty good, man. I'm gonna try and see. Dude, I think he's ready.
Wait. Hold up.
Put them all on him.
I want to firework him out to water. You ready?
Yep. Oh, there's 2 people on me. They're probably dead here. Backup system if you got it. Okay.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
You got it.
Shifting around on the coast. Okay, I'm going for the last guy then. He moved. Oh, here now. Nice. Yeah. Oh, one guy there with armor, so that must be one of them. Yeah, 2 at the C container here. Last 2 guys. Nice. Easy. Jamie scouted while I was in the zone. Don't know what they were doing out the zone. Alright, I'm going. Wish me luck. Nice.
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, go for that one. Alright, I'm doubling now. He's down there on it.
Behind the tree.
Yeah, I got him.
Alright, well I got a Goombin there.
Long. Comment dans la smoke? Attention dans la smoke. Ah, PJ ça les gars, bien joué.
PJ Matou.
Allez, go. Let's go.
The ZywOo effect is real. Team Vitality have bounced back on Dust 2 and got themselves a much-needed map victory, taking us to a 3rd and final map of Overpass between them and FaZe Clan. Jason Kaplan still joined by Pimp here as we start to talk about this last match and talk about a couple players in particular. ZywOo, that 1v5 ace pistol round was fantastic, and that's the ZywOo we've come to love and to expect.
He is something unique when it comes to Counter-Strike. I feel we've been standing up here plenty of times talking about how good he is, but as of lately, to put this into context, ZywOo has maybe been in the worst period of his career within Vitality. He was being playing not so well during Katowice, right? Coming into that one against at the global finals, he was not doing too well either compared to his own standard, and now all of a sudden we see him back at a very, very high level. You look at his stats right here, and of course, 26 to 13, that's impressive. He's putting up 100 plus ADR in this game as well. But what even more impressive in this game so far is that he is 11 out of 14 in the opening duels, which means that he's won 11 out of 14 possible opening duels he's been involved in so far in a game against FaZe Clan, who have so many different skilled individuals. ZywOo right now is owning it on the server, and he's a big part of the reason as to why Vitality are winning.
Yeah, 109 ADRs you see there on your screens. And thinking back to that pistol round that we were just talking about, that 1v5, I mean, you can never underestimate someone like ZywOo. I think you saw FaZe Clan try to deal with him multiple times, but ZywOo was just so good at forcing these one-on-one duels and getting that advantage to win the rounds out. And the whole team, like when you have ZywOo on your team and he picks up a win like that, like anyone who plays with you when you're streaming, they're like, all right, this guy's gonna clutch it for us. No big deal.
Yeah, you just sit back, you know, and you think, okay, he's gonna win this somehow, some way, and that's the ZywOo effect. And also just to touch on the point on the pistol rounds, they won both and they converted both pistol rounds. So they went up 5-0 in the first half, I believe, and they went up 3-0 in the second half. So that's already an 8-2-0 lead, sort of, against FaZe Clan, who, when it came down to the game, were the decent team here as well. I would say they're probably as good as Vitality and ZywOo. Misuda did fine as well, but when it comes back to it, right, when it came to the buy rounds, when it came to both teams having full utility, it was a game that was very, very close. The scoreline doesn't really reflect it because ZywOo with the pistol clutch and in general the pistol rounds for Vitality saved their ass a little bit, just to put that word in here.
Whoa, we hit the quota already earlier on. But as we do see Masuta on your screen, we got to talk about him, right? That was one of the points we brought up going into this map of like, can he perform with Navarra no longer stepping in for the team when it comes to this fit? Can he kind of carry the weight that Navarra was able to provide for them? In terms of this map in particular.
I mean, he didn't have a fantastic game. He didn't have a bad game. I think he did exactly what you like a guy like Misuda to do. He's the glue, he's the supportive element, and he's not supposed to get 20 or 25 or 30 kills in a game. He's supposed to get the 17, 18, 19, depending on how long the game is, and just do his job. And I think he did that stellar in this game here in Dust 2.
And you talked about how good it was for Vitality on pistol rounds, but we also need to talk about some of their gun rounds. They seem to always find these holes that FaZe Clan are leaving open for them and able to capitalize off of it multiple times.
If you're paying close attention to this game, as a viewer out there, you may have been thinking a couple of times that there was many moments where a player from FaZe Clan got shot in the back of the head.
Yes.
Right, where they were sitting looking one way, but then a Vitality player sneaked out. Shox was lurking quite a fair bit on this map as well. Misuda have a couple of rounds where he was lurking, ZywOo was lurking. So you think to yourself, in this scenario, right, if you're FaZe Clan, you're very stressed on the server because you constantly have to be aware of some sort of lurk going on somewhere. A lot of the times they got the B bomb site for free because it was a 3 versus 3, and for whatever reason they have made a little bit of a fake on towards the A side, and all of a sudden the B bomb side is free, and then Shox comes in, gets a kill in the back. That happened a couple of times too many. If you're a FaZe Clan fan out there, if you're a FaZe Clan, I will say that it's how do you word this? I will put it as it's Vitality forcing FaZe to be dealing with that, right? It's Vitality putting on the pressure. It's them maneuvering the map in a sense that it makes it very stressful for FaZe Clan to play the CT side. You can also argue that it was not good enough by FaZe Clan, but still a relatively new team going up against one of the best teams in the world on Dust 2. You can understand why that's a stressful experience.
I mean, every time Zai was on a server, it's going to be stressful no matter what. When you have to worry about being shot in the back of the head as well, it makes things even more difficult. But that means Overpass coming up next, right? And I'm worried that if Vitality can keep up finding these little positions they can take advantage of, especially on a map like Overpass, that FaZe Clan might struggle a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe Clan have not played a lot of Overpass. The last 3 months, they've only played it once. That was against Furia, who were coming into to that tournament and coming into that game with a complete new roster as well. Junior joining Furia, they're speaking in English, so there was still very early stages for them. FaZe Clan did win in a very, very close game, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 16-14, 16-13, something along the lines. So I'm not completely sold on FaZe Clan being a top team on Overpass just yet. I think Kerrigan has a lot of work to do with this squad in order to get competitive on Mirage, Dust 2, all the maps they want to play out there, Inferno for that matter as well. So how much time have they had to actually practice Overpass? I worry a little bit. Whereas if you're Vitality, well, we know the quantity, right? They're very good on Overpass, especially Shocks, I feel, have a lot of impact on the CT side. And not to forget about Saivu. It doesn't matter what map he's playing. He's the best player on the server no matter what.
And with him now activated on Dust 2, I do worry for the side of FaZe Clan as we head over to our third and final map here of not only the series, but of the day here in Group B. We come up with Overpass here in just a few minutes' time, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handouts. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing now. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on my friends now. Huh? I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handouts. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing now. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on my friends now. You just gotta love yourself. Yeah. You just gotta love yourself. Yeah. You just gotta love yourself. Yeah. You just gotta love yourself.
Got met with a brick wall of the Fnatic stack out towards B then.
And my God, 14-14, nerves, pressure, everything is now on the line for both of these sides. Fnatic won this done and dusted. They got the first map. They won this over with. Dignitas are fighting for everything now. Players are here for Fnatic. Fetish has got his foot in towards the side. Pronax finds Zipnix, not the best of starts. Flusher gets Dupree. Bomb is going down. Device still kicking as Fetish waits and waits. He finds himself a little bit of smoke to hide in, but it's a 2v4. Desperately hard to hold on to. Device around the world we go. Oh, but the diffuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh! Just about gets it as the flames come in. And look at the little dance of happiness. That is how to control your nerves in a situation. Dance it out, but my God.
ESL Pro League is brought to you by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, and DHL.
Oh yeah, guys, play the music. Everyone loves the music. All right, sweet. Let's get into this game. It's Overpass, it's FaZe, take it on Vitality.
I love this track.
Yeah, man, me too.
Yeah.
Take us in. Ride the music, ride the wave.
Ooh. We going fast.
Yeah, Apex faking mid, right? Showing presence to give the illusion that this isn't a B rush, when in reality, it's a B rush. You see how that works? Look at this. Brokey on the pillar. Already dinked, but bailed out by Twist. They're wrapping him. They're getting all around, but Carrigan and Twist aren't budging. Oh, another for Carrigan, and it's only Apex left. He sold the fake earlier on. But he gets silenced. A convincing pistol round for FaZe Clan. My oh my.
Brokey needs to buy Twist a beer. Like, that was sick cover, dude. And Brokey is somehow given room to hide. He gets dinked, and he's just running around the pillar while Twist kills everyone. Carrigan 2, and 2 for each, as Brokey finishes the final player that they knew was in mid. Okay. That looked like a really nice rush for a second, and not for, you know, any longer. Force up for Vitality. On the T side, no less, with no plant. That's a interesting buy. We'll see how it works. Nades going in. Oh, that almost went over the party. Could have done huge damage, or the playground, rather. It did miss. Second one hits Masuta. Oh, don't want to kill your teammate. Apex gets the tag off anyway, and RPK will finish the job. Brokey's pushed up on long. It's not like he's got support to bait them in. He's out on his own. He's trapped here, and he could even give them a gun if he doesn't get something done. Oh no, Apex ducks. Good luck, Brokey. Luckily, the flash comes through from the site, and Carrigan's actually gotten Brokey out of there alive. That could have gone very badly for FaZe. It could have been arming Vitality with 2 Famises. Instead, things go quiet. FaZe regress elsewhere.
All right. What are they doing here then? Twist spots a player in toilet, and they leave Brokey tucked. Scary position to play. If you get spammed through the wall, your blood soaks through to the side that's facing ZywOo and co. So they'll know all about it. Instead, they just check it with the flashbang. And even though Twist is good for a double, the A site still falls under the control of Team Vitality, leaving coldzera and Carrigan in this retake.
Ooh, bombs going on the truck. Carrigan with the nade does a nice bit of chunky damage onto Shoxy, brings him down low. You've still got a long way to go to make this round happen. This was meant to be a conversion, and now catching Apex, you're spurred on to give this round a go. They dispatch Shox back into the toilets, but he's no match for coldzera either. And now just RPK left in the blink of an eye. The bomb is not planted for him, so by sticking this defuse, they've won the round.
Carrigan knows he's so confident. He's got his knife out, like no chance, no way. And even faking the death cam there, Cold kills Apex, runs towards it, and then turns around. And what that is Apex sees Cold do that, and he makes a call. He's pushing long, That draws RPK back. That means Shox is trying to flank him as well, and then Shox is never ready for Cold to double back on himself. So, yeah, nice round from Cold and Carrigan finding that 2vx. Twist gets a couple as well in mid, but got a rebuy for Vitality, bomb plant, and enough kills to tempt them in. I respect it. This is a decent buy. It's going to be lacking util. You need kills. Apex eats a grenade. Up long again. This time more info for FaZe. They got scared in that mid round when Vitality went quiet and they rotated the second man to B. This time they have 3 on A, and that's because of this short information that Twist has just gained. Cleared a lot of room. Tucked along. Apex checks, but it's too late. Rain's got the kill. Oh, the pillar. Shots go in to the lamppost. Carrigan tucks again, but they've cleared this pretty well when Brokey was here with a flash. Will that happen once more? They know Brokey's on the site. Carrigan always checked, but he still gets away with 1. Doubling it would be a disaster for Vitality, and Zywoo will not let it happen. Bomb is still dropped on the other side of the divider, and Cold doesn't want to activate too fast. If he opens door, they're going to hear it, and they know that he's coming up behind them, so he has to wait until they're already committed. That fine line of timing at 40 seconds is looking pretty clear.
Yeah, even trades in the site could set up coldzera to come in on this flank. Instead, Brokey with the Famous has just tapped the first 2 out, and now waiting patiently. Twist is rewarded with the final kill. Great stuff from Brokey, and a really nice bait and switch to give a false sense of security to Shox with the bomb plant.
On top of that, RPK, he's lining up a truck molly. There's like 2 tufts of green, and he forgets which one he's looking at. He flicks last second, changes to the right one, and if you saw that Molotov for truck bounced off the corner and didn't affect them. If it lands on Twist, then Vitality, a far better chance to win the round. At worst case, they fight him. They don't go straight for the plant and lose to it. So that's unfortunate, forgetting the molly line up and costing a round. Rain's fighting mid, but no one's here. That only enforces his B setup. But Vitality are in mid. They're just a little bit late to the party. So I was the first to get there. He managed to get through the playground before he was even spotted on the mid peak. Rain in toilets and Brokey on the site, checking long just in case. Hero AK surrounded by Deagles, and even Twist coming back up as well. They have short water. Carrigan's got all this information, so FaZe can afford to triple set A. Rain's very committed. The jump is a bait, and Zywoo wins the fight. Perfect stuff, but he is so low, he might want to give RPK his gun.
Well, Brokey's even wrapping the toilets quickly. RPK retrieving the gun from the body of Rain. He's very aware about their tendency to play near this divider. Carrigan holding on to short. And he's just there as the failsafe. Make sure they can't come back to B. Like your early warning system. If you hear a Danish dude screaming, it means, where are you? It's a B play. Here we go, up into the site, go Vitality. Flash to accompany the push. No fights yet. Zywoo finally uncovers 1, but it's Twist to get on that scoreboard first. The trade, at least provided by Apex, doesn't have armor, and he's killed Zywoo while blind. Rain's flash, the ultimate flashbang, turning Vitality against one another. Now the MP9 of Carrigan comes in through the back and cleans up the rest. Defuse in for FaZe. And something I want to say there, you know, Carrigan's holding over towards short. Carrigan actually makes YouTube content around his Twitch streams, where he talks, you know, like through maps, and he gives you tips as to, you know, what he does or what he gets his team to do. And I watched his overpass one not that long ago, and he was saying how he thinks that short area, the control that he was just in, is like one of the pivotal points of the map to control. And so I imagine we're going to see FaZe going for that short water control a hell of a lot more. Definitely worth checking out that Carrigan content though. Doesn't get many views, surprisingly, considering he's like a big pro player name, talking you through how to play the maps.
Got to be one of the only like tier 1 pros that's putting out that kind of content.
Yeah, like informative.
Yeah, very good stuff. Do check it out. Yeah, we've seen a lot of players in water already, right? Twist, Cold, Carrigan all have taken this position, and Cold and Carrigan have tried to flank, or at least set up to do so, even if they don't commit. Boost for short this time, but they actually rotate up A early as B is very quiet again. Vitality not showing any B presence in these rounds, and so that's, you know, giving a lot of room for FaZe to get this info. But they are very committed. Like, this is fine. Like, yeah, you've got the info, but you've also got 3 players here. You need to rotate up. Rain hasn't seen anyone, but as soon as he does, he's going to see everyone. And here they come out of nowhere. Jumping into the site is Mizuta, clean by Carrigan. Rain actually gets all the kills, and he's dropped the bomb as well, even spotting Shox at long. Carrigan can even aggress. They don't know about him. ZywOo's going to try and clear it, and he does do so. Shox as well with a shot, and ZywOo's late to this angle. They've already come out connected. He didn't realize Cold catches him hearing the scope. And now Shox doubling back through toilet. It's Cold, wrapping long, twists up on short, making noise, and that's something for Shox. Swapped out to the orb, twisting the wrong way. That's a kill. Bomb's still loose on the site, but no way he's ready for Cold, who did have this long flank.
The timing.
Doubled back to party. Luckily, so might Shox.
Yeah, Shox knows that Cold's error is still around here somewhere. He's trying to find him, and they've missed the timings again. Shox and Cold, 2 legends destined to never meet one another in the toilets instead. Shox is given a free chance into this site. Cold fast onto short side. This time he hits the timing perfectly. And so FaZe are up 5-0.
Yeah, really good start from FaZe, man. But we aren't seeing a lot of like depth from Vitality in terms of, you know, keeping FaZe on their toes. At all times, FaZe have the info. Like that round, it looks scary for a second because Rain was alone, but he puts up this. What? All 3. Carrigan helps. And it gets a little bit dicey in the 2v4 because, you know, FaZe try and hunt the kills. They try and take some initiative, and Vitality do punish, but it's still a really good round for FaZe. 5-0. Vitality, will we start seeing them go through the connector, start taking this B water control, or are they just destined to go back towards mid? At least this time it's a little more split, right? Mizuta smoking a molly, player walking through blue. So Vitality have a little more information in this position, and as long as these lurkers can net kills, that's huge, that's massive. Shox finding Rain, and it's a pick for Vitality, yet to be in this position without committing. So now they have all the choice in the world to go wherever they please.
Yeah, the site boost is in at B. That's going to give them a bit more information. That flash at long is used to get information. They hear the AK fire off, so they know Vitality have got long players. Broky's forced out the toilets with utility, but is still keen to keep on fighting. Vitality grouping up for another A hit. FaZe still haven't rotated off B, still haven't moved a muscle, and that's because they lost that short water control early on. So now these individuals at the A site have got to do it all. Carrigan only good for 1, and Broky's no scope. While it does deal with another, it's not the kind of numbers you need to make this retake happen if you're FaZe. A man down, and ZywOo already deep, already hunting, is going to lock in Vitality there first.
Yeah, I like how Carrigan did that, though. He gets 1, and then instead of letting Brokey cover his back while he watches Divider, he runs round Brokey, does loops to show his presence so they don't check Brokey. Like, you've just killed Carrigan, you've killed the guy you know is on this corner. There's not anyone else, surely. Obviously, Carrigan really needs to get 2 there for that to work. But he gave it a go, and Brokey hits a no-scope, but like I said, not enough. Vitality already had the advantage from that Rain pick in connector. Ooh. Yeah. While they're talking. Oh, there's boost up. Hero AWP on Cold with no armor. Wow. And a flick. Lovely. You take those. Carrigan, there's guns here, mate. You could get really armed. Vitality are walking a monster. Cold's here. The lineup! Love it. Carrigan, backstab time. He's ready for Shoxy. ZywOo 1-on-5 with the AWP. Getting Guardian vibes right now, but surely not. Get past Cold first, and that's not happening. 4 frags from coldzera with the AWP. No armor, no need. That round comes out of nowhere, right? Like FaZe, the reason we have all those buys early for Vitality when they were constantly forcing it, I actually liked the buys, was because they were making so many rounds close. They were getting FaZe into 1-on-1s, into 2v2s, and so they win one round, they finally break FaZe's money, and you have this awful buy which relied on 3 pistols, an SMG, and that 1 AWP. Who would have thought that 1 AWP does it all? And so FaZe save their own economy and get back on this streak.
Yeah, huge round from Cold. And I mean, now, right now, it's not only saving your own economy, but bringing turmoil to Vitality. It's a real double positive.
Yeah,
and it's double positives, mate. They're just, that's a big positive at that point.
Yeah. 2 rights don't make a wrong.
No, how can it?
Well, yeah, you still got to buy here if you're Vitality. You don't really have a choice. That being said, it's still fine, right? Just on the edge. Lils, AKs, and AWP for ZywOo the nade. Well, it would have been good, but they're already up and past the smoke. Apex tucked in on short. Oh, tense. That's a kill from Apex. He peeks into B. Connect is cleared as well by his teammate Carrigan on the bridge with a spray. Good for 2. That's a lovely hole, but his teammate puts nothing up. And now Vitality have a bomb plant.
And a 3-on-2, right? Not looking good for FaZe. They do have this flank coming in from Rain. That maybe could lead to something. But I think Brokey's already looking to save, already looking to hold on to this AWP. And you can't blame him, you know, you see the difference that keeping even 1 gun in a round can make. So he's out of there. Vitality with a B play. They try it again, and this time it works wonders.
Yeah, he's just saving Cold's AWP, you know? Dropping it over to him with no armor. And no hunting here for Vitality. Like, both teams on the edge. Just trying to make it to the next day. Put food on the table. And Apex breaks his silent streak as well. 0-7, finally gets his first couple into B. Big entries, trade onto Carrigan after he gets a double as well. So very impactful kills from Apex. And this could be the start for Vitality. We know that Overpass is good. We just haven't really seen them in their element yet. FaZe have had a lot of answers, so now will Vitality start to storm the fort. Fast towards B with 4 players, not rushing into the site, but again taking this water control by force.
Oh, look at Rain. Pushed up in middle, deeper than Vitality are going to be ready for. And he's even got Brokey holding on to Party. This is a really nice double setup, right? Brokey can get the attention, and while they're very homed in on trying to get that kill onto the AWP in mid, if a mid play comes in, that's where Rain can do damage. Instead, though, it's a B play out of the gate, and oh my goodness, it never triggers the way it was meant to. Rain gets sniped by RPK. Ooh. And Cold's Herd getting tagged in that Molotov, brought down to just 28 points of health. Now, you know, just 2 shots away from death on coldzera. Mid control taken away as well, so it's not even like FaZe can all in this B site. And with good reason, Vitality, they take that bomb back out through middle.
Yeah, with that AWP loose, Shox is just holding it. Waiting to see if anyone wants to make the mistake of going to grab that gun. It's a gamble B for FaZe. Half a gamble, half a save, right? Like you're aware if Vitality just walk it to A site, you just hold on to your guns. Not a lot though. If Carrigan could get this AWP through any form of levitation, he would surely be happy with that. And so he will commit to A on his own, but I don't see his teammates bringing the guns into this one. Carrigan going through with a pre-fired deagle. luck is not on his side. And Vitality 5 alive for a third round. That's a big sigh of relief in a game that's right now being dictated a lot of by the money. No longer.
Yeah, I mean, so much of it hinges on RPK discovering that that double mid setup and not letting FaZe use it how they originally designed to. You know, forces Brokey back. It's the whole reason he gets caught in mid in the first place. There's that wide swing to check for Rain. So that round gets thrown into disarray. Now just an eco around these saved weapons. Can they be heroes for FaZe again? Or is this where Vitality start to get back into the game?
Certainly should be, right? Don't know how you make this round work with 2 guns. Vitality have stopped committing off of the first kill and have started just bleeding the clock a little bit more. Makes it very hard to read if you're FaZe, even if they don't even rotate out of position and just stop in their tracks. Just don't have that info. They could be anywhere. Triple boost on short, Karrigan looking for something. No one's out yet, but you're playing the long game. 3 USPs and 2 guns at A. Right now not being cleared. Will anyone ever enter short? Will this boost find any sustenance? At worst, you know, you're giving up Monster, right? Tees can just walk out. But no one's going to make that move, especially not without utility. Oh, they discount it. They pull it back. They're going to A as Vitality set up lower with the bomb. Talk about timing. Should just be a Monster play, though, for Vitality anyway. Oh, no, they're flashing short. Wow, if only this boost was still here. There may have been a chance after all.
Oh, they're trying to swing him. They're trying to deal with shocks. They get that 1 kill, but all that does is activate the B play. FaZe are buying next round anyway, so they could justify giving this a bit of a look in, right? Especially being a man up, at least planning for the future, maybe trying to do some damage to Vitality's money, but they lose Rain immediately. They send Brokey out as well to see if he can find anything with this USP, but not looking good for that. Cold Zera has taken 1 away at least. So Vitality know this isn't like a massively free round. They still need to fight to hold on to these guns, and ZywOo's not in the business of giving the AWP away. So 4 on the board for Vitality, 3 alive.
And here it is, the do or die. The decider of the half. We've been waiting a while. FaZe have been relying on saved weapons and pistols. Well, now they are armed, but no AWP. And that's what I really wanted to see. More Brokey on the CT side. We had that great round from Cold. Brokey's not really been given much of a chance to shine. So to flash into short. 1 and 8 right now. Apex was a slow starter. And Vitality is still here. Again, just defaulting. And yeah, this has been the change that has got Vitality on the board. Just more map control, slower rounds, not committing off of the first. And now they go back to B. They show some presence, and then they group up. Monster smoke from spawn. Makes things just a little bit annoying. It's not the end of the world. Vitality have the time to wait. And with bated breath, FaZe still 3 in the sight. Only a smoke left on Rain and a molly on Cold to stop this offensive. And it's coming.
Yeah, the rotates are quick at least, right? FaZe are playing reserved in the A bomb site. That Molotov trying to slow down the short play, but they're already through it. Twist is the last line of defense, and he gets wiped clean out of the bomb site. That's the round already decided. Vitality just with a standard B execute. And, you know, they put a lot of faith in that A bomb site to begin this half. Well, now we're seeing a real trend of, as you say, taking the default early, ending down on B. That round there, they kind of show themselves, well, actually, you know, just exploding into the B site is enough versus these guys. The B hole just falls apart in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, Karrigan gets really caught there. No one's dedicated monster. He's like on an island on the bridge, and he sees the monster players come through, and at the time that he flicks to them, he gets swung on short. It's like, damn, you know, he couldn't have done anything else. He couldn't have let them through and waited for the short player. You don't know the timing that you're going to get pushed, but him just shooting got him immediately killed. Got a double there earlier, but not quite the same case today. And yeah, that's the only kills Apex has had, just those frags into B on the close corner. But hey, if you can get them consistently, that's excellent. Great util, smoke sight heaven, mollies down, flashes all over the town, and Vitality, the brutal B execute phase, just don't have the util nor the manpower to stop it.
Yeah, I wonder if we see FaZe going back to contesting the short side of B early on.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, that was where they were finding a lot of information and a lot of success to begin that first half. And I think, you know, in rounds like that, where Vitality do just explode into B, this is the kind of stuff that some semblance of short control can give you. And you don't have to go about it by taking it through this B site, right? And like smoking off the short tunnel. You can go about it by getting connector control. And then at least that way you've got information into short. You can explode out like they're doing right now. And so they've taken this short control early in this round. Now, Vitality not at B, instead aggressing up through long, have to get past the might of these Deagles. And Twists, along with coldzera, have put the Deags to devastating use, dropping the bomb. Rotation is fast from Brokey through the connector. He can get here to help his teammate out alongside, as the Twists, just buying time, has allowed Brokey to get set up. All left on to Shoxy, and while he's given that 1v1, FaZe are not going to give him any more.
I like this. They give away the bomb as well. Like, guns would have been nice, but Twist knows he's just a shot from death. So they fall back and they regroup. Sat back at long. Karrigan coming up connector. Shox, he's got a good position here. He's not going for the bomb. He's trying to clear them close. Do they trade this? Rain's out first. There's the kill. Twist very low. Shox surely. Does he check it? No. Turns around on a swivel, and he's got the frag. 1v1, and he doesn't know where Karrigan could be, so the bomb is a must. You've got to focus on the objective. Karrigan's given time to get set up. Shox, could he run Monster? It would take some serious time. Maybe Connector would be a better choice. He's looking towards it. 20 seconds. Karrigan's missed this one. He's gambled wrong. He will be able to grab a gun, but he's got no time, really, to get down to lower. Shox is given so much room, a plant, and even more seconds to get set up in the site. Karrigan won't know where he is.
Oh, and Shox is creeping into CT with all this time, actually now down into water. Shox done well to get it to the 1v1, needs to nail this, and there it is. Karrigan dropped, and Shoxy with the clutch. 4 in the round to take that one home for Vitality. You thought the Deagles had done enough. Yeah. But Shox so calm in those clutch moments.
And after Twist does so well on the tree to get 2, Shox doesn't check him, and Twist just misses. Back of the head hitbox, we know it sucks. But, oof, that's a quick flick from Shox. And this is one hell of a recovery. What was it, 6-1 for FaZe? They found like essentially a reset round onto Vitality with that eco off cold. And now it's Vitality feeling it. Oh boy, they're feeling it. They're rushing through mollies. Smoke is down, or push back and at least gets one. Karrigan's dead. Everyone dies in a second, including Brokey to Karrigan's Molotov. Apex is now alone. He's got to pull out his own clutch that will be denied by Twist. The fast B play, that kill feed lit up in a light I've never seen before. Wow. Yeah, FaZe, they take it. They don't know how they do, but they will. I don't know how Brokey dies in a teammate's molly either. Did it miss? Brokey backed all the way up. He might have walked into maybe a short Molotov. Would make some sense, but oh boy. Yeah, Vitality not going to go back for that one. I like the idea. Just throw it in a halfway through a game, you know, see if it works. That will be the last B rush of that, you know, form that we see, I'm certain. These slow executors, short control, and lighting up proper utility has been far more beneficial to them than 5 through Monster, but I do admire them for trying.
And it's very fitting, right, that after 2 one-sided maps, at least in terms of how they began, right, here on the 3rd of Overpass, it is a much more even bout. It's like a game of tug of war, right, and Vitality are desperately trying to get it back in their favor. Rain holding on to Connector, doesn't drop to Shoxy. So the man advantage is taken right away by FaZe, demanding respect as they force this con control their way. Vitality, they completely leave B now. And at this exact timing, FaZe are taking short control. They're going to get this information ahead of time. This is the kind of information they've been missing in previous rounds, right? Well, now they've got it, and they've got a 5-on-4. They could even afford to rotate a player away from this B bomb site and up towards A early. Twists making that even more of a factor now, following up with a kill onto Apex. And Vitality, as they slowly walk into this A bomb site, you'd like to think that FaZe are ready for them.
Yeah, it could go well if they kill Karrigan with nothing, but this trick is Rain up on long right now. That he can come back and support. Not in time. Karrigan's got to fight for his life. There's one. Masuta trying to trade. He does do so while taking heavy damage. Rain to close the round, but he can't. ZywOo's fast on the flick, and now planting for the spawn is their decision. ZywOo doesn't see the bank plan, but he's certainly close, smoking it off instead. Brokey might be able to walk through this while all this goes on. ZywOo's throwing flashes for Masuta to take control towards the stairs. They don't know where FaZe are coming from. They don't know where the majority is. It is CT, but there's Twist poking his head out in the toilet. ZywOo trades, another clutch, maybe. ZywOo on the site, Cold hiding behind the truck, and now ZywOo dancing left and right. He's got to pick his shot wisely. He's only got one chance.
Oh! Oh my goodness! ZywOo, 4 kills, another clutch up on the tally, and 7 for Vitality.
Oh my!
How does he do it every time? His decision making in this round is phenomenal. Like, this highlights why ZywOo is such a scary player. Look at how he navigates this. Every minute detail, every single swing is so purposeful, right? He's able to engineer a situation where he is 1v3 to look like it was him with the advantage all along. He separates those fights into 3 1v1s that he feels so comfortable in winning. The movement perfect around the dice box, never giving himself up to too many angles.
He never even saw Cold, and yet somehow perfectly out-rotated him on that dice.
Just such a smart player, such a talent. Rain, while he has doubled up here.
Uh-oh, everyone's behind.
Oh, it's all gone awkward, but they are behind him, and Shox is going to trade that out. Info's in early for FaZe, but with so much time on the clock, you can't fully adjust to this. Vitality, they could go elsewhere.
But why not double down, eh? Double smokes into A. That's about as much as a commitment as you can give, right? No more util to fake it out. ZywOo has a flash. They haven't cleared Karrigan, and he's got support. Oh, Karrigan looks away. So does Twist. Oh, Karrigan need to have his back there, but the timing eludes them, and now there's a chance after all. Vitality have seen the truck player, and ZywOo, he's done this before. He'll do it again. If Masuta doesn't steal it first, it's all on Cold. That was a perfect setup for FaZe, and players turning their heads at the worst possible second has cost them everything, maybe even the half. Cold 0, 1v2, no kit, and they're not giving him an inch.
Yeah, just refusing to give him the room, making coldzera work for this. And oh, ZywOo plucked out of thin air. Now just Masuta left to find, but time is running out. And on the close angle, Masuta gets an 8th round on the board for Vitality. Neck and neck at the end of the first half. Who is taking this series? You're going to have to stick around to find out.
Thinking, moving, touching, and well, all of the other things, all of the other pieces that you need to compete in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Welcome back to CS Psychology 101. Today, we're going to be going over a very important subject, XXX Heyman 420. In 2012, he had a 4K 1D clip that really was overly edited by an equally talented friend. Now accumulating only, and I mean only, 1,372 views over 8 years. The taste of success that followed led to the creation of the monster that we now know as the Movie Fragger.
Clip it, baby, this one is going viral. Top 3 Reddit, easy. ZywOo, ZywOo, more like it. Check out this shit.
Oh, don't you worry, Movie Fragger. We are definitely watching. In fact, we'll just start on the appearance. We'll note that the cap is backwards, albeit he doesn't have a headset on, but don't let that sway you from the idea that this guy means business. Oh, is it serious business?
Yeah, we can edit that out. It's all right.
Some general traits about the gameplay can be observed, such as the famous buy an op, and then use the deagle. Take this example. Where an ordinary player may see this round win as a certainty, the Movie Fragger sees it as opportunity.
Can't blame me for that one, boys. It would have been sick, right?
You are dog shit. Everything he does is for Reddit. Everything he does is for the comments, for the likes. It's all about the endorphins and everything that he gets from the moment he wakes up in the morning.
They come and beat. I'm going for the cold, boys. I'm going for the coldzera. Oof, that's close. Oof, that's really close. Oh, that's so close. I'm so close. Oh my God. Oh my God, that was incredible. Oh.
This is a series that's got it all. We've had dominant scorelines, we've had big clutch moments, and then we had some more big clutch moments. Just time and time again, man. We've had clutches from Shox, we've had clutches from ZywOo, we've had twists with aces, man. It's been mental. And there's still more to be played. 8-7 at the end of that first half. We are neck and neck moving in to the final half of play. And it's Vitality beginning their CT side, embarking upon this challenge. FaZe easy does it to begin this pistol.
Slow and steady through the connector. So slow, they've stopped moving entirely. But boy, are they steady. Standing tall and waiting. Flash over Monster. Oh, Twist dodges it on top of the barrel and taps ZywOo. He does get traded. but it's something at least. It's a bit of info. The Vitality are aggressing B, and now they start to rotate up. They realize, well, with this area empty, with this area clear, where else could FaZe be going? There's no question about it. Even that final B player making a move up CT. Brokey trying to close the distance. Good flash, but Masuta recovers well in time, dropping the bomb, and Rain from behind gone. It's Masuta with 3, and Vitality take a pistol. Yeah, that felt pretty clear to Vitality. Surprised to see FaZe end A. Well, that's certainly the game plan. As soon as Vitality push Monster and get all that info, it would have been nice to see FaZe drop down lower, right? Like, Twist gets 1, he gets traded, and at that point Vitality go, well, there's no one here, it has to be all A. And FaZe walk right into that triple setup. Nonetheless, a close one. I mean, if Masuta gets killed by Brokey, then that round probably goes a very different way. But still stands strong despite the flash. Apex, hello. A hard flick to hit for Cold. Apex gets out alive, bouncing around the corner. Rain cannot finish. And now Con's been cleared at least, so FaZe start to move up to middle, back with these Deagles. It's Shox and ZywOo. Troublesome twosome to come up against, as FaZe are about to learn.
Yeah, I couldn't think of 2 players I would want to be pushing any less than these 2. ZywOo going to trade those kills and leave it even further in the advantage of Vitality. Even though he gets surprised by Twist, the shot doesn't connect. It will do the second time around. It's Apex, the unfortunate man on the receiving end, and Carrigan, oh, with the Tech-9 gets it close. That second shot was a little bit nasty. But RPK is quick to keep it traded in favor of Vitality. So now 10-7, no money. That force buy for FaZe doesn't work, and they don't get a bomb plant either. So they're gonna force. They're gonna stick everything into a hero AK on Twists. It's that is a ballsy call to have made here. Right now, heading into your first buy round, you're looking a bit more limited on guys like Carrigan here, who dropped that AK over.
Shows a lot of faith.
Yeah, right. And, you know, don't get me wrong, Twist is definitely the kind of guy you would want to believe in a round like this. We know how clean Twist can be. But 1 AK versus an armada on the other side, it's not going to be easy. And we really need Twist to be that point man, to be the one to open this round up and then get them across the finish line, kicking and screaming.
Oh, he could open the door on a reload. There it is. RPK killing Cold at Monster. Apex is pushed to grab the gun, and there's plenty more where that came from. Carrigan's here. Twist. Oh, Carrigan gets the kill. Twist does all the damage, and the headshot is yoinked. Mazuta's now a little bit trapped. Needs to get out of there. Does have a molly, but instead just chooses to run through the line of fire. FaZe around the world. And getting trapped, although they don't know it. Shock's coming in from behind. He won't commit. He'll just hold on to spawn. He wants to wait to see where they go. They're going up connector. Oh, dear. If ZywOo rotates down now, that would be a massive error for Vitality. They've missed the timing, and they don't realize it's soon going to bestow, like, it's going to become obvious pretty quick. There it is, ZywOo. Oh, wait, they're not in B. There's 20 seconds. Now you hear them running up on that A side. And Shox is wondering what went wrong.
Oh, dear. ZywOo, yeah, that nade could be dirty. Oh, Carrigan, deleted by the nade, still gets the bomb down. That's the important bit for FaZe. Now Twist is given a chance in the post plant. This whole round was engineered around Twists with the AK. And being in a post plant, this is where you need him to deliver. He's dealt with the first. The bomb is not planted for this rifle. And so, well, he gets a kill with it. They get the bomb down at least, and that's something. It means they can buy on everyone in the next round.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not the end of the world, really, for FaZe. It's not the result they were hoping for with the hero rifle. But being able to get a gun in Carrigan's hands, getting the bomb down right, meaning that Twist isn't, like, left to save and not get any cash means, you know, you're fine, you're investing.
Yeah. You can't rely on that, but as far as full ecos go, that's a damn good full eco, right? If you're looking at it in that sense, considering FaZe can full buy. So yeah, you're happy with that round. It's a shame it couldn't be more of your FaZe. Vitality with the AWP on Shox. Oh, he took his spawn in mid with ZywOo and Con, and he couldn't get anything from it, blinded off. Nades for the boost. Oh, Masuta ducks. shrinks and avoids the artillery. Vitality stay in mid for very long, considering Connector has been taken. Nice push for Apex. 4 kills prior to that one. Lowest in the map, and he still has the faith to go for a frag like that. Dry with no flash. And he gets Rain. Orb is swapped back as well. Was just spawn based. Oh, yeah, Mazus has read it as well. I think he looked like he was about to rotate. He's jumping long instead. His teammates can't see it. Naughty B setup for sure, but it's going to be telegraphed. Nades will have to give it away here for FaZe. There's the molly. Vitality know what's coming.
Yeah, it's not really a surprise at this point, and there's a nade in response. It forces Twists into the site alone, right? There's a Molotov at short, so he gets separated from the rest of his team, cut loose from the herd, and just whittled down while he's alone. Cold Zera now dropped down in the monster, and, well, it's just a cleanup from then on in. Vitality, 12-7, yet to drop around on this CT side. And, you know, a bomb plant with the loss bonus starting to max out means that, you know, FaZe are buying again at least, but eventually that's got to mean round wins, right? Having buys every round is all well and good. It's not going to keep you in the game. You need to be getting these rounds on the board. Everything about that round was really nice from Vitality. The nade up onto short, finding 50 damage to 2 different players, then separating those same tagged players with a Molotov that splits Twists away from the rest of the pack. And they're just taking advantages left and right. Yeah, Twist didn't want to commit there, or if he did, he at least wanted his team with him, and they denied both of those facts.
Apex is recovering really well as well. He's holding down with doubles in most of these rounds. Fast again into B for FaZe to try and catch Vitality with no information, no utility, but blinded doesn't stop Masuta from getting that kill. RBK waits on the smoke. It begins to fade, and they actually manage to take him down. There's a chance after all for FaZe Clan. Oh dear, Apex is trapped in the open. He does get one. Impressive stuff. And Shox is on a big flank, calling for Zayu to wait, to reset, to not die, and that's what he'll do. Shox gets a kill on the backline, and now Brokey in a 1v2.
Often good at keeping calm in these clutch scenarios, and with still time left to play with, he's trying to reroute, but down in the connector, who is one step ahead? Oh, it's Shoxy, ready and raring to go, cuts off the rotation, 13-7, attack pause for FaZe, and justifiably so, right? This is starting to feel incredibly dominant. The first half might have been back and forth, but since moving on to the T side, FaZe have yet to accomplish anything. It just feels like Vitality are one step ahead. Shox not only wrapping around, makes it a 1v2 in the first place, but then drops into Con, anticipates the A rotation. There was actually no one in B in that round for Vitality in that 2v1. Zayu was up on A, and Shox was holding Con. They knew what was going to happen from FaZe when faced with a clutch like that.
Yeah, definitely the better reads right now from Vitality. And even though FaZe go back to B with like a non-telegraph push, right? Just fully executing with a single flashbang, Vitality immediately go 5-on-3 up. And at that point, even though FaZe trade, you know, 2-0 and get things back into a 3-on-3, Vitality already have everyone there. They have the flank activated. The AWP is in heaven. There was just no winning for FaZe. Such an early disadvantage. Back to middle, changing the grain. Shox in the smoke. Twist is going to walk right past. Silent as ever. Shox. Oh no! If only he didn't run. They swivel and spot him. Zayu with a shot. And now they're coming closer to this A site. You've got to get past Zayu. Far easier said than done. And actually, they
just avoid him.
They go, no, we want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, and you can't say you blame him, right? RPK, the only defender at B, and the first man's gotten out. They almost discount the short position, but Rain able to get it back under wraps. Crossed into water. That is going to be the wide swing from Carrigan down here, waiting for these rotations. to get out through CT. Apex is locked in a fight with Brokey. He doesn't know he's having yet. But it's about to become all too clear. FaZe, this could be the recipe for them to get their first round. The tag to Brokey, but not the killing blow, and Carrigan good for the other. FaZe Clan, they finally do it. They put a stop to this streak that Vitality have gone on. But is it too little, too late? That is the big question. And it's one that FaZe have a long way to go before they can answer.
Yeah, the awkward thing here is Vitality don't even really have the money for a full buy. They do on like 3 players rather. So they might just have to go pistol armor and take a breather. That could give FaZe a lot more room to move in this map. Yeah, they will. It's a rough call because like they could have got like AWPs on ZywOo, for example, but you want everyone armed and deadly. Don't want to risk it all on a whim with SMGs. Coldzera patrolling B. And standard setup for Vitality as well. Nothing special. ZywOo shocks and then 3 on lower. FaZe get that smoke right this time, or at least better than the last time they threw it. Gives them the short control and no info to Vitality. Could be a fake for all they know, but it's not. Here come the smokes, and ZywOo needs to hit some bangers.
Yeah, he drops a close smoke. That forces them. Look at this wall of smoke that's been constructed. Yeah, I don't blame you, FaZe. I haven't seen that one. They just have to leave. They're like, well, no going through that anytime soon. And so instead, it's back to this B bomb site, but the rotations are already coming in. Apex up short is deleted by Twists on the entry. And that's made this a lot more exciting. ZywOo donning an AK retrieved from the dead body of Rain. And could that be the undoing of FaZe? Bomb now planted. ZywOo starting to pick up steam. He's losing teammates left and right. And there's Brokey with the trade kill. Carrigan gonna finish the round off, and FaZe are up to 9. He started to get a little bit worried once ZywOo got his hands on the AK, but Brokey is there to alleviate our worries. Twists as well, some key entry kills here. You know, if they even got delayed hitting this B site by a second, it could have made all the difference. So the fact that he's able to get away with both of them so quickly is a huge factor in that round going in favor of FaZe.
I still love that response from Vitality as well, right? Like once they see that short smoke, they know that FaZe are going to wait in it, throwing util, and then when it fades, they're going to push through with a flash. So Vitality used that smoke against FaZe by peeking wide and right-clicking smokes all across the site. Just a massive choke point, and it's completely covered up by smoke. FaZe, they rightly rotate there, right? Not wanting to walk into what could have been, at the point of fade, an ace stack with all 4 players on the site. So they avoid it. They go back to B, and it looks scary, but they win the round. So still in this one. Vitality, though, this is what they ecoed for. A big old buy with the AWP as well, and a kit on Masuta. Got to win it. Or FaZe are picking up steam. ZywOo in the connector, or at least towards the top of it. Shocks late flash into mid, but he is traded. It's a good start. What will FaZe do with it? They go back to B. Ooh, okay. They have loved these executes. It could do them well. 2 players playing Monster. Oh, look at the info Apex is getting as well. He's cleared long at this point. Vitality a little bit cautious of this B bomb site. ZywOo's going to start to rotate down as well, making a gamble, making a risk, and FaZe need to go ASAP. Let's hope that train doesn't get in the way, hey?
Oh no, a re-smoke down in Monster, that slows the offensive even more.
Apex.
That means this wrap from Apex, you know, it's not just information being gained anymore, it's a fast flank that can come in on the backstab and really put you through your paces if you're FaZe. There's the flash to try and get them in.
Oh.
And Carrigan gonna dome Coldzera in amidst all the madness.
It's not good.
Now the flank is in for Apex. There's that first kill, and even though it's attemptedly traded by Brokey, Masuta catches him, pincers him, and hits a good timing. Vitality up to 14.
Oh, that's
heartbreaking for FaZe, right? They had all the info. Like, that's one where when you watch it back and you see why there are so many in B, how it got to that point, you're going to be kicking yourself. That's the round that Apex goes that aggressive.
Yeah, we see a lot of team kills that you can like laugh off because, oh, haha, we team killed you, but we won the round. It's fine. No, that team kill directly lost FaZe the round, right? It's very unfortunate. They get double swung and Monster. Karrigan's just trying to take the kill, and cold0 walks right into it. So it's just team kill. Mizuta trades that frag, if you want to call it a trade. And Vitality just go 2 men up at that point with the flank activated. So yeah, that was worst case scenario right there for FaZe. Great round for Vitality. Love the space taken from Apex and the fact that he even calls ZywOo to go down as well. They leave a lot of the map open, but they have just enough of it to be fully convinced, and rightly so. Still AWPing. Brokey v ZywOo, cold on a deagle. FaZe just trying to stay in this series, but oh, shots like that don't help. Escapes through the toilet smoke thrown by FaZe, and ZywOo has already picked off Twists.
A huge scalp to find as well, right? Someone who's been so instrumental in getting these rounds started. Twists removed, Brokey run boosted out into long, and he might get a peek from Shox. Right now, playing a bit of like a bait and switch setup, right, between him and ZywOo. ZywOo gets the attention, and then Shoxy gets the kills. Or at least that's the game plan. These bait and switches, man, it feels like they either work brilliantly and he's going to absolutely go on a tear, or it'll be a disaster. And there's the disaster striking, right, as we ordered it. Shox removed, tries to swing it early, does get the info at least that, yeah, there's players at long, they've even got the bomb with them. So Vitality start to rotate up. Now there's still time for this site take to change its course, but they're committed now with the bomb dropped in the open. Mizuta tearing them apart, and Cold can't do anything, blinded by that ZywOo flash. Puts Vitality up onto map and series point.
Yeah, there were some great flashes there for both sides. FaZe fully whited Mizuta in the corner. Rain just never checked it. And Misuta's given like 4 seconds to recover from the flash and still get these 2 kills here. Misuta's looking really good in this game. Obviously, you know, it's good. I wonder how it feels to know that, like, at one point you were out for Nevera. Not out, like you're still in the team, but you're swapped out for maps, and now you're the main piece. Now you're in this for the long haul. Apex. Oh, he goes through the molly. Ah! It does not go well. Twist gets that entry, and now FaZe, if they want, they can double down. They may as well. RPK does stop one, dropping the smoke. Even a bullet would render him useless right now, and they're going to try and put that bullet right where it belongs. RPK, how is he alive? Cold doesn't clear it, but he does flick and gets the shot with 6 remaining. Mizuta still standing in the site, doing something. Shox on a rotate, damaged by the Deagle up close, and it's a 2-on-2 to close the series for Vitality.
Yeah, ZywOo and Mizuta, the 2 players left to try and get it over the line. And in they go, ZywOo swapping out. It's a MAC-10 that he's picked up.
Fine.
He's desperate to try and make it work. Mizuta gets it down to the 1v1. The flash is good. ZywOo's getting close, but Brokey is going to live to fight another day. 10-15. The MAC-10 betrays ZywOo.
I don't think he realized where Brokey was. That or he was blinded by his own flash. He was looking at shorts. Never got that info. Very weird round. Yeah, I don't think the AWP would have done him any more favors in that position though, right? Like, just caught out. Brokey survives the blinding. And FaZe just pushing it off of the pick, stay in this series. It's a huge round to win. Especially with, you know, pistols mostly. It's bought them a bit of room and some guns as well. Karrigan does get tagged by the scout as ZywOo. Is that toilet smoke? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even rounds like this, they're not plain sailing, right? All it takes is a couple of kills to slip against you, like that one there. Very, very quickly, these rounds can turn sour. 2 players down on B, but with Shox getting some information from pushing up at short on the A site, we'll see a 3rd man moving into heaven. That's Apex, playing between the 2 sites right now. Jump peek in the connector as well, trying to get any information he can. Smoke down in Monster, but FaZe are already through it, challenging these pistols, and oh no, this is how it happens. It all starts to spiral out of control, slowly and surely. It's a slacking from Brokey. 2 quick kills, but the molly's extinguished. There's still a player at barrels. Rain is trying to flush him out, and he has dealt with RPK. ZywOo and Shox, a 2v2 with Brokey tagged up already. He's still alive and still a threat. ZywOo's repositioned up into heaven. Flash actually blinds it from Shox, and that leads to his death at the hands of Rain. Shoxy in with an AK, and now looking to try and snatch the round, but over at the short side, pushed up is Brokey, playing around this bomb. And that should be the fail-safe, right? If all else goes wrong, Shox gets it down to the 1v1, but cannot find this last man. And Brokey, just by hiding out at short, has got the round locked in. There's the swing. There's the round coming in, and it's 3 for him.
Yeah, 2v5. That's crazy for FaZe. That looked done. That was over. And they even missed the molly to RPK as well. Like the creep up from Rain and clearing that position, somehow they win it. Vitality give them a lot of one-on-ones that maybe they would win otherwise, but right now FaZe just won't let go. And Brokey in both of these B post plants has eluded vision. Think about the round on Pillar where he dodges ZywOo, who doesn't know where he is. This time they think he's heaven. He's short. This man's just hiding out. Camping in the B bomb site. Pitching a tent. Okay, right. Another eco. And more freelo, potentially, for FaZe. Although that round was anything but free. Had to work hard to get it. They know about another long man, but ZywOo has given it up. Good round to gamble. 4 on A. You see them there out of the gate, so just set up and hope. But as soon as they build the fort, they tear it right down and start to rotate into the lower site. As FaZe get closer, really couldn't write that. Very unfortunate stuff for Vitality. But FaZe, I mean, they're hanging on to this game very well in a lot of awkward, crucial, tense situations. Man disadvantages is still picking up rounds. And they can't afford to not against 15. This is theirs. 12 to 15, almost guaranteed with a B-bomb plant. Vitality, they can go in, they can go look for damage, grab some guns. But they've not got a kit and they've not got a chance.
They are trying to hunt down the Deagles. You don't even need to take this risk if you're FaZe. Yeah, this is round 27. We are really in the latter stages of this game. It's a taking stock, you know, what we've seen. Vitality sat on 15 for a little while. Brokey and co have kept FaZe in this game. And now, what does this mean for the future? Well, we've got a buy coming in here for Vitality. It's going to have the AWP on ZywOo. It's going to have rifles, defuse kits, utility. You've got everything you need to close this game out right here, right now. But if that doesn't happen, if FaZe do get 13, suddenly the reality that your next buy is coming in round 30, you know, up against overtime, is a very real reality for Vitality. So this is the time to close the game out. You got 2 chances. Might be 3 rounds, but really two proper chances.
Yeah, well, that's, you know, assuming not counting the ecos, and we had that 5-on-2 or eco round rather that they couldn't close. They're kicking themselves now, huh? This game, I don't want to say it's slipping away from them, but they've still at least got the OT locked in. It's just uncomfortable. Some missed reads, some rotations gambled that have gone the wrong way. FaZe making some really nice calls so far. Fast out into mid again. Brokey flash, but he does not stop. Boost up on short. They're even lining up more util to pop into B water in case this boost gets deconstructed. FaZe moving up mid. Shox is in the toilet. He doesn't know anything yet. They've made no noise. The shadows will give him the advantage as they enter through the front of toilets. Instead, he checks long, and that's the bomb first. That's everything you need. ZywOo with a double might just have set this up for success.
Yeah, no time like the present to close out this game. And no one believes that more than ZywOo. Oh, Rain gonna take his head off on the close angle.
Shoxy.
Bit of a vintage Rain peak. Look at this though, at long. Shox wins his fight to Twist. Now the pressure is really on for Rain and coldzera, trying to keep FaZe in this game. They first try to deal with the long player. They flush out Shoxy at least. That's something. Now the rotation's coming up from B. I'm surprised they weren't here sooner, right? With the bomb dropped over at A short. They're only just arriving. So this has given room to FaZe. This has given them a fighting chance in a 2-on-3. Still a man down, and with the bomb planted, Rain and Cold. Two of the vintage FaZe clan players attempting to keep this game going. And Rain gonna get given this first point of contact, deleted right away. coldzera in with the attempt at the clutch, and now just RPK left to get past. He can't do it. Vitality, they take this series. The defuse is in, 16-12. The comeback is denied. And Vitality, it's a 2-1 victory in their favor. Mirage was a long time ago, and as were the one-sided scorelines in favor of FaZe. Don't believe what you see. It's a Vitality victory at 2-1.
Would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away? When it suffocates at the bottom, don't take the bait, just walk away, resuscitate your nirvana. The heat, but we don't want to let go. We answer questions that we ask alone. I hear the words, but they're coming out an echo. So, would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away? When it suffocates at the bottom, don't take the bait, just walk away, resuscitate your nirvana. I feel a way I've never felt before. I finally found what I'm looking for. So, would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away? Give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away?
Marek.
Il touche me, Marek. Ah bien.
Nice. Lâche pas la bombe. Merci.
Well, after the first map, we had the thoughts of Vitality. What has been happening with you? Losing 16-5 when it came to map 1 on Mirage. But you know what? They bounced back in the next 2 maps, and they even had a thing of beauty. ZywOo pulling off a phenomenal clutch and overpass. If you guys missed it, I'm pretty sure you guys didn't, because you would have saw it on Reddit, you would have saw it on Twitter, and you're going to see it here again in just a few seconds. But I think ZywOo was trying to make a statement. He's back.
He's back. He's back. He was playing a fantastic series. Of course, on the first map, he was the only positive coming out of Vitality. They got completely destroyed by FaZe Clan on Mirage, but ZywOo was playing well. On map number 2, ZywOo was the best player on the server, and on map number 3, what a performance.
It was insane to see, and it was more of like vintage ZywOo. It's what we come to expect. I was even saying to you, or watching the match, it's not many players that exist in Counter-Strike that teams specifically like don't go to your bomb site because you're there.
Now you just wanna make sure that you're not anywhere near ZywOo. We have a little skybox segment right here because I want to show you the clutch from a third perspective, right? We saw it from ZywOo's perspective, so let's see how it actually works out here. The bomb has been planted. Misuta and ZywOo is now in a 2 versus 3 situation. You can see Misuta is down to 13 HP, and there's constant movement going around. Now I'm gonna pause the clip as soon as Misuta dies, and that's right here, because the instant reaction is coming from ZywOo. You can see he's currently in this position, and he is straight up going for the duel down towards Twist. Now, Brokey is standing right here with an AWP, and that's part of the story as well. This shot right here, he should have hit it. He missed it on ZywOo, gives him the opportunity to go out and kill Kerrigan. ZywOo, of course, gets Brokey, and now he finds himself in a 1 versus 1. And look at his movement, constantly moving around, never standing still, always proactive, always looking for the angle, looking for the duel, and of course, he gets the kill on towards coldzera as well. We can see it from the in-game perspective as well. ZywOo is, to my understanding, the best clutcher in the entire world. He is absolutely fantastic at maneuvering the angles, at finding the right moments. Sure, Brokey missed a shot right here, but the play he did right here, there's maybe 20 different plays ZywOo could have done. This one right here is the only one that potentially could have won him the round, and of course he does it. Even in the most pressured situations, ZywOo is showing up time and time again, and you can see it on the movement, constantly moving around, constantly proactive, and he is just not missing those shots in the clutches.
I swear we need to cue the Doctor Strange cosplay for ZywOo, talking about all the possibilities out there of what could happen, and the one that works is exactly what we saw there on the screen. Phenomenal stuff by him, and to be fair, not just by him, Misuta as well. He stepped up. He was the second highest fragger on Vitality when it came to overpass, and for a player who has to kind of fill the shoes of Navira coming out and realize, okay, I'm a solid 5th on the team, I got to be able to perform and rise to the occasion, I'd say he definitely did it.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think it was a great overall team performance for Vitality as well. Of course, you have ZywOo on the server, and you're catering to him, right? You're setting him up to deliver these kind of performances. So him playing well also reflects on the rest of the teammates that all of a sudden look like a good and decent team. Very positively surprised by the response. After I saw Mirage, I was like, is it going to be one of those games? Is it going to be one of those group stages where Vitality is not here yet, where they have to warm up throughout it? But the response on map number 2, and especially the response right here, I think that was fantastic from Vitality. We even saw a couple of rounds, you know, that could have gone the way of FaZe Clan. This clutch right here from Shox as well. This is a 1 versus 3 against FaZe Clan. I believe it actually was a 1 versus 4 at some point that Shox ends up winning. FaZe Clan, they had moments in this game where they could have taken over, but Vitality shut it down with the clutches from Shox and ZywOo.
Yeah, and that's kind of a little bit frustrating if you think back to even maybe Dust 2 of a couple of holes they had in their defenses. To be able to have these rounds where they could have won it out, it could have changed the tide of how that actual map went for you, and ultimately could have changed the overall match for you in general. So maybe in your opinion, Kerrigan still has a little bit of work to do in terms of that in-game leader role to move his pieces around, or maybe that was just some mistakes happening on the side.
It's mistakes happening, right? You're playing against good players who are forcing those mistakes out of you. I will say for FaZe Clan, it's still very early in the process. I think they played a good game of Counter-Strike. I don't think they get outmatched by any means right here. They simply just lost to a couple of better plays coming out of ZywOo and out of Shox. Otherwise, this game potentially could have gone all the way into OT, or FaZe Clan could potentially have won it. I'm sure they're sitting back with a feeling right now where they felt like, with a little bit more efficiency, us being just a tiny bit sharper, we could have won this game.
Yeah, exactly. And taking a look at the group standings overall as well, we have to keep in mind, this is just day 1 of Group B. We still have so many more days to come up to decide who's going to come out on top and make it to the playoffs. But we did have ENCE, G2, and Team Vitality all pick up wins today, where, as you can see, FaZe Clan, NIP, and Mousesports, unfortunately, did fall short. Now, I have to ask, the Mousesports match, did you expect that outcome? Because I can honestly tell you I didn't.
No, I did not either, man. I was watching it from my hotel and watching it here in the green room, and to be quite honest, the third and deciding map was a back and forth affair right here. But if you're Mouse Sports, you got to find that disappointing, right? Ensclan coming into this group is by all means the team we expect the least from, I guess, right? It's a new project. It's Snappy coming in, being the in-game leader for that lineup with some new names that not a lot of players are familiar with, or at least not a lot of fans, and they were doing a good job. I think Ents deserved the win, but if you're Mouse Sports, if you're Dexter, and if you're Rubs for that matter, who had a fantastic series, you got to be slightly disappointed.
I mean, they still have more matches to come, though, right? It's just day one. You can see the results. Exactly. Not over just yet. You can see the results on your screen. We did have the 2-1, like you mentioned, for Ents. We had the 2-0 for G2 up against NIP, but it was not easy whatsoever for G2. And of course, to round things out, the 2-1 in favor of Vitality. But coming into tomorrow, we got Ents, NIP, we got Mouse Sports, FaZe Clan, and Team Vitality against G2. I am looking for that head-to-head battle. Nico, ZywOo, will it happen? How will it fare? It's all going to be answered tomorrow.
Two of the best players in the world on the same server, and now apparently in the same role as well. Yeah. Nico's first, they said, real big test with the AWP. Still way too early to conclude anything after today. He had a bad Mirage performance. Inferno was all right. Tomorrow he get another chance to redeem himself, and I'm looking very much forward to seeing Nico on the AWP going up against ZywOo. We saw what he could do tonight. Nico, he'll have to step it up.
It's going to be tough, but you know what? That's going to be kicking off tomorrow at 12 p.m. CET. It's going to be kicking off the same time every single day until we get to the final day of the groups. And thanks again for you all for tuning in as I start over my words. But luckily for me, I'm done. We're all done here. We'll see you tomorrow, 12 p.m. for the kickoff of day 2.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help. Good luck, have fun.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
This is it, this is not a drill. Hold nothing back, this shoot to kill. In this leap of faith that you read me through. You stand alone, but I'll watch over you. The clock is ticking, the clock is ticking. A single second could mean everything. Time is running, the time is running out. Don't give up, don't give in. Don't let me down. Be the one to wipe their grin when they hear this sound. Don't give up, don't give in before they catch a glimpse. I know you'll find the strength within. This is your last chance. Now's your time to shine. Make it count. Honor our sacrifice. And now this is your last chance. Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever.
child of the nation. Go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back your back now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, getting it out.